Part 2. When Jang Haoran's body fell to the ground, Jiang Qianquan could no longer remain calm, and the entire Jiang family fell into a vortex of anger. At this moment, Johnson drove his red BMW into the life-and-death duel. "If you dare to hurt her, I will not let anyone go today." He pushed the enemy away without hesitation and showed no mercy. A gunshot rang out, blood splattered, and the Jiang family had never been so shocked. He avenged her, but she was also struggling to choose her own destiny. Facing the death of her parents, Victoria had no way out, and Johnson knew at this moment. This battle was irreversible. Chapter 88. Jiang Haojia was hanged. Qi Siming was completely silent. It was not that he didn't know about this. He had wanted to use this matter to cause trouble for the Jiang family last time. However, Qi Zuan was concerned about the face of both families, so he turned a blind eye. Some time ago, the Li and Wang families were fighting, which attracted Han Long's arrival. The two families shook hands and made peace, so he had no intention of causing trouble anymore. After all, picking a fight now would only benefit Han Long. But when he heard that Han Long and Jiang Haoyu had a falling out, he thought this might be an opportunity to bring down the Jiang family, and he could also take the opportunity to tie himself to Han Long. "Lord Dufu, did I do something wrong? I saw that the Jiang family and you are not on good terms, so I took this opportunity to help you vent your anger." Huang Tao saw Qi Siming fell into deep thought and hurriedly expressed his loyalty. Qi Siming was slightly stunned, but he did not doubt Huang Tao's words. After all, he had followed him for many years. "No, you did a great job this time. Yeah, I think I can vent my anger." Qi Siming nodded, thinking that Han Long now supported this matter. If he went against the trend, it would easily disgust Han Long and might even make him get closer to the Jiang family. Han Long is now the balance point between the two families. Once he leans towards one of them, the other family will be at a disadvantage. In order to win over Han Long, Qi Siming did not think too much and immediately made a decision. "Huang Tao, don't worry about the Jiang family. Deal with Jiang Haojia according to Governor Han's words." "That's what I said." Huang Tao nodded. "Yes, Governor Han means that in order to quell public grievances as soon as possible, Jiang Haojia should be publicly tried within 3 days and executed as soon as possible." "So soon?" Qi Siming frowned slightly. This was a public trial, and the execution was to be carried out within 3 days. Wasn't this a slap in the face to Jiang Qianquan? "Master Dufu, how about taking it slow?" Qi Siming thought for a moment and said, "No need. Just follow the governor's wishes." "Yes." Speaking of Huang Tao's efficiency, he officially announced the public trial of Jiang Haojia on the same day. For a time, the people of Jiangling City cheered. The case of a missing child some time ago caused panic and anger among the people, but the police have not caught the murderer yet. Now that they heard that the murderer had been caught and was a member of the Jiang family, and that the procuratorate was not afraid of the Jiang family's power and dared to hold a public trial, the people were very happy. When some people are happy, others are sad. This result is simply a humiliation for Jiang Qianquan. In the back hall of the Jiang family compound, Jiang Qianquan sat with a gloomy face. Everything that was supposed to happen had happened. It seems that the Qi family doesn't want to live well anymore and wants to turn against each other. "Do they think they can kill my son, Jiang Qianquan?" Jiang Qianquan said angrily. "Master, since Qi Siming doesn't give us face and jumps out to oppose us at this time, why not declare war on the Qi family as soon as possible?" Wang Huan said. "No, Dad, Boss Wang. This matter is no longer just about the Qi family. Now Han Long has intervened. If we declare war on the Qi family for Haojia at this time, it will be clear that we are not giving Han Long face. I'm afraid it will be difficult to end it then." Jiang Haoyu was still very calm. "Brother's right. It's not worth it to risk our Jiang family for an illegitimate child." Jiang Haoran had no good feelings towards Jiang Haojia and wished that this scourge would die soon. Jiang Qianquan glanced at Jiang Haoran coldly. "No matter what, he is still your brother and my son." "Dad, Jiang Haojia is now disabled and unconscious. What's the point of saving him?" Jiang Haoran said. "My second brother is right. Dad, I suspect that Qi Siming and Han Long colluded in this matter. Their purpose is to make us lose our minds. If we don't stay calm at this time, I'm afraid all our efforts will be wasted. I don't think it's worth it for a useless person." Jiang Qinquan also fell into deep thought and asked, "Did Han Long really stand on the side of the Qi family?" "I don't know, but judging from this incident, it does make us wonder if he and Qi Siming had colluded long ago. Are you just going to ignore it? Jiang Qinquan knew in his heart that he shouldn't act on impulse at this moment, but he just felt unwilling to do so. Everyone fell silent, and silence meant consent. Jiang Qinquan glanced at the few people. His eyes fell on the silent Tanchin and asked, Tanchin, what do you think? Master, we'll do whatever you say. But if we go against the chief family now, then all our previous plans will go down the drain. Tanchin didn't want the two families to turn against each other now. Otherwise, everything he did would be in vain. Dad, there's no rush to deal with the Qi family. We should hold our breath now. It will not be too late to destroy Qi in one fell swoop after our plan succeeds. If we declare war on the Qi family now, the end result will be a lose-lose situation, and there is Han Long in the middle. Jiang Hao, you advised. Okay. Jiang Qinquan gritted his teeth and said, Tanchin, you must implement the plan within 3 months. I can't wait. Don't worry, head of the family. I will not let the Qi family miss the new year. Tanchin said. Very good. Jiang Qinquan nodded with satisfaction, but he still felt humiliated. If he couldn't deal with the Qi family, could he not deal with the culprit? Victoria was the one who did this whole thing. If she doesn't agree with us, why do we keep Su Baywong around? Kill his whole family. Dad, don't worry. Leave this matter to me. Jiang Haoran stepped forward to take over the task. Let his whole family die. Clear. The Jiang family has completely given up on Jiang Haojia. Jiang Qinquan cares more about his own face. As for Jiang Haojia, if he dies, then he dies. On the Qi family side, in order to win over Han Long, Qi's also tacitly agreed to turn against the Jiang family, thus forming a feud with the Jiang family to kill his son. The next morning, the procuratorate acted quickly. In order to kill Jiang Haojia within 3 days, a trial was immediately held, and it was open and transparent, inviting people from all walks of life to participate on site. The court was packed with people inside and outside, and the entire process was open to the public. When all the evidence proved that Jiang Haojia was the culprit who poisoned the lives of dozens of innocent children, the people all denounced him as a cruel and insane person. In order to calm the public anger, the court announced on the spot that Jiang Haojia was sentenced to death and executed immediately. Not only that, in order to convince everyone, Jiang Haojia was sentenced to death by hanging, and the execution site was right in front of the court gate. From beginning to end, Jiang Haojia was in everyone's sight, also to avoid anyone suspecting substitution. That afternoon, the gallows was built. Tens of thousands of people came to Jiangling City to watch the excitement, and the Jiang court was packed with people. Under the gaze of tens of thousands of people, Jiang Haojia was tied up and taken to the gallows. With an order, this devil was hanged on the gallows and ended his sinful life in the hateful eyes of tens of thousands of people. There was cheering and excitement at the scene. From beginning to end, no one from the Jiang family arrived at the scene, and not even the body was collected by the Jiang family. It was originally planned to kill Jiang Haojia in 3 days, but it was completed in 1 day. With Jiang Haojia being executed, the Qi and Jiang families are finally at war. Chapter 89. Su Baywong and his wife were murdered. Jiang Haojia's death not only caused a breakup between the Qi family and the Jiang family, but also made Su Baywong despair. He is now truly restless. Su Baywong knew that a disaster was imminent. Jiang Haojia was dead, and the Jiang family could only look to him to vent their anger. He immediately called Victoria to his office. Victoria was delighted to learn that Jiang Haojia was executed. She came to the office with a smile on her face. Dad, did you hear the news? Jiang Haojia was hanged this afternoon. Su Baywong was very calm this time and said in a very gentle tone, Daughter, listen to me now. The last flight to Yanjing will leave at 11 o'clock tonight. Your mother has already agreed with your aunt that our family will go there for refuge. You don't have to do anything. Just stay in the police station. Remember not to go out. I will pick you up at 10 o'clock in the evening. If I am not here at 10 o'clock, you will rush to the airport immediately. Don't worry about me and your mother. Do you understand? Victoria was confused and asked, Dad, why is this happening? Why are we leaving? Su Baywong said seriously, Victoria, this time is different from the past. The Jiang family will not let us go. If we don't leave now, we may not be able to leave. You are right to listen to me. Dad, are we really leaving? Victoria didn't want to leave Jiangling at all. Su Baywong nodded. Well, Jiang Haojia is dead. Jiang Qinquan can only take this out on you. Don't doubt the strength of the Jiang family. They can do anything. But No, but we have to leave tonight. Baywong stood up, holding a plane ticket in his hand, and handed it to Victoria. Daughter, trust your father once. I will not let you leave Jiangling unless it is absolutely necessary. Victoria took the plane ticket with disappointment and looked at Baywong with a serious expression. She knew that she might be in big trouble this time. At this moment, the door was pushed open and several people from the Jiangling Discipline Inspection Commission came in with documents in their hands. The leader glanced at Baywong and said calmly, Director Su, someone has reported that you have been corrupt, abused your power, and done whatever you want since you took office as director. Now, I am notifying you to suspend your duties and accept investigation. Victoria looked at Baywong with astonishment. Baywong looked indifferent and said calmly, You came so fast. Someone search. At the command, these people immediately rummaged through the office. Dad, Baywong shook his head at Victoria and whispered, Remember what I said, don't go anywhere. Victoria looked at Baywong with red eyes. Only now did she believe the seriousness of the matter, so she nodded. I understand, Dad. Baywong smiled slightly. Don't worry, I'm fine. See you tonight. Good. You go to work. I see. Victoria left anxiously. Soon, Baywong was taken away by the Discipline Inspection Commission. When the people in the police station saw the chief being taken away by the Discipline Inspection Commission, they all knew that this had offended the Jiang family, and Baywong was finished. Victoria sat in the office. She didn't dare to go anywhere now. She was a little scared until this moment. At night, people from the Discipline Inspection Commission searched Baywong's residence, and to prevent him from escaping, someone was guarding the door. Baywong and Huang Wan sat in the living room with pale faces. They couldn't leave even if they wanted to. Fortunately, Victoria had not been controlled yet. If she didn't leave tonight, she would definitely die. Huang Wan knew that disaster was imminent and kept sobbing. Baywong had a look of despair on her face and didn't know how to comfort her. All of this was caused by Victoria. At this moment, there was a sound of footsteps at the door, and the door was pushed open. It was Jang Ha who came in. When Baywong and his wife saw him, they stood up unconsciously. Baywong nodded and bowed. Howren, you are here. Please sit down quickly. Jang Ha had a blank expression on his face. He sat down on the sofa opposite, crossed his legs, and looked at Baywong. Director Su, don't be nervous. Yes. Baywong nodded repeatedly, his forehead already covered with beads of sweat. Jang Ha smiled coldly, looked at the 2 plane tickets on the coffee table, and picked them up. It's 11 o'clock at night. What does Director Su want to do? Baywong didn't beat around the bush and knelt down, begging, Howren, I beg you, please let us go. Considering what I have done for the Jiang family over the years, please forgive us this time. Forgive you? Can it bring back my brother's life? Or can it save the face of my Jiang family? If Victoria hadn't been making trouble and insisting on going against my Jiang family, it wouldn't have come to this. Jang Ha said lightly, I'm sorry, it's all my daughter's fault. For the sake of all these years, I beg you to give us a chance to live. Baywong pleaded earnestly. This was his last hope. Jang Ha was not moved at all and said in a cold voice, Baywong, no one has ever dared to go against the Jiang family in Jiangling, and you are no exception. But considering your age, I won't do it myself. Don't you live in a high place? Jump down by yourself. What? Baywong collapsed, his face ashen. Master Jiang, please let us go. We won't dare to do it again. Huang Wan was so scared that she kowtowed and begged for mercy. Seeing that Jang Ha was unmoved, she knelt down beside him, grabbed Jang Ha's legs with both hands and begged, Master Jiang, we were wrong. Please don't do this to us. I beg you. Jang Ha had a blank expression on his face. He slapped her in the face with his backhand. If I had known this would happen, I wouldn't have done it in the first place. Come on, throw them down. As soon as he finished speaking, 2 people came up and dragged Baywong and Huang Wan to the balcony. No, I don't want to die. Jang Ha, your Jiang family is too ruthless. Sooner or later, you will die a miserable death. Jang Ha's face was gloomy, and he said calmly, throw it down. As soon as he finished speaking, Baywong and Huang Wan were thrown directly from the balcony. Only their desperate screams were heard, followed by 2 loud bangs. The poor Baywong and his wife died on the spot. As luck would have it, Victoria waited until 10 o'clock but did not see Baywong coming. Worried that something had happened to Baywong, she drove home alone. Just as she arrived downstairs of her building, she saw Su Baywong and Huang Wan falling. Two loud noises made Victoria's heart tremble. She hurried over to take a look and was stunned with fear. "Dad, my mom, and Dad." Victoria couldn't believe it, and tears welled up in her eyes. At this moment, her heart was broken and she was desperate. She threw herself on the two of them and cried bitterly. But it's too late. Whoa, Mom and Dad, I've hurt you. I've hurt you. It's all my fault. It's all my fault. Just when Victoria was in excruciating pain, Jang Ha came down. He watched the scene without any mercy. "Victoria, if you had known this would happen, you wouldn't have done it in the first place. This is the consequence of going against the Jiang family." Victoria's eyes were bloodshot. She looked up at Jang Ha with endless anger in her eyes. She immediately drew her gun and said, "I'm going to kill you. Chapter 90 Johnson, come and save me." Jang Ha smiled evilly. "Don't kill her." The person next to him just drew his gun and tried to fight back, but was stopped by Jang Ha. "Ah?" Bang, bang, bang. Victoria angrily fired all the bullets in her pistol at Jang Ha. Jang Ha dodged all the bullets easily and smiled at Victoria. "It would be a pity to kill you. Didn't you reject me before? I will make you pay for the humiliation you brought upon me tonight. Ha ha ha." "Catch her alive." Victoria gritted her teeth, her eyes wide open. She wished she could tear Jang Ha to pieces, but she knew she was powerless. Seeing someone rushing up, Victoria was still sober at this moment. So she threw the gun in her hand away and ran away. He got in his car and drove out. Jang Ha smiled faintly. Chase. Soon, Jang Ha and his men followed closely. Victoria was sitting in the car, crying like rain, as cars from behind kept ramming into the rear of her car. She was frightened and scared, and hated herself and Jang Ha. She sat in the car, heartbroken. "Mom and Dad." Victoria cried and thought of Johnson. She hurriedly took out her cell phone and called Johnson. "Wow, Johnson, I'm going to die. My parents are dead. I'm going to die too." "Wow." Victoria cried heartbreakingly. Johnson felt a pang of pain in his heart when he heard the cry, and hurriedly asked, "Victoria, what happened? Why did your parents die? Where are you? I'll be right over." "Wow. My parents were killed by Jang Ha, and he's still chasing me. I'm driving. I'm so scared. Johnson, come quickly. Please come and save me now." "Okay, I'll be right there. Where are you?" Johnson received the call. He could no longer control the murderous intent in his eyes and immediately got up and left. Zhao Yang had never seen Johnson like this before and didn't dare to ask. Johnson came downstairs and drove Anne's BMW, rushing out recklessly. He and Victoria have not obtained a marriage certificate. They have a special feeling for each other. Although they are not lovers or husband and wife, they are at least close friends. 20 minutes later, Johnson drove all the way and finally saw the Jeep driven by Victoria on a dim street. It was being chased and blocked by 3 cars from behind. Jang Ha was sitting in the back car, seemingly watching a hunt. The 2 cars in front flanked the Jeep from both sides, ramming it from time to time, but refusing to overtake it. Victoria in the car was terrified, her nerves were tense, and she was about to collapse. At this moment, a red BMW came like a flame. Johnson was furious and used his skilled driving skills to slam the front of his car into a car on the left. A huge crash sounded. The car that was hit was directly overturned. Johnson braked suddenly, turned the steering wheel all the way to the right, and stepped on the accelerator to crash into the side of another car. With a bang, the speeding car was suddenly hit and drifted to the right due to inertia, with the entire car lying across the road. Victoria also heard the collision. Looking at the red BMW in the rearview mirror, she knew Johnson was coming. She wiped away her tears and stopped the car steadily. All this happened in an instant. Seeing this, Jang Ha hurriedly ordered the driver to stop the car. Johnson's BMW was badly damaged. He slowly opened the door and got out. In a car that didn't overturn, the people in it waited for the car to stabilize, then immediately opened the door and pulled out their pistols without saying a word. "Damn it, you dare to hit our car." As he said this, he pulled the trigger at Johnson. Bang, 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 intensive gunfizang oot. Johnson's eyes flashed with ferocity. He jumped up, dodged the bullets, and landed steadily beside several people. Without a word, he raised his fist and punched several people in the chest. Bang, bang, bang. After a few muffled sounds, the few people who had just fired shots were all killed by one punch. Interesting. Jang Ha sat in the car, raised the corners of his mouth slightly, opened the door, and got out. Johnson with disdain. I think I've seen you before. Jang Ha thought about it and remembered. Oh, by the way, you seem to be Victoria's boyfriend. You're quite good at fighting. Johnson. Victoria also ran over at this time, threw herself into his arms desperately, and sobbed softly. Victoria is fine. She's fine. Johnson touched her distressfully and looked at Jang Ha fiercely. Since you know she's my girlfriend, you shouldn't mess with her. Ha ha ha. Jang Ha laughed, as if this was the best joke he had ever heard. You? Ha. Do you know who I am? Johnson's mouth curled up slightly. You are not worthy of letting me know who you are. Jang Hao's smile suddenly stopped, and his face darkened instantly. Since you want to die, then go and die. Just as he finished speaking, his driver and bodyguard, a master in the late stage of internal strength, walked towards Johnson indifferently. It seemed that in his eyes, Johnson was already dead, and this man came to Johnson with an expressionless face. From beginning to end, Johnson did not move at all, but just hugged Victoria tightly, as if he was afraid that she would be hurt in the slightest. Court death. Faced with Johnson's calmness, the man's eyes widened in anger, raised his fist, and hit Johnson on the head, as if he was going to blow Johnson to pieces with one punch. Johnson gave him a wicked smile. Looking at the man again, his raised fist stopped in the air, his expression was in pain, his eyes revealed endless fear, his lips wanted to say something, but no words came out, his throat felt hot, and blood foam flowed out of his mouth. Victoria, is he the one who killed your parents? Johnson didn't even look at the man again, instead looking at Jang Ha, who had a confused look on his face. Victoria hid in Johnson's arms, looked at Jang Ha with hatred, and nodded. Yeah, I'll let you take revenge with your own hands. Good. Jang Ha stood there in a daze, shouting, why don't you do it? Johnson let go of Victoria and slowly walked towards Jang Ha with a faint smile. Jang Ha didn't understand what was going on. When he saw Johnson coming, he clenched his fists and yelled, You're looking for death. Then he took a step forward and punched Johnson in the air. Johnson's mouth curled up slightly. Before Jang Ha put away his fist, Johnson had already approached him and grasped Jang Ha's fist tightly. Ew, how is it possible? Jang Ha realized belatedly, and then realized Johnson has strength. He tried to pull his fist back, but it was in vain. Johnson smiled evilly at him and clenched his palms lightly. There was a sound of bones breaking, and 5 fingers were crushed. Ah, my hand! Jang Ha screamed miserably and looked at Johnson with a ferocious expression. You are looking for death. The other hand punched out, striking Johnson in the chest. Even at such a close distance, he gave it in vain. Johnson easily released his hand, clenched his fist tightly again, and clicked again with a slight force. I'm going to kill you. Jang Hao's 5 fingers were crushed. He screamed in pain and wanted to use more force, but unfortunately that hand was already disabled, and this hand was also disabled. Chapter 91, Sending Victoria Away. Johnson was a ruthless man who didn't talk much. He had a fierce look in his eyes and raised the corner of his mouth. He grabbed Jang Ha's hand, raised his leg, and stepped on his kneecap. Click! Ah, bastard, how dare you! Jang Ha still doesn't understand his ending, and he doesn't know who he has provoked. Jang Ha's kneecap was shattered, and he knelt down on one knee unconsciously, his hand still controlled by Johnson. He gritted his teeth and looked at Johnson angrily. Do you know who I am? You dare to hurt me, you will die. Ignorance. Johnson smiled faintly, released his hand, raised his leg, and hit the kneecap of his other leg. Crack. Jang Ha knelt on the ground, his face ferocious and painful, his hands vertically raised. Ah, if I kill you, I will kill you. Johnson looked at him as if he was an idiot, then turned to look at Victoria, who was standing there in a daze. Victoria, kill him. Victoria blinked a few times, looked at Johnson, and then saw Jang Ha's miserable state. She gritted her teeth and rushed over. Why did you kill my parents? I will kill you. Victoria angrily slapped Jang Ha several times, gritting her teeth and crying, Why did you kill my parents? Why? Victoria, fiercely, Bitch, you dare to hit me? I will kill you. I don't know whether I should say that Jang Ha is an idiot or that he is really ignorant. Even at this time, he still acts like he is the best in the world. Johnson picked up a pistol from somewhere and handed it to Victoria. Shoot him in the head. Victoria looked at Johnson, took the pistol with trembling hands, and put the gun to Jang Ha's forehead with shaking hands, but did not shoot. What are you doing? You dare to kill me? I am Jiang Qingquan's son. If you dare to kill me, My father will not let you go. Jang Ha was scared. Now he was finally scared. Victoria was really frightened by him. Her hands were shaking, and she didn't have the strength to fire the shot. Ha, you better let me go. As long as you let me go, I can spare you. Seeing that Victoria was scared, Jang Ha laughed crazily. Idiot, Johnson cursed, and without saying a word, he held Victoria's trembling hand and pulled the trigger. With a bang, the bullet pierced Jang Ha's head, and a few drops of blood flowed out from the bullet hole. Until his death, he couldn't believe that he died like this. Victoria looked at Jang Ha, who had fallen to the ground dead, with her hand still holding the gun. Johnson took advantage of this time to erase all traces. It was not because he was afraid of revenge from the Jiang family, but because he did not want the trouble. Besides, he had relatives in Jiangling, so he tried to save as much trouble as possible. Johnson came to Victoria, snatched the gun, and threw it away. Victoria is fine. Wow. Johnson, my parents are dead. Victoria couldn't hold it in any longer and threw herself into Johnson's arms, crying bitterly. Victoria, what are your plans for the future? Johnson asked. Victoria thought of this and looked at Johnson with tears in her eyes. She wanted to be with Johnson, but she was afraid that she would get him into trouble. So she said, my parents asked me to go to Yanjing. My aunt is there. The flight is at 11 o'clock tonight. Johnson nodded slightly. That's good. I'm afraid the Jiang family won't let you go. It's not bad to go to Yanjing to hide. Johnson. Victoria hugged Johnson again, feeling very reluctant. But what could she do now? Johnson actually wanted Victoria to stay, but when the words came to his lips, he didn't say them. I send you. Good. Johnson left. He set the BMW on fire. The car was badly damaged, and he was too lazy to repair it, which might also cause trouble, so he simply burned it down. Drove Victoria's Jeep to the airport. Victoria checked in and said goodbye to Johnson reluctantly. After walking a few steps, Victoria ran to Johnson, held his handsome face in her hands, and kissed him with her red lips. After the kiss, Johnson looked at Victoria's eyes full of tears, gently wiped them away for her, and said, Don't cry. You don't look good when you cry. I still like to see you the way you are. Victoria nodded. Yeah. Victoria, promise me that you will be happy, and I will definitely come to see you. Well, Johnson, I'll wait for you, even if it takes a lifetime. Good. Victoria looked at Johnson and smiled, then turned and left. Until Victoria's back disappeared, Johnson murmured, Yinjing? It seems that I will have to go there sooner or later. Johnson shook his head. Yinjing is the capital of the Great Xia Kingdom, where real dragons and crouching tigers are hidden. Johnson didn't expect was that after sending Annie away first and then Victoria away, now both of these two stunning beauties in Jiangling have left him. Suddenly, he felt that the weather in Jiangling had become even colder. A moment after Johnson sent Victoria away, Jang Ha's body was also found by Zhang's family. Master, something terrible has happened. Something terrible has happened. As the body was brought back, the Jiang family was completely shocked. When the bodies were placed in front of Jiang Qianquan, he couldn't believe it. Both of his sons died within one day. What happened? What happened? Who killed Haran? Who? In the front hall, Jiang Qianquan roared loudly, and all the members of the Jiang family were terrified and didn't even dare to breathe. Who did it? Jiang Qianquan glared at everyone outside the hall, and no one dared to look him in the face. Master, when we found the second young master, our people were already dead, and there was not a trace left at the scene. It was obvious that a professional killer had done it. We still haven't figured out who killed the second young master. Waste, a bunch of waste. Jiang Qianquan's eyes were bloodshot, and he was furious. He walked out of the hall and angrily raised his palm to kill several members of the Jiang family. All of you go to hell. With a loud bang, several unlucky guys died on the spot. Dad, you need to calm down. My second brother was killed, and I am very sad. Now we have to find out who did it first. Jiang Haoyu saw Jiang Qianquan losing control and hurriedly said. Jiang Qianquan's face was grim, and he angrily said, Who else could it be? Who else would dare to kill my son in Jiangling, except the chief family? Huanggan, gather everyone immediately and follow me to seek revenge on the chief family. Yes, Huanggan is a man with peak internal strength, and can be considered to be at the half-step stage of transformation. Jiang Qianquan now believes that it was the chief family's fault, and coupled with Jiang Haoju's incident, he has lost his mind. Seeing this, Jang Haoyu hurriedly called out to Huang Gong. Slow down. Dad, the more we have to stay calm at this time. Howard died without leaving any trace, which proves that someone deliberately concealed it. If it was really the Chi family who did it, did they have to do it? Besides, our plan is about to be implemented. Going to fight the Chi family now may not necessarily get us revenge. Just let it go. Jiang Qianquan gritted his teeth and looked at Jiang Haoyu angrily. Chapter 92, the situation is tense. At this moment, Wang Huan and Tanchin arrived with their men. They were also shocked when they heard that Jiang Haoran was killed. Master, was the second young master really murdered? When Jiang Qianquan saw them coming, his mood stabilized a lot, and he nodded coldly. Yeah. Wang Huan and Tanchin looked at each other and went to the lobby. They saw a clear bullet hole on Jiang Haoran's forehead. His limbs were all disabled, and he was already stiff. This. Wang Huan looked at Jiang Qianquan in astonishment. One shot to the head. All limbs are broken. Who could be so cruel? Tanchin also gasped. There was not a single trace at the scene. We can't tell who did it. It must have been done by a professional killer, said Jang Haoyu. Professional killer? Tanchin thought for a while. If it is a professional killer, then the killer's strength should be in the transformation realm. Who can hire a killer in the transformation realm to take action? Just to kill Haoran? Jiang Qianquan said coldly. Who else could it be except the Chief family? Chief family. Master, isn't Haoran going to deal with Su Baywong? Will he? Su Baywong is already dead. Haoran was chasing Victoria and got into trouble. We haven't found out who was behind it yet. Jang Haoyu said. Victoria. This bitch did all this. I wish I could tear her into pieces. Jiang Qianquan said angrily, gritting his teeth. Who else could it be if not the Chief family? As for that bitch Victoria, don't worry, sir. As long as she is still in Jiangling, I will tear her into pieces. Wang Huan said. You are right. Apart from the Chief family, I really can't think of anyone else who would deal with me. First they harmed Haojia, and then killed Haoran. Wan, I can never coexist with you. I want your Chief family to be extinct. Jiang Qianquan directed all his anger towards the Chief family. Tanchin liked this result the most. In order not to interrupt his plan, he could only stabilize Jiang Qianquan for now. Master, give me another month, and I will make you massacre the Chief family. Jiang Qianquan was slightly stunned and looked at Tanchin in silence for a long time. Okay, 1 month later, no matter what the result is, I will also fight with Wan. Either he dies or I die. Don't worry, Master. I will speed up. Jiang Qianquan finally held back, but it was only temporary. 2 sons died in 1 day, which made him hate the Chief family to the core. That night, not only the Jiang family couldn't sleep, the Chief family, who also received the news, also had trouble sleeping. In the back hall of the Chief family, everyone who was supposed to come had arrived. Even Linda and Lu Jie were called. Wan said in front of everyone, Jiang Haoran was killed tonight. Everyone knows about this, right? Wan glanced at Li Yuan and Lu Xiong, then changed the subject. Does this matter have anything to do with you? Li Yuan and Lu Xiong were both stunned. Grandpa, I didn't do this. I have been very busy with the recent renovation of the old city. Jiang Haoran and I have no grudge against each other. Lu Xiong said, Old man, you won't suspect me, right? There is absolutely no need for me to kill him. Li Yuan also said hurriedly. Wan looked doubtful and nodded. Well, I believe what you said. Old man, wasn't this arranged by you? Lu Xiong asked. Siming said, No, we just heard the news and wanted to ask if you did it. Oh, who could that be? Lu Xiong looked at Li Yuan. Li Yuan's face darkened. Why are you looking at me? Are you doubting me? No, I just want to see if Brotherly knows about it. I just got the news too. This is strange. Who else in Jiangling would deal with the Jiang family? Everyone fell in a deep thought. This happened too suddenly. I suspect someone instigated a fight between the Qi and Jiang families. Siming suddenly said this. What do you mean? Li Yuan looked confused. Since we last negotiated peace with Jiang Qianquan, everything seems so peaceful, especially in recent times. Wanru won the old city renovation project so easily. The Wang family also did not take any action, which is not like Wang Huan style at all. Jiang Haojia's case might just be a trigger. From the time Jiang Haojia was brought back to the police station to the time he was directly tried and executed, Han Long interfered throughout the entire period. Now thinking about it, it was very suspicious. Today I want to show my goodwill, but Han Long behaved quite uprightly and didn't give me any chance at all. He had a falling out with Jang Ha, but he didn't make friends with me. Why is that? Tonight, Jang Ha was killed again. Who would Jiang Qinquan think was responsible? Without a doubt, he would think it was us. What makes me even more surprised is that Jiang Qinquan did not take any action from the beginning to the end when Jiang Haojie was sentenced. This is not like his style at all. Qi Siming said solemnly. After he tried to make friends with Han Long today, but was rejected, he carefully analyzed the whole thing and felt that there was something fishy. In the evening, he learned that Jiang Haoran had been killed, which made him even more uneasy. You mean Jiang Haoran was most likely killed by Han Long? His purpose was to make us and the Jiang family fight to the death. Li Yuan asked. Qi Siming nodded. Well, apart from him, I really can't think of anyone else in Jiangling who would want to kill Jiang Haoran. The Qi and Jiang families are in a desperate situation, and he is the biggest beneficiary. Damn, this Han Long is too calculating. If this is true, what does he want to do? Does he want to kill us all? Does he want to be the king of Jiangling? Lu Xiong cursed. Qi Siming shook his head. I don't know, I'm just guessing. I hope I'm overthinking it. And Jiang Haoran was killed by someone else. If there's someone else dealing with the Jiang family in secret, who would it be? Li Yuan asked, puzzled. The news said that the one who killed Jiang Haoran was a professional killer with strength at the level of transformation. Do you think there's anyone else in Jiangling who can do it? Is there anyone here who has the strength and money? Qi Siming said. Li Yuan and Lu Xiong looked at each other. This was true. Apart from them, they couldn't think of anyone else in Jiangling who had the ability. Of course, it could also be Han Long. Since we didn't do it, shouldn't we make it clear to Jiang Qianquan to avoid any unpleasantness? Li Yuan said. Qi Siming shook his head. It's useless. Although Jiang Haoran's death was not caused by us, Jiang Haojie did die because of me. Jiang Qianquan will not listen to us at this time. This? Li Yuan was silent. Qi Zuan said, Okay, you don't have to be afraid. I asked you to come here today to ask about the situation. Whoever is behind the killing must have a purpose. Now that it has happened, everyone should be careful to prevent Jiang Qinquan from taking revenge. Yes. Don't worry, if that day comes, we'll just fight. It's still unknown who will win or lose. Also, you youngsters, when you go out recently, bring more people with you to avoid any accidents. Got it, old man. Let's all go back. Chapter 93, Buying a New House. The situation in Jiangling is becoming more and more complicated. Jiang Qinquan believes that Jiang Haoran was killed by the Qi family, and the Qi family believes that it might be Han Long's doing. With the deaths of Jiang Haojie and Jiang Haoran, Jiangling is destined not to have peace for long. Johnson, the real mastermind behind all this, doesn't care about the impending chaos in Jiangling at all. He is just thinking about his own comfortable life. How should I spend 1 million yuan? Early in the morning, Johnson couldn't wait to take Eve, Angela, and Zhao Liang to Jinxiu Real Estate. Johnson, it's been a long time since I last saw you. You're getting more and more handsome. Yeah, Johnson, weren't you transferred to the headquarters? How come you have time to come here today? Johnson entered the sales department. A young girl came up to him and started talking to him. Ha ha ha. From today on, your Johnson is back here as the security captain. Are you surprised? Johnson grinned. Really? Johnson. Zhou Ling came closer with a smile. The weapon was still so big that it pressed against Johnson's arm. Haha, it's true. That's great, Johnson. You still owe me a meal. Zhou Ling winked at Johnson. I'll treat you to dinner in a couple of days. Johnson said generously. Really? That's great, great. Zhou Ling excitedly took Johnson's arm and smiled so naughtily. Eve looked at Zhou Ling like this and couldn't help but pull Johnson. Brother, aren't you going to take me to see a house? Johnson was embarrassed and quickly pulled his hand out, saying with a smile, Well, buy a house, buy a house. By the way, Zhou Ling, do we have any houses that are ready for move-in? Hey, Johnson is going to buy a house? Yes, yes, yes. That's great. Let me introduce you. Zhou Ling enthusiastically dragged Johnson to the model area and said charmingly, Johnson, do you want a 3-bedroom, 1 living room, or a 4-bedroom, 2 living room, or a duplex? We want 4 bedrooms and 2 living rooms. Eve said. Zhou Ling glanced at Eve, then looked at Johnson and asked, Who is this little sister to Johnson? My sister. Sister. Zhou Ling enthusiastically introduced a house to Eve. There was a move-in ready house in this development, and people started moving in last month. The surrounding facilities are basically completed. The community has shops and a kindergarten, which is very suitable for Johnson now. After much consideration, Johnson bought a 180 square meter apartment with 4 bedrooms and 2 living rooms, which was also intended for Angela to live alone in the future. The sales price per square meter is 26,000 yuan, and the internal price is 20,000 yuan, which is the price of fine decoration. The total cost is 3.6 million. Johnson only has 1 million now, so he can only pay the down payment and become a mortgage slave. Johnson bought the house as soon as he said he would, and he paid 900,000 yuan that day, leaving 100,000 yuan for self-defense. The bank loan procedures were soon approved. In addition, Johnson was an internal staff member, so after signing the contract, the keys were delivered immediately and Johnson was allowed to move in first. Johnson and Zhao Yang were also very excited. They couldn't wait to leave work early, called a car, and moved all their belongings to the new house. The 180 square meter house is big enough for a family of 4 to live in. Looking at the new house, Eve and Zhao Yang are very happy. Yeah, brother, we have a new home. Angela was the happiest and was jumping around the house. Brother, I'm all thanks to you, Zhao Yang said with emotion as he looked at the house. Johnson smiled slightly. Why are you talking about this as a family? Finding a wife is the most important thing. Zhao Yang smiled and said, Haha, I do want to. Brother, go find if you want. We already have a house, so no one will dare to look down on you in the future, Eve said. Well, I'll try my best. Zhao Yang nodded. He was poor before, but now he has a house, a monthly salary of tens of thousands, and better conditions. Brother, you should find a sister-in-law as soon as possible. Johnson laughed and said, I'm not in a hurry. The main reason is that there is no suitable one. It's a pity that Mr. Song left otherwise. Zhao Yang didn't say anything else. She has a fiancé. What are you thinking about? Johnson always felt sad when he thought of Anne. He looked at the newly bought house, which was only affordable thanks to Anne. Thinking of this, Johnson couldn't help but go to the balcony and call Anne's cell phone. Johnson? Hey, do you still remember me? A familiar voice came from the other end of the phone. Ahem. Mr. Song, what are you talking about? Am I that kind of person? Come on, Johnson. That's just who you are. If I remember correctly, this is the first time you called me. Yeah. Isn't it? Let me think. You called me because you're short of money again? Let me tell you, Johnson, I don't have any money to give you. Johnson looked embarrassed and said, You said it as if all I care about is money. TSK, you sound like you're not that kind of person. Annie said with contempt. The conversation was almost over, so Johnson quickly changed the subject. I'm not calling because I'm short of money. I just want to ask how you've been doing lately. There was a sudden silence on the other end of the phone. Hello. It took a long time before I heard Annie say, I'm fine. Oh, when are you getting married? Do you want me to attend? Johnson really brought up something out of the blue. Hee. Are you happy that I'm getting married? I'm going to have a wedding banquet next month. Do you want to come and pack some food? Johnson's mouth twitched. Mr. Song, your words are somewhat insulting to me. Even if I go, I will congratulate you. Asshole, I'm only engaged. It's too early to get married. Oh. Johnson felt indescribable emotions when he thought about and getting engaged. After a long while, and saw that Johnson was silent, so she asked, Johnson, is there something you want to talk about? Did you pay? Johnson listened to Anne's gentle voice and felt warm in his heart. No, you left in a hurry last time, and I didn't have time to thank you properly. Oh, Mr. Song, I'm very grateful to you. You showed up and helped me when I was most helpless. Although you were not in a good mood towards me during this time in Jiangling, I know in my heart that you have been helping me. Thank you, Mingming. How are you? Anne's eyes were already filled with tears at this moment, and her voice was a little choked. I'm fine. You don't have to worry about me. Mingming, no matter what difficulties you encounter, as long as you tell me, I will support you even if the sky falls. Please believe me, I can do it. Johnson said seriously. Annie's nose was sore, and she laughed and scolded. Asshole, why did you call me? Can't you just forget about me? Johnson, do you love me? Do you like me? Johnson thought for a moment and said, I like you. Thank you, Johnson. Annie and Yin Jing was alone in the room, crying her eyes out. The door was pushed open and a maid walked in. Miss, it's time for dinner. Go away, I don't want to eat. Go away. And was so emotional that she yelled at the maid. The maid was so scared that she left in a hurry, since returning home, and has been depressed all day long, locking herself in her room, resisting this marriage she doesn't want. Chapter 94 Plan Implementation. Johnson hung up the phone with a heavy heart. He could tell from an S voice that she was resisting this marriage. He really wanted to help Annie, but he didn't know how to deal with this matter. What's more, there is Victoria. Victoria has already arrived in Yinjing safely. He doesn't know how to choose between these two women, and he doesn't understand the feelings between them. Now that both women are in Yinjing, this may be the best outcome. Now Johnson is still looking forward to his life getting better and better. He lives in a new house now, which is very close to his workplace, and he can be with Angela every day. His life is getting more and more comfortable. In the blink of an eye, it was December. Everything was so peaceful, and Jiang Qinquan did not take any action against the Chief family, which made the Chief family feel very uncomfortable. The calmer it is, the more it proves that the Jiang family is brewing a greater danger. But no one knows where this danger lies. Linda's Jinxiu group is also growing stronger and stronger. Without the competition from the Wang group, the Jinxiu group can now be said to be the only dominant company with unlimited prospects. The old city renovation plan is progressing quite rapidly. A large number of planned projects have taken shape, and most of them are expected to be completed by the end of next year. It seems that there is no crisis, but the real crisis has already come. In the private room on the second floor of the rich man's casino, Tanchin and Wang Huan were sitting on the sofa with their legs crossed. There were two people kneeling in front of them, a middle-aged man and a young man. They were none other than Li Feng and Lu Jia. They owed the casino 6 billion, and Tanchin was collecting the debt from them. Brother Qin, didn't you say you would give me 3 months? It's only been more than a month now, and I don't have that much money. Li Feng turned pale with fright and begged Tanchin pitifully. Tanchin said calmly, Li Feng, even if I give you a year, you can't come up with 6 billion. Why should I give you time? Do I know you well? This, Brother Qin, that's not what you said at the beginning. Otherwise, I wouldn't have bet so much. Tanchinru looked at him like an idiot and sneered. Really? If I hadn't said so, would you have gone to such lengths? What, Brother Qin? Li Feng really realized it late. Tanchin stopped pretending and said, Li Feng, don't say I won't give you a way out. As long as you transfer your Li family shares to me, everything between you and me will be done. Li Feng's legs went limp with fear, and he shook his head. No, no, no. If I transfer the shares to you, my brother will kill me. Li Feng, if you don't hand it over, do you think I will kill you? Your son Li Yuanhao will also have to die. Tanchin said lightly. Brother Qin, please let me go. I will pay you back the money slowly. Li Feng was really scared. He knelt down and crawled to Tanchin's feet, begging bitterly. Tanchin raised his leg and kicked Li Feng in the chest, saying, Within today, if you don't transfer your shares, I will let you die on the street. And of course your son will accompany you. Li Feng laughed miserably. I deserve to die. After saying that, he slapped himself hard. Don't slap me. Don't worry. As long as you hand over your shares, I can spare you and give you some money to let you leave Jiangling. Li Feng seemed to see hope. Gamblers can be ruthless in their hearts. He hurriedly asked, Are you telling the truth? Tanchin raised his lips and said, Of course. Not only will the 6 billion be written off, I will also give you 300 million so that you can leave Jiangling safely. 300 million is enough for you to live happily for the rest of your life. Li Feng didn't think twice. His eyes hardened, and he gritted his teeth. Okay, I'll do it. Haha. Li Feng, you are very tactful. As long as you keep your word, Brother Qin, I will go back and steal the share certificate and transfer it to you today. Brother Qin, then? Li Feng glanced at Tanchin. Tanchin immediately understood and gave a wink, and someone immediately prepared a huge check. I can cash it out to you right now. Li Feng took the check greedily and raised the corner of his mouth. Okay. Then, he was taken away by Gao Li. So gamblers can be so crazy, and Li Feng is just like that. For his own sake, he can ignore the safety of the Li family. After dealing with Li Feng, Tanchin's eyes fell on Lu Jia. Lu Jia shuddered all over and begged for mercy. Boss Tan, let's talk it over nicely. I will definitely pay you back. Please give me some time. I promise not to lose a cent. Tanchin smiled faintly. Young Master Lu, why are you shaking? I didn't say you can't pay it back. Yes. Lu Jia was also trembling with fear. However, what are you going to use to pay back 6 billion? I can only ask your father to help you pay it back. No. Boss Tan, I beg you to give me some time and don't look for my dad. Otherwise, he will beat me to death. Lu Jia was so scared that cold sweat broke out. Tanchin seized his weakness and continued. You? Can you pay it back? Hmm. Don't say I don't give you time. If you can't pay it back within a month, you'll die. Boss Tan, isn't 1 month too short? Can you give me a year? I will definitely be able to pay the money back within a year. Tanchin's face darkened, and he grabbed Lu Jie's collar. Boy, I'm not discussing this with you. Don't doubt that I will kill you. Yes, okay. Lu Jie nodded quickly. He was really afraid that Tanchin would kill him, so he didn't dare tell Lu Xiong about this. Brother Tan, what are you doing? Young Master Lu is Lu Xiong's son. We have to give him face. Wang Huan hurriedly tried to smooth things over. Brother Wang, if it weren't for Lu Xiong's sake, I would have chopped him into pieces and fed him to the dogs. Tanchin said coldly. These words frightened Lu Jie so much that he trembled with fear. He knew that these two people were not on good terms with the Lu family. Wang Huan laughed and said, just consider it as a favor to me. I will pay back young Master Lu's 6 billion for him. You're paying it back for him? Tanchin looked at Wang Huan in confusion. Wang Huan nodded. Well, I will pay back the money for Lu Jie. If Brother Tan doesn't trust me, I will pay it back today. Tanchin hesitated for a moment and said, okay, since Brother Wang has spoken, I won't bother Lu Jie anymore. Wang Huan thanked him gratefully. Thank you very much, brother. It's okay, Lu Jie, get up. From now on, your account belongs to Mr. Wang. Tanchin looked at Lu Jie with a smile. If we were to say who was the most confused, it would naturally be Lu Jie. He had no idea what these two were doing and was completely bewildered. Thank you, Boss Wang. Thank you, Boss Wang. Lu Jie kept nodding and bowing to Wang Huan. Tanchin said at the side, you should thank Mr. Wang very much. If it weren't for his face, I would chop off one of your hands today. Yes. Lu Jie smiled apologetically, totally unable to understand what Wang Huan was doing. Chapter 95, An Accident. Wang Huan also smiled, stood up and patted Lu Jie on the shoulder. Young Master Lu, you're welcome. As for me, I want to make friends with you. It's only natural for friends to help each other. Yes. Lu Jie was really flattered and kept nodding and bowing. Wang Huan said with a smile, Young Master Lu, don't be so reserved. We're a friend from now on. Sit down. Yes. Lu Jie didn't dare to ask more questions and sat on the sofa cautiously. Wang Huan looked at Lu Jie and said, by the way, Mr. Lu, how is your father's old city renovation going? Lu Jie didn't know anything. He just nodded and said, very good. Wang Huan crossed his legs and said with a smile, your dad is so lucky. He was able to get half of the project from Linda. Unlike me, after losing this project, my life has become worse and worse. Yes. No. Boss Wang will do better and better. Lu Jie had no idea how to communicate with Wang Huan. Wang Huan waved his hand and said, not really. By the way, Mr. Lu, I have a favor to ask you. Are you willing? When Lu Jie heard this, he nodded immediately. Yes, Boss Wang, just give me your orders. Wang Huan nodded. Young Master Lu is a straightforward person, so I won't beat around the bush. This is what I mean. I originally stockpiled a batch of building materials for the old city renovation project, but now I don't need them. I wonder if young Master Lu can take the building materials for me. If you agree, you don't have to pay back the 6 billion. When Lu Jie heard about this, he knew that although the Lu family took half of the cost of the old city renovation, all the building materials needed Linda's approval. Linda is in charge of all the building materials. Is that so? Wang Huan's expression changed slightly. Then young Master Lu can't do this? No, I can. Lu Jie didn't dare to say no. Wang Huan smiled slightly. Don't worry, Mr. Lu, I have an idea that can do it. Boss Wang ordered. Wang Huan said sternly. Young Master Lu, how about this? Although Linda is in charge of the building materials, you have the final say when the building materials arrive at the construction site. You can bring my goods over at night and exchange them. Then give me your goods, and once I buy them, I can not only pay off the 6 billion, but I can also give you some money. What do you think? When Lu Jie heard this, he said excitedly, okay, let's do as Boss Wang said. Ha, what a pleasure to work with you. Lu Jie felt relieved instantly. Not only did he pay off his debts, but he also got some money. It felt so good. Of course, he had no idea that this was a double act between Tanchin and Wang Huan, whose purpose was to plot against the Li and Lu families. After Lu Jie left, Wang Huan and Tanchin smiled at each other, treating Lu Jie as a fool. Brother Tan, it looks like everything is going well. Haha, this time the Li family has no chance of turning things around. Well, by the way, Brother Tan, Are you really going to send Li Feng away? Tanchin smiled faintly. Compare with the Li family. He is nothing. He is just a gambler. It's okay to keep him alive. Ha, I can't wait. It can be said that Li Feng is really a piece of shit. For his own sake, he really took advantage of Li Yuan's absence and sneaked back to the Li family to steal the shares. The share certificate has always been kept by his son Li Yuanhao, so he naturally knew where Li Yuanhao put it. Taking advantage of his identity, Li Feng easily stole 30% of the shares of the Li family's business. He transferred it to Tanchin on the same day and ran away overnight with a huge sum of 300 million yuan. Li Yuan naturally knew nothing about this matter. On the other hand, Lu Jie also started to take action. He returned home and took the initiative to show that he had changed for the better. He begged Lu Xiong to let him go to the project as a supervisor. Although Lu Xiong looked down on Lu Jie, he was his only son after all, so he arranged for him to join the project department. When Lu Jie arrived at the project department, he did nothing but delivered all the building materials in the construction site warehouse to Wang Huan in the second half of the night. He then put the building materials that Wang Huan gave him back into the construction site warehouse. He did it without anyone noticing. Linda has always been worried about Lu Xiong's other half of the renovation, so all the building materials and planning have to be approved by Linda, but she did not expect that it is difficult to guard against thieves in the house. A crisis against the Li family and Jinxiu group has quietly arrived. As the year was coming to an end, the renovation of the old city was about to be suspended, and the accident happened on this day. A half-built building collapsed, killing several construction workers. As soon as the incident happened, Lu Xiong rushed to the scene and looked at the collapsed building with a deathly pale face. What's going on? Lu Xiong called the foreman in charge to question him. Mr. Lu, please calm down. This is none of my business. I did everything according to the drawings, but the foreman spoke hesitantly. He naturally knew that there was something wrong with the building materials, but he didn't dare to ask the reason. Lu Xiong grabbed his collar and asked angrily, just what? Yes, there's a problem with the building materials. It is really none of our business. Damn, why is there a problem with the building materials? Lu Xiong was furious and slapped him. If you don't explain the problem to me, I will kill you. The foreman was so frightened that he fell to his knees and said, Boss Lu, this is none of my business. I've already discovered quality issues with the building materials. I told Master Lu about it, but he told me not to worry about it. I have no choice. Lu Xiong noticed something was wrong and asked, what do you mean? Jinxiu is in charge of all the building materials. What could go wrong? Yes, Master Lu. There's indeed no problem with the building materials sent by Jinxiu, but they were all replaced by Master Lu. He said it was your idea, Master Lu. Fuck you. Lu Xiong raised his leg and kicked him. Explain to me clearly, what does this have to do with Lu Jie? The foreman was naturally aware of Lu Jie's activities. The building materials delivered were in good condition, but they changed the next day. He also asked Lu Jie about it, but Lu Jie insisted that it was Lu Xiong's arrangement. Naturally, he did not dare to ask more questions. Many unscrupulous companies would commit fraud in this project to make a profit, so he didn't take it seriously. Boss Lu, please spare me. This is really none of my business. All these building materials were replaced by quality defective ones by young Master Lu. I didn't know anything would happen. Lu Xiong already understood. No wonder Lu Jie had been so attentive recently. Now he really regretted it. Fuck you. Why didn't you tell me when you found the problem? Lu Xiong was so angry that he kicked the foreman a few more times. Where's Lu Jie? He ran away. After the building collapsed, he left. Ah, fine. Bring this beast back to me. Lu Xiong almost fainted from anger. He had been counting on this project to move to a higher level, but now there were serious quality problems. Not only could he not make money, he might even lose money. Linda learned the news immediately. Her heart skipped a beat, and she rushed to the scene without stopping. Chapter 96 Actions Against the Leaf Family. As soon as we arrived at the scene, we saw collapsed ruins and the fire brigade's rescue team searching on spot. Workers from the entire project also rushed to participate in the rescue. Mr. Li is here. Linda looked suspicious and rushed to the scene, only to see Lu Xiong in a rage. Uncle Lu, what's going on? Why did this problem occur? You must give me an explanation. Linda questioned Lu Xiong with a cold face. Lu Xiong felt guilty and smiled. Wanru, you're here. I'm still investigating this matter. Calm down first. Calm down? How do you want me to calm down? Such a big thing happened. Do you know how much impact it has on me? Linda said angrily. Well, Wanru, let's go over there and talk. Lu Xiong didn't have any temper, So he called Linda to the project department to talk. Tell me, what's going on? Linda's face was completely unhappy. Lu Xiong sighed and gritted his teeth. To tell you the truth, this was all caused by my disappointing son, Lu Jie. He replaced all the building materials in the warehouse with those of questionable quality, which is why this happened. What? Linda was shocked. Everything was replaced? Does that mean the entire project has quality issues? I don't know now. That rebellious son has already run away. Lu Xiong wished he could kill Lu Jie with one palm. Linda also looked ashen, touching her forehead. Uncle Lu, how did you promise that Lu Jie was your son? He stole the building materials. Now, such a big thing has happened. Do you know what it means? Once the government requires quality inspection, if the project fails, I may have to face huge compensation. Not only that, the entire project will also be suspended. The loss here is as high as tens of billions. Wanru, don't be anxious. Nothing serious has happened yet, right? Chi Siming is in charge of this project. As long as he keeps it under control, there will be no big deal. I will hurry up and rework it. I will take responsibility for all the losses, okay? Lu Xiong said. That being said, what if even Uncle Chi can't control him? Linda asked worriedly. Lu Xiong thought for a moment and said, well, I'll go to the government compound now. I'll go with you. Good. Linda is feeling very nervous now, as she is the person in charge of the entire project. If anything goes wrong, she will be the first one to be blamed. He and Lu Xiong immediately rushed to the government compound, in an independent villa in Jiangling. This is Li Yuan's golden house. He kept a lover without telling Linda. When he was about to have dinner with his lover, he suddenly received a call from Linda, saying that something happened and he didn't want to eat either. Honey, where are you going? Sitting opposite him was a young woman with a great appearance and figure. Her belly was slightly bulging, and it was obvious that she was pregnant. Li Yuan said with a heavy face, Su Fei, eat by yourself. I have something urgent to do at the government compound. Su Fei's face changed, and she said coquettishly, my dear, you are always like this. When can you take me home? How long will you keep doing this secretly? Li Yuan's mouth twitched. It's almost time. When the baby is born, I will be honest with Wanru. My dear, I don't know why you are afraid of your daughter, really. Forget it. I'll talk to you later. I really have to leave now. Li Yuan left a word and walked out in a hurry. Keep a good eye on Su Fei and don't let her go out for the next while. Yes, there were several of Li Yuan's trusted aides guarding the door. Linda about his keeping a woman. Less than 10 minutes after Li Yuan left, a black business car slowly arrived at the door of the villa. Sitting in the car was Tanchin's confidant Gao Li and several masked robbers. Be quicker, Gao Li ordered coldly. Yes. The car door was pushed open, and several robbers quickly got out and rushed into the villa with guns in their hands. Who is it? The security guard at the door saw that something was wrong and immediately drew his gun. Beep, beep, beep. Suddenly, there was a sound of gunfire, and soon several security guards at the door were shot dead. Several masked robbers rushed into the villa. Su Fei, who was inside the villa, had already been frightened by the gunshots outside and held her ears with a look of horror on her face. Take away. What are you doing? Help! Help! Several masked robbers dragged Su Fei away without saying a word, quickly took her to the car, and left quickly. Gao Li's goal was very clear. He was targeting Su Fei. Although Li Yuan concealed it very well, Tan had already figured out that he kept a woman. And Su Fei is an important chess piece for Tanchin to deal with the Li family, and she could be used now. Li Yuan, who knew nothing, hurried to the city government, where Linda and Lu Xiong happened to have just arrived. What happened to Wanru? Why is she so anxious? Li Yuan asked. Linda's pretty face was cold. You ask Uncle Lu. Li Yuan looked at Lu Xiong. What's going on? Lu Xiong felt guilty and said, Brother Li, don't worry. This is all caused by my rebellious son. He secretly replaced the building materials with quality ones. I guess he sold the good ones. Now there are problems with the building. What? Li Yuan grabbed Lu Xiong's collar angrily. Lu Xiong, you're going to kill my Li family. Don't get excited, don't get excited. Brother Li, I will take responsibility for this matter. It hasn't come to that point yet. Yes, Dad. Let's see what Uncle Chi can do first. Humph. Li Yuan let go of Lu Xiong and said angrily, Lu Xiong, I'm telling you, you should clean up the shit your son pooped. I understand. Lu Xiong didn't get angry. After all, it was Lu Jie who caused this immoral thing. The three of them came to Chi Siming's office to find him. At this time, Chi Siming had also received the news. Not only did he know about this, but Han Long and Jiang Haoyu also received the news. Qi Siming also had a suspicious look on his face. He was not surprised to see the three people and greeted them calmly. Sit down. As soon as the three of them sat down, Qi Siming asked, "What happened? Why did the building collapse?" Linda and Li Yuan both looked at Lu Xiong, and Lu Xiong had no choice but to say, "It's all my fault. It was my disappointing son who secretly replaced the building materials without my knowledge, which led to this situation. You should think of a way to suppress this matter. I will immediately go back to work, and I will be responsible for the loss." Qi Siming was speechless for a while and sighed, "Brother Lu, I'm not saying anything bad about you, but Lu Jie should have been disciplined a long time ago. Now that he has caused such a big incident, I can't suppress it just because I want to." Just now, Jiang Haoyu and Han Long called me to ask what's going on. What are they doing? They're keeping an eye on this matter and won't let it go. Linda got anxious when she heard this and said, "Uncle Qi, what should we do?" Qi Siming glanced at Linda and sighed. "Alas, I try my best to help you, but this matter is not that simple. Now that I think about it, it feels wrong that Jiang Haoyu and Wang Huan let you take down the project so easily." Qi Siming looked at Lu Xiong as he spoke. Now that this has happened, it's possible that Jiang Haoyu and Wang Huan were behind it. Chapter 97, Qi Siming was suspended. Lu Xiong knew that Qi Siming's words were full of hidden meaning, and he immediately said, "I really don't know about Siming's matter. If anyone knows, God will punish them. When I find Lu Jie, I will kill him and find out whether he did it himself or someone instructed him to do it. Lu Xiong, let me tell you, you are also responsible for what Lu Jie did." Li Yuan said, Okay, let me take the blame. Lu Xiong really wanted to kill Lu Jie with a single blow. Qi Siming advised, "Don't worry, I'm just guessing. Maybe Lu Jie's behavior was just personal. But you have to take responsibility for the loss, Brother Lu. As for the government, I will do my best to help you. Then I'll have to trouble Uncle Qi." Linda said, "Alas, Wanru, if Jiang Haoyu is really targeting you this time, I'm afraid things will be difficult to handle. You'd better prepare for the worst." Qi Siming reminded. Linda was slightly stunned. When Li Yuan heard this, he became anxious. "Siming, don't scare me. If something really happens, Wanru will bear the brunt. She is the main person in charge of the project. Once there is a problem, the huge compensation is another matter. If the project is taken back, there will be no chance of recovery. Even if Jinxiu is compensated for everything, it can't make up for this hole." Qi Siming fell silent. In order to ensure the rigor of the project and to allow Linda to take over the project smoothly, the contract was quite strict. Now he thinks it was too impulsive. Qi Siming's silence made Li Yuan even more worried. He took out his anger on Lu Xiong and shouted at him angrily, "Lu Xiong, you were the one who wanted to interfere in the beginning. Now you've caused such a big trouble. Don't try to push it on a Wanru. If you really want to pay compensation, start with your Lu family." When Lu Xiong heard about the compensation, he felt a little overwhelmed and said, "I don't want this to happen either. I'm telling you, Lu Xiong, don't yawn. If that day comes, I'll raid your house. Li Yuan, don't go too far. What? You want to stay out of this?" "I didn't say that." "That's good." Seeing the two quarreling, Qi Siming comforted them. "Things haven't come to that point yet, but you two started quarreling first. Wait for my news. Wanru and Lu Xiong, you go back to comfort the casualties and establish your image. I will deal with them here. As long as the project is still there, at most you will earn less. Lu Xiong will be responsible for the losses over there." This is the only way now. Lu Xiong was in no mood to care about comforting others. He just wanted to find Lu Jie and vent his anger. Linda had no choice but to take over the mess left by Lu Xiong. As the three of them walked out of the government building, Li Yuan received a call saying that something had happened to Su Fei. "What? I'll be right there." Li Yuan looked anxious and was about to leave immediately. Linda was slightly stunned. "Dad, what happened again?" Li Yuan said calmly, "It's just a small matter, don't worry." When Li Yuan arrived at the villa, he looked at the bodies at the door, and his mood sunk to the bottom. He roared angrily, "What's going on? Who dares to touch my woman?" Lei Hu from the Ian gang said, "We haven't found out yet." Li Yuan had completely lost his composure and asked coldly, "When did you find out about this?" "Someone heard gunshots. I rushed over after receiving the news. It shouldn't be long. Investigate. Send all the brothers out to investigate for me. Find out who did it and kill him." Yes. Li Yuan was in a very bad mood. Soon, Disciples of Jiangling Yan Gang began to search for people all over the streets, and Jiangling was in complete chaos. After Linda and the other two left the city government, Han Long called Chi Siming and Jang Ha to his office. Han Long still politely asked the two to sit down. The old city renovation project is a key project in Jiangling City. Today, a building collapsed before it was completed. I used to not care about these things. Now many people in the municipal government are questioning this matter, and Jiangdu Prefecture is also questioning this matter. They asked me to investigate it thoroughly to see if there is any trickery, whether Jinxiu Group is not qualified to undertake the construction, and whether there is a risk of collapse in the existing buildings. You are the project leader of Chidu Mansion, and you are the one who protected Jinxiu Group. Now that this has happened, you must take responsibility. I called you here today to ask you how you will solve this problem. Han Long's goal is quite clear. Chi Siming hadn't spoken yet. Jiang Haoyu said, "At the beginning, I felt that Jinxiu's qualifications were not enough. How could a company that had been established for only 3 years have the qualifications to undertake such a large project?" Kidufu ignored the objections and suppressed the Wong Group, which had decades of experience. Now, a big incident has occurred before it even started. This is just the beginning. If a collapse occurs after it is invested in the future, it will be a big incident. My opinion is also the opinion of many people. Immediately terminate the cooperation with Jinxiu Group. Let Wong Group take over the project, conduct quality inspection on the existing projects, solve the problems immediately, and investigate Linda's responsibility for the accident and compensation. More importantly, Kidufu also needs to take responsibility. I suggest that he be suspended immediately for investigation, and I will take over the follow-up of the project. Chi Siming sneered. Jiangdu Prefecture, you're going too far? It is inevitable that there will be problems with the project. Whether Jinxiu is qualified or not is a matter of choice. As for the quality problems with the building, there is no major loss for the time being. We only need to inspect the building and solve any problems found. Aren't you making a fuss over nothing? Jiang Haoyu smiled calmly. What a fuss? I heard that more than a dozen workers died. I also heard that the building materials used in the entire building were all inferior products. What is this for? This is blatant corruption, treating people's lives as worthless. I even suspect that you are also involved in making money. Jiang Haoyu, stop slandering me. Governor, in the name of the capital, I request that Chi Siming be investigated to see if he has used the project to embezzle. Governor, Jiang Haoyu is seeking revenge for personal gain. Governor, this matter is of great importance. I suspect that Chi Si has seriously violated regulations, and Jinxiu Group seriously does not meet the requirements. I request to personally serve as the project leader. Governor, I will take responsibility for this matter. Give me a month, and I will solve all the problems. Han Long looked at the two of them, showing a meaningful smile, and said to Chi Siming, Chidu Mansion, a man of integrity is not afraid of his own shadow. Since Jiangdu Mansion is suspicious of you, you must prove yourself. How about this? The project will be temporarily handed over to Jiangdu Mansion for full responsibility, and whether Jinxiu is qualified will be decided by him after investigation. You will be temporarily suspended from work and undergo investigation. What? Chi Siming looked at Han Long in disbelief, not understanding which side he was on. Han Long did not give him a chance to explain and immediately made the decision. Okay, I'm also for fairness and justice in this matter. As the governor, I supervise officials at all levels and have the right to investigate you. This is also a decision made by the municipal government. Your Excellency, the governor is wise. Jiang Haoyu's mouth curled up slightly. As soon as he finished speaking, the Municipal Commission for Discipline Inspection walked in. Chi Siming glanced at Han Long and Jiang Haoyu, then stood up angrily. Just wait and see, Jiang Haoyu. Now, he can only helplessly follow the Discipline Inspection Commission to accept investigation. Chapter 98 Linda is taken away. Chi Siming was powerless. Jiang Haoyu had been holding back his anger for a long time. In recent times, the Jiang family had been tolerating the Qi family in every way just to wait for this moment. The first thing to do now is to destroy the Li family. Jiang Haoyu can't wait to deal with Linda. The first thing to do is to send someone to Jinxiu to bring Linda back for accountability. Linda placed all her hopes on Chi Siming. She had just returned to the company and hadn't even sat down when she received a call from Chi Siming, asking her to prepare for the worst. Linda received the notice. Her face looked extremely haggard, and she slumped in her seat in a daze. She didn't understand why this was the outcome. Soon, the municipal personnel came to Jinxiu Group and went directly to the top floor to find Linda. Stop! When Gui and Lung Bing saw these people, they immediately came to the door to stop them. We are from the municipal investigation team. We are taking Linda back to the municipal government to be held accountable. All unrelated people, please get out of the way. Gui and Lung Bing looked at each other and naturally would not give way easily. At this moment, Linda opened the door expressionlessly and said calmly, "I'll go with you." "Miss, I'm fine." Linda was quite calm and followed the investigation team out. With Linda being taken away, the entire Jinxiu Group fell into a low ebb. Everyone knew that something had gone wrong with the old city renovation. Soon, Linda was taken to Jang Haoyu's office. Jang Haoyu was polite and said, "Please take a seat, Mr. Lee." Linda said nothing and sat on the sofa. Jang Haoyu took the contract they had signed and sat down opposite her. He got straight to the point. "I am now in charge of the old city renovation project. According to the contract you signed with Chi Siming, if there are any quality problems or serious accidents in the project, you will bear all the responsibilities and compensation. I have the right to stop cooperating with you." This is the accident investigation report. In the old city renovation project, serious violations of building materials occurred in multiple projects. The quality inspection results were all unqualified, and there are huge safety hazards. Now, I formally inform you that your contract with the government has officially ended. According to the contract, you will bear all losses. Do you make sense? Linda looked at Jiang Haoyu and smiled faintly. "No." "Very good, sign it." Jiang Haoyu had already made preparations and pushed the compensation letter to Linda. Linda read it carefully and became more and more frightened. The direct compensation amount was as high as tens of billions, and she had invested so much money, and it was all taken over by the government. This was pushing her into a dead end. Jiangdu Prefecture, this compensation amount is close to the project amount. Isn't it too much? Linda said. Jiang Haoyu said expressionlessly, "The government values Jinxiu Group, so they went to great lengths to entrust it with such an important task. Your company did not meet the safety and quality requirements in accordance with the contract, resulting in serious accidents, project delays, and work returns. More importantly, all of your company's plans need to be rectified, which is a considerable expense. You directly increased the government budget by 100%. Is there a problem?" She knew that this was a conspiracy between the Jiang and Wang families, but she still refused to sign. "I don't accept it." Jiang Haoyu raised the corner of his mouth and leaned back on the sofa. "It doesn't matter. I will arrest you immediately for security crimes, corruption, and causing death." "You?" Linda stood forward angrily, her lips trembling. "Okay, I'll sign it." Linda gritted her teeth, her eyes red, and signed the compensation letter with a pen. This also meant that Jinxiu Group was about to collapse. Her and Annie's efforts over the past 3 years will be wasted. "Can I go now?" Jiang Haoyu waved his hand and said, "Please do as you please. Remember the 3 days, otherwise the debt will increase." Linda turned around and left without saying a word. "Miss, are you okay?" Chen Gui and Lung Bing had already been waiting outside. Linda shook her head in a depressed mood. "It's okay. Go back to the company." "Good." Back at the company, Linda sat alone in the office. Tears began to fall uncontrollably, and she sobbed softly. Faced with tens of billions of dollars in compensation, the only thing she can do now is to mortgage the entire Jinxiu Group, including all the assets under her name, and even that is not enough to pay the compensation. The main reason is that she invested a lot of money in the early stage, and now it's all gone to waste. Linda was heartbroken when she thought about the company that she and had worked so hard to build and saw it go bankrupt overnight. But in the end, we still have to face reality. Li Yuan was already angry because his lover was missing, and when he heard that Linda was taken away, he rushed over in a hurry. When he pushed the door open and saw Linda with pear blossoms on her face, he asked with concern, "What happened to Wanru?" Linda couldn't hold it in any longer and burst into tears. "Dad, I'm bankrupt, and Jinxiu Group is finished." "What? What's going on?" Li Yuan was struck by lightning. Linda repeated what had just happened. "Damn it." Li Yuan gritted his teeth and cursed. "It's all Lu Xiong. It's all that son of a bitch. If he hadn't intervened in the beginning, this wouldn't have happened. I said at the beginning that it wasn't worth it for a security guard, and now something has really happened. That Johnson is the bane of our family." Li Yuan was so angry that he had no place to vent his anger. Now that he thought of Johnson, if it wasn't for protecting Johnson, Linda wouldn't have agreed to give half of the project to Lu Xiong. Dad, what's the point of saying this now? No. This matter was caused by Lu Xiong. He won't have an easy time. I'll go find him now. Li Yuan was not willing to accept this. Just then his phone rang. It was Zidane calling. Okay, I'm going to settle the score with him. Li Yuan hung up the phone and said, Wanru, come with me to Chi's house. Lu Xiong is there too. Good. Soon, Li Yuan arrived at the back hall of the Chi family. Chi's Wan, Chi Siming, and Lu Xiong were waiting for him. Lu Xiong. As soon as Li Yuan saw Lu Xiong, he stared at him fiercely and strode towards him. Lu Xiong was startled and stood up immediately. Brother Li, let's talk about it. Li Yuan grabbed Lu Xiong by the collar and said angrily, Wanru was killed by you, and you're still talking about your mother. When Lu Xiong heard this, he immediately got angry and twisted Li Yuan's hand away, angrily scolding. Li Yuan, don't think I'm easy to bully. If we really want to fight, do you think I'm afraid of you? Come on, let's go out and fight. Who's afraid of who? The two started fighting as soon as they met. Chi Wan's face turned pale, and he shouted, You are rebelling? I'm not dead yet, sit down now. Li Yuan and Lu Xiong were frightened, glared at each other, and sat down obediently. What Chi Wan feared most was a quarrel between the two families. When he learned that Chi Siming was suspended and something went wrong with the project, he guessed that this matter was not simple and it must be the Jiang family behind it. If you don't mediate at this time, once you make a mess, the consequence will be that you will lose some money. Chapter 99 Linda is being chased for debt. Chi Wan's face turned pale, and he looked at the two of them angrily. If you want to fight, wait until I die, then you can fight as you like. Grandpa, I don't want to fight. It's all his fault. Now Wanru has to face tens of billions of compensation. The project has been terminated, and all the money has been wasted. No one can tolerate this. Li Yuan said. When Lu Xiong heard that the matter was so serious, he stopped talking. Chi Wan looked at Linda. What's going on, Wanru? Linda told Chi Wan the whole story in detail, and he was also very angry. It's a conspiracy. This must be Jiang Qianquan's conspiracy. The purpose is to bring down Jinxiu Group and make you two families fall out. You must stay calm now and don't act impulsively. Old man, it's easy to say, but how can we remain calm about this matter? While Lu Xiong is here, this incident was caused by his son, so he should pay the money. Li Yuan pointed at Lu Xiong and said. Lu Xiong naturally would not agree and said, What should I compensate? If there is any problem with the project, I'm willing to pay to solve it. Now it is the Jiang family who is targeting Jinxiu Group. What can I compensate? Seeing Lu Xiong turning against him and refusing to admit his mistake, Li Yuan said, Okay, this is what you said. As long as Lu Jie shows up, I will kill him. Li Yuan, you dare? Lu Xiong said angrily. Stop arguing. Chi Wan shouted angrily, then looked at Lu Xiong. Where is Lu Jie now? Hand him over and find out what happened. Lu Xiong naturally would not hand him over, and said, Old man, I'm looking for him too. He disappeared after the accident. Chi Wan frowned and said, Lu Xiong, this matter was caused by Lu Jie. You must take responsibility for it. Lu Xiong said with embarrassment, Old man, what can I do to bear the responsibility? I have invested tens of billions in the old city project. Now it's all gone down the drain. Now I have to pay tens of billions more. Isn't this asking for my life? If you don't compensate, who will? Li Yuan said angrily. Lu Xiong said coldly, Li Yuan, this happened on my side. I admit it, but you want me to pay the full amount? No way. Just wait and see. Who's afraid of who? Chi Wan said coldly. Why don't you understand? This is the Jiang family's way of making you fight each other. By then, it will not be a matter of money, but a matter of life and death. Everyone is sad when something happens. My Chi family will pay 10 billion, and the rest will be shared by your two families. Lu Xiong immediately said, 10 billion, my bottom line. Lu Xiong, what do you mean? Dad. Linda stopped the angry Li Yuan and said, I promise, Uncle Lu will pay 10 billion, and I will bear the rest. Wanru, are you crazy? Li Yuan didn't understand. Linda shook her head. Dad, don't embarrass Uncle Lu. Grandpa Chi is right. This matter is not that simple. I have thought about it. I will pay all the assets under Jinxiu Group and my personal name. The worst that can happen is bankruptcy. As long as the situation in Jiangling is stable, I still have a chance. Chi Wan smiled with relief. Okay. Wanru, At this point, Li Yuan can only do this. With the mediation of Zidane, the relationship between the two families was temporarily stable. However, Tanchin's conspiracy goes far beyond this. The top floor of the rich casino. Lu Jie is hiding here. After the accident at the building, he was afraid that the truth would be exposed, so he immediately ran to Wang Huan for shelter. Of course, Wang Huan was also quite loyal and kept treating everyone to delicious food and drinks. Lu Jie was drinking to his heart's content and had no idea the seriousness of the problem. Just when he and Wang Huan were drinking happily, Gali walked up to Wang Huan and whispered a few words in his ear. Wang Huan looked at Lu Jie with a triumphant smile. "Come on, young Master Lu is drunk. Send him back to his room." "Boss Wang, I haven't had enough fun yet," Lu Jie said drunkenly. Wang Huan smiled and said, "Mr. Lu, what's the point of drinking? I have prepared a surprise for you." "Really? What's the surprise?" "You'll find out when you go in." As they were talking, Lu Jie was sent to a presidential suite by Wang Huan. Wang Huan opened the door and saw a stunning beauty lying on the bed. As soon as Lu Jie saw the woman, his eyes lit up. "Boss Wang, you are so polite." Wang Huan smiled faintly. "Do you like it?" "I like it." "That's good. She's yours tonight. Master Lu can play with her however he wants." "Thank you, Boss Wang." Lu Jie thanked Wang Huan profusely and could not wait to go to the room. Looking at the unconscious, beautiful woman on the bed, he pounced on her eagerly and kissed and nibbled her. That night, Lu Jie fully vented his desires on the woman. Early the next morning, Linda was dressed neatly and just arrived at the company's door. She saw a lot of people gathered at the door. All of them were building material suppliers. When they heard that Jin Xiu had lost the project and was facing bankruptcy, they all blocked the door in a threatening manner. The leader was George. George thought he could go to the next level this time. When he learned that Jin Xiu was in trouble, he immediately organized people to cause trouble. The others were still a little embarrassed. After all, they had made a lot of money from Jin Xiu some time ago. It was a bit unreasonable to turn against each other just after the incident. "Linda, when will we settle our payment?" Others didn't dare to look at Linda directly, so George stepped forward and questioned her. Linda looked at George with a sullen face. "Your name is George, and Johnson is your nephew?" Linda knew him and initially wondered why and chose an underfunded company, and told her that George was Johnson's uncle. George nodded. "That's right. Don't mention relationships to me. I have nothing to do with Johnson. You must pay the money today, otherwise we will not leave." Linda heard this. She became extremely disgusted with George and even resented Johnson. "Drive them away," Linda said coldly. The security guard immediately stepped forward to drive George away. "Linda, why are you chasing us away? You owe us money. Shouldn't you pay it back?" George said loudly. Linda was too lazy to pay attention to him and wanted to walk around him. George was relentless and rushed forward to stop Linda, cursing, "Linda, why are you still so proud? Jin Xiu Group is going bankrupt. If you don't pay me today, I will block you every day. Everyone must not let Linda go. Jin Xiu Group is facing tens of billions of compensation. If you don't get the money, they will declare bankruptcy." As soon as these words were spoken, other building material suppliers who were not too embarrassed to do so also stood up to demand their debts. "Mr. Lee, how do you think of our money?" "Yes, Mr. Lee, we are a small business and can't afford to lose money." A group of people gathered around Linda and chattered. Linda never thought of delaying their payment. She had to deal with things one by one. Seeing that this group of people would never stop, Linda angrily said, "Get out of here." After Linda yelled at them, everyone moved aside. George was reckless and stood in front of her. "Linda, if you don't pay me, you can't enter the company today." Linda frowned and stared at him angrily. Chun Gue, behind him, couldn't stand it any longer, so he went over and slapped George in the face. "Don't you understand what I'm saying? Ah, you dare to hit someone?" George was slapped down and covered his face and cursed. "You bastard, you dare to hit me?" Chun Gue was furious and kicked George. All I could hear was George's screams. Linda said, "Okay, stop fighting. Tell the finance department to pay all the money to these building material suppliers." Leaving a word, Linda walked into the company. Chapter 100: Jin Xiu Bankruptcy. George was severely beaten by Chun Gue. After Chun Gue left, everyone rushed to help George up. At this moment, he had been beaten into a pig's head, but everyone was still very grateful to him. It was because of him that Linda asked the finance department to settle everyone's money first. George was just a minor incident. Linda's bigger crisis was that the entire group was facing bankruptcy, so she immediately held a meeting when she arrived at the company. Linda did not hide it. Given the company's current situation, it had no choice but to declare bankruptcy. However, Linda had made preparations in advance. In order to ensure that all employees would not suffer any loss, she prepared 3 months' salary for each employee last night. This was the last thing she did for her employees. As Linda publicly announced the company's bankruptcy and laid off all employees, all that was left was compensation from the mortgage company. The company includes all its properties and all unsold buildings. Now Jinsho is completely finished. Linda has nothing now. The conspiracy against the Lee family goes far beyond this. In the presidential suite on the top floor of the tycoon's house, Lu Jie slept until noon after a night of tossing and turning. Lu Jie, who had just woken up, looked at the naked woman on the bed and instantly felt desire again. He turned over and pressed on her. At this moment, the woman felt pain all over her body and her head was dizzy. When she opened her eyes, she saw Lu Jie lying on her body. She was so scared that she screamed loudly. "Ah, who are you? Someone come. Someone come." The woman was none other than Li Yuan's lover Su Fei. She was abducted last night, knocked unconscious, and then insulted by Lu Jie. She only woke up now. "Ha ha, my beauty, I will treat you well." Lu Jie had a lewd smile on his face, not realizing the seriousness of the problem at all. Su Fei was terrified. She desperately massaged Lu Jie and cursed. "Get out of here right now. Do you know whose woman I am?" Lu Jie smiled faintly. "Haha, in Jiangling, I don't care whose woman you are, I dare to sleep with you. Didn't I sleep with you last night? Why don't you remember it?" Su Fei was furious when she heard this and slapped Lu Jie. "You dare to sleep with me? You're dead. I'm Li Yuan's woman." "Who?" Lu Jie was petrified when he heard Li Yuan's name and looked at Su Fei in confusion. Su Fei pushed Lu Jie away, covered herself with the quilt, and glared at him. "I am Li Yuan's woman. If you dare to sleep with me, he will not let you go." Lu Jie understood at this time. Cold sweat broke out on his forehead, and his face, which had been arrogant just now, turned as pale as death. "How could this happen? I didn't mean to do that. I didn't mean to do that." Lu Jie was so frightened that he couldn't speak clearly. He hurriedly put on his clothes and ran out. He thought about running away. If Li Yuan knew that he slept with Su Fei, he would die. "Mr. Lu, hurry up and go." Just as Lu Jie was about to escape, Wang Huan, who was sitting in the living room, shouted with a smile. Lu Jie pretended to be calm. "Boss Wang is here. I have something to do outside." Wang Huan smiled faintly. Was that woman satisfied last night? Lu Jie's body trembled, and he asked in a low voice, "Boss Wang, who is that woman?" Wang Huan laughed and said, "Her name is Su Fei, and she is Li Yuan's woman." Lu Jie had a sad face, and his whole body was shaking. "Boss Wang, you are harming me, aren't you? If Li Yuan knew about this, he would definitely kill me." "Then don't let him know," Wang Huan said. "What?" Lu Jie looked at Wang Huan in confusion. Wang Huan saw that he was really stupid, so he stepped forward and whispered in his ear, "You know this, I know it, and that woman knows it too. I won't tell anyone, will you?" Of course, even a dead person won't tell anyone. No matter how dumb Lu Jie was, he understood what he heard, and he was so scared that he collapsed on the sofa. "Boss Wang, I don't dare." Wang Huan said calmly. "Then there is nothing we can do. If she goes back and tells Li Yuan, you will be doomed." Lu Jie wanted to cry but couldn't. When he thought about his own death, he became frightened and his eyes turned red. Yes. Kill her and no one will know." Lu Jie's heart turned ruthless, his eyes filled with murderous intent. He returned to the room, and without waiting for Su Fei to speak, he pounced on her like a demon, grabbing her throat tightly with both hands. "Ah, D. Su Fei struggled in pain. Her pupils grew larger and larger, her tongue sticking out slightly, and after struggling for more than a minute, she was strangled to death by Lu Jie. After Lu Jie strangled Su Fei to death, he loosened his hands in fear, looked at Su Fei's body with fear in his eyes, and cold sweat ran down his body. Wang Huan walked in and patted him on the shoulder. "Don't be afraid. I'll help you deal with the body. Just don't show up for a while." Yes, Boss Wang. You must not tell anyone." Wang Huan smiled and said, "Don't worry." After saying that, he gave a wink, and someone took Su Fei's body away. What Lu Jie didn't know was that everything from last night to when he killed Su Fei just now was recorded by Wang Huan. This would be the opportunity for the Li and Lu families to break up completely. That afternoon, Li Yuan received a notice from Lei, who's saying that Su Fei had been found dead. Li Yuan was furious and rushed over, only to see Su Fei's tragically dead body and the child he had never met. Who did it? Find out for me. Li Yuan ruara tangrili. The series of disadvantages had made him lose control of his emotions. After dealing with Su Fei's matter, Li Yuan returned home in a daze. Dad, what's wrong with you? Linda has also returned home now, and the villa has been mortgaged. She saw that Li Yuan looked pale and weak and asked with concern. Li Yuan shook his head and sat down on the sofa. Is the matter settled? Linda shook her head slowly. No, even though the company has mortgaged it, it's still not enough. Uncle Lu's 10 billion has not been remitted. This bastard, cough, cough, cough. Does he still want to default on his debt? Li Yuan's face turned red, and he couldn't help coughing violently. Linda didn't know what he had been through, so she quickly stroked his back and asked with concern, Dad, did something happen to you? What can I do? How much is left? I'll make up for it first. More than 13 billion. Linda said. Li Yuan sighed and said, Well, I will go to the company to get the money tomorrow. You can pay the money first. I'm not afraid that Lu Xiong will not pay. If he dares not to pay, I will kill Lu Jie first. Linda can only rely on Li Yuan now. If the compensation is not paid off within 3 days, Jang Ha clearly said that the money will be increased and it will be a bottomless pit by then. Thank you, Dad. Li Yuan smiled and said, Silly girl, why thank me? You don't have to worry too much. Wait until things slow down for a while and don't make a fuss. I'm old, and the family business will need someone to take over sooner or later. I originally wanted Yuan how to take over, but now that your company is gone, it's just right for me to hand it over to you. Linda didn't object this time and nodded. Yeah. Alas, our family only has you and Yuan Hao. You should take care of each other in the future. I hope you can make the family bigger and stronger. Yes, I will. Chapter 1, Tan wins over Lu Xiong. In a living room of the Lu family villa. It was late at night, and Lu Xiong was still awake. Lu Jie had been missing since the accident, and they searched all over Jiangling, but couldn't find him. Master, why don't you go to bed first? Hongqing noticed that Lu Xiong had trouble eating and sleeping in the past 2 days, so he asked him out of concern. Lu Xiong shook his head with a haggard look on his face. Lu Jie, that beast, didn't you find anything wrong? No, the young master has been in the project department recently. I didn't expect him to do such a thing. You beast, you caused me so much trouble. 10 billion. I didn't make a penny, but I lost 10 billion instead. Lu Xiong felt a pain on his face when he thought about paying 10 billion. Master, is it really impossible to give it to me? What else can I do if I don't give it to you? Linda has been urging me to pay her back these past few days. I can't avoid it. Lu Xiong sighed. He didn't want to give it to you, but Qi Zhuan had spoken. He couldn't avoid it and could only delay it shamelessly. At this moment, a man came in from outside. Master, Tanchin from the Tan family is outside asking to see you. Lu Xiong was slightly stunned. Tanchin? What is he doing here? Hong Chang said, Could it be that he has news about the young master? Lu Xiong glanced at Hong Chang and thought for a moment. Really? Why would you come to see me so late at night? Would you like to see the master? Humph. Why would I meet him, especially late at night? What if the chief family or Li Yuan finds out about this and accuses me of colluding with Tan Tan? I caused all these things, and I won't be able to explain myself when the time comes. Lu Xiong really didn't want to meet Tanchin. After all, the two families were in opposition. Now, not only did Li Yuan suspect that Lu Jie was colluding with the Jiang family to harm him, but even Qi Zhuan suspected that Lu Jie was being used. If Tanchin came to find Lu Xiong again at this time, no one could tell what would happen. Understood. I'll go get rid of him. Hong Chung said this and walked out. Wait, Lu Xiong said, try to find out if he knows anything. Yes. Hong Chung arrived outside the villa and saw Tan Qin standing at the door. Hello, Master Tan. Hong Chung stepped forward and greeted with a smile. When Tan Qin saw that the person coming was Hong Chung, he was slightly stunned and then said with a smile, Haha, hello, Butler Hong. Is your master asleep? Hong Chung smiled slightly. Well, the master's gone to bed. I wonder what the master of the Tan family is doing visiting you so late at night. Tan Qin smiled faintly. Nothing. I just heard that Master Lu had some difficulties recently, so I came here to help him solve his problems. Oh, Hong Chung was slightly stunned and didn't know how to respond. Huh, aren't you looking for Lu Jie? I happen to know news about him, so I want to talk to the head of the Liu family in person. If the head of the Liu family is asleep, I won't disturb him. Tanchin said lightly. When Hong Chung heard the news about Liu Jie, he said, Master Tan, please wait a moment. I will go wake you up. Okay, I'll wait a little longer then. Thank you. Hong Chung hurried to the living room and said, Master. Tanchin said there is news about the young master. Do you want to see him? Is he here just for this? Lu Xiong looked suspicious. I don't know. He said he knew the master was in trouble and came here to help. Relieve worries? After thinking for a moment, Lu Xiong said, let him in. Yes. After a while, Tan Qin came. Haha, Brother Tan, you come to see me in person so late. You really think highly of me. Please take a seat. Lu Xiong greeted him with a fake smile on his face. Tan Qin smiled sincerely and clasped his fists. Brother Lu, I hope I didn't disturb your rest. Ha, what are you talking about, please? Good. As they talked, the two sat down next to each other on the sofa. Lu Xiong asked, Brother, what's the matter with you? Tan Qin glanced at Hong Chung without saying anything. Lu Xiong understood and said, Hong Chung, go out first and don't let anyone come in to disturb you. Yes. Tan Qin got straight to the point and said in a serious tone, Brother Lu, I came here tonight to discuss an important matter with you. Seeing Tan Qin so serious, Lu Xiong asked, What's the big deal? Brother Lu, we are old friends. I will talk to you all tonight if you have anything to say. The purpose of my visit this time is to ask Brother Lu to join forces with me so that we can do something big in Jiangling. I wonder if Brother Lu is willing or not. Tan Qin said seriously. Lu Xiong's mouth twitched, and he said seriously, Brother Tan, don't you know that I am from the Qi family? You're here to ask me to cooperate with you? Do you think it's possible? After hearing this, Tan Qin smiled slightly and said, So what? Brother Lu, are you willing to be someone else's pawn for the rest of your life? Don't you want to leave the Qi family one day? Lu Xiong was slightly stunned, looked at Tan Qin with cold eyes, and laughed. Tan Qin, if you're here to persuade me to join the Jiang family, I advise you to give up this idea. People with different ideals cannot work together. Please do as you please. Ha! Tan Qin laughed loudly. Brother Lu, do you really think that I am here to persuade you to join the Jiang family? What's the meaning? Let's be frank. We are all in Jiangling. Over the years, we have been controlled by the Qi and Jiang families. To put it nicely, we are the subordinate forces of the two families. To put it bluntly, we are the dogs of the two families. Are you willing to be a dog for the rest of your life, Brother Lu? Besides, the Qi family may not necessarily favor Brother Lu, right? In the past few years, the Li family has always been suppressing you in everything. Isn't Linda's rise a disguised suppression of Brother Lu? But now that Jin Xiu has fallen, Brother Lu has a chance to defeat the Li family. Don't you want to crush the Li family into dust? Tan Qin said. Lu Xiong didn't like Li Yuan, but he wasn't ready to fight to the death with him. Listening to Tan Qin's nonsense, Lu Xiong smiled coldly. Tan Qin, are you trying to sow discord? I don't get along with Li Yuan, but I don't get along with you even more. You want me to fight my two families? Isn't it for the Jiang family? Ha! Who said I'm doing this for the Jiang family? I came here tonight to trample the Jiang and Qi families into the dust with Brother Lu. It's time for the situation in Jiangling to change. It's time for us to be the masters. The purpose of Tan Qin's coming today is to win Lu Xiong over. He is certainly not doing this for the Jiang family, so there's no need for him to hide it. Lu Xiong shuddered slightly and looked at Tan Qin with suspicion. He had no idea whether Tan Qin's words were true or not. As for Tan Qin's big talk, he didn't dare to believe it at all. The strength of the Jiang and Qi families was not something he and Tan Qin could overthrow. This was undoubtedly a road to self-destruction. Brother Tan, don't say anything careless. If the Jiang family knew about this, Brother Tan would be dead on the street. Tan Qin smiled slightly and said, If I wasn't sure, why would I say these words to you tonight? Since I came to you, I am sure. I wonder if you dare, Brother Lu. Chapter 102 Li Yuan convenes a shareholders meeting. Lu Xiong was still confused. Looking at Tan Qin's confident face, he fell into deep thought. Who is really willing to depend on someone else for the rest of their life? But Lu Xiong still knows his own limitations, and he doesn't dare to give in easily. Oh, Brother Tan has great ambitions. I can't compare. If Brother Tan wants to pull me to join you in rebelling against Jiang Qi, I think it's better to forget it. Tan Qin was not surprised at Lu Xiong's attitude. I heard that Brother Lu has been looking for Liu Jie these days. Tan Qin changed the subject and looked at Lu Xiong meaningfully. Lu Xiong was slightly stunned, then smiled and said, "Brother Tan, do you know where my son is?" Tanchin nodded. "Yes, young Master Lu is my rich man. Brother Lu, don't worry, young Master Lu is very safe." "What?" Lu Xiong looked at Tanchin sternly. "Brother Tan, what do you want to do? If you want to threaten me with that beast, I advise you not to do it." Tanchin shook his head repeatedly. No, 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 Brother Lu, you think too much. Why would I do this? I'm just protecting young Master Lu." "Protect? What do you mean?" Tanchin smiled and said, "Didn't young Master Lu replace the building materials for the Old City project? Now that Jinxiu Group has gone bankrupt, will Li Yuan and the Qi family let him go easily?" Lu Xiong stared at Tanchin and asked, "You were the one who ordered this, right?" Tanchin smiled and said, "That's not the case. It's just that young Master Lu owed me 6 billion in the casino, and he didn't have the money to pay me back, so I did it myself." "What?" Lu Xiong was furious after hearing this. "This beast. Brother Tan, I will return every penny of your money to you. Just hand that beast over to me." "Brother Lu, you misunderstood. Young Master Lu has already paid off the 6 billion. I am keeping him in the rich man now for his safety. If Li Yuan knew where young Master Lu was, I'm afraid he would be killed immediately. Does Brother Lu really want to see him die?" Lu Xiong tried hard to suppress his anger. He didn't understand what Tanchin meant. He just felt that Tanchin was threatening him with Lu Jie's life in every way he said. "Brother Tan, I won't beat around the bush. Since Lu Jie is in your hands, name your price." "Brother Lu, you really misunderstood." As Tanchin spoke, he took out a cell phone, opened the surveillance video of Lu Jie raping and killing Su Fei, and handed the phone to Lu Xiong. "Brother Lu, watch it for yourself." Lu Xiong took the phone suspiciously and watched. When he saw Lu Jie strangle Su Fei to death, he couldn't help but curse. "You beast." Tanchin raised the corner of his mouth slightly. "Brother Lu." Lu Xiong returned the phone as if nothing had happened. "Brother Tan, what do you mean by this? You're not going to threaten me with this, are you?" Tanchin smiled faintly. "Brother Lu, don't you know this heroine? What's the meaning?" "Huh? Haven't you heard that the Ian gang disciples have been looking for a woman everywhere these days?" At this point, Lu Xiong was suddenly shocked. "You mean she is?" "Yes, this woman is Li Yuan's mistress, and she is pregnant with Li Yuan's child." Upon hearing this, Lu Xiong stood up abruptly. "Tanchin, are you trying to trick me?" Tanchin stood up slowly and said, "Brother Lu, I have said everything I should say. If Li Yuan knew that your son raped and killed his mistress, I think even Cheese-Wan would not be able to save Lu Jie. But don't worry, Li Yuan will die soon, and the Li family will be finished." "Tanchin, what do you mean?" Tanchin raised his lips slightly. "Brother Lu, everything will be clear tomorrow. I will come to see you tomorrow. Goodbye." After Tanchin finished speaking, he left without looking back. Watching Tanchin leave, Lu Xiong collapsed on the sofa. He already knew that he was being tricked, and now it was not a matter of paying money. But Li Yuan would never let Lu Jie go. Although Lu Xiong kept saying that he wanted to kill Lu Jie was his only son after all. How could he possibly kill off his own family line? Lu Xiong still had no idea what Tanchin was trying to do, and he didn't know which of his words were true. The next morning, Li Yuan brought Linda to the Li group. In recent days, Li Yuan and Linda have been exhausted. Now that Jinxiu Group has gone bankrupt, it is also a major blow to the Li family group. Especially Li Yuan, his mistress was raped and murdered, and the murderer has not been found yet. This incident makes him unable to sleep or eat. Today is the shareholders' meeting of the Li group. Li Yuan convened a meeting to get money to help Linda solve the problem. In the meeting room, Li Yuan got straight to the point and said, "Everyone here is a member of the Li family, and you have all heard about what happened recently. Wanru's Jinxiu Group had problems with the Old City renovation project, and the company faced huge compensation. Now Jinxiu Group has also gone bankrupt and still has tens of billions of debts. So I decided to use the company's finances to take out tens of billions to help Wanru. I will only use this money temporarily, and I will make up for it soon. Do you have any objections?" Everyone present fell silent. Li Yuan and Li Feng held the largest number of shares, so Li Yuan had absolute decision-making power. His notification was just a formality. "Master, this is not good, right?" After a moment of silence, a questioning voice suddenly rang out from the audience. Li Yuan was slightly stunned, looked at the person who spoke, and said coldly, "Do you have any objection?" "If it were normal, I would definitely have no objection, but today is different. Master, it's not that I don't want to. The company has its own rules. It's a bit unreasonable to use 10 billion to pay off a debt for an outsider. Li Yuan was just notifying her, but when he heard this, he flew into a rage. What did you say? Wanru is an outsider, isn't it? Wanru is the daughter of the patriarch, but she has no official position in the company and has not brought any benefits to the company. Just because she is the daughter of the patriarch, should we help her with money? That's right. I'm against it too. Several shareholders present also raised objections. This was something Li Yuan had never expected, and his face became extremely gloomy. Do you want a rebel? My sister is also an outsider. Besides, what qualifications do you have to object? If you don't want to stay in the Li family, you can get out. Li Yuanhao said angrily. He represents Li Feng. Li Yuanhao, what do you mean by this? We are shareholders. Why do you want us to get out? Do you have the final say over the Li family? We can't even raise objections. You're right. If we're not allowed to speak, then what's the point of having a shareholders meeting? Speaking of shareholders, what kind of shareholder are you, Li Yuanhao? Li Yuanhao had never expected that these people would dare to say that today. He immediately slammed the table, stood up, and shouted angrily. What did you say? Without the head of the family. Who are you? You are a bunch of ungrateful people. I think you want a rebel. After being scolded by Li Yuanhao, these people didn't say anything, but they were not afraid and looked relaxed. Li Yuan didn't say anything. He looked at the few people who opposed. These small shareholders usually didn't dare to say a word, but today they all opposed. This made Li Yuan realize that there was a problem, but he couldn't tell what was wrong. Chapter 103 Li Yuan loses his mind. Right at this moment, the door to the conference room was forced open, and no one at the door tried to stop it. Not late, are you? The person who came in was none other than Tanchin. Mr. Tan is not late, not late. Those who opposed immediately stood up and laughed along. Li Yuan was stunned. Seeing Tanchin, his face became extremely gloomy. Who let him in? Master, he is a shareholder. The secretary whispered in Li Yuan's ear. What? Li Yuan was shocked and looked at Tanchin with numerous question marks. Tanchin, this is not the place for you. Get out now. Tanchin was not angry either. He just smiled and said, Isn't today the shareholders' meeting? Why didn't you notify me as a shareholder? Brother Li is being a bit awkward. Li Yuan said coldly. Tanchin, what do you mean? Tanchin ignored Li Yuan and looked at Li Yuanhao. Is this person a shareholder of the company? If not, kick him out. As soon as he finished speaking, Gao Li, who was behind Tan Tan, came to Li Yuanhao and said, Please get out immediately. Li Yuanhao was furious. He stood up and said, Who the hell are you? Are you worthy of letting me out? Gao Li was scolded, but did not dare to get angry. After all, Li Yuan was sitting there. Tanchin walked over with a smile, holding a share certificate in his hand, and put it in front of Li Yuanhao. Mr. Li, take a good look at what this is. Li Yuanhao was slightly stunned. He picked up the equity certificate and looked at it. His face turned pale in an instant. How is this possible? How did my father's equity get transferred to you? These words were like a thunderbolt. Li Yuan, who was sitting, suddenly stood up, snatched the share certificate, and took a look. His eyes popped out. What's going on? Why are Li Feng's shares in your hands? Li Yuan couldn't believe it. Tanchin smiled faintly. Brother Li, don't worry. I bought your brother's shares with 6 billion. Bullshit. Li Yuan angrily threw the shares in Tanchin's face. Tanchin, you'd better give me an explanation, or I will make you bleed on the spot today. Tanchin shrugged and said with a smile, Brother Li, this is the fact. I now hold 30% of the shares of the Li Group. Impossible, absolutely impossible. How can my father transfer the shares to you? And the share certificate has been kept in the safe. This must be fake. Li Yuanhao said excitedly. Is it true or false? Can't you tell? Tanchin said indifferently. Li Yuan looked ashen at the moment. He had never expected that Li Feng would actually sell his shares. He grabbed Tanchin and said, Tell me, what did you do? Where's Li Feng now? Tanchin's face darkened, and he grabbed Li Yuan's hand. Li Yuan, don't be so shameless. Court death. Li Yuan couldn't bear it any longer, so he raised his hand and struck Tanchin in the chest. Tanchin raised the corner of his mouth and instantly thrust out his palm. The two palms collided, and Li Yuan was knocked back several meters, his throat feeling hot. Wow! Li Yuan spat out a mouthful of blood and stared at Tanchin angrily. We're actually at the half-step transformation realm? Tanchin straightened his suit and smiled. Brother Li, if you have anything to say, please talk to me nicely. Don't be impulsive. Impulsiveness can easily lead to trouble. Wow, Li Yuan spat out another mouthful of blood. Tanchin you. Dad. At this moment, Linda rushed in and saw Li Yuan spitting blood. She hurried over to support him and said, Dad, what happened? Li Yuan shook his hand and looked at Tanchin. Tanchin, you are so cruel. What do you want to do? Tanchin smiled faintly. Brotherly, now, I'm a shareholder, so of course I am here for the meeting. You? Li Yuan calmed down and said, Tanchin, tell me a number. How much money can you give up your shares for? Tanchin shook his head. Brotherly misunderstood. I just see the development of the Li Group. Why would I sell my shares? Huh. Haha, very good. Li Yuan now understood that he was tricked by Tanchin. All of this was probably aimed at the Li family. Tanchin, let's wait and see. Li Yuan glanced at everyone and said, Today's meeting is canceled. Li Yuan was not a fool. Putting all these things together, it was obvious that he was being plotted. Now the situation was unclear and Tan was hiding deep. He could not defeat him and could only swallow his anger. Tanchin did not embarrass Li Yuan anymore and said with a smile, Brotherly, since the shareholders' meeting has been canceled, remember to notify us when the next meeting will be held. By the way, I have something else for you. Tanchin said, took out his phone and sent a video to Li Yuan, saying, Brotherly, remember to watch it. After saying that, he left with his men. The other shareholders also shook their heads and left. The Li family is now in a state of misfortune. First, the Jinxiu group went bankrupt, and now the Li family is split up. Li Yuan looked as pale as death, slumped in a chair. Dad, calm down. Uncle, I'm sorry. Li Yuanhao fell to his knees and cried. It was all my father's fault that my uncle was harmed. Li Yuan sighed. Don't blame you. It's all my fault for being too soft-hearted and too kind to your father. That's why he did this. Dad, what should we do now? Linda asked worriedly. Li Yuan thought for a moment and said, Now it seems that Jiang Qinkuan is definitely dealing with us. At this time, we must stay calm. Li Yuan now feels that his brain is not enough. Everything that happened in the past few days was aimed at the Li family. Li Yuan remembered what Tanchin said and quickly took out his mobile phone. He saw that Tanchin had sent a video. He was confused and clicked it to take a look. It didn't matter that he saw it. He couldn't hold it in any longer. He gritted his bloody teeth and roared with murderous intent in his eyes. Lu Jia, I swear I won't be a human being if I don't kill you. Dad, what's wrong? Linda was worried when she saw Li Yuan like this. Li Yuan wished he could eat Lu Jia alive. His eyes were fierce, and he shattered the table in the conference room with one palm. Oh! Linda screamed in fear, looked at the frantic Li Yuan, and cried, Dad, don't scare me. What happened? Li Yuan glanced at Linda and said, Wanru, Yuanhao, you guys go home right now. I have something to do. Dad, tell me what happened. Linda asked, crying. She was very afraid that something might happen to Li Yuan again. Don't ask anymore. Go home with Yuanhao first. I'm fine. Li Yuan gave an order and left with murderous rage. Dad, sister, just listen to Uncle. Let's go home first. Linda wanted to chase after him, but Li Yuanhao grabbed her. Linda didn't know why Li Yuan suddenly got so angry. She had clearly told him to stay calm, but now he had completely lost his mind. Linda glanced at Li Yuanhao and nodded silently. There was nothing she could do to help now. Chapter 104 Li Yuan's tragic death. Li Yuan now only wants to kill Lu Jia. When Li Yuan arrived downstairs at the company, Lei Hu had already gathered several hundred Yin Gang disciples waiting for him. Boss, what happened? Lei Hu asked. Li Yuan said coldly, Bring the brothers and follow me to Lu's house. Yes. Li Yuan led his men and rushed to the Lu family with murderous intent. Lu Xiong didn't sleep the whole night after learning that Lu Jia raped and murdered Su Fei, for fear that Li Yuan would find out the news and fight him to the death. The more he fears something, the more likely it is to happen. Early in the morning, Tanchin told him that Li Yuan knew what Lu Jia had done. This news made Lu Xiong break out in a cold sweat. If other matters can be negotiated, then this matter has basically no room for negotiation. If anyone else's women and children were killed, no one would tolerate it, let alone Li Yuan. Faced with the impending storm, Lu Xiong also took the risk and immediately gathered his men and prepared for battle. At this moment, hundreds of people gathered inside and outside the Lu family, waiting for Li Yuan to come and take revenge. Sure enough, Li Yuan arrived as he said. Li Yuan brought Lei Hu and Ian's disciples to the Lu family. Seeing hundreds of gunmen outside the villa, The murderous intent in his heart became even stronger. "Brotherly, let's talk nicely." When Lu Xiong saw Li Yuan coming, he walked out immediately, hoping to calm the matter down. Li Yuan looked at Lu Xiong with murderous intent, gritted his teeth, and said, Lu Xiong, you really know about this. You have been prepared for this, right? Brotherly, please calm down. I also learned about this yesterday. It was Tanchin who was behind this. Don't be fooled. Lu Xiong still wanted to persuade Li Yuan. But now Li Yuan couldn't calm down at all. He said angrily, "You dare to mention Tanchin? I'm afraid you are also involved in this matter. You deliberately let Lu Jie steal the building materials, causing Jinxiu to go bankrupt. You also colluded with Tanchin to deal with my Li family. Your son even dared to kill my woman. If I don't cut you and your son into pieces, I swear I will not be a human being." Seeing Li Yuan's attitude, Lu Xiong said angrily, "Li Yuan, I admit that this matter is my fault, but you should not go too far and think that I am afraid of you." "Very good." Li Yuan gritted his teeth and yelled, "Kill them all. Leave no one alive." There was no point in talking to each other. As Li Yuan turned hostile, the disciples of the Ian gang also took risks and drew their guns and started shooting. Lu Xiong knew that today would not end peacefully, so he just went for it. "Brothers, do it." Beep, beep, beep. As soon as the leaders of both sides spoke, intensive gunfire rang out. The relationship between the Li and Lu families was completely broken. "Lu Xiong, give me your life." Li Yuan's goal was very clear, and he rushed towards Lu Xiong regardless of everything. "Li Yuan, today it's either you die or I live." Lu Xiong no longer flinched and went straight forward to meet him. Both of them were masters of late-stage internal strength, and their fighting was basically without any spare energy, with each move being fatal. Internal strength can be used to control chi in a fight. The two men are already fighting to the death. Both sides fight directly in close combat, and every punch is deadly. No one on either side tried to interfere, and the younger brothers fought desperately, creating an extremely chaotic scene. For a time, both sides suffered countless casualties. Li Yuan and Lu Xiong fought fiercely, and after dozens of moves, there was still no winner. At this moment, Tanchin, Wang Huan, and Wang Qing came with the Qing gang members to kill them. Kill all the Ian gang. Wang Qing's goal is very clear, which is to deal with the Ian gang. Beep, beep, beep. With the intervention of the Qing gang, the scene became even more chaotic. Li Yuan never expected that the Qing gang would come and kill him at this time. Li Yuan, who was fighting, gritted his teeth and said, "Lu Xiong, you really colluded with the Jiang family. You will not die well." Lu Xiong had nothing to explain at this time, and angrily said, "Li Yuan, you forced all this. Court death." Li Yuan raised his hand and punched Lu Xiong in the chest. "You think I'm afraid of you?" Lu Xiong clenched his fist and rushed forward. Boom. The two were both knocked back several meters. Looking again, the disciples of the Ian gang were ambushed by the two gangs, with countless casualties in an instant. "Boss, the situation is not good." Seeing that more and more of his brothers were dying, Lei Hu no longer wanted to fight and shouted at Li Yuan. Lu Xiong, you bastard." Li Yuan had completely lost his composure and rushed forward again. Lu Xiong was not at all worried about him now and went to meet him immediately. The two fought again. "Lei Hu, today is the day you die." Wang Qing didn't waste any words. He found Lei Hu with a clear goal and punched him with his fist. The two men were equally strong and started fighting right away. "Haha, Brother Tan is really smart. After today, there will no longer be any Li family in Yang gang in Jiangling," Wang Huan said with a smile. Tanchin raised his head and said, "This is just the beginning. The best is yet to come." "Haha, that's right. Most of the Ian gang's disciples have died. They can deal with the Lu family, but with the joining of the Qing gang, it would be a one-sided massacre." Lei Hu became more and more panicked as the fight went on. He was not paying attention and was hit in the chest by Wang Qing's punch. He was knocked 5 meters away and blood spurted into the air. Wang Qing took advantage of his illness to kill him. Before Lei Hu could get up, he was already beside him and hit him on the head with a palm. With a bang, Lei Hu died on the spot. Thunder Tiger, Li Yuan witnessed all of this. He had gone completely crazy and attacked Lu Xiong desperately. Lu Xiong became more and more frightened as the battle went on, and he kept defending himself. "Tanchin, how long are you going to watch the show?" Lu Xiong no longer cared about anything else and shouted for help. "Almost there," Tanchin said calmly. Wang Huan raised the corner of his mouth and immediately joined the battle. Li Yuan, today is the day you die. After saying that, Wang Huan slapped Li Yuan from behind. With a loud bang, a palm hit Li Yuan's back straight in the air. Puff! Li Yuan vomited blood, endured the severe pain, and punched Lu Xiong fiercely. Lu Xiong was originally not inferior to Li Yuan, but his desperate offensive forced Lu Xiong to defend himself. A punch came at him, and Lu Xiong could only take it head-on. Boom! Lu Xiong felt his arms numb from the shock, and he stepped back repeatedly. Li Yuan opened his eyes wide with a fierce look and punched Lu Xiong continuously. Madman. Seeing this, Wang Huan jumped behind Li Yuan and struck him directly on the back with his palm. Puff! Li Yuan couldn't hold on any longer. A mouthful of blood spurted out, and his movements became slow. Li Yuan, go to hell! Taking advantage of this opportunity, Lu Xiong struck Li Yuan in the chest. With a bang, Li Yuan was blown 5 meters away, blood spurted out in the air, and he fell heavily to the ground. Wow. Li Yuan wanted to stand up, but just as he raised his head, his body started churning, his throat felt hot, and he tilted his head and spat out a mouthful of blood. He wanted to get up again, but he couldn't. He could only use his hands to support himself, raised his head and glared at Lu Xiong. Lu Xiong, you will not die well. You will not die well. Lu Xiong looked at Li Yuan's miserable state and said calmly, Li Yuan, you brought this upon yourself. You wow puff. Li Yuan was so angry that he was seriously injured and spat out blood for several meters. Lu Xiong, the Qi family will not let you go. Li Yuan roared and died on the spot. He stared at Lu Xiong until his death. Chapter 105, Sudden Situation. Li Yuan, a great hero in Jiangling, died of suffocation. All the disciples of Ian Gang were killed. Lu Xiong breathed a sigh of relief, but he was still a little scared. Brother Tan, things have come to this. What do you want? Lu Xiong knew that all this was Tan Tan's plot against him. Now that Li Yuan is dead, how could Qi Zuan forgive him? Brother Lu, why are you panicking? Now that Li Yuan is dead, what do you have to be afraid of? Tanchin said calmly. If the Qi family knew it was me who did it, they would not let me go, said Lu Xiong. Then there is no need to be afraid, because the next one will be the Qi family. Oh, Lu Xiong only now believed what Tanchin said last night and asked, What do you mean, Brother Tan? Ha, this is not the place to talk. Brother Lu, let's go to the rich man and have a good talk. Good. Lu Xiong now had no choice but to follow the rich man and hide. The fight between Li Yuan and Lu Xiong naturally alarmed the Qi family. Qi Zuan was most worried about the two families breaking up. Not long after Lu Xiong left, Qi Siwen brought his men to Lu's mansion. When he arrived, he was shocked by the tragic scene. How so? Qi Siwen couldn't believe that the relationship between the two families had developed to this point. When he saw Li Yuan, who was already dead, among so many corpses, he couldn't believe it. Li Yuan is dead? How could this happen? Where is Lu Xiong? Look for me and see if there is any survivor. Qi Siwen looked at the dead Li Yuan with a sad expression. He never expected that things would develop to this point. The entire Lu family was searched, but no one was found alive, and Lu Xiong had disappeared without a trace. Qi Siming had no choice but to order his men to take Li Yuan's body with them and immediately return to the Qi family to discuss the matter. Linda was also notified to come. Qi Siming brought Li Yuan's body to the main hall of the Qi family, where Qi Zuan, Qi Siming, and others were already waiting. What on earth is going on? How did Li Yuan die? When Qi Zuan saw that Li Yuan was dead, his face became extremely gloomy. Qi Siwen shook his head. I don't know. When I arrived at the place, I saw dead bodies everywhere. Li Yuan had already died. Where is Lu Xiong? Qi Zuan asked. We searched the entire Lu family home, but didn't find a single living person. We don't know where Lu Xiong has gone. How did things get to this point? Qi Zuan's face was full of questions. Immediately find Lu Xiong and ask him to come see me right away. We sent someone to look for him, but we can't get through by phone. Qi Zuan sighed and sat down helplessly. Li Yuan's death was undoubtedly a fatal blow to the Qi family. What confused him even more was that Lu Xiong was also missing. Dad, this matter is not that simple. Although there are conflicts between Li Yuan and Lu Xiong, it is not a fight to the death. Now that Li Yuan is dead and Lu Xiong is missing, there must be something hidden, Qi Siming said. Qi Zuan nodded slightly. Well, the most important thing now is to figure out what's going on. What else could have happened? Li Yuan brought Lei, who to seek settlement with Lu Xiong, and the two must have fought. Lu Xiong killed Li Yuan, Qi Siwen said. After hearing this, Qi Zuan said coldly, if it was really Lu Xiong who killed Li Yuan, then he really deserves to die. Qi Siming said, I don't think so. Lu Xiong wanted to kill Li Yuan, but he didn't have the strength to do so. It might have been the Jiang family's doing. Now that Li Yuan is dead and Lu Xiong is missing, the Jiang family will definitely take advantage of the opportunity to attack. Yeah, Qi Zuan nodded. Si Ming is right. If you think about what happened in the past few days carefully, it is very likely that Jiang Qinquan was behind it. If that's the case, what should we do? Qi Zuan slammed his palm on the table and said through gritted teeth, if the Jiang family really wants to eliminate us, then we will fight Jiang Qinquan. Qi Zuan is also furious now. Li Yuan's death has completely disrupted the balance of Jiangling. On the surface, it seems like there's a conflict between Li Yuan and Lu Xiong, but if you think about it carefully, things are far from that simple. Just when everyone in the Qi family was full of doubts, Linda received the news and rushed here in a hurry. Linda saw Li Yuan's body in the hall. Her whole body froze in place. She stared at the dead Li Yuan with dull eyes, tears streaming down her face. She couldn't believe this was real. No, Dad, what's wrong with you? Linda burst into tears and slowly approached Li Yuan's body, her voice trembling uncontrollably. Linda could no longer control herself and threw herself on Li Yuan, crying loudly. The mournful crying moved everyone in the Qi family. After a long while, Qi Zuan comforted her. Wanru, please accept my condolences. Yes. Wanru, don't be like this. Uncle Li is dead. Qi Ning went over and tried to pull Linda up. Linda shook his hand away and cried, no, this is not true. My dad will not die. Well, after a long while, Linda's eyes were bloodshot and her pretty face was covered with tears. She looked at Qi Zuan fiercely. Grandpa Qi, who killed my father? Qi Zuan shook his head slowly. Not sure yet. Linda looked at Qi Siming and Qi Siwen again. How did my father die? Wanru, I know you're very sad now. Like you, I also want to know how your father died and what happened between him and Lu Xiong. Qi Siming said. Yes. Linda stood up with a cold expression and fierce eyes, muttering. It must be Lu Xiong. It must be him. He and Tanchin killed my father. It must be them. Tanchin. Qi Siming asked. Wanru, do you know something? Tell us, and I will definitely avenge your father. Linda knelt down in front of Qi Zuan and begged. Grandpa Qi, you must avenge my father. My father must have been killed by Lu Xiong and Tanchin. Lu Xiong colluded with Tanchin and first bankrupted me. Lu Xiong was reluctant to pay the money. My father wanted to use the company's money to help me, but unexpectedly Tanchin suddenly came to the company. He bought the shares from my uncle and beat my father. When he left, he sent a video to my father. It was after seeing this video that my father took people to find Lu Xiong. As a result, my father died in their hands. It was all Lu Xiong's fault. Grandpa Qi, you must avenge my father. Linda recounted what happened today. She is now certain that it was Tanchin and Lu Xiong who killed Li Yuan. After hearing this, Qi Zuan was furious. So that's what's going on. Lu Xiong actually colluded with Tanchin. Wanru, don't worry. I will definitely seek justice for your father. Thank you, Grandpa Qi. Linda kowtowed while crying. Now she only hoped that the Qi family could avenge her. Qi Zuan helped Linda up and comforted her. Wanru, take your father home first and bury him properly. I will take care of the rest for you. Linda had to believe the truth, even if she didn't want to, and she left sadly with Li Yuan's body. Dad, could it be that Lu Xiong really turned against us? Qi Siwen asked doubtfully. Qi Zuan shook his head and said, the most important thing now is to find Lu Xiong. If he really betrayed the Qi family, then don't keep him. If there are other reasons for this, we need to find out before making a decision. Now the Li family is finished. The situation is not favorable to us. We must be careful about everything. In particular, we must always pay attention to the movements of the Jiang family and be ready for a decisive battle at any time. The Li family was completely bankrupt, with only Linda left, and she could no longer support the family. Qi Zuan would not harm his own interests for her. Lu Xiong was Qi Zuan's right-hand man, so he would not really kill him before he understood the situation. Chapter 106, 3 days later. The top floor of the rich man. After Lu Xiong killed Li Yuan, he followed Tanchin here with an uneasy heart. He was now at the mercy of others and could only leave everything to fate. The top floor area belongs to Tanchin's private club. Lu Jie is sitting on the sofa in the hall, hugging two beauties on his left and right. Lu Jie. Lu Xiong saw at a glance that this rebellious son was having a good time, and his eyes were almost spitting fire. Rebellious son, you are here after all. Lu Xiong ended up in such a state because of Lu Jie, the rebellious son. He had no place to vent his anger, so he stormed into the living room. Lu Jie was frightened by the voice. He looked up suddenly and saw Lu Xiong walking towards him with a furious look on his face. Frightened, Lu Jie hurriedly stood up and shouted with a trembling body, "Dad, why are you here?" Without saying anything, Lu Xiong raised his hand and slapped him in the face, cursing, "Rebellious son, I'll beat you to death." Lu Jie was weak and was slapped by Lu Xiong and flew onto the sofa. He was so scared that he held his head and yelled, Dad, I know I was wrong. Please don't hit me." Lu Xiong looked at this worthless and rebellious son, gritted his teeth, and kicked him hard. "I will beat you to death today and pretend that I never gave birth to a rebellious son like you." Oh, Dad, please stop hitting me." Wang Huan and Tanchin saw this and grabbed Lu Xiong. "Brother Lu, do you really want to kill Lu Jie?" "Brother Lu, let's talk nicely." Lu Xiong would not kill Lu Jie, so when he saw the steps down, he yelled, "Get out of here right now." Yes. Lu Jie crawled away. Tanchin waved to the others, and after sending away those who were irrelevant, the three of them sat down. "Brother Lu, why are you so angry? We still have important things to discuss." Tanchin spoke first. Lu Xiong smiled and said, yes. I wonder what Brother Tan and Brother Wang are planning to do." Tanchin smiled faintly. "Brother Lu, didn't I say that last night?" Lu Xiong's mouth twitched. "Brother Tan, are you really going to deal with the Qi and Jiang families?" Tanchin and Wang Huan looked at each other and looked at Lu Xiong, who was surprised. "Brother Lu, are you still questioning? Are you really willing to be suppressed by the Qi family for the rest of your life?" Lu Xiong wanted to avoid being suppressed by the Qi family, but he knew his own limitations. Looking at the mysterious confidence on Tanchin and Wang Huan's faces, he really didn't understand where these two people got their confidence from. But how could Lu Xiong dare to say no now? Even though Tanchin and Wang Huan kept calling him Brother Lu, if he really disagreed, his fate would probably be similar to Li Yuan's. After thinking this through, Lu Xiong made up his mind. "Brothers, Lu, know the current situation. I will do whatever you tell me to do." Good. Tanchin said with a smile. "Brother Lu, from now on, the three of us are on the same boat." Lu Xiong nodded and asked, "Brother Tan, the Qi and Jiang families are very powerful and have many troops at their disposal. Moreover, Qi Zuan and Jiang Qinquan are both masters of the transformation realm. Even if the three of us attack together, it will be a waste. Are you sure?" Tanchin narrowed his eyes and smiled. "Of course we are not sure if we fight head-on, but it will be different if we fight one by one. Now Li Yuan is dead, and Brother Lu is on our side. The Qi family is left alone at this time. Do you think Jiang Qinquan will take action? As long as Brother Lu and I go to see Jiang Qinquan, persuade him to go to war with the Qi family, and provoke a decisive battle between the two families, then Jiang and Qi will both be defeated, and our chance will come, right?" Lu Xiong still felt that it was too simple, and said, "It's not that I don't trust Brother Tan and Brother Wang, but even if both families suffer losses, can we succeed?" Brother Lu, you are too timid, aren't you? If we are not absolutely sure, do you think we will take the risk?" Wang Huan laughed. Seeing Wang Huan so confident, Lu Xiong gritted his teeth and said, "Okay, from today on, Lu will listen to you and do whatever you tell me to do." "Very good." Tanchin nodded with satisfaction. "Brother Lu, you just need to follow us to the Jiang family to show your loyalty. After this is done, there will no longer be the Qi family and the Jiang family in Jiangling, only our three families." "Good. The three of them smiled at each other. All of this was Tanchin's idea. Wang Huan had long since colluded with him to plan this big event. Now, except for the Li family, the remaining three families have united to deal with the Qi and Jiang families, while the Qi and Jiang families are still kept in the dark. That night, Tanchin took Lu Xiong to find Jiang Qinquan. Jiang Qinquan also participated in Tanchin's plan, but he didn't know that Tanchin's ambition also included the Jiang family. Jiang Qinquan was the first to learn about Li Yuan's death. He had been looking forward to this day for a long time. That night, Wang Huan, Tanchin, and Lu Xiong came to the back hall of Jiang's mansion. "Master Jiang, from now on Lu Xiong, will follow your lead." Lu Xiong's main task was to paralyze Jiang Qinquan. As soon as he arrived, he knelt on one knee to show his loyalty. Ha ha ha, okay. Jiang Qinquan had been in a bad mood for more than a month. Seeing Lu Xiong tonight, he was in a good mood and helped Lu Xiong up personally. Lu Xiong, as long as the Qi family is destroyed, I will never treat you unfairly. You will still have what you once had, and you will also have what you didn't have. Thank you, Patriarch. Jiang Qinquan nodded in satisfaction and looked at Tanchin and Wang Huan. You have made great contributions this time. After we destroy the Qi family, I will never treat you unfairly. From now on, Jiangling will be our world. I swear to be loyal to the master until death, and I will never have second thoughts. Very good, ha. Jiang Qinquan laughed nonstop, his eyes full of murderous intent, and said in a cold voice, Qizuan, I will make sure you have no descendants. Master, now that Li Yuan is dead and Brother Lu is one of us, the Qi family has lost the power of both families. I wonder when the master will declare war on the Qi family. What Tanchin is most concerned about now is when Jiang Qinquan will take action. Jiang Qinquan thought for a moment and asked, What do you think? The Qi family has been in Jiangling for hundreds of years. Although they have lost the Li and Lu families, the Qi family compound is still guarded by hundreds of masters, and Qizuan is very powerful. Qi Siming and Qi Siwen are both masters of the late internal strength. There are two others whose strength cannot be ignored, the butler Qi Hong and Qizuan's disciple Zhang Ming. These two are both in the half-step transformation realm. Tanchin said. Jiang Qinquan said disdainfully, What are you afraid of? The current Qi family. What strength do they have to fight us? As for Qizuan, leave that old man to me. Qi Hong and Zhang Ming will be left to Huanggan and Su Yuanmao. Leave the Qi family's guards to the Lu family and the Qin gang. The three of you concentrate on dealing with Qi, Siming, and Qi Siwen. Master, are Huanggan and Su Yuanmao here? Wang Huan asked. Ha, what do you think? Just as he finished speaking, two more people walked into the back hall. They were the Su Yuanmao and Huanggan mentioned by Jiang Qinquan. These two were both half-step transformation masters raised by Jiang Qinquan, and they would not easily attack. Now that they appeared at the same time, it proved that Jiang Qinquan had been prepared for a long time. Wang Huan and Tanchin looked at each other. Both of them had doubts in their hearts. If that's the case, the Qi family will be destroyed. Tanchin laughed. Congratulations, Patriarch, you got what you wanted. Congratulations, Patriarch, you got what you wanted. Ha. Jiang Qinquan said with a grim smile. In 3 days, the Qi family will be destroyed. Yes. Chapter 107, Li Family's Destruction. The next morning, the weather in Jiangling is already very cold. The Chinese New Year is just a few days away. The end of the year is approaching. Some people are happy, while others are sad. Li Yuan's funeral was held in a funeral home in Jiangling. Inside the funeral home, there was a crystal coffin, and Li Yuan, wearing clean and decent clothes, was lying quietly inside. Linda and Li Yuanhao were dressed in plain clothes, kneeling on the left side of the coffin with sad faces. Apart from the master of ceremonies, there were no other guests to pay their respects. During his lifetime, Li Yuan was a prominent figure in Jiangling. When he was alive, his house was always crowded with visitors. But after his death, no one came to visit him. This shows how fickle the world is. Even the Qi family, who claimed to help Li Yuan with revenge, only sent a representative to express greetings. Now Jinxiu is bankrupt. Li Yuan is dead. Half of the shareholders of Li Group are held by outsiders, and Linda is burdened with tens of billions of debts. Those former partners, including Li's family, all stay away from Linda. No one came the whole morning. A guest has arrived. Near noon, the very embarrassed host saw the guest coming and shouted at the top of his voice. About a dozen people walked in from outside. The leaders were wearing government uniforms and had the national emblem on their chests. The rest of the people were all dressed in suits, but there was no trace of sadness on their faces. They didn't look like they were here to pay their respects, but rather to cause trouble. Linda, I'm from Jiangling Court, and I'm here to enforce your compensation. The leader came straight to Linda without caring about the place. Linda looked pale, looked at him coldly, and said nothing. Court? Don't you know what this place is? My uncle just passed away. How can I be in the mood to deal with compensation now? Li Yuanhao said angrily. We're just following the procedures. It is your business to handle the funeral. The 3-day deadline has long expired. If you cannot repay the remaining compensation, Linda, I have the right to enforce it against you. I'm going to execute your mother. Are you still human? My sister's company has been bankrupted by you, and now my uncle is dead, and you are still not giving in. Do you want to let me live? Li Yuanhao stood up angrily and roared at several people. How dare you insult a public official? As soon as he finished speaking, someone took out handcuffs and handcuffed Li Yuanhao without saying a word. Let me go, let me go. Li Yuanhao was handcuffed behind his back by two people and could only struggle desperately. If you insult public officials and block law enforcement officers, you can be placed under criminal detention. Go to hell. Kill me if you dare. Li Yuanhao cursed. Take him away. The leader's face darkened. If it were in the past, who would dare to arrest Li Yuanhao? Slow. Linda didn't want to pay attention to them, but when she saw Li Yuanhao was about to be taken away, she stood up and asked, "How much more money do you want?" The leader smiled faintly. "It's not how much we want. According to the remaining compensation you have, you still need to pay 13 billion. Linda said expressionlessly, "I don't have any money." Linda, we agreed that if you don't pay off the money within 3 days, you will pay additional compensation. You signed and agreed. Now the 3 days have passed. If you don't pay off the money today, the amount will not be the same tomorrow. Linda shuddered slightly. She wanted to cry, but couldn't. She looked at the debt collectors coldly and said weakly, "You've arrested me, but please let my brother go." Sister, how can you go in? You are still needed for my uncle's funeral. Let them arrest me. Li Yuanhao said anxiously. Linda, what's the point of arresting you? You have no money, but your Li family shares and assets can pay off the debt. What do you mean? Your father holds 40% of the shares of the Li Group, as well as his residence and personal property during his lifetime, which can all be used to pay off debts. Linda's body trembled slightly. She looked at this group of people who were eating people without leaving any bones behind with despair in her eyes and laughed sadly. Ha ha ha. Sister, you must not agree to them. Li Yuanhao shouted. It's useless if you don't agree. If you don't agree, we have the right to force the auction of your father's shares and property. The price may be very low, and it may not be enough to offset your debt. Are you still human? Li Yuanhao cursed. Linda, why are you still hesitating? Do you really want to see our Li Group go bankrupt like your company? That's right. Now Tanchin is willing to take over all your debts for 13 billion. Just agree to it. Yes. Linda, even if you don't agree, the court will enforce it, and you will still be left with nothing. The people behind were all Li's shareholders, both large and small. They came today to persuade Linda to transfer her shares to Tanchin. I'm not here to offer condolences. You are members of the Li family. My uncle treated you very well when he was alive. Now he has just died, and you want to betray him for fame and fortune. Li Yuanhao looked at the group of people angrily. We are also doing this for the Li Group. Now that the head of the family is dead, does that mean the company will be handed over to Linda? She is heavily in debt, and we don't want to accompany her to ruin herself. That's right. Besides, she has already set up her own business. Even if the head of the family dies, it won't be her turn to inherit the business. Even if she refuses to sell her shares, we will not recognize her as the heir to the company. Right, if a man does not work for himself, he will be punished by heaven and earth. You are worse than pigs and dogs. Li Yuanhao looked at the faces of this group of people and became angry with his face red and neck thick. But what can he do? Linda listened to their harsh voices, which were worse than pigs and dogs, and she lost all emotion. Total despair is probably what Linda is in now. Linda laughed sadly, as if mocking herself or mocking others. All right, don't you just want to destroy my Li family? You can't even give my father peace after his death? You are very good. I will remember you. Linda finished speaking. She took a deep breath and said, Okay, I promise you. Sister, you. Li Yuanhao wanted to say something, but when he saw Linda's helpless look, he lowered his head helplessly. Let my brother go. From today on, you can take everything from the Li family. Linda said calmly. Very good. The head of the court smiled with satisfaction and took out a document. Linda, as long as you sign, your compensation will be paid off, and we will not ask you for money from now on. But listen carefully, your father's shares during his lifetime, including all his personal assets, will all be handed over to the court. Do you have any objection? Linda laughed bitterly. Is my opinion useful? After saying that, he picked up the pen and signed without hesitation. Seeing Linda signing, everyone smiled and left with satisfaction. This is also Tanchin's goal, to annex the Li family. Linda knelt down helplessly with Li Yuanhao again. She knew that if she didn't sign, Even Li Yuan's funeral would be in vain. Chapter 108 Johnson comes to pay condolences. When people leave, the tea gets cold and things are no longer the same. Linda has finally realized what is happening. She used to be so famous in Jiangling, but now she has nothing. Now even Li Yuan's funeral could not be held in a grand manner and was left in a cold and lonely atmosphere. A guest has arrived. The MC, who had been feeling awkward, saw two people walking in and immediately shouted loudly. Linda felt hopeless. She just raised her eyes slightly and frowned, feeling mixed emotions. The two men who came were tall and straight, dressed in black, and had extremely serious expressions. Both of them have a standard crew cut. One looks handsome, the other looks ordinary, one is tall, and the other is short. These two people were none other than Johnson and Zhao Yang. Johnson and Zhao Yang came to the coffin with serious expressions and bowed 3 times respectfully to the body. "Mr. Li, please accept my condolences." Johnson bowed deeply to Linda to express his condolences. Linda looked at Johnson with complicated eyes, still feeling a little touched in her heart. Nowadays, everyone avoided her. She didn't expect Johnson would come to pay her respects. "Thanks." Linda bowed slightly to express her gratitude. Johnson is doing recently. He is not doing anything. He lives in a newly bought house and does a godlike job. He is so happy. But before a few days had passed, he heard news from the headquarters that the company had declared bankruptcy, and his previous iron rice bowl was gone in an instant, leaving him and Zhao Liang worried and not knowing what to do. "The planned daily life has not settled down, and I still have a mortgage to pay. It's almost the new year, and it's hard to find a job. I'm thinking of finding a way out next year." Until yesterday, when he heard that Li Yuan had also died, Johnson felt upset. After all, he had met Li Yuan before and knew that the Li family had helped him. In addition, and asked him to perform the duties of Linda's bodyguard for 1 year before she left. Although Johnson did not like Linda, and was even driven away by Linda, this was his promise to, and he naturally had to abide by it. Johnson could naturally guess what was going on with the Li family. The Jinxiu group and the Li family were destroyed within a few days, and it was obvious that they were suppressed by their opponents. As Li Yuan's only daughter, her opponents would naturally wipe her out completely. The more this happened, the more Johnson felt that it was time to fulfill his responsibilities. "The first reason I came here today was to express my sincere condolences to Li Yuan. The second reason was to fulfill my duty, protect Linda, and never allow anyone to hurt her in the slightest. This is his duty and his promise to Anne." Johnson looked at Linda, whose face was haggard and eyes were lifeless, and felt a little more sympathy for her. As dazzling as she used to be, she is so lonely now, which is heartbreaking. "Mr. Li, if you have any needs or requests, just let me know. As long as I can do it, I will definitely help you get it done," Johnson said. Linda was slightly stunned. She stared at Johnson for a while, and seeing the sincerity in his eyes, tears sparkled in the corners of her eyes. These were the warmest and most sincere words he had ever heard when he was most helpless. "Thank you, Johnson." Johnson smiled slightly and nodded. "Mr. Li, the dead cannot be resurrected. Although the head of the Li family is gone, you must live on with strength and take back everything you have lost. Let those who harmed you watch carefully, and let the spirit of the head of the Li family watch carefully." Linda gave a wry smile. "Can I? Believe in yourself. You can do it. Thank you. Thank you for coming to comfort me at this time." Linda's lifeless eyes, when she looked at the man in front of her and listened to what the man said, her eyes lit up slightly. "You're welcome. From now on, I will fulfill my duties. I will be your personal bodyguard for 1 year. As long as I'm here, no one can hurt you in the slightest. You can do anything with confidence," Johnson said seriously. Linda suddenly felt a sense of security in her heart, which was what she desired most now. Looking at the man she had once driven away, she actually felt a little guilty. "Thank you, Johnson. You don't have to be like this. I'm fine," Linda said with a wry smile. "I have nothing now and can't afford a bodyguard." Johnson smiled gently. "Mr. Li, Ms. Song has already paid my salary in full. When she left, she also specifically asked me to protect you, so I don't need any salary." Ming. Linda thought of Annie, and her nose felt sore. "Johnson, can you promise me not to tell her about what happened here?" Johnson was slightly stunned. "Why is that?" "You may not know Annie's situation. I don't want her to fall out with her family because of me. In fact, it's not easy for her either. If she knew my situation, I'm afraid she would do something stupid," said Linda. Johnson nodded. "Okay, I promise you. Thank you. Linda didn't say anything else. She lowered her head and sobbed silently. As for what Johnson just said, she just regarded it as a comforting word. Now, how could she dare to expect Johnson to fulfill his duties? Johnson didn't say anything else and just stood outside the door with Zhao Yang. There was another person standing at the door, Chun Gue. Thank you, Johnson, for coming at this time. Chun Gue, who was standing at the door, was wearing a black suit with a white flower on his chest and said in a deep voice. This was the first time Chun Gue took the initiative to talk to Johnson. I didn't expect you were still here. Johnson also felt a little more favorable towards Chun Gue. The master of the family has been kind to me. Although he is gone, I, Chun Gue, will never be ungrateful. Now that the young lady has lost her protection, her enemies will surely come to deal with her. If I leave at this time, will I still be a human being? Chun Gue clenched his fists and said with hatred in his eyes. Johnson nodded. Well, is Lung Bing gone? She? Humph, she's just after money. The young lady has nothing now, and I can't give her what she wants. Why does she stay here if she doesn't leave? Chun Gue said disdainfully. Johnson didn't think much of it. In the industry of bodyguards and killers, they risk their lives to make money, so there's nothing wrong with that. It's better to leave. Save money. Johnson smiled. Chun Gue glanced at Johnson and said, You are doing this for money too. Johnson nodded slightly. I guess so, but Mr. Song has already paid off all my money. I'm just fulfilling my duties now. Chun Gue nodded. You are very good. Miss Song did not make a mistake in choosing you. But if you want to leave, Miss will not force you. After all, the Lee family is not as good as before, and there is danger at any time. Johnson smiled faintly. Don't worry, I will perform my duties. As for danger, I have never been afraid of it. Chun Gue nodded with satisfaction, looked at Johnson with appreciation, and took the initiative to pat his shoulder. Okay. Johnson raised the corner of his mouth slightly. Although Chun Gue had always been disdainful of him, Chun Gue's character was still worthy of admiration. He was a man who valued friendship and loyalty, but was a little arrogant. Chapter 109, Decisive Battle. Linda handled Li Yuan's funeral in a simple manner. It was a pity that such a big shot in Jiangling passed away so quietly. Johnson and Zhao Yang were the only guests, and they stayed to help Linda deal with the aftermath. Cemetery Forest. Linda knelt in front of Li Yuan's grave with a sad heart and was unwilling to get up for a long time. Now, she is no longer high and mighty. Facing the future, she is more helpless and confused. There is no place for her in the huge Jiangling. Sister, seeing that Linda was still kneeling, Li Yuanhao stepped forward and pulled her up. Linda slowly stood up, took one last look at the tombstone, turned around and bowed deeply to Johnson and Chun Gue. Thank you. Miss, please cheer up. The Lee family is relying on you. Chun Gue said. Yes. What are Mr. Lee's plans for the future? Johnson asked. Linda's pretty face showed a hint of ruthlessness, and her eyes were filled with hatred as she looked towards the still prosperous Jiangling city. I can't let my father die in vain. I must avenge my father. I must take back what I once lost. I must revive the Lee family and comfort my father's spirit in heaven. Linda said with a firm look in her eyes. Perhaps this is just a seemingly impossible sentence, but it is the only thing she wants to do now. She is a strong woman, so how could she be willing to live an ordinary life? Well, I'm glad you think so. Don't worry, Mr. Lee, since I promised to protect you. I will do it, Johnson said. At first he was afraid that Linda would give up on herself, but now seeing her determination, he felt relieved. Thank you, Johnson. You don't have to do this. Linda looked at Johnson with a complicated expression. She used to hate Johnson very much. She even felt disgusted when she saw him. Now her opinion of Johnson seems to have changed again. It's not that Linda is so noble, but when a person is in a certain position, his or her views will change accordingly. Now that the Lee family has been completely acquired by Tanchin and Jinxiu has gone bankrupt, Linda no longer has the same sense of superiority as before and is even worse than Johnson. Naturally, she will no longer look at things and people with the same perspective as before. Johnson, don't worry. I will protect the lady. Chun Gue patted Johnson's shoulder. Now he did not look down on Johnson. Instead, he admired Johnson's loyalty. Johnson was in mixed feelings. If it wasn't for Annie, he certainly wouldn't have been so willing to be Linda's bodyguard. After all, Linda had left a very bad impression on him. Plus, Linda still seems reluctant to let Johnson protect her. Okay, Mr. Lee, I still say the same thing. Whenever you need me, just let me know. I will keep my promise within a year. Johnson no longer forced him. Linda smiled and said, "Okay, I will." Um, Johnson nodded, said something to Linda, and left with Zhao Yang. After Johnson left, Linda said to Chun Gui solemnly, "Chun Gui, you should leave too." "Miss, I won't leave," Chun Gui said resolutely. Linda sighed. "Chun Gui, I am very grateful to you. But what I'm going to do now is very dangerous. If you stay, you will be in danger at any time. I don't want to implicate you. It doesn't matter whether I'm implicated or not. From the day I followed the head of the family, I have been ready to die at any time. Now that the head of the family has unfortunately been killed, I must avenge him." Shin Gui said firmly. Linda didn't say anything else and nodded. "Okay. Miss, what are your plans?" Linda said with a determined look in her eyes. "My father's death must have been caused by Tanchin and Lu Xiong. Lu Xiong and Tanchin made me bankrupt. I will never let them go. I must take back what I lost." Linda no longer expects the Chi family to help her. She has seen the reality clearly. When the Li family is of no use to her, how can the Chi family go to great lengths for her? As a business tycoon, Linda is full of confidence. She firmly believes that if she is given time, she will be able to stand up again, and then she will be able to take revenge with her own hands. "Okay, miss, I believe you can do it." Shin Gui was still quite optimistic about Linda's ability. He took out a bank card that he had prepared long ago and handed it to Linda. "Miss, this is all my savings, about 3 million. Linda was slightly stunned and was grateful in her heart. "Shin Gui, how can I have a nerve to ask you for money? You should keep it for yourself. Miss, if you want to make a comeback, you must have money. It's no use for me to keep this money. It's just right for you to start a business. Don't you want to avenge the head of the family? Don't you want to revive the Li family?" Shin Gui said. Linda lacks most now is money, but she is very strong-willed and feels embarrassed to ask Shin Gui for money. After all, Shin Gui has already done her a great favor by staying here. Shin Gui smiled lightly and forced the card into Linda's hand. "Miss, just consider it as my investment." Linda no longer felt any burden. "Okay, then consider it as your investment." Sister, let's go back first. You haven't had a good rest these days," Li Yuanhao said from the side. Linda should take a good rest and think about her future development and how to make a comeback." Johnson and Zhao Liang returned home. "Brother, do you really want to be Linda's bodyguard?" Zhao Liang was actually very opposed to Johnson being Linda's bodyguard. Although he didn't understand the pros and cons, he also knew that it was a high-risk job. Even someone stronger than Li Yuan died on the street, let alone Johnson. Johnson sat on the sofa and said, "That's not the case. After all, Ms. Song paid the money in full, and before she left, she specifically asked me to protect Linda. Ms. Song has done me a favor, and whether it's to repay the favor or as a friend, I have an obligation to protect Linda." Zhao Yang sat down next to Johnson and said, "That's what you said, but since Linda doesn't want you to be a bodyguard, I think you'd better not do it. If someone really comes after her, you'll be in danger, brother." Johnson smiled and said, "Brother, I know you care about me, but I am sure in my heart that if someone really wants to harm Linda, I will still take action." Zhao Yang nodded. "Yes, but you still have to be careful." "Yes, I will." "Hey, brother, what happened?" "The Prosperously family was destroyed within a few days. It's really scary." Zhao Yang sighed. "Who says it's not true? The business world is like a battlefield. It changes rapidly." "Well, what's worse is that now we're all unemployed." "It's okay. I'll find a stable job after the new year. If that doesn't work out, we can sell the house and continue to live in the old house." "Haha, brother, you're right. I'm not afraid of anything." Chapter 110 Decisive Battle 1. It's the 28th day of the 12th lunar month, and in 2 days, it will be New Year's Eve. The weather in Jiangling was gloomy, as if covered by a layer of smog. Today is destined to be a turbulent day, and also destined to be a day of disaster for Jiangling. Ling Mountain is a famous scenic spot in Jiangling, and also the residence of the 2 giants of Jiangling. The morning mist has not yet dissipated. Thousands of people have gathered outside the Jiang family mansion, including the Green Gang, the #1 gang in Jiangling, and descendants of the Lu family, the Tan family, and the Wang family from the 4 major families. Jiang family masters Su Yuan Mao, Huang Gan, and hundreds of guards were all waiting for Jiang Qinquan's final decision. Today is the day Jiang Qinquan agreed to have a decisive battle with the Qi family. He has been waiting for this day for many years. Not only him, but his ancestors have also been waiting for this day for hundreds of years. Jiang Qinquan came to the front hall in a majestic manner. Outside the hall, Tanchin, Wang Huan, Lu Xiong, Su Yuan Mao, Huang Gan, and other masters were already waiting. Meet the master of the house. Everyone in the group knelt down on one knee. Jiang Qianquan, like a local overlord, raised his hand with great momentum. Everyone, please stand up. Thank you, Patriarch. Today is the day of our decisive battle with the Qi family. The Qi family has suppressed us in Jiangling for hundreds of years. Today is the day when the Qi family will be destroyed. I hope you will work together to destroy the Qi family. From now on, Jiangling will belong to you and me, and I will never treat you unfairly. Swear to be loyal to the master until death, and work together to destroy the Qi family. Swear to be loyal to the master until death, and work together to destroy the Qi family. Swear to be loyal to the master until death, and work together to destroy the Qi family. Jiang Qinquan waved his hand and said, "Okay, destroy the Qi family. Let's go." Jiang Qinquan, surrounded by a crowd of people, walked out of the house with his men and headed towards the Qi family in a mighty manner. The decisive battle between the two major families in Jiangling is bound to be a bloody battle. The two families have been fighting in Jiangling for hundreds of years, and their hatred is as deep as the sea. Once a decisive battle is fought, they will definitely go all out. The Qi and Jiang families are both located in Ling Mountain, and the distance between the two families is only a dozen miles. The Qi family had been preparing for a decisive battle for 3 days. Since Li Yuan's death, Lu Xiong had disappeared. Qi's one had already guessed that all this was Jiang Qinquan's plan. Jiang Qinquan will definitely take the opportunity to declare war on the Qi family. For 3 days, the Qi family has been on high alert. At this moment, hundreds of people have gathered inside and outside the Qi family. Without the power of the Li family and the Lu family, the Qi family is already at a disadvantage in momentum. Although everyone comes from an ancient martial arts family, martial power is important, but firepower and numbers are still important. Outside the Qi mansion, preparations had already been made. Many sandbags were piled at the door to block bullets, and hundreds of gunmen were standing by with weapons. There were also gunmen on the courtyard wall. The entire Qi family was on tight defense, ready for a decisive battle at any time. The battle formations of the two families were no less than a small-scale war. As soon as the Qi family entered the courtyard, all the warriors of the Qi family were on full alert. In the lobby, Qi Zuan sat in the main seat with a calm look on his face. Below are the Qi sacrifice names and Qi sacrifice texts, as well as the younger generations of the Qi family, Qi Guang and Qi Ning. Qi Hong and Zhang Ming are masters who have reached the half-step state of enlightenment. 50 internal force Qi family guards and 100 external force warriors. These were all the Qi family's assets. Compared to Jiang Qianquan's full momentum, Qi Zuan was more suspicious. He swept his eyes across the crowd and slowly said, "You are all brothers who have followed the Qi family for many years. Today is the day of the decisive battle between my Qi family and the Jiang family, and it is also the most difficult day for the Qi family. If we win this battle, Jiangling will no longer have two heroes. If we lose this battle, Jiangling will no longer have the Qi family. This battle is a battle of life and death for my Qi family, and also a battle of survival for everyone. I hope everyone will work together with me to fight for glory. Don't worry, Patriarch. We will fight to the death and never retreat. Fight to the death and never retreat." Everyone in the Qi family shouted loudly. These people have been following the Qi family for many years and are loyal to the Qi family. The glory of the Qi family also represents their glory. If the Qi family is destroyed, they will naturally be reduced to ashes. Although the momentum is strong, no one in the Qi family has the confidence. If the Li and Lu families were still alive, they would not be afraid of the Jiang family at all. Now, one of these two families is dead, while the other is rebelling, and one is growing while the other is declining. This is the most fatal thing for the Qi family. Although the Li and Lu families are far inferior to the Qi family in strength, it is often just this little bit that is enough to destroy the Qi family. After more than 10 miles, Jiang Qinquan quickly arrived at the Qi family. Behind him were thousands of soldiers and horses, which was a mighty force. Jiang Qinquan didn't seem to want to take action immediately and stopped 200 meters away from the Qi family. As soon as he stopped, the people behind him immediately took full alert, took out their guns one by one, and blocked the entire perimeter of the Qi mansion. Soon, Qi Zuan brought his men to the gate of the mansion. When they saw the Jiang family's formation, everyone sighed. Lu Xiong? He really betrayed me. Qi Siming, who was beside Qi Zuan, saw Lu Xiong and his facial muscles twitched with hatred. Jiang Qinkuan took a few steps slowly, put his hands behind his back, and looked at Qi Zuan arrogantly. Senior, how are you? Qi Zuan looked calm and smiled slightly. Brother Jiang, what do you mean by this? Jiang Qinkuan smiled coldly. Senior, let's be frank and not beat around the bush. Today, our two families will settle this matter. Qi Zuan's face darkened. Brother Jiang, is this really necessary? What else? If you want to blame someone, blame yourselves. Today, you and your family will be buried with my son Haoran and Haojia. Brother Jiang, you're not afraid of your tongue when you brag. How can my Qi family be afraid of you? If we really fight, the outcome is unpredictable. I advise you not to act rashly. Ha! Jiang Qinkuan laughed uncontrollably upon hearing this. Old bastard, you still dare to brag when you are about to die. Today I will make you pay with blood. I will make your Qi family extinct and completely disappear from Jiangling. Qi Zuan's face was gloomy, and he said coldly, Jiang Qinkuan, you can try it. I will make sure you never come back. Jiang Qinkuan raised his mouth slightly. His eyes were full of disdain. He slowly raised his right hand and gently released it. Kill them all. Leave no one alive. As soon as he finished speaking, countless gunmen pulled the trigger and fired bullets crazily in the direction of Qi Mansion. Bang, bang, bang. Da-da-da-da. The dense sound of gunfire instantly filled the sky. Faced with the Jiang family's attack, Qi Zuan flicked his sleeves and immediately took his men back to the mansion. The Qi family guards at the door hid in the bunker, holding a light machine gun and frantically pulling the trigger at the densely packed Jiang family. A family war has begun. The gunman is a cannon fodder. Facing such dense bullets, even a master of the realm of transformation would not dare to shoot easily, because bullets have no eyes. The two sides exchanged fire, and it was either you or I. Although the Jiang family had an absolute advantage in numbers, the Qi family was not weak either. They used cover and still fought tenaciously even when facing a large number of Jiang family members. Bullets flew densely between the two sides, and people kept falling in pools of blood. Jiang Qinkuan relied on his large number of people and absolute advantage in firepower to slowly approach the Qi family. Chapter 111 Decisive Battle 2. There were only a few hundred people at the gate of Qi's house. Although they had cover, they could not withstand the suppression of the numerous firepower. As soon as they showed their heads, countless bullets grazed their scalps, and those who were unlucky were shot in the head. Dense bullets hit the sandbags and walls, making a deafening sound, and people were shot mercilessly one after another. Brothers, charge forward. Wang Qing, the leader of the Qing gang, shouted excitedly. He held a light machine gun in both hands, took the lead, and swept across the bunker in front of him. Following his order, a group of heavy fire gunners rushed forward quickly. Seeing the Jiang family approaching, those who were hiding behind the cover leaned forward and fired desperately. Bang, bang, bang. The muffled sound of bullets hitting human bodies and the shrill screams were heard. In an instant, countless casualties were suffered on both sides. Kill. Wang Qing fired at the bunker regardless of everything. Those who just poked their heads out were shot in the head. The suppression of firepower made them unable to fight back at all. In less than 5 minutes, hundreds of guards were all shot dead. Go in, leave no one behind. Soon, the gate of the Qi mansion was breached, and hundreds of people rushed into the compound with murderous intent. As soon as they came in, hundreds of gunmen rushed out from all directions and shot indiscriminately at everyone who came in. The scene was horrific. Hundreds of Jiang family cannon fodder were shot into sieves. Layers of blood mist spread out, and the courtyard of the Qi mansion was like purgatory. The miserable screams were extremely creepy. Kill them all. Kill them all. Both sides were already bloodthirsty and had no regard for death at all. All that could be heard was shouts of killing that got louder and louder. Jiang Qinkuan, who was outside the Qi mansion, had a blank expression on his face and ordered, "Capture the Qi mansion at all costs." Yes, brothers, rush in. Wang Qing shouted loudly and led hundreds of people to rush into the Qi mansion regardless of everything. Only ruthless bullets were waiting for them. Da-da-da-da. Bullets flew like rain. The person who rushed in from the gate fell into a pool of blood after taking a few steps. Wang Qing held a machine gun in his hand. With the help of the cannon fodder in front of him to clear the way in his own strength, he rolled quickly to avoid the firing point. He just stood up and fired at the people around him with his gun. Go to hell. As Wang Qing came in, people kept rushing into the compound to fight back, and a chaotic gun battle unfolded. The Qi family had not many guards to begin with, and although they shot and killed hundreds of them, they were no match for the Jiang family's large numbers. Faced with people constantly rushing in, the hundreds of guards around them suddenly felt exhausted. Under the leadership of Wang Qing, the Jiang family's gunmen quickly gained a foothold. Under the absolute numerical suppression, the Qi family's guards became fewer and fewer and were soon at a disadvantage. But they had no way to retreat, so they could only fight to the death. Both sides fought to the death, and no one retreated. Kill. The fierce gun battle lasted for half an hour. The Qi mansion compound was flooded with blood and filled with corpses. The guards were becoming fewer and fewer, while the number of Jiang family members was increasing. Soon, the Qi family guards were slaughtered one-sidedly. However, the Jiang family also suffered heavy losses, with more than 1,000 casualties. Go in and kill them. Wang Qing gave an order with murderous intent in his eyes. Just when he thought the front yard was occupied, more than 100 figures suddenly jumped out from the roof, all of them holding daggers in their hands, and soon fell into the crowd in the yard. Puff, puff. Before this group of people could react, hundreds of people were covered in blood. Seeing this, Wang Qing yelled, "You're looking for death." He threw the gun in his hand, raised his hand, and pointed it at the two people in front of him and directly killed them from a distance. With two bangs, the two Qi family external force masters were killed instantly. At the same time, the warriors of the Jiang family also rushed in, drew their blades, and joined the battle. This can be considered as the final battle between the two families in the second stage, a battle between warriors. In close combat with hand-to-hand weapons, every blow draws blood, and the blood splatters 3 feet. Every time a scream was heard, it meant that a warrior had died tragically on the spot. The fighting continued. The hundreds of warriors from the Qi family could not withstand the large number of warriors from the Jiang family. They did not hold out for long before they were all slaughtered. At this moment, Jiang Qinkuan also walked in. Looking at the tragic scene, he showed a smug smile, put his hands behind his back, and walked towards the second courtyard of the Qi mansion with murderous intent. Inside the second courtyard, Qi Zhuan was sitting calmly in the hall, while Qi Siming and Qi Siming were standing beside him with doubtful looks on their faces. Zhang Ming and Qi Hong were standing outside the hall. The situation is becoming increasingly unfavorable for the Qi family, and the Qi family has fewer and fewer cards. There are 50 masters in the early and middle stages of internal strength in the yard. Their eyes are full of murderous intent as they wait for the final battle. Jiang Qinkuan led everyone into the courtyard. He was not in a hurry to take action, but first he said, "Old man, it's useless to struggle. Today, your Qi family is destined to be destroyed." Qi Zhuan slowly stood up. He was no longer calm at this time. He stood outside the hall with a suspicious look on his face and slowly said, "Jiang Qinkuan, are you really going to go this far?" Qi Zhuan knew that there was no point in saying this, but deep down he still hoped that Jiang Qinkuan would stop. The current situation is extremely unfavorable to the Qi family. It can be said that the chance of winning is almost zero. Once they fail, the entire Qi family will be completely destroyed. Jiang Qinkuan sneered grimly. "Old man, you're not still dreaming that I will stop, are you? I have waited for this day for many years. How can I let you go so easily?" Jiang Qinkuan, don't be too proud. Even if my Qi family is destroyed, I will not let you have an easy time. Qi Siming said through gritted teeth. "Ha ha ha, is that so?" Jiang Qinkuan smiled contemptuously, his eyes fierce. "Kill them all. This time, both sides will not hold back. It's a battle of life and death." As soon as he finished speaking, the Jiang family warriors rushed forward and fought with the 50 soldiers of the Qi family. "Old bastard, I have long wanted to fight with you." Jiang Qinkuan stared at Qi Zhuan fiercely, leaped more than 3 meters high, controlled the energy with his hands, and slapped Qi Zhuan. Qi Zhuan no longer held back and raised his hand to meet the attack. Boom! 2 invisible energies collided, and with a muffled sound, Jiang Qinkuan flipped backwards and landed steadily on the ground. Zidane didn't move at all, but the floor tiles he was standing on had collapsed slightly, revealing tiny cracks. Jiang Qinkuan's heart trembled. He didn't expect that Qi Zhuan, this old man, could be on par with him at such an old age. Chi Zhuan's heart also tightened. Jiang Qianquan was very powerful, and he had no confidence of winning. You guys do it. Yes. Jiang Qianquan said to Su Yuan Mao and Huang Tao behind him. Su Yuan Mao and Huang Gan had a clear goal, which was to deal with Zhang Meng and Qi Hong. The two rushed out at the same time. Seeing this, Qi Hong and Zhang Meng looked at each other, jumped up, and the two sides immediately started fighting. Tanchin, Wang Huan, and Lu Xiong looked at each other. Their goal was very clear. They must get rid of the Qi brothers. Superior. Chapter 112, Decisive Battle 3. Lu Xiong, you traitor. When Qi Siming saw Lu Xiong, he shouted and rushed towards Lu Xiong with murderous eyes. Everyone is loyal to him. If a man does not work for himself, he will be punished by heaven and earth. Lu Xiong gritted his teeth, and the two men came close to each other and slapped each other. Boom! Lu Xiong felt his body churning and was knocked back several meters by a palm strike. Qi Siming, on the other hand, did not move at all. Lu Xiong's eyes narrowed. At the same level, he was far inferior to Qi Siming. After all, he was the heir of a family that inherited ancient martial arts. Lu Xiong, I'm going to kill you first today. Qi Siming's target was very clear. With a flash of his figure, he was close to Lu Xiong in an instant. He raised his fist and launched a fierce attack on Lu Xiong from 3 directions. When facing Qi Siming, Lu Xiong could only defend himself and had no ability to fight back, so he was beaten back step by step. Brother Wang, let's work together to deal with him. Lu Xiong shouted to Wang Huan with cold sweat pouring down his face. Wang Huan was fighting with Qi Siwen at the moment and was also feeling the pressure. When he heard Lu Xiong's call, he said to Tan Tan, Brother Tan, I'll go help you deal with him. Tanchin smiled slightly. Okay. As soon as he finished speaking, Tanchin flashed to the side of Qi Siwen and launched an attack. Wang Huan took the opportunity to escape. Looking for death, Qi Siwen was furious and turned around to attack Tanchin. However, Tan Tan was losing ground step by step, but Qi Siwen was unable to hurt him at all. Instead, he became more and more frightened as the battle went on. Tanchin is half a step into the realm of transformation. The reason why he pretends to be defeated is just to hide his strength so that he can give Jiang Qianquan a fatal blow when necessary. He will not kill Qi Siwen now. After Wang Huan escaped, he immediately joined forces with Lu Xiong to deal with Qi Siming, and it was they who killed Li Yuan on the spot. Faced with the offensive of 2 late-stage masters, Qi Siming was forced to defend, but he still did not fall behind and dealt with the two with ease. Tanchin and the other two all had selfish motives, so they didn't fight to the death. The other 2 pairs of people who were at half-step to the state of transformation fought with deadly moves. The strength of the 4 was evenly matched, and it was difficult to determine the winner for a while. The yard was also completely open. Only Jiang Qianquan and Qi Zhuan remained motionless, but their eyes never left each other. Old man, why don't you take action? Jiang Qianquan said indifferently. Qi Zhuan's face turned cold. Jiang Qianquan, you are too cruel. My 2 families have been friends for hundreds of years, and you actually want to kill us all. Haha, what's the point of saying this now? Jiang Qianquan sneered. Don't be so arrogant. I will kill you today. As soon as he finished speaking, Qi Zhuan took the initiative, leaped in front of Jiang Qianquan, and pushed out a palm with all his strength. Good to come. Jiang Qianquan did not dare to be careless. He quickly circulated his energy and struck out with a palm. With a bang, both men took a few steps back. Masters at the state of transformation control their internal qi and transform into form. What they're competing for is their own qi power. Both sides are equally strong, and there is no need for a physical fight. Soon, the 2 men started fighting, with palms and punches coming from each other, and the fierce battle continued until the final battle on the roof of the lobby. You old bastard, take my palm. Jiang Qianquan took a horse stance, and the tiles under his feet exploded instantly. He gathered his energy and pushed out with both palms. A powerful gust of wind swept out, and the tiles on the roof were instantly blown up several feet high. Qi Zhuan also circulated the qi to his palms, and then he thrust out his palms, sending out a powerful force of qi. The 2 men did not dare to be careless at all. They pushed out their palms together and continuously transmitted energy into their palms. Looking at the 2 of them again, the tiles around them kept bursting, making crackling sounds, and even their robes were rustling. Jiang Qianquan gritted his teeth, his eyes were fierce, and he roared in a low voice, trying to use his own energy to break Chi Zwan's moves. Chi Zwan felt even worse. His face turned red and beads of sweat appeared on his forehead. He gritted his teeth and stood firm. Time passed quickly, 10 minutes later. After all, Zidane was getting older, and he was finding his physical strength increasingly strained. His arms began to tremble slightly, and sweat began to form on his forehead. Cough! Chi Zwan felt his body churning. His throat was hot, and he coughed up a trace of blood, but he did not dare to be careless at all and gave it his all. Ha! Old bastard, you're nothing more than that. Jiang Qinquan had actually reached his limit, and his strength lay in his strong physique. Seeing that Chi Zwan was about to lose his temper, he shouted, "Old man, this day next year will be your death day. Go to hell." Jiang Qinquan channeled all of his energy into his palms and pushed his arms forward with all his might. Wow! Chi Zwan's arms were shaking violently. He had reached his limit. A stream of hot blood spurted out of his throat. He gritted his bloody teeth and shouted, "Ah!" He used up all his strength and shook his arms. An even more powerful energy swept towards Jiang Qinquan like a violent storm. What? Jiang Qinquan was horrified. He felt a strong force pushing his arms. He gritted his teeth and roared, "Old man, go to hell." With a bang, two powerful energies exploded directly, shattering the entire roof. Ah, wow. Although Jiang Qinquan used all his strength to attack, he was still injured by the residual force of Chi Zwan's attack. His body flew down at a high speed, and 3 liters of blood were spilled in the air. He fell heavily to the ground, spitting out blood. Although he was injured, Chi Zwan was more seriously injured. That one blow had consumed all his life's cultivation. At this moment, his face was pale, blood was oozing from the corners of his mouth, and he looked much older in an instant. Chi Zwan looked at Jiang Qinquan with despair, and seeing that he was not dead, but just seriously injured, he covered his chest and spat out a mouthful of blood. Wow, is God going to destroy my Chi family? After saying that, he spat out another mouthful of blood, gritted his bloody teeth, looked at Jiang Qinquan with unwillingness, his body tilted, and he fell directly from the roof. Chi Zwan, a great hero of Jiangling, died of suffocation. Chi Siming saw Chi Zwan fall and wanted to leave. Want to leave? Wang Huan saw that the matter was settled, so he winked at Lu Xiong, and the two of them launched a fierce attack together. Chi Siming had no intention of fighting anymore at this moment, and he was facing 2 people, so he was not paying attention and was hit in the chest by Wang Huan. Wow. Chi Siming spat out a mouthful of blood and took several steps back. Chi Siming, go to hell. Lu Xiong took advantage of the situation and launched a fierce attack on him from 3 directions. The injured Chi Siming could only endure and take the attack. At this time, Wang Huan attacked him from the side. Facing the full force attack from both of them, Chi Siming had no chance of winning. Boom boom. Chi Siming didn't resist for long before Wang Huan and Lu Xiong hit him in the chest one by one. I won't accept this. Chi Siming gritted his bloodshot teeth, his eyes bloodshot as he stared at the 2 of them viciously. Go to hell. Lu Xiong made up his mind and raised his hand to slap Chi Siming on the top of his head. With a bang, Chi Siming's body shook, blood foamed from his mouth, and then he fell unwillingly in a pool of blood. At the same time, Tanchin no longer held back. Chi Siwen, go and accompany your old man. Tanchin raised the corner of his mouth and raised his fist towards Chi Siwen. Chi Siwen tried to resist and used a head-on punch. With a bang, a crack, the sound of bones breaking was heard, and all 5 limbs in Chi Siwen's hands were broken and he was knocked away by a punch. How is that possible? Tanchin sneered. Nothing is impossible. You can die now. Before Chi Siwen could stand firm, Tanchin punched him in the chest. Wow, at him! Chi Siwen's face was filled with resentment, blood spitting out of his mouth. He raised his hands with great effort, trying to grab Tanchin, but he was completely dead at the moment. Then he fell in a pool of blood. Chapter 113. The mantis catches the cicada, waiting for the yellow bird behind. Chi Zwan, Chi Siming, and Chi Siwen, father and son, were killed one after another. The Chi family was completely destroyed. On the other side, the duel between Zhang Meng and Su Yuan Mao was also going on. It was a duel between the half-step transformation realm, mostly involving close combat. The 2 men fought for half an hour. Both were exhausted and seriously injured. At this time, momentum determined success or failure. With Chi Zwan's death, The situation was hopeless. Zhang Ming's offensive became weaker and weaker, and he was killed by Su Yuan Mao in a palm strike. Qi Hong, the steward of the Qi family, saw that the situation was hopeless and had no intention of fighting anymore, and was soon killed by Huang Gan. Grandpa, Dad, I will fight you. Qi Ning and Qi Guang, who had been hiding in the house, saw that the Qi family was destroyed. They knew they were doomed and rushed out with infinite hatred. Cut the grass at its roots. In order to show his loyalty, Lu Xiong was ruthless and rushed forward, killing Qi Ning and Qi Guang ruthlessly, killing them both in an instant. From then on, the Qi family was completely destroyed. Not a single person was left alive. Jiang Qinquan stood up at this moment. After all, he was a master in the realm of transformation. Although he was injured, he was still very powerful. Ha ha ha. Well done. From now on, Zhongling is my world, huh? Jiang Qinquan laughed wildly. Congratulations, Patriarch. Congratulations, Patriarch. Tanchin and others hurriedly knelt down to show their loyalty. Jiang Qinquan nodded slightly, looking down at them. You did a great job. Everyone get up. Yes. Jiang Qinquan speaks differently now, with the tone of a king. Who is Jiang Ling afraid of now? Just when he was feeling proud, the Qi mansion was surrounded by troops, led by Tan and Mo. At the same time, Jiang Haoyu also arrived with the police. Han Long also accompanied them. Jiang Haoyu hasn't shown up yet, because Jiang Qinquan doesn't want him to take risks. Han Long came with him for a purpose. He just wanted to paralyze Jiang Haoyu, allowing the two families to duel and deal with the scene at the same time. Of course, Jiang Qinquan and his son would never have thought that while the mantis stalks the cicada, the oriole is behind. Dad, Jiang Haoyu arrived at the scene and was happy to see that the situation had been settled. Jiang Qinquan nodded and looked at Han Long with doubt. Dad, don't worry. Governor Han is here to see the results. Jiang Haoyu said confidently. Jiang Qinquan nodded slightly and said lightly, That's good. The tone seemed to say that if Han Long dared to mess around, he wouldn't mind killing him. Han Long looked at the horrific scene calmly. His eyes fell on Jiang Qinquan, and he said indifferently, Master Jiang, you made such a big fuss this time. I took a quick look. There must be a lot of deaths, right? Jiang Qinquan was slightly stunned and looked at Han Long with cold eyes. What does Governor Han mean? Although the Great Xia Kingdom condones the ancient martial arts decisive battle, it did not say that there would be guns and cannons. I thought it was a decisive battle between you and Qi Zhuan, but I didn't expect that you were fighting a war. Thousands of people died, right? Did you exterminate the Qi family? Han Long said lightly. Jiang Qinquan's eyes flashed with murderous intent, and then he laughed wildly. Ha! What does Governor Han want? Jiang Qinquan is now feeling proud. Once the Qi family is destroyed, in his mind, everyone is just an ant. Han Long was not afraid at all, and sneered. Then what do you want me to do? Jiang Qinquan's face was full of anger, his hands clenched tightly, as if he was going to strangle Han Long. Governor Han, since the incident has already happened, please don't take it to heart. From now on in Jiangling, my Jiang family will never treat you unfairly. Jiang Haoyu hurried out to smooth things over. Ha! Han Long laughed wildly upon hearing this, and said sarcastically, Do I still need your Jiang family to treat me well? Do you think too highly of yourselves? After hearing this, Jiang Haoyu was also confused, because he had informed Han Long about this matter in advance. After all, with such a big move in Jiangling, it was impossible not to inform Han Long. After all, he was the nominal head of Jiangling. But Han Long acted as if he didn't care, and just said that they could deal with it together later. Now Han Long's tone clearly showed that he was going to cause trouble for the Jiang family. Jiang Qinquan's facial muscles twitched continuously, which meant he had reached the limit of his endurance. Han Long, this is Jiangling. I don't care how powerful your Han family is, but in Jiangling, I have the final say. Jiang Qinquan warned. Han Long laughed. Jiang Qinquan, you really shouldn't think of yourself as a big shot. In Daxia, no one dares to override the national power. Not to mention that you are just a small figure. Even the big figures in the capital are not as arrogant as you. Jiang Qinquan had just stood on the top of Jiangling and was despised by Han Long again. He was so angry that he could no longer bear it. He clenched his fists and said with a gloomy face, Believe it or not, I will kill you now. Han Long smiled contemptuously. You are worthy. Court death. Jiang Qinquan couldn't bear it any longer and struck out at Han Long with a palm. A murderous intent appeared in Han Long's eyes, and he struck out with one hand. Boom! The two energies collided. Jiang Qinkuan felt a heat in his throat, and he tried hard not to vomit blood, and took several steps back. Jiang Qinkuan looked at Han Long in disbelief. You are actually a master of the transformation realm? What? Jiang Haoyu was also shocked. Han Long has never revealed his true strength since he came to Jiangling, and no one knows his true strength. Most people think he is just a playboy, a frog in the well. Do you think the state of transformation is that powerful? Han Long looked at Jiang Qinkuan with disdain. Jiang Qinkuan felt that he was being ruthlessly rubbed and insulted by Han Long. Now that the action had already begun, he would not show any mercy. You are looking for death. Let's kill him together. Jiang Qinkuan roared. He took the lead and launched a fierce attack on Han Long. Han Long was not panicked at all. He was still able to deal with the seriously injured Jiang Qinkuan. Do it. Seeing that Jiang Qinkuan was determined to do so, Jiang Haoyu naturally would not stand idly by. He glanced at Tanchin and the others, and immediately surrounded Han Long. Su Yuan Mao and Huang Gan looked at each other, and without saying a word, they joined in strangling Han Long. Facing the attack of 4 people, Han Long was naturally no match for them, but he was not panicked. Haha, this is really funny. Master, let me lend you a hand. Seeing that the time had come, Tanchin shouted, which was also a secret signal, and instantly came to Jiang Qinkuan's side, raised his hand, and slapped him on the back. Wow, Jiang Qinkuan never expected that Tanchin would actually attack him. He was hit by a palm and staggered, almost dying. At the same time, Wang Huan and Lu Xiong also attacked Jiang Haoyu at the same time. The two attacks were again unexpected, and Jiang Haoyu's blood spurted out 3 liters. Han Long's mouth curled up slightly. Without Jiang Qinkuan and his son, it would be easy to deal with the 2 injured half-step transformation realm cultivators. He dodged and distanced himself from Su Yuan Mao and Huang Gan at the same time, sending out a stream of energy from both his palms. The 2 men's skills were simply not enough to withstand Han Long's full-strength attack. With 2 muffled bangs, the 2 were knocked away at the same time, and their lives or deaths were unknown. Chapter 114, The Rise of the Tan Family. The sudden change caught Jiang Qinkuan off guard. He was first injured by Qi Zhuan, and then was knocked away by Tanchin's palm without any preparation. At this moment, he was lying on the ground groaning in pain. Jiang Haoyu wasn't much better off, struggling with only half his life left. Jiang Qinkuan endured the great pain and stood up with difficulty. He stared at Tanchin and the other 2 with vicious eyes and said with bloodshot teeth, Tanchin, you actually betrayed me? I treated you well, but you actually plotted against me behind my back. Tanchin stopped pretending and smiled faintly. Master, you have indeed treated me well, but so what? Am I not just your dog? It's up to you to kill me or chop me up. You can't blame others. You can only blame yourself for being too confident. You out. Jiang Qinkuan covered his chest and said angrily, What is your relationship with Han Long? When did you join him? Han Long laughed. Jiang Qinkuan, to be honest, Uncle Tan and I have known each other for a long time. By the way, I came to Jiangling thanks to Uncle Tan. Let me tell you another piece of information. Xiaoyun is my fiancée. Ha ha! Jiang Qinkuan suddenly realized and laughed at himself. I didn't expect that all this was planned by you. When you were plotting against the Qi family, you had already taken me into account. You took advantage of the fact that both the Qi family and I were losing. Tanchin, you are really good at plotting. Tanchin smiled and said, This is all thanks to the trust of the patriarch. Otherwise, how could I succeed? From today on, there will be no more Qi or Jiang in Jiangling. Only my Tan family will dominate. Jiang Qinkuan's eyes were bloodshot, and he glared at Tanchin with a gloomy face. Tanchin, you will not die well. After saying that, Jiang Qinkuan rushed towards Tanchin with resentment. Tanchin smiled contemptuously, raised his hand, and slapped Jiang Qinkuan in the chest. With a bang, Jiang Qinkuan looked at Tanchin with unwillingness. He wanted to say something but couldn't, and blood foamed from his mouth. Then he returned to the west with reluctance. Dad, Jiang Haoyu witnessed Jiang Qinkuan's tragic death and rushed towards Tanchin with murderous intent. I will kill you. Jiang Haoyu was just struggling in his death throes, but Tanchin killed him with one palm without hesitation. From then on, the Qi and Jiang families in Jiangling fought for hundreds of years, and finally they were destroyed on the same day, and Jiangling was ruled by Tan alone. Brother Tan, From now on, you are the head of the family. I, Lu Xiong, swear to follow you until death. If I have any second thoughts, I will be punished by heaven and earth." Lu Xiong witnessed all this and immediately knelt down to show his loyalty. He had been muttering before, but only now did he realize that being alive was truly a gift from Tan Tan to him. "Master Tan, I, Wang Huan, feel the same. From now on, I will follow your lead." Although Wang Huan knew this result a long time ago, he now feels inferior and is willing to be a younger brother. Tanchin laughed out loud and helped the two men up personally. "Two brothers, from now on, I will never treat you unfairly. As long as you are loyal, Jiangling will be our world." "Thank you, Patriarch." As soon as Jiang Qinquan died, Tan Mo took over directly. Those people outside the Jiang family had already been controlled by Tan Mo. Anyone who dared to disobey would be strangled on the spot. It was natural for Tanchin to inherit the industries and personnel of Qi in Jiang. With his own strength, he is now even stronger than Qi and Jiang before. Lu Xiong and Wang Huan also benefited greatly. From now on, Jiangling will only have one dominant company, the two major conglomerates of Lu Xiong and Wang Huan. This news was undoubtedly the most important news for Jiangling. Jiangling changed completely in one day. The mayor and the deputy mayor were both killed. The Qi and Jiang families, which had dominated Jiangling for hundreds of years, were destroyed. The Tan family rose to prominence and became the biggest winner in Jiangling, and the news spread throughout the streets and alleys of Jiangling. Those who don't know the truth will naturally never guess what happened in Jiangling. However, for ordinary people, these things are just topics of conversation after dinner. In a 3-bedroom, 1-living-room rental house in Jiangling, Linda was sitting on the sofa planning her comeback. Chen Gui came back from outside with doubts, sat opposite Linda, and said, "Miss, something big happened in Jiangling yesterday." Linda was slightly stunned. "What's the big deal?" "The Qi family was destroyed by the Jiang family. Old Master Qi and the Qi Siming brothers, including Qi Ning and Qi Guang, are all dead." "What? How could this happen?" Linda's face was full of astonishment. Although she resented the Qi family for ignoring her, she still wanted to rely on the Qi family to slowly rise in the future. After all, if she wanted to make a comeback in Jiangling, it would be difficult without anyone's protection. Chen Gui sighed. Not only that, even the Jiang family was destroyed on the same day. Jiang Qinquan and Jiang Haoyu were both killed. Now the whole Jiangling has changed drastically. Linda became more and more confused and asked, "What's going on?" "I also heard some rumors. Jiang Qinquan declared war on the Qi family yesterday. Taking advantage of the Qi family's weakness, Jiang Qinquan destroyed the Qi family in one fell swoop. As a result, Tanchin joined forces with Wang Huan and that bastard Lu Xiong, and suddenly turned against them and destroyed Jiang Qinquan. So now the entire Jiangling falls into Tanchin's hands, and Lu Xiong and Wang Huan have already defected to Tanchin." Chen Gui said. Linda roughly understood and said angrily, "This is all Tanchin's scheme. He teamed up with Lu Xiong to kill my father. He weakened the power of the Qi family, and then persuaded the Jiang family to declare war on the Qi family. When the two families are both defeated in the fight, he can reap the benefits." Chen Gui nodded. "Well, that should be the case. That must be the case, because he benefited the most. And my dad was killed by him and Lu Xiong. I will avenge this sooner or later," Linda said while gritting her teeth. Chen Gui sighed. "Alas, I didn't expect that a powerful family like the Qi family would be destroyed in one day. Miss, Jiangling is now the world of the Tan family, and Lu Xiong has become Tan Tan's minion. I'm afraid Lu Xiong will not let you go." Linda was also worried about this. She and Lu Xiong had a grudge against each other for killing her father. Based on Lu Xiong's character, he would definitely wipe out the root of the problem. "Miss, I think you should leave Jiangling. Leave the revenge to me," Chen Gui said. "You?" Linda shook her head. "No, not to mention that you're no match for Lu Xiong. If you go to seek revenge, you will just die in vain. Besides, I want to take revenge in my own way. Miss, this is no joke. It's too dangerous for you to stay. Now the whole Jiangling is in their hands. Even if they don't harm you, it will be harder than climbing to the sky for you to make a comeback in Jiangling." Linda knew it was difficult, but she just didn't want to leave. She wanted to take back everything that belonged to her. She wanted the Li family to regain its glory, and she wanted to fight Tanchin, Lu Xiong, and Wang Huan to the end. "Let's talk about it later. If it really doesn't work, I'll leave again." Chen Gui knew Linda's character. so he stopped trying to persuade her and said, "Miss, think about it yourself. If it doesn't work, you can leave at any time." Chapter 115, Meeting Familiar People. New Year's Eve. As if to cater to the New Year's atmosphere, it snowed in Gangnam the night before. Overnight, the whole Gangnam was covered in white snow. It seemed that the incident that happened 2 days ago had been washed away by the snow. No one cared about the downfall of the two overlords of Jiangling. Instead, they were more preparing to welcome the new year. Johnson was no exception. This was the first time he spent the new year at home as an adult. He got up early in the morning and was busy. The family of four had a meal of dumplings. After eating dumplings, Johnson took Angela and Zhao Yang, brother and sister, shopping happily for New Year's goods. Johnson spent a lot of money today and took Angela and Eve shopping in the mall. He bought everything the sisters liked and took it home. The two sisters will not save money for Johnson. Johnson has made promises many times, but he has never fulfilled them. This time, Eve and Angela will not let Johnson go. Johnson also enjoys this feeling and doesn't feel bad at all about spending money on his family. Zhao Yang looked at Eve's bags and couldn't help but say, "Tanchin, just enough is enough. We still have to pay the mortgage and we've lost our jobs." Eve stuck out her tongue. "Oh, I see, bro. Hee hee, brother said we can buy whatever we want today. I don't care," Angela said mischievously. Johnson laughed. "Yeah, Tanchin, don't listen to your brother. Even if he bankrupts me today, it doesn't matter. Brother, you said it, so don't blame me when the time comes," Eve said with a smile. "How could that be? Money is meant to be spent, especially on your sister." Eve smiled and continued to walk around the mall with Angela. Although Johnson had said so, Eve always bought the cheapest things. Girls love shopping by nature, and Eve is no exception. "Oh, brother, money is so hard to spend." Zhao Yang was afraid of being poor and felt a little sad about spending money recklessly. Johnson smiled and patted Zhao Liang on the shoulder. "You can earn money again after you spend it. There's only one festival a year, so you should spend it. Let's not be idle either. Let's buy some good wine and food and have a few drinks at noon." "Haha, brother, you hit the nail on the head. It's New Year. It's time to eat and drink well." The two brothers are happily preparing the New Year's Eve dinner. It was soon approaching noon, and they had almost finished buying everything. This trip cost Johnson several thousand yuan, but he didn't care at all. Carrying bags of all sizes, the family walked out of the mall with smiles on their faces. Just after walking a few steps, Johnson saw a figure that he was very familiar with. He couldn't help but frown. The smile just now gradually disappeared, and he stared at the person with a serious face. The man was about 24 or 25, about 1.80 meters tall, with the same standard crew cut as Johnson, fair and delicate skin, delicate features, and a ruffian look. He was dressed in black from head to toe, with a black leather jacket on the outside, a black scarf around his neck, black gloves on his hands, and his eyes were fixed on Johnson. "Brother, do you know him?" Zhao Yang asked curiously. Johnson nodded. "Well, brother, you take them home first. I'll be back later." "I know. Do you want my help?" Zhao Yang thought he was looking for trouble, so he asked with concern. Johnson's mouth curled up slightly. "Don't worry, I'm fine." "Oh well." Zhao Yang knew Johnson's ability, and since it was broad daylight, he didn't say anything. He took the food and wine from Johnson and took Eve and Angela home first. Johnson raised the corner of his mouth slightly, walked to the young man with his hands behind his back, patted his shoulder, and said seriously, "Boy, you are good. You actually found this place." The young man showed his white teeth, looking extremely excited, and wanted to reach out to hug Johnson. "Boss, I knew you were hiding in Jiangling." Johnson pushed the young man away with a look of disgust and cursed, "Get lost and talk somewhere else. Hey, go my car." Soon Johnson followed the young man to his car, a super cool black Bugatti Veyron. Johnson's mouth twitched. "Is this your car?" "Hey, it's just a broken car. Drive it for fun." The young man skillfully helped Johnson open the car door and then got in the car. As soon as he got in the car, the young man stepped on the accelerator and rushed out, driving aimlessly on the streets of Jiangling. "Tell me about it," Johnson said lightly. What did the boss say?" "Nonsense. How did you find me?" The young man smiled smugly. "Boss, your calculation is too low level. What kind of suicide is this? This is just fooling others. Can you fool me? Not to mention me. Who among us in the fourth palace believes that you will sacrifice yourself?" Johnson touched his forehead and murmured, "Really?" "Of course, we all know it, so we won't betray the boss." "Oh," Johnson nodded, thinking that it was indeed the case, and asked, "How did you know I was in Jiangling? And how did you find me in person?" "Boss, you forgot that you once told me that you were from Jiangling, so I thought you must be in Jiangling. That's why I came here 5 days ago. Was it easy to find you? I knew it as soon as I felt around. Of course, since you've already tracked me. Aren't you afraid that I'll destroy you?" "Hey, what you said, boss. Don't give me those useless things. What do you want from me? If you want me to go back, don't mention it. Otherwise, I will throw you out of the car," Johnson said seriously. The young man smiled and said, "How could that be? The boss carefully planned his suicide. How could I ask you to go back? I am the only one who knows where you are in Jiangling, and no one else knows where you are. I came here this time simply because I missed you, so I came to see you by the way." Johnson's mouth twitched. "Really? Am I that good looking?" "Hey, not entirely. There hasn't been any major events in the organization recently, and I happen to be on leave to go home and visit my family, so I stopped by to see the boss." Johnson rolled his eyes. "I remember your family is from Yanjing, right? Is this what you call a stopover?" "Hey, that's what the boss said. I came to see you. Why do you seem unhappy? Don't talk nonsense. Don't tell anyone that I'm here. Go do what you need to do and go back to celebrate the new year." "Boss, you're not the one who can do this." The young man looked aggrieved and said, "You left without saying a word and made us miss you for so long. Now you're kicking me out. That's really mean." Johnson said seriously, "I have my own private affairs. Now I just want to live my life quietly. As for the past, I don't want to ask about it." "Okay, I know what you're thinking. Don't worry. I won't tell anyone about you." The young man continued to remind him, "Boss, I have to remind you that if Mr. Zhang knew where you were, he would definitely ask you to go back. Never mind him. We'll talk about it when the day comes." Chapter 116, Getting Rich Overnight. The young man's name is Yunlong. He is the direct descendant of the Yun family, a prominent family in Yinjing. He is also the deputy hall master of the Dark Hall of the Dragon Soul 4 halls, and now serves as the hall master concurrently. Is also one of Johnson's most loyal subordinates and a ruthless character ranked in the top 10 killers in the world. Yunlong came to Jiangling this time just to confirm whether Johnson was there. He took great pains to get an excuse to visit relatives and rushed to Jiangling to look for Johnson. "Boss, can I stay and spend the new year with you?" Yunlong asked shamelessly. Johnson's mouth twitched. "Believe it or not, I will beat you to death." Yunlong raised the corner of his mouth. Hee, okay then. I'll leave soon. Leave some money for me before you go." Johnson touched his crew cut as if nothing had happened and looked out the car window. Yunlong laughed. "Boss, I heard that you have been the security captain in Jiangling for a few months. What do you think?" Johnson hit him on the back of the head and said, "Don't laugh. I was penniless. You know, my identity was destroyed and I didn't take a penny with me. You don't know how difficult it is to be penniless. It's true that a penny can make a hero fall." Yunlong nodded repeatedly. Yes, yes, yes. After saying that, he took out a gold bank card that he had prepared long ago from his pocket and handed it to Johnson. "Boss, there are 100 billion in it. Don't save money for me, haha." Johnson snatched the bank card and cursed. "Virtue. Boss, is there anything else I can help you with? Let's talk about it later. I'll let you know when I need you." "Okowo. Okay, stop the car in front." Yunlong stopped the car, and Johnson got out and said, "Go home quickly, and don't come to see me again if there's nothing else. I will find you later if I have something to do." Yunlong nodded. "Okay, goodbye, boss." After watching Yunlong leave, Johnson slowly went home. He was not worried about Yunlong leaking the news, but he was worried that his carefully planned suicide would become a joke and no one in the 4th hall would believe that he was dead. If I had known this would happen, I wouldn't have worked so hard and should have asked Yunlong for money earlier. But now, with 100 billion, he has instantly become a nouveau riche. Even though I'm stronger than Johnson, I feel lighthearted now and don't have to endure the bullying of others anymore. Johnson can now say that he has a strong backbone. He'd usually prepare the meals at home. Johnson also rolled up his sleeves tonight to help wash and cut vegetables. The family was chatting and laughing. For dinner, Zhao Yang prepared a table full of food. He took out a bottle of good wine and filled a glass for Johnson and Eve. "Brother, I want one too," Angela shouted at Zhao Yang. Zhao Yang smiled, took out a bottle of fresh milk, filled Angela's cup, and touched her little head. "Angela, you can't drink now." "Humph." Angela held her hands and said angrily, "I want it. Ha ha." Johnson looked at her like this and couldn't help but laugh. "Angela, come here. Brother will give you a little drink." As he spoke, Johnson picked up the glass and put it to Angela's lips. Angela's lips were touched by the spicy taste, and she yelled, "Ah, it's so hard to drink, brother. You are bullying me." "Ah, hate it. I'm not going to pay attention to you guys anymore." Eve rolled her eyes at Johnson and said, "Brother, you are such a fool." Then she quickly picked up the small cup of milk and said, "Angela, don't believe me. Children can't drink alcohol, okay? Yeah, sister is still the best." The family happily ate the New Year's Eve dinner, talking and laughing. Johnson and Zhao Yang were drinking and drinking until they were a little confused. "Brother, you said you would get together 2 days earlier. How could the Jiang and the Jiang families, who are so powerful, be destroyed so easily?" Zhao Yang asked puzzledly. "It should be Tanchin's doing." Although Johnson was not involved, he had already guessed that from the bankruptcy of Jinxiu to the destruction of the Li family, and then to the destruction of the two families by Tanchin, all of this was probably done by Tanchin behind the scenes. Alas, it seems that the saying is true. Fortune and disaster can happen at any time. These two families have been in Jiangling for hundreds of years, and they were all tricked overnight. No one can believe it. The struggle between families is like a war. If you don't pay attention, you will be destroyed. It's normal. "Oh, by the way, brother, did Linda call you?" Johnson shook his head. "No, Linda is also pitiful. She lost everything overnight. If it were someone else, they would have committed suicide long ago." Johnson's mouth twitched. "Not really. If it's gone, it's gone. Once a person dies, they're really gone. As long as they're alive, they'll make a comeback one day." "That's true, but it's difficult." Zhao Yang picked up the wine glass and took a sip. "If Jinxiu hadn't fallen, we two brothers could have worked for a few more years without any worries." Johnson nodded subconsciously. "Yeah. Well, I think after the new year, we should go back to our old business and find a company to apply for a security guard position. We can't just sit back and enjoy all the savings." Zhao Yang has the mentality of a commoner. Now that he has no income, he thinks about finding a job every day. Johnson heard this. He immediately thought of his current worth. Coupled with the fact that he had drunk a little wine, he said with disdain, "Brother, why do you still need to find a job now? We have so much money that we have nowhere to spend it." Zhao Yang was slightly stunned. "Brother, where does the money come from if you don't work?" Johnson naturally would not hide it from Zhao Yang. He took out the gold bank card that Yunlong had given him and smiled. "Brother, there is 100 billion in it. Do you think we still need to work as security guards? We can spend it just lying down, and it will be enough." Zhao Yang's mouth twitched slightly, and he took the card. "Brother, you said this card has 100 billion? Hiss." Zhao Yang swallowed his saliva and asked in surprise, "Brother, where did this come from? Don't scare me." Johnson smiled and said, "Don't worry, money is not a problem. We brothers don't have to live a hard life anymore. Just spend money as you like. You should get married, and we can move to a bigger house. And Tian, if you want to do anything in the future, just tell me, and I'll give you money." He was also surprised at where Johnson got the 100 billion. This was something she and Zhao Yang could not even imagine. "Brother, is this true? Look at you guys. Am I making fun of you during the new year?" He believed it now, and excitedly took the huge gold card, smiling and saying, "Brother, that's great. I've always wanted to open a beauty and nail salon, and I found a good place right downstairs in our community. And there's a school near the community, and I can pick up Angela." Johnson smiled and said, "Well, what are we waiting for? Let's buy the store right after the new year." He was overjoyed and said with a big smile, "Brother, you are so handsome." "Haha, I'm handsome." "Hee hee, brother, I want money too, to buy lots of toys." Angela also danced happily. Okay. Johnson can now be said to be a real upstart. Chapter 117, Teaching the Dharma. What does 100 billion mean? It is equivalent to the total assets of Jinxiu Group and Lijia Group. In Jiangling, there are 100 billion. The strength can directly rank among the top. Zhao Yang was still skeptical and said, "Brother, do you really have that much money? Don't be ridiculous." Johnson smiled and said, "Don't worry, brother. We're not short of money now, so don't do this security job anymore." Zhao Yang laughed and rubbed his hands, saying, "Brother, you see, I don't have any special skills. It's not a good idea for me to be idle all day. I have always wanted to do something. Brother, you can help me." Johnson smiled and said, "Why are you talking to me like that? Tell me what you want to do." Zhao Yang smiled and said, "It's nothing, brother. You see, I don't know anything except these two tricks. I just want to set up a security company to train security guards after I have money. I found that many companies in Jiangling have amateur security guards. If I set up a professional one, I think I can definitely make money. Johnson's mouth twitched. He thought, it's already 100 billion, and he's still thinking about going to see the gate. He didn't know what Zhao Liang was thinking. That's fine. Johnson didn't object. It was a lot of money anyway, so it didn't matter whether he made money or not. Haha, really? Zhao Liang said excitedly. Brother, don't worry. If I want to do it, I will do it well. I will train a group of elites among the elites and expand the business to the whole country. Whether it is corporate security or private bodyguards, I will do it. Zhao Liang talked about it with great interest, and Johnson also became interested. He thought that if he could really use this project to train a group of people, it would not be a bad thing, and he might be able to use it in the future. Brother, you have a good idea. I think it is not enough to just train elites. We should train warriors and recruit a group of warriors to join us. Only in this way can we become bigger and stronger. Johnson suggested. Warrior. Zhao Yang naturally knew about warriors, but he felt that he could not control them. Brother, can the ancient warriors come? Zhao Yang asked doubtfully. Johnson smiled and said, as long as you have money, ancient warriors also need to eat. Zhao Yang nodded. Yes, that makes sense, but I'm afraid I can't shock these people. Lian raised his lips slightly. Don't worry, I'm here. To be honest, I'm also an ancient warrior. I happen to have nothing to do recently. I can teach you some methods of cultivation and help you advance to a warrior. What are you afraid of? Zhao Yang actually knew that Johnson was a warrior. When he heard this, he asked excitedly, really? How can I lie to you? In fact, there is nothing mysterious about ancient martial arts. The reason why they're different from ordinary people is that they have a set of special training methods. As long as you follow the training methods, you can advance to a martial artist. Whether it is physique, strength, agility, body movements, or moves, they're far stronger than ordinary people. Zhao Yang nodded excitedly. Yeah, Johnson actually always had this idea. He wanted to teach Zhao Liang how to become a martial artist. With his ability, it would be a piece of cake for him to reach the half-step realm within a month. Back then, he followed his master to practice in the mountains and reached a state of perfection in just half a month. Within 5 years, he had reached a height that no one else could reach. He relied on his own talent and the skills inherited from his master. Now that he has mastered the true teachings, as long as Zhao Yang is not stupid, it will be no problem for him to reach the half-step realm in a month. He did what he said. That night, Johnson used his own skills to help Zhao Liang open up his meridians and develop the Dantian Qi, which is essential for a warrior. Only by developing the Dantian and gathering Qi can one be called a warrior. We'll teach him the superior method of cultivation. He only needs to practice diligently every day, and he will be able to learn the skills. Time flies. 10 days passed in the blink of an eye. Johnson's help, Zhao Liang made rapid progress. From an ordinary person, he went straight to the late stage of internal strength. This would definitely not be possible for an ordinary person. If he relied on his own practice alone, even with advanced methods, it would take several years or even a lifetime. Zhao Yang was personally taught by Johnson, and with Johnson using his own skills to help him practice, he naturally made rapid progress. However, if he wants to reach the top, he needs to work steadily for half a month, and then Johnson will help him break through. Zhao Yang now feels that he is full of energy and walks in a light manner. During the training period, the two were not idle. Johnson directly bought a building in Jiangling City and asked Zhao Liang to open a security company. Zhao Yang used his own name to come up with a rather domineering name. The name of the company is Liangjian Security Company. Johnson was also quite satisfied with the name. It has to be said that having money is good. As soon as the company was established, Zhao Yang offered generous treatment and recruited retired elites, including ancient martial artists. Eve's shop was naturally opened with sufficient funds. As for whether it made money or not, no one knows. Anyway, this girl was extremely happy every day. She would take Angela to her shop at dawn. One of the siblings runs a security company, and the other runs a store. But now Johnson is so idle that he has nothing to do every day. He suddenly misses the days when he was with Anne. At least it was not so boring. I don't know what's going on with Linda. Johnson had nothing to do and suddenly wanted to find something to do, so he naturally thought of Linda. She's going through a difficult time now. Although I don't like her, she is an S-sister after all, so I have to help her. Hello, is this Chun Gue? Johnson didn't have Linda's contact information, but he exchanged contact information with Chun Gue. Johnson, what do you want? Nothing. How are you doing now? Do you want my help? No, Mrs. Fine now. Oh, well, if there's nothing else, just hang up. Before Johnson could say anything, Chun Gui hung up the phone. Johnson looked at his phone boredly and muttered, "Whatever. If anything goes wrong, don't blame me for not helping." Linda is in a very bad situation now. Since the Chinese New Year, she, Li Yuanhao, and Chun Gui have been hiding in the rental house and have not shown up. Linda still wanted to make a comeback, but the reality was that it was not that easy. The entire Jiangling was controlled by Tantan, so how could she have a chance? What's more terrible is, how could Lu Xiong let her go? After Jiangling calmed down a little, Lu Xiong started looking for her. Now, the streets of Jiangling are full of people looking for Linda. Now, even Qingui didn't dare to show up easily, and Li Yuanhao was even more frightened. "Miss, if you don't leave now, you may not be able to leave." Qingui hung up the phone with Johnson and said with a worried look on his face, "Well, sister, let's go." Li Yuanhao said. Linda didn't want to leave, but in this situation, she couldn't just leave if she wanted to. "Qingui, what's the situation outside?" Linda asked. Qingui shook his head. "Not good. Lu Xiong has arranged people everywhere. Even the Qin gang is looking for the young lady. It seems that they will not let the young lady go." Linda smiled bitterly. "They are looking for me. It has nothing to do with you. You should leave as soon as possible." "No, miss. If you want to go, let's go together." "Yes, sister, let's go together. But once you are discovered, won't you be in danger? We're going to die together. We're leaving Jiangling tonight," Qingui said resolutely. Linda cannot be selfish now and can only agree to go with them. Otherwise, Qingui and Li Yuanhao will not leave. Chapter 118. Linda is blocked. It's late at night. Linda and the other two planned to leave Jiangling late at night. Linda was reluctant. She had no choice in the current situation. The ultimate result of staying would be death. Just when Linda was about to leave, several commercial vehicles slowly stopped downstairs of the building where she rented. Sitting in the back seat of one of the cars was a young man in an expensive suit. He was sitting with his legs crossed and holding a beautiful woman in his arms, talking and laughing. "Master, we're here." Opposite the young man sat an elderly man who was looking at the building with a faint smile. "Is Linda really hiding here?" the young man questioned, looking at the old building through the window. "Well, don't worry, master. Our people have already found out exactly. Linda and Chun Gui are hiding here. Linda alive. She is a top-notch beauty. I'm going to enjoy her to my heart's content." "Yes. Mr. Liu, you are so annoying. You are married, yet you are still thinking about other women. Fuck you. Are you worthy enough to compete with Linda?" The young man pushed the coquettish woman away with great disdain, put on a wicked smile on his face, adjusted his tie, and got out of the car. He was none other than Lu Jie, who had caused the Li family to be destroyed. Now Lu Jie could be said to be even more arrogant. In his eyes, apart from the Tan and Wang families, who else would he take seriously? "Master." As soon as Lu Jie got out of the car, a dozen thugs immediately bowed to him and greeted him. "Hong Chung, remember to capture Linda alive, but don't hurt her, otherwise I won't forgive you." "Yes." Hong Chung waved his hand and rushed up with a group of people. This building has stairs. Linda lives on the 5th floor, and there is only one exit. At this time, Qingui just came downstairs. "Miss, there's something wrong." Qingui stopped and heard the dense footsteps coming from downstairs. He immediately took out his pistol and loaded it, whispering, "Miss, retreat." Linda and Li Yuanhao heard what had happened. They turned pale with fright, dared not to breathe, and immediately retreated. Chun Gui knew that today would not end peacefully, so he held his breath, gripped the pistol tightly, stood at the corner of the stairs, and was ready to attack at any time. In just a few breaths, the man rushed up. Chun Gui no longer hesitated. He pointed his pistol at the few people who had not yet reacted and pulled the trigger. Bang, bang, bang. Gunshots suddenly rang out in the quiet corridor. With a few screams, several thugs who were rushing in the front were killed. Hong Chung also quickly took out his pistol, hid in the corner, and looked up through a crack. Beep, beep, beep. There were a few more gunshots, and all the bullets hit Hong Cheng's toes. "Haha, Chun Gui, do you think you can still run away today?" Hong Chung saw that it was Chun Gui and sneered, "Go ahead." As soon as he finished speaking, 5 or 6 gunmen raised their guns and shot at Chun Gui. Beep, beep, beep. Although Chun Gui was in the middle stage of internal strength, he could not withstand the bullets head-on. He dodged the bullets by turning sideways and shot several people with a few shots. Hong Chung took advantage of the gap, flashed out, and fired all the bullets in his pistol at Chen Gui. Beep, beep, beep. Chen Gui dodged all the bullets by relying on his body skills. Hong Chung naturally didn't expect to shoot Chen Gui. While Chen Gui was dodging bullets, the man had already approached him. Chen Gui raised his gun quickly, but before he could pull the trigger, Hong Chung kicked him the wrist, and the gun fell to the ground. Chen Gui raised his fist and punched at Hong Chung in the chest. Hong Chung dodged to the side, and the two immediately started fighting. No nonsense. Every move is deadly. The two were equally strong. Hong Chung knew it would be difficult to subdue them in a short time, so he said to the people behind him, "Go and catch Linda." The people behind him rushed forward immediately. Chen Gui was anxious and had to give up the attack to stop others. Chen Gui did not hesitate and threw 2 heavy punches at the 2 people in front of him, knocking them away directly. Chen Gui is my opponent, yet you still dare to withdraw? Hong Chung took advantage of Chen Gui's attack on other people and punched him on the arm. Chen Gui took advantage of the situation and crashed into the wall, enduring the pain and trying to stop others. But how could Hong Chung let him have his way? He launched a fierce attack on him from 3 directions. "You old bastard, you're looking for death." Chen Gui looked at Hong Chung angrily, but he could do nothing to him and was forced to fight back. The remaining gunmen took advantage of the situation and rushed to the 5th floor. After searching for a while, they couldn't find Linda and Li Yuanhao. They could only go to the previous address and start knocking on the door to look for someone. Linda and Li Yuanhao were hiding at home. When they heard the loud banging of the door, they were so scared that they didn't know what to do. Sister, what should I do?" Li Yuanhao was trembling with fear and kept shouting. Linda's face turned pale, and in panic, she pulled Li Yuanhao into the room. Yuanhao quickly used the furniture to block the door. Okay. Li Yuanhao and Linda had no choice but to delay for a while. Together, they pushed the wardrobe against the door and stared at it tremblingly. Soon the door was kicked open, and several gunmen came to the door and broke it down without saying a word. What should I do?" "Sister, I don't want to die." Li Yuanhao burst into tears and fear. The coming of death made him extremely afraid. Linda looked pale as she looked at the collapsed Li Yuanhao. She held him tightly and sobbed. "Yuanhao, don't be afraid. I will die with you." "Sister, why? Why do they want to kill them all? Why? I don't want to die." With a bang, a hole was directly broken in the door. Several vicious gunmen pointed their guns at Linda and Li Yuanhao. "Do not move. Don't kill me." Li Yuanhao was so frightened that his legs went limp, and he squatted on the ground with his head in his hands. On the contrary, Linda looked calm, expressionless, and not struggling with fate. 2 people came up, grabbed Linda's arms, and brought her out. "Cry again, and I'll shoot you." Another gunman pointed a gun at Li Yuanhao's head and threatened him. No, don't kill me." Li Yuanhao's legs went weak with fear, but he still stood up, and the hostage also walked out of the room. On the other side, Chen Gui had no intention of fighting, so he rushed to the room and saw Linda being kidnapped and was about to take action. "If you dare to move, I will kill her immediately." The gunman put the gun to Linda's head and threatened. Chen Gui gritted his teeth and clenched his fists, but dared not move. Ha, Chen Gui, just surrender." Hong Chung walked in with a smile. "You old man." Chen Gui gritted his teeth and pointed at Hong Chung. "Snort." Hong Chung punched him in the abdomen without saying a word. Wow. Chen Gui didn't dare to fight back. He spat out a mouthful of blood, held his stomach, and glared at Hong Chung fiercely. "Chen Gui, don't worry about me. Just run for your life." Linda's heart trembled when she saw Chen Gui like this. "Miss I." Chen Gui looked at the helpless Linda and hated himself for having no ability. "Humph, Chen Gui, you should go down and accompany your master." "Ha!" Hong Chung sneered and threw another punch. Chen Gui's eyes became fierce. He dodged sideways and punched Hong Chung on the forehead. Hong Chung was so scared that he quickly dodged. He didn't expect Chen Gui to dare to take action. Chen Gui glanced at Linda, gritted his teeth, and ran out. Chase. Hong Chung immediately chased after him. Chapter 119, Chen Gui's Tragic Death. The two started fighting again in the corridor. Chen Gui was injured and soon became weak. He was hit by several punches in succession, and blood was coming out his mouth. Chen Gui gritted his teeth and stood firm. He couldn't die here. He could die, but he had to find someone to save Linda. Now the only person he could think of was Johnson. Chun Gui knew that he would die if the fight continued, so he looked towards the window at the end of the corridor on the 5th floor. This was his only chance to escape. Hong Chung, you will not die well. Chun Gui gritted his teeth and launched a desperate attack on him, suppressing Hong Chung for a while. While Hong Chung was retreating, Chun Gui quickly rushed to the end and tried to escape by jumping out of the window. Want to leave? Seeing this, Hong Chung said, shoot. The gunman behind him immediately raised his gun and fired. Beep, beep, beep. The corridor was narrow, and Chun Gui had his back to the gun. Several bullets pierced his body. Chun Gui gritted his teeth and used all his strength to crash his head into the window. With his last bit of strength, he used the protruding objects on each floor and barely avoided falling to his death. As soon as he landed, he spat out a mouthful of blood. Chun Gui knew that he was doomed, and he used up his last bit of strength to call Johnson. Lin, Yun, come and save the young lady. She has been captured by Liu Ye. The young lady is in the hands of you. Before Chun Gui could finish his words, he died tragically. Soon, Hong Chung arrived and saw that Chun Gui was already dead, so he didn't take it to heart. Instead, he brought Linda and Li Yuanhao to Lu Jia. Wanru, I miss you so much after not seeing you for a long time. Lu Jia looked at Linda with a smile, his eyes full of greed. Linda hated the Lu family father and son, staring at Lu Jia fiercely. Lu Jia, sooner or later you will die a miserable death. Everyone will die. But if I can get you before I die, I will die without regrets. Lu Jia stared at Linda's beautiful face with an obscene look on his face, wishing he could eat her. Linda felt sick when she saw him. Come on, please get in the car, Mr. Li. Linda's hands were tied behind her back, and she was thrown into the car. Young master, how should we deal with him? Hong Chung looked at Li Yuanhao. Lu Jia smiled slightly. It will be useful if you keep it. After saying that, Lu Jia got into the car and said to the other beauty, get out. Mr. Lu, how could you do this? The beauty still wanted to act coquettishly. With a snap, Lu Jia gave a big mouth directly, get lost. Yes. The beauty held her face in her hands in grievance and hurriedly got out of the car. After driving the beauty away, Lu Jia shamelessly sat down next to Linda, put his arm around her, and whispered softly, Wanru, look how good I am to you. I don't even look at other women. Go away and don't touch me. Linda twisted her body angrily. Okay, I won't touch you. Lu Jia took his hand away and said seriously, Wanru, don't be angry. In fact, it was Tanchin who harmed your Li family. As long as you marry me, I will help you get revenge. And if you marry me, my Lu family will also be yours in the future. Isn't it the same? Linda looked at Lu Jia with a sharp gaze and spat at him, wishful thinking. Lu Jia's face darkened, and he said with a sinister smile, Linda, don't be shameless. Do you still think you are Miss Li? It's your blessing that this young master likes you. Don't be ungrateful. Linda kept her gaze on him and ignored Lu Jia. It doesn't matter if you don't cooperate. I will still deal with you. Linda's eyes were bloodshot. She just wanted to die and didn't want to be insulted by the beast Lu Jia. Just after Lu Jia took Linda away, Johnson has arrived here. Not only Johnson has come, but people from the Jiangling police station have also come to handle the scene. Johnson watched Chun Gui die tragically and be taken away in a body bag, and he couldn't help but feel admiration. Although Chun Gui always looked down on him, it must be said that Chun Gui was a real man who was still fulfilling his duties until the moment of his death. Have a safe journey. Linda, leave it to me. This can also be regarded as Johnson's promise to Chun Gui. On the top floor of a hotel in Jiangling. This hotel is owned by the Lu family. It is also Lu Jia's hideout now. Since the Tan family came to power, Lu Jia has become more and more arrogant and domineering, living a life of drunkenness and debauchery all day and night. The corridors and halls on the top floor of the hotel are full of bodyguards. In the center of the magnificent hall, on a luxurious leather sofa, Lu Jia was sitting with his legs crossed, a cigar in his mouth, a glass of wine in his hand, looking very proud. Hong Chung stood behind him, with a female servant kneeling at each of his feet and bodyguards in front and behind him. Linda sat on the sofa next to him with her hands tied behind her back. Li Yuanhao knelt tremblingly in front of Lu Jia, not even daring to raise his head. Lu Jia enjoyed this feeling very much. He took a puff of the thick smoke, lowered his head, and blew it all towards Li Yuanhao's face. He smiled evilly and said, "Linda, if you don't agree, I will really throw him out of here." Li Yuanhao was so frightened that his body trembled violently, and he could hardly speak clearly. "Master Liu, I beg you to let me go." Seeing that Linda didn't say anything, Lu Jie leaned back on the sofa and said, "Slap her." As soon as he finished speaking, a big hand grabbed Li Yuan's hair and started attacking him left and right. Bang, bang, bang. After a few slaps, Li Yuanhao's mouth and nose were bleeding. Linda endured the humiliation and shouted angrily, "Stop! Stop it!" Lu Jie shook his head. "No, continue. Don't stop." Bah, bah, bah. The crisp slaps made Li Yuanhao scream in pain. Linda was so disappointed that she gritted her teeth and said, "Okay, I promise you." Lu Jie raised the corner of his mouth slightly and waved his hand. "Haha, come on, I beat my brother-in-law like this." Linda had a blank expression on her face, but tears were already soaking her eyes. "Don't worry, I will take good care of you. If you follow me in the future, I guarantee that you will still be a young lady." Linda no longer struggled and only wanted to die. "Okay, but you have to let Li Yuanhao go, or I would rather die." "No problem." Lu Jie waved his hand and said, "As long as tonight is over, I will give him some money and he can go wherever he wants." Linda looked at Lu Jie coldly. "I hope you keep your word." "Ha ha." Lu Jie stood up with a smile, sat down next to Linda, and put his arm around her. Naturally, naturally. Linda hated Lu Jie to the core, but now she could only suppress her grief and submit to his tyranny. Seeing that Linda did not resist, Lu Jie ordered, "Why don't you untie it?" Soon, Linda's hands were untied. Lu Jie was salivating at the sight of this top-notch beauty. "You guys aren't leaving yet?" Soon, the half-dead Li Yuanhao was dragged away, and the rest of the people retreated to the corridor. After seeing that everyone had left, Lu Jie became extremely beastly, threw himself at Linda, and frantically pulled off her clothes. "I can't wait, huh?" Linda. Chapter 120. Johnson goes on a killing spree. Linda accepted her fate, but when Lu Jie was about to insult her, she instinctively resisted and pushed Lu Jie with all her might. Don't. Ha. The more you resist, the more excited I am." Lu Jie's eyes were full of ferocity. He held down Linda's wrists with both hands and started biting her neck and pretty face. Linda was crying bitterly at this moment. She would rather die than be defiled by the beast Lu Jie. But how could a weak woman like her resist Lu Jie's violence? I could only grit my teeth, suppress my nausea, and use my body to struggle. "Lu Jie, let me go. Wanru, just obey me." Ha ha ha. Lu Jie seemed unable to wait any longer. He let go of Linda's hand and pulled at her clothes with both hands. Linda was so scared that she tried her best to block him, kicking her legs. Seeing Lu Jie pulling roughly, Linda slapped him in the face. "You beast!" Linda's eyes were bloodshot, and she cursed viciously through gritted teeth. Lu Jie was suddenly slapped and stopped. He stared at Linda fiercely and touched his face with his hand. "Bitch, I think you are shameless, and you have to be beaten by me before you obey." Bang, bang, bang. Lu Jie no longer showed any mercy and slapped Linda 3 times. "Humph, you'd better behave yourself, or I will kill Li Yuanhao right now." Linda was beaten without saying a word. She looked at Lu Jie with murderous eyes, and tears welled up in the corners of her eyes. Lu Jie smiled grimly and pulled away Linda's hands that were protecting her chest. At this moment, Linda looked like dead. Her hands were pulled apart and just left there. She no longer struggled, but just stared at Lu Jie with murderous eyes. "Don't say that. Even if you die, I will still play with you." Seeing that Linda had given up struggling, Lu Jie grabbed both sides of her coat and pulled them apart with force, making a ripping sound. Linda's red coat were torn off, revealing a white, fluffy sweater underneath. Lu Jie looked at her upright breasts, swallowed, and wanted to take off her clothes. But this fleece sweater is not so easy to take off. Linda refused to cooperate and lay there like a dead person. Lu Jie was anxious and took a long time to take it off, but failed. Oh shit. Lu Jie cursed angrily and started to take off Linda's pants. Linda was wearing a pair of black tight trousers. Lu Jie looked at her slender and flawless legs, excitedly unbuttoned her trousers, and forcibly pulled down Linda's trousers. I thought I was in for a treat, but it turned out that Linda was wearing a pair of black tights underneath. "Damn, why are you wearing so much clothes?" Linda is now like a living dead, allowing Lu Jie to do whatever he wants to her. She has completely given up resisting, just when Lu Jie started to get violent. At the same time, Johnson had already found this place and learned that Lu Jie was on the top floor. When he reached the elevator, he was stopped by several thugs. Johnson never held back unless it was necessary, and today he was ready to kill. Without any unnecessary words, he just killed the people at the door with a few punches. After dealing with a few minions, Johnson took the elevator directly to the top floor. As soon as the door opened, dozens of thugs in the corridor all looked towards the elevator door. Johnson was wearing a pair of light blue jeans, a black jacket, and a standard crew cut. He had sharp eyebrows, bright eyes, dark skin, and a strong murderous intent between his eyebrows. The corners of his mouth curled up slightly. He strode out of the elevator, stood at the entrance of the corridor, and glanced at the minions. Ooh. When they saw strangers, all the thugs took out their guns and loaded them. Johnson showed an evil smile. His eyes were filled with murderous intent. He clenched his fists, and his figure flashed. Shot. As soon as he finished speaking, beep, 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 everyone shot at Johnson at the same time. If it were anyone else, even someone at the Transcendent Realm, it would be very difficult in the narrow corridor. But he was Johnson, and he would only give them one chance to shoot. As soon as the gunshot was heard, a shadow passed by, and everyone covered their throats at the same time, and the guns in their hands fell to the ground. Johnson again. He has already reached the lobby. Lu Jie was just about to take off Linda's stockings when he heard the gunshot. He was startled and jumped up in panic. Linda thought she would be insulted by Lu Jie tonight, and she trembled when she heard the gunshot, but she couldn't think of anyone who could come save her, so she still lay there in the same state. What's going on? Lu Jie came to Hong Chung angrily and questioned him. Master, look for yourself. Lu Jie frowned, and when he saw who it was, he couldn't help but shudder. Lin Johnson, ha ha, I really didn't expect you to dare to show up. Lu Jie was a little afraid of Johnson in his heart, but then he thought, why should I be afraid of him? Johnson's eyes fell on Linda, lying on the sofa, and he felt better when he saw that she had not been defiled yet. Mr. Lu, how are you? Johnson smiled at Lu Jie. Johnson, do you know who I hate the most? Lu Jie said, gritting his teeth. Johnson smiled and said, it won't be me, will it? That's right. I've never been beaten by anyone, but you actually dare to hit me. You even dared to ruin my good deeds. You have ruined my good deeds twice. If I don't kill you, I will never be able to get rid of the hatred in my heart. Lu Jie said viciously. Johnson said calmly, oh, it just so happens that I have wanted to kill you for a long time. Lu Jie didn't know why, but every time he saw Johnson's calm look, he felt a little creepy. Okay, come on, kill him. Lu Jie looked at the dozens of gunmen in the corridor, each of them covering their throats, not knowing that they were already dead. What's going on? Lu Jie asked when he saw those people didn't move. As soon as he finished speaking, those who covered their throats had their throats cut by Johnson's palm. Blood gushed out wildly through the gaps between his fingers. They could hardly even groan in pain, and soon their bodies fell to the ground. Lu Jie stepped back after seeing this scene. Hong Chung, kill him. Kill him quickly. Hong Chung still looked confident and said coldly, boy, you should have died long ago. Johnson smiled faintly. Bounce. You're looking for death. Hong Chung was furious. He clenched his fist and rushed forward with a quick step. Johnson raised the corner of his mouth, clenched his fist easily, raised his leg, and hit his calf. With a click, Johnson gently pushed down with his wrist, and Hong Chang's arm bone broke through the flesh and was exposed. I will kill you. Hong Chung used his other hand to form a palm and chopped towards Johnson's face. Johnson grabbed his palm with his hand, and without saying a word, he pulled hard. With a few clicks, all of Hong Chang's fingers were broken. Chapter 121, Killing Lu Jie. What is strength? This is Johnson's strength. His internal strength is like that of a child, and he can easily defeat him. Hong Chung only now realized that he should be grateful that he had not provoked Johnson before, so that he could still live until now. Go to hell. Johnson showed no mercy, released his hand, and punched him in the throat. With a click, Hong Chang's eyes widened, his mouth slightly opened, blood foam flowed out uncontrollably, and he didn't last even a second before he fell down dead. After dealing with Hong Chung, Johnson looked at Lu Jie, who had a shocked look on his face, and slowly approached him. No, don't come over here. Johnson, let's talk it over. I'll give you money. I'll give you money. Lu Jie was scared. This time he really felt that death was approaching. He could not help but step back repeatedly. He lost his balance and sat down on the ground. Lu Jie, are you a human or an animal? Johnson asked. I. Lu Jie fell to his knees in fear, kowtowed repeatedly. I'm a beast. I'm a beast. Please don't kill me. I will give you money, as much as you want. Johnson glanced at Linda. She was still lying there with a blank expression on her face and empty eyes. Killing someone like you is actually beneath my status. Yes. Just treat me like a fart. Johnson smiled faintly. How can that be possible? Johnson picked up Lu Jie and said, I can't let you die comfortably. Lu Jie's face was filled with fear, and he asked tremblingly, What do you mean? Johnson raised the corner of his mouth slightly, grabbed Lu Jie's wrist, looked at him fiercely, and exerted force with his hand, causing a tearing sound. On my hand! Lu Jie screamed heartbreakingly. His face turned pale in an instant. Beads of sweat covered his forehead, and he looked at Johnson with fear in his eyes. No. Johnson smiled evilly, holding Lu Jie's bloody arm in his hand. He had just torn Lu Jie's arm off. Johnson was the real killing god at this moment. With a faint smile, he threw the severed limb away and grabbed Lu Jie's other arm. No, don't. With a ripping sound. Lu Jie screamed. His face turned pale. Sweat covered his forehead. His body was shaking. His legs were trembling as he stepped back. He looked at Johnson with extremely fearful eyes and shook his head desperately. Johnson looked at the bloody Lu Jie and smiled. I haven't been so bloodthirsty in a long time. You should be glad that I'm so good to you. Lu Jie now sees Johnson as a killer on earth and a devil in hell. Johnson finished speaking. He came in front of Lu Jie, raised the corner of his mouth, and kicked him directly in the legs. With a crack, Lu Jie shuddered and could not hold on any longer. He fell down. The pain in his arms and the pain of his broken balls made him tremble on the ground for a few times, and then he died completely. After dealing with Lu Jie, Johnson came to Linda. Mr. Lee, are you okay? Linda was slightly stunned, and when she saw Johnson, tears slowly fell from the corners of her eyes. She wanted to say something, but found that she couldn't utter a word. She wanted to sit up, but found that she didn't even have the strength to move. Johnson felt sad when he saw her like this. Linda was in a state of panic, which caused her current physical disability. As long as she calmed down, she would be able to recover. Boss Lee, I'm sorry to offend you by putting your clothes on. Johnson pulled up Linda's pants, pulled down her fleece sweater, and hugged her like a princess. Yuan Hao, can you still walk? I can. Li Yuan Hao escaped death. Although he was slapped dozens of times, he was still able to walk. Johnson nodded. Follow me. Well, Johnson carried the heartbroken Linda to the first floor. As soon as I stepped out of the elevator, hundreds of thugs rushed towards me. Kill him. This group of thugs also heard the noise and were preparing to support Lu Jie. Li Yuan Hao was so frightened that he collapsed to the ground. When Linda saw so many people rushing up, her body trembled slightly, and she looked at Johnson in panic, but she could no longer speak. Johnson's lips curled up. Don't worry, Mr. Lee. With me here, no one can hurt you in the slightest. Linda had never felt so safe before, and she smiled at Johnson for the first time. Johnson held Linda in one hand and disappeared into the crowd. With one hand as a blade, wherever he passed, he killed people with one blow. No one could get close to him within 3 meters, let alone touch him. At this moment, Johnson was like a ferocious beast. Having been bloodthirsty for many years, he never knew what mercy was. 100 minions were slaughtered by him unilaterally in a few breaths, and all fell in a pool of blood. Linda saw all of this. She never expected that the man whom she once hated so much is now the only man she can rely on. The man who was once irrelevant to her could give her a great sense of security. Only now did I realize how sharp Anne's vision was and how arrogant I was. She should thank Johnson for not caring about trivial matters, and she should also thank Anne. If it weren't for Anne, Johnson would never have rescued her. After solving the trouble, Johnson took Linda and Li Yuan Hao home. When I got home, Zhao Yang and Eve were already asleep. Johnson could only settle Linda in his room. After putting her on his bed, Johnson said, Mr. Lee, everything is fine now. Have a good rest, don't think about anything, and don't worry. No one can hurt you here. Linda nodded slightly. Johnson nodded, turned, and left. Thank you, Johnson. I heard Linda's weak thanks from behind. Johnson turned his back to her, nodded, walked out, and closed the door. Thank you, Johnson. Thank you for saving me and my sister, Li Yuan said gratefully. Johnson patted his shoulder and said, It's okay. Go to that room and rest. We can talk later if there's anything else. Thank you, thank you. Li Yuanhao thanked Johnson profusely, and now he was also extremely panicked. Looks like I need to buy a bigger house. All 4 rooms were occupied, so Johnson could only sleep on the sofa tonight. Linda lay on the bed and felt so warm for the first time. Her tense body finally relaxed, and her broken emotions were comforted the most when Johnson picked her up. Thinking of what happened tonight, Linda was still frightened. She knew that she was too weak and that revenge was undoubtedly a pipe dream. But now she sees a glimmer of hope. That is the hope Johnson brings her. Johnson's strength gave her hope that she could fight against Tanchin. Thinking of what and said before she left, she realized that she was wrong. Johnson was not who he seemed to be, and he was the only one who could protect her. Linda used to look down on Johnson, but now she has her own little thoughts. She wants to hold Johnson tightly and help her get revenge. Chapter 122, Johnson's plan. Such a big thing naturally alarmed Lu Xiong. Lu Xiong and his men rushed to the hotel in a hurry. When he arrived at the hotel lobby and saw this scene, he couldn't help but gasp. The ground was covered with corpses all over the place. The smooth floor was now covered in blood. Who did it? Lu Xiong stood in the middle of the lobby and shouted. At the hotel's front desk, several cashier girls were so scared that they hid under the counter and didn't dare to look up. Only after hearing Lu Xiong's loud shouting did they dare to look up a little and see clearly. Seeing that it was the boss and his men, a receptionist came out tremblingly, bowed to Lu Xiong, and said, Boss Lu. Lu Xiong's face was filled with anger, and he asked, Who did it? I didn't know. I just saw a young man wearing a black jacket, and in the blink of an eye, all these people were dead. Lu Xiong was filled with astonishment. All dead in the blink of an eye? Yes. Lu Xiong was also shocked by this and asked, Where's the young master? The young master has been on the top floor. Lu Xiong had a bad feeling and said quickly, Hurry. Immediately, Lu Xiong and his men hurried to the top floor. When he walked out of the elevator and saw the bodies scattered all over the corridor, his heart sank to the bottom. Lu Xiong seemed to have thought of the worst outcome and quickly came to the hall with anxiety. Lu Jie. Lu Xiong's eyes were clear. With just one glance, he found that Lu Jie, who had already died, was lying quietly on the ground. Who did this? Lu Xiong approached Lu Jie's body in disbelief. Looking at Lu Jie, who had lost both arms and was covered in blood, he couldn't control his anger and roared at the air. Who is it? Who dares to kill my son? As Lu Xiong spoke, his eyes turned red and his body trembled slightly. He squatted down and stroked Lu Jie's already cold face. Son, don't worry. I will definitely avenge you. Lu Xiong suppressed the grief in his heart, his eyes revealing endless murderous intent. He suddenly stood up and ordered, Bring the young master's body back to the mansion. Yes. Lu Xiong now only wanted to find the murderer, so he came downstairs with murderous intent, walked to the front desk, and said, Check the surveillance. It's the boss. Soon, the surveillance footage was retrieved. Lu Xiong stared at the display screen intently, and Johnson's figure appeared. Johnson. Linda. Lu Xiong was so angry that he punched the display screen to pieces. Come here, give the order. Find Johnson and Linda and kill them without mercy. Yes. Lu Jie's death has made Lu Xiong lose his mind. He only has this one son. Even though he looks down on Lu Jie, it doesn't mean that others can kill him. With so many people dead, the police were naturally alerted. Soon, the new chief of police arrived with his men. The new director was none other than Huang Tao, formerly from the Procuratorate. After Su Baywong's death, he was transferred to the police station by Han Long to replace Su Baywong. Mr. Lu, what happened? Huang Tao asked. Lu Xiong's face was gloomy, and he gritted his teeth and said, Director Huang, you are here at the right time. My son Lu Jie has been killed. Please make sure you catch the murderer and hand him over to me. What? Young Master Lu was killed? Who is so bold? Huang Tao is also shocked. Jiangling is the only powerful family now. Who would dare to kill Lu Jie? Linda and Johnson. Lu Xiong gritted his teeth and said viciously, Linda. Huang Tao knew and asked, Who is Johnson? He was originally N's personal bodyguard. After and left, he probably became Linda's bodyguard. He was the one who killed my son. Okay, Mr. Lu, don't worry. I will deploy police forces now to search the entire city for his whereabouts. Once there is any news, I will notify you immediately. Lu Xiong nodded. That night, the police issued a wanted notice for Johnson. The Liu family was also searching the streets for Johnson, and even the Green Gang was out in the field looking for him. For a time, the whole city was in an uproar. Fortunately, Johnson was just a nobody in the eyes of these people. No one had ever paid attention to him before, and no one had found Johnson's address at this time. Johnson naturally wouldn't care about these things. If Lu Xiong found the place, he wouldn't mind sending him to see Lu Jie. The next day, it was still dark. Johnson, who was lying on the sofa, was awakened by the ringing of his cell phone. He picked up the phone and saw that it was Yang Xiong calling. Mr. Lin, Happy New Year. Yang Xiong wished Johnson a Happy New Year on the other end of the phone. Johnson's mouth twitched. If Yang Xiong hadn't called, he would have almost forgotten about this person. Happy New Year. What can I do for you? Mr. Lin, did you kill Lu Jie last night? Well, what's wrong? Mr. Lin, you may not know that Lu Xiong is looking for you all over the street, and the police are also looking for you. I am here to inform you to be careful recently, and it is best to hide. Is that all? Yes. I see. Mr. Lin, if you need help, just tell me. I am ready to sacrifice for you at any time. Johnson's mouth twitched. He also knew Yang Xiong's purpose, which was simply to curry his favor. Yang Xiong, do you want a gang to become the #1 gang in Jiangling? On the other end of the phone was shocked when he heard Johnson say this. I want to. Johnson raised the corner of his mouth slightly. You are very honest, and your vision is also very good. It will be easy to make your gang the #1 gang. I will come to you in the afternoon and help you by the way. It's Mr. Lin. Johnson hung up the phone. If Yang Xiong hadn't made this call, perhaps Johnson would never contact him again. Now Johnson suddenly wanted to do something in Jiangling. If it were last year, Johnson would have really wanted to live an ordinary life. At that time, he needed money, and working for money made him feel fulfilled. Now he has no shortage of money. After a period of comfortable life, he suddenly felt very bored. Every day was too boring, especially now that Angela sticks to Eve all day long. He is even more relaxed. That's why Zhao Liang was asked to recruit warriors. Now that I think about it, I can train Yang Xiong and have him fight with Lu Xiong to see who is more powerful between the two heroes. This way it won't be too boring. There's another more important reason. Now that Linda is here, she must want to make a comeback and confront the Tan family. This will help her accumulate some power and repay Annie's kindness. Of course, Johnson could also choose to destroy them directly, but that would be too boring, and Johnson was disdainful of doing it. After all, in his eyes, the so-called big guys like Jiangling were all ants. It's no fun to kill ants. It's better to let ants fight ants. Johnson thought about it, the more interesting it seemed. If he wanted to have some fun, in addition to cultivating underground forces, the government would naturally need manpower to make things easier. For example, if he was wanted now, it would be very troublesome. If Victoria was here, she would never be wanted. Thinking of this, Johnson can only ask Yunlong for help in making the arrangements. Now that his identity has not been exposed, he can only let Yunlong make the arrangements. Chapter 123. Find Yunlong if you need anything. Johnson called Yunlong immediately. The call was answered quickly. Ha, boss. How come you have time to call me? Well, have you returned to the organization? You're back early. Johnson didn't say anything more and said, you should immediately arrange for someone to come to Jiangling to serve as the governor. I can use him. Ha, boss. You're not going to cause any trouble, are you? Well, I guess so. Boss, I'm not saying anything bad about you, but in Jiangling, what can you possibly do? If you see someone you don't like, why don't you just kill him? Johnson's mouth twitched. Don't think I'm so cruel. I haven't done this kind of thing for a long time. Yes. Don't worry, boss. I'll make arrangements right away. Someone will be in office tomorrow at the latest. Johnson hung up the phone without waiting for Yunlong to reply. This kind of thing is just a matter of words for Yunlong. No matter his current status and position, or the status of his family in the Great Xia Kingdom, it only takes a matter of words to appoint a Jiangling governor. The day is coming soon. Brother, why are you sleeping on the sofa? He got up on time and washed up with Angela. Seeing Johnson lying on the sofa, looking at his mobile phone, she was puzzled. Johnson chuckled and said, we have visitors at home. By the way, Tanchin, don't go to the store these 2 days. It's not peaceful outside. Eve frowned and sat down on the sofa. Brother, why is it so uneasy outside? Johnson smiled and said, it's okay, I'll just stay at home for 2 days. All right. By the way, Tanchin, make 2 more servings for breakfast. I know, bro. Eve yawned, washed up, and went to the kitchen to prepare breakfast. Angela followed her like a follower. After washing up, Zhao Yang is now dressed in a suit and tie. Brother, you're up so early? I didn't sleep on the sofa. What the hell? Why are you sleeping on the sofa? Linda has taken over my room, Johnson whispered. Linda came last night. Well, something happened last night, so I took her home to be safe. Well, that's better. By the way, brother, I'm going to the company. Okay, it's not peaceful outside these 2 days. Be careful and call me if there is any situation. Johnson was relieved about Zhao Yang. After all, Zhao Yang was now a master in the late stage of internal strength, and only a few people in his family knew about his relationship with him. It's okay, brother. We're security guards, so what do we have to be afraid of? Zhao Yang smiled and went to the company. After a while, Li Yuanhao also got up. Good morning, Brother Lin. Li Yuanhao greeted very politely. Johnson smiled slightly. Yuanhao, don't be polite. Just treat this as your own home. Be casual. Thank you, Brother Lin. Li Yuanhao was still very reserved. After going through so many things, he understood that he was no longer the young master of the Li family, and he should be polite when living under someone else's roof. Johnson ignored him. Soon, Eve prepared several breakfasts and shouted, Brother, it's time to have breakfast. Johnson simply washed up in the bathroom outside and said to Li Yuanhao, Yuanhao, go see if your sister is up. Good. Just as I was about to shout, the door opened and Linda came out. She was back to normal today, with delicate and plain makeup, but still couldn't hide her stunning appearance. Just looks a little haggard. Mr. Li has had breakfast. Linda's eyes no longer showed disgust toward Johnson. Now Johnson was more pleased with her, but that was just pleasing to the eye, without any other thoughts. Brother, she is Linda? He was also amazed by Linda's appearance and asked in a low voice. Johnson nodded and introduced. Mr. Li, this is my sister Eve, and this is my younger sister Angela. Angela narrowed her eyes and looked at Linda. Hello, sister. Hello, Mr. Li. Linda smiled and said, Hello, Miss Zhao. Hello, Angela too. Let's have breakfast. Johnson called everyone, and they sat down to eat breakfast. Linda and her brother ate very reservedly, and Johnson's family of 3 did not say a word. After all, there were outsiders present today, so everyone just ate breakfast in silence. After breakfast, Eve took Angela into the room to play. Johnson and Linda came and sat down on the sofa. Johnson, thank you for saving me last night. Linda thanked him as soon as she sat down. Mr. Li, you're welcome. Johnson said lightly. Seeing Johnson's coldness, Linda felt a little uncomfortable and said, I'm sorry, Johnson. I used to have a prejudice against you. I apologize for this. You're welcome, Mr. Li. It's nothing. Everyone has their own personality. You did nothing wrong. I don't care at all, Johnson said indifferently. He really didn't care, otherwise he wouldn't have rescued her. Linda's pretty face flushed slightly. The more indifferent Johnson acted, the more ashamed she felt. Johnson, I want to know if what you said before still counts. Linda swallowed her pride and took the initiative to bring forward Johnson's previous promise. Of course, my words must count. I promised Mingming that I would use the rest of my time to protect you, of course, as long as you need it. Yes, Linda will not hesitate any longer. She wants revenge, and now she can only rely on Johnson. Johnson smiled slightly. That's no problem. From today on, I will be your personal bodyguard until the contract expires. Linda's eyes flashed with surprise, and she said with a smile, Thank you, Johnson. Mr. Li, you're welcome. This is my duty and my promise to Annie. Linda heard this. She felt inexplicably lost. She always felt that she didn't need a man before, but now she longed for a man to rely on. She also envied and a little and recognized An's vision. Just for Mingming, Linda blurted out and regretted it a little after she said it. Johnson was slightly stunned and nodded subconsciously. Yeah. Oh, do you love Mingming? Johnson nodded without saying anything, which was considered as his agreement. Linda raised the corners of her mouth slightly and was happy for her sister from the bottom of her heart. Mr. Li, what are your plans? When asked this, Linda's face turned suspicious and she lowered her head. I want to make a comeback. I am unwilling to leave Jiangling like this. I can't let the murderer who killed my father go easily. I must make Tanchin and Lu Xiong pay the price. Linda finished speaking. She looked at Johnson with a pleading look. Will you help me? Johnson smiled and said, Of course, I am your personal bodyguard now. During the contract period, my duty is to protect your safety. Just do what you want to do. I will not let you worry about anything. I will also do my best to help you make a comeback and take revenge yourself. Linda was delighted when she heard this. Thank you. She didn't know why, but what Johnson said made her feel very safe and gave her great confidence. She subconsciously had completely trusted this man. Chapter 124: Newly Appointed Cloud Soldiers of the Capital. That afternoon, Johnson told Linda and others to stay at home while he went to the Eagle Group. Johnson everywhere. If this continues, Johnson's address will be found out in a few days. If it was just the underground organization, it wouldn't be a problem. Just kill them all. But the police station would be a bit more troublesome. If they were really found, Johnson wouldn't be able to kill them all. After all, they were official personnel, and they were innocent. Yang Xiong's base is still the same. A bunch of rogues who collect protection fees in this area and do some small business to make a living. At the entrance of the old-style building, there are still a few young people with no money, no relatives or friends, with cigarettes in their mouths, colorful hair, and shabby clothes. Johnson arrived at the door. These people immediately greeted him respectfully. Johnson nodded and came to the door of the company. Yang Xiong and Ming just came to the door to greet him. They bowed and nodded to Johnson. Mr. Lin, you are here. Hello, Johnson. Johnson nodded. Let's find a quiet place to talk. Yes, Mr. Lin, please. Ever since Yang Xiong witnessed Johnson's ruthlessness that night, he had already determined that he could help him dominate Jiangling, so he followed him willingly. It must be said that although he was not very capable, he was quite good at judging people. Arriving at the office on the third floor, Johnson was sitting on the sofa with Yang Xiong and Ming standing beside him respectfully. I want to cultivate underground forces in Jiangling to deal with the Qin gang. Naturally, you are the best choice. After all, I am optimistic about you, but I don't know if you have this ambition. Johnson said straight to the point. Yang Xiong's body trembled, and he bowed 90 degrees. Mr. Lin, I've been waiting for this day for a long time. Please teach me, Mr. Lin. Ming's mouth twitched, wanting to say something, but not daring to. He knew very well what kind of people he and Yang Xiong were. Compared with the Qin gang, they were simply ridiculous, not to mention dealing with the Qin gang. Johnson said calmly, "What's there to teach? The strength of a gang is nothing more than the number of people, the cruelty of their hearts, and the strength of their fists." Yang Xiong's mouth twitched repeatedly, and he nodded and said, "Yes, yes, yes. But Mr. Lin, to be honest, although I am also a gangster, I can't compare with the Green Gang. Whether it is people, weapons, or funds, our own strength is simply incomparable. If we go against the Green Gang, we will be destroyed in minutes." Johnson looked at Yang Xiong and said, "I didn't ask you to join the Green Gang now. Since I said I would help you, you just need to follow my instructions and do it." "Yes, please give your orders, Mr. Lin." "Well, money is not a problem. I will give you some money to recruit soldiers and purchase equipment and weapons. You must also be strong. You are at the peak of external strength. I will teach you a set of skills that will allow you to break through to the late stage of internal strength within a month." When Yang Xiong heard such a good thing, he knelt down on the ground and said with tears of gratitude, "Mr. Lin, from now on my life belongs to you." And me, Johnson. Ming was also quite capable and knelt down with a thud. Johnson nodded with satisfaction. "Very good. Now you just need to develop your strength in secret. And when the time is right, you can show your strength in Jiangling. The goal is clear, to deal with the Liu family and the Qin gang and expand your territory." "Yes." Johnson didn't say anything more and directly taught Yang Xiong a set of skills. He also helped Ming open up his dantian, and they could practice on their own. Yang Xiong and Ming were ecstatic. For someone like Yang Xiong, the only way to practice internal strength was to join an ancient martial arts family like Qi or Jiang and become a loyal lackey, where he might be able to receive training. The ancient martial arts families would not accept everyone. A small fry like Yang Xiong would naturally not be accepted in the eyes of great men like Qi and Jiang. Even the four great men looked down on them. The reason why Yang Xiong is so devoted to Johnson is that he knows clearly that Johnson must be an ancient martial artist. To be so strong at such a young age, he must have a more powerful ancient martial arts background behind him. If he wants to make a name for himself in Jiangling, the only way out is to find a big tree to lean on. It is obvious that Qi and Jiang will not let him lean on anyone, so the appearance of Johnson is his only goal. The situation in Jiangling has changed drastically today. The two giants have collapsed, and the Ian gang, one of the two major gangs, has also collapsed along with the Li family. The Hungry Wolf Gang, founded by Yang Xiong, has no hope of fighting the Green Gang. Yang Xiong was originally disheartened and had no hope, but he didn't expect that Johnson still remembered him and now taught him the method of practicing ancient martial arts. Now Yang Xiong saw that the Hungry Wolf Gang he founded had a hope of becoming the #1 gang in Jiangling. The two of them are now die-hard fans of Johnson. After sending Johnson away, Yang Xiong and Zhuo Ming couldn't wait to start practicing. As long as they reach the late stage of internal strength, they can fight with those big guys in Jiangling. In Yang Xiong's heart, Johnson is like his reborn parent. You know, the inheritance of ancient martial arts is generally not passed on to outsiders, let alone such an advanced method. But in Johnson's mind, these are just a piece of cake. In Jiangling, internal strength is a big shot. If it really falls on the high plane of Yanjing, the transformation realm is just a small role. It is not easy for ancient warriors to break through the realm of transformation. They rely on their own talents, and more importantly, inheritance and resources. This is also the basic reason why those super big families can last for a long time. It is very easy for them to cultivate a realm of transformation, and they can forcefully cultivate even ordinary talents. Without the protection of family inheritance and resources, it would be extremely difficult for ordinary people to reach the highest level through their own cultivation. Johnson specially trained Yang Xiong for a reason. First, he could help Linda deal with Tanchin. Second, it was to make life in Jiangling more convenient. After all, he would return to his roots in Jiangling, marry, and have children, and revive the Lin family. Johnson walked out the door of Eagle Group. The phone rang. "Excuse me, are you Mr. Lin?" A respectful voice came from the other end of the phone. Johnson frowned. "Who are you?" "Hello, Mr. Lin. My name is Yun Bing, and I am a member of the Yun family. The young master arranged for me to come to Jiangling to serve as the governor. I have already arrived in Jiangling, but I have not yet taken up the post. The young master has ordered that from now on, I am your man, Mr. Lin. If you have any instructions, please feel free to speak up." Johnson's mouth curled up slightly. He didn't expect Yunlong to be so efficient. He called early in the morning, and the person had already arrived in the afternoon. The Yun family is indeed a super powerful family in Yanjing, and they can cover the sky with one hand. "Well, there is indeed something I need your help with. I am wanted by the police now. Please solve it." "Understood. I will take up my post right now." "Don't worry, Mr. Lin. I will definitely resolve this matter before the evening." "Very good." Johnson nodded with satisfaction and asked, "By the way, what else did Yunlong say to you?" "The young master didn't give me much instructions, just told me to obey you and respect you like the head of the family. I can't disobey you in the slightest." "Yeah, very good." Johnson hung up the phone. He asked this question because he wanted to see if Yunlong had revealed too much of his identity. Chapter 125, New Official Takes Office. Ever since the fall of the Qi and Jiang families, the entire Jiangling has almost been ruled by Tan. The chief and deputy chief of Jiangling died one after another, and the current Jiangling government naturally fell into the hands of Governor Han Long. Although the governor is the nominal leader, his authority is limited to checking and balancing the governor's office. The real power is still held by the governor and deputy governor. When appointing a city chief, Daxia always gives priority to children from local noble families. This is also based on Daxia's control over local families and the need to maintain stability in the local situation. Of course, there are also officials appointed by superiors to serve as heads of local cities to check and balance the situation of local monopoly. Now that Jiangling is the only dominant family, it is natural for the Tan family to send someone to serve as an official. The best choice for the capital is Tan Mo. He himself holds an official position in the Jiangling military, and it is natural for him to be transferred to the Jiangling capital. This is also the result that Tanchin and Han Long hope to see, but they seem to think it is too simple. Just today, a letter of appointment arrived in Jiangling. Yun Bing will be the governor of Jiangling, and Tan Mo will be the deputy governor. As soon as the appointment letter arrived, Tan Mo, who had already served as the capital, was very unwilling. This was already a foregone conclusion, but suddenly a cloud soldier appeared. What was going on? "Brother-in-law, what's going on? Why does it change so suddenly?" Tan Mo was so angry that he went to Han Long's office to complain. Not only was he depressed, Han Long was also depressed, and he comforted him. "Don't worry, I haven't figured this out yet. Brother-in-law, This appointment letter has already appointed me as the governor, but within a few days, it was suddenly changed to a cloud soldier. The higher-ups are too careless. Han Long didn't understand the situation either. He had already confirmed that Tan Mo was from the capital, but now there was another Yun Bing, whose background he didn't know at all. I'll ask around and see what's going on. Han Long naturally did not dare to disobey the appointment from above. Now to find out what happened to Yun Bing, Han Long could only call back to Yin Jing to ask. The message reached Yin Jing. Half an hour later, Han Long received a call saying that there was a result on the other side. Han Long's face suddenly changed when he learned of the situation. Brother-in-law, have you found out everything? Tan Mo, who had been waiting for news, asked impatiently. Han Long looked doubtful and nodded slightly. Yeah. Brother-in-law, what's going on? Han Long shook his head. I don't know the reason either. I just heard about Yin Bing's news. What's the meaning? The reason for the temporary change of mind was that the Yun family suddenly intervened and forcibly appointed Yun Bing as the governor of Jiangling. As for why they did this, it is unclear. The Yun family? Tenemo looked confused. Han Long nodded. The Yun family is one of the 4 super families in Yanjing, and Yun Bing is a descendant of the Yun family's branch. Super clan? Han Long explained. Our Great Xia Kingdom is controlled by 4 super families. The 4 major families are Chun, Zhang, Wen, and Yun. Among them, the Chun family is the most powerful, and the current monarch is a member of the Chun family. Tan Mo was even more confused and asked, why would the Yun family send someone to serve as the governor? Why is that? Han Long shook his head. I don't know, let's wait and see. Since the Yun family has sent people here, we should do what we should do, just don't treat them badly. Good. Although Han Long's family has some strength in Yanjing, it is not as good as the super family Yun family. Even if it is a side branch, Han Long cannot afford to offend it. But this matter made Han Long very confused. Even in Yanjing, the Yun family was a powerful existence, so why would they send someone to Jiangling to serve as the governor for no reason? How could he know that although Jiangling is small, there's a great god there? 3 o'clock in the afternoon. A Beijing brand bridge car slowly drove into the city government compound. This time it is Han Long's turn to lead the team to welcome the newly appointed Dufu Yunbing. The bridge car had just stopped, and a man in his 40s got out from the passenger seat. The man was wearing a Zhongshan suit, had a majestic appearance, and had the strength of peak internal energy. He walked quickly to the back of the bridge car and respectfully opened the door. A man in his 20s got out of the car. He wore a pair of glasses, had a handsome appearance, and fair skin, and looked very gentle. He is the newly appointed Dufu Yunbing, a man in his 40s, and Yunbing's follower Guahu. The purpose of bringing him here is to make him the chief of Jiangling Police Station. Haha, welcome to Yunda Mansion. Han Long walked over with a smile and extended his hand very politely. Yunbing smiled slightly and reached out to hold Han Long's hand. Governor Han, nice to meet you. Hello, Yunda Mansion. Tan Montag greetet. Yunbing nodded. Hello, you should be the deputy governor Tan Mo. That's me. Nice to meet you. Tan Mo was very upset. If it weren't for Yunbing, he wouldn't be a deputy commander now. Now that an outsider has suddenly come to serve as the governor, he doesn't know if it will affect the status of the Tan family. Yunbing doesn't care whether Tan Mo is happy or not. He has other ways to make Tan Mo even more unhappy. Everyone, this is the new chief of Jiangling Police Station, Guafu. Please welcome him. Yunbing pointed at Guahu and introduced him. After the introduction, one person applauded to welcome him. Han Long and Tan Mo were slightly stunned and looked at Guahu with strange expressions. They had never heard of Guahu being appointed as the director. Mr. Dufu, what is going on? I haven't received any transfer notice. The current director Huang Tao asked with a puzzled look on his face. Yunbing looked at Huang Tao and smiled faintly. The situation is a bit sudden. You are the current director, Huang Tao. Yes. I was on my way here when I was notified of this incident. That's why you guys don't know about it. Yunbing took out an appointment document and handed it to everyone. This is the transfer document of the chief of Jiangling Police Station. Huang Tao will be transferred to the procuratorate as the head, and Guahu will take over as the head of the police station. Does anyone have any opinions? No. Huang Tao looked at the transfer letter and could only swallow his anger. Han Long and Tan Mo had no idea what was going on. The transfer letter was in front of them, and they had no right to interfere. Besides, the Jiangling prefecture was now ruled by Yunbing. So what was the point of having any opinions? Since everyone has no objection, then everyone can do their job and go home. Yun Bing waved his hand, ready to dismiss everyone. Yenda Mansion, we are holding a welcome ceremony. Aren't you going to attend? Han Long asked. Thank you, Governor Han. You should fulfill your duties as long as you are in office. As for the welcoming ceremony, there is no need for it. Oh, all right then. Yin Bing nodded and winked at Guahu. Guahu understood and immediately rushed to the police station to take over the work. Yin Bing did not stop and went straight to the capital office. On his way there, he got a general understanding of Jiangling's layout and current situation, so he asked for a transfer letter temporarily, also in order to solve Johnson's problem as soon as possible. Although he didn't understand why Yunlong made such arrangements, he was a smart man. Since Yunlong specially arranged for him to come to Jiangling, he must hope that he could use his power to help Johnson. Therefore, what he needs to do now is to familiarize himself with the entire Jiangling situation and figure out what is going on in Jiangling before he can do anything. Chapter 126. New official takes 3 actions. Guahu and Huang Tao came to the police station to hand over their work. After handing over the work, Guahu's first thing was to deal with Johnson's matter. He called a meeting with all the senior officers of the police station and made some friends. I called you all together for one thing, about the Johnson murder case. The victims were Liu Jie, the heir of the Liu Group of Jiangling Financial Group, and about 100 thugs of the Liu family. I knew about this matter before I came here. The cause of the incident was that Liu Jie killed people first, and Johnson rescued people later. Therefore, I decided to cancel the wanted order for Johnson and recall all police forces. In addition, the police station will no longer intervene in this matter. The Liu family belongs to a local underground organization, and Johnson is a traditional martial artist. As long as he does not kill people indiscriminately, the police will not interfere in the affairs of the 2 families. Guo did not waste any words and gave the order directly. The senior police officers present looked at Guo, who with strange expressions after hearing this. This was blatant protection. Director Guo, this isn't a good idea. After all, Johnson killed hundreds of people, and his methods were extremely cruel. Are you just going to ignore it? Yes. Johnson already has a criminal record in the police station. He was previously protected by Su Baywong and committed multiple murders and assaults. This person is too dangerous. If he is left alone, I am afraid it will cause panic among the people of Jiangling. Well, we suggest arresting Johnson. We must not let this scourge go. Everyone present was against Guahu's order. These people were simply favoring the Tan family. After all, the Tan family had the final say in Jiangling now. Guahu was a new arrival, so naturally they would not support him. Ha! Guahu glanced at everyone and sneered. This is not a negotiation with you. This is an order. Whoever dares not obey the order, don't blame us for being ruthless. Everyone looked at each other in bewilderment. Guahu looked stern, and his tone did not allow for negotiation. This was not a government agency at all. It looked more like a gang meeting. Director Guo, isn't this a bit too much? After all, we are. What? Guahu glared and said angrily. As the top leader of Jiangling, we have the right to make decisions. If you're dissatisfied, you can appeal. But before that, as long as I'm still the director, everyone must obey my orders. If anyone dares to object, I will immediately remove him from his position. A new official has 3 things to do when he takes office, and Guahu's is a big one, and he won't tolerate anyone disagreeing. Although the senior officials present were unwilling to accept the defeat, they were 1 level higher in rank and could crush you to death, so they could only put on a smile and endure it. Yes, those present had to submit to Guahu's majesty. Guahu nodded in satisfaction and continued to instruct. I heard that the Liu family is seeking revenge on Johnson, and the whole of Jiangling is in chaos. The Liu family and the Qin gang are looking for people all over the streets. These social scums have caused great trouble to the citizens of Jiangling. The police have to take care of this matter. Therefore, from now on, every street and every corner will have police deployed to strengthen the security of Jiangling. If you find these scums causing trouble in Jiangling, no matter who they are under, arrest them all. If they dare to resist, they will be shot on the spot, and there will be no leniency. Everyone was speechless because of Guahu. No one knew what he was doing. First, he withdrew the wanted warrant for Johnson. Then he said the police would not be involved in the matter, and now he was targeting the Tan family. He really wasn't afraid of getting into trouble. To put it bluntly, these people who can sit in this position must have some connection with the Tan family. Naturally, they don't want to offend the Tan family, but they dare not disobey Gua Hu's words. With the three major moves made by Gua Hu after taking office, the police who had previously been hunting for Johnson turned around and targeted the Green Gang and the Liu family in various places in Jiangling. This contrast between the police and the Green Gang made the Liu family members not know what to do for a moment. Fortunately, everyone pretended to obey, and the police below were just pretending. Although it was just a show, it also made the younger brothers who were looking for Johnson everywhere not dare to be so rampant and restrain themselves a little. Jiangling also regained some peace. The arrival of Yin Bing and Gua, who made Tanchin, who was already nervous and confused. Their series of initiatives made Tanchin and his friends even more restless. They had just taken the position of overlord of Jiangling, and before they could even get comfortable, Tanchin sensed a sense of crisis. Ling Mountain, the former Jiang family mansion, now belongs to the Tan family. At night, everything that was supposed to come came. In the lobby of the Tan mansion, Tanchin looked at the few people with suspicion and asked, "What do you think about this? Are Yun Bing and Gua Hu targeting us?" Need I say more? Yun Bing came as soon as he arrived, bringing with him a letter of transfer, and directly let Gua Hu take over the position. He did nothing after taking office, immediately withdrew the wanted notice for Johnson, and also restricted us in various places in Jiangling. Isn't it obvious that he is targeting us? Tan Mo said angrily. Tanchin naturally didn't want this to be the case. He still had some hope in his heart and looked at Han Long. Han Long, what do you think? I don't understand it either. Logically speaking, the Yin family has no reason to interfere in Jiangling's affairs. Since they sent people here, there must be a reason, but I don't know why. Judging from Yun Bing's actions when he came to Jiangling, his purpose seems to be very simple, just for Johnson. Han Long said, looking at Lu Xiong. Lu Xiong, who is Johnson? Lu Xiong was enduring the pain of losing his son. Seeing Han Long asking questions, he answered without hesitation. Johnson is just a security guard of the Li family. He used to be the security captain of Jinxiu Real Estate. He had a feud with my son. Later, Li Yuan came forward to protect him, so I didn't cause trouble for him. I heard that he later became Annie's personal bodyguard. Last night, he killed my son to save Linda. This revenge must be avenged. In that case, Johnson is just a character, but he was able to kill Hong Chung, which proves that he is also an ancient martial artist. We have to be cautious. Wang Huan said. Tanchin was even more confused after hearing this. He only learned the name Johnson from Lu Xiong last night and knew nothing else. After hearing this, Han Long fell into deep thought. Lu Xiong, are you saying that he used to be Annie's personal bodyguard? Well, what's wrong? Han Long seemed to think of something and continued to ask, what is the relationship between Linda and Annie? Lu Xiong was slightly stunned and said, they're like sisters. Really? It shouldn't be like that. Han Long shook his head. Han Long, have you guessed something? Tanchin asked. Han Long nodded. Maybe this matter has something to do with Annie. What do you mean? Maybe you don't know. Annie is the daughter of the Song family in Yanjing, and the Song family is also a top-notch family in Yanjing. You said that she and Linda are like sisters. Now that the Li family has been destroyed, and Lu Jie tried to harm Linda last night. Since Johnson is Annie's personal bodyguard, he must have been ordered by Annie to stay in Jiangling to protect Linda. If this is true, Johnson may be a member of the Song family. Han Long said. Chapter 127 Johnson's relationship. Han Long's words surprised several people. They naturally knew Annie. At the beginning, Annie and Linda were definitely famous figures in Jiangling. They might never have imagined that Annie's family was actually a top-notch family in Yanjing. Lu Xiong asked in surprise, is Annie really from the Song family in Yanjing? Han Long nodded affirmatively. It will definitely not be wrong. How so? Tanchin was also surprised. Han Long, according to what you said, Johnson must be a member of the Song family. He killed Lu Jie, which is very likely to avenge Linda. Now Yun Bing and Gua Hu suddenly came to Jiangling. Maybe all this was manipulated by the Song family. In this case, am I not in danger? What is the master afraid of? This is Jiangling, not Yanjing. Wang Huan said with disdain. Tanchin was very thoughtful. He was really worried about something happening. He said, don't underestimate the Song family's strength. If the Song family really wants to seek revenge on us, I'm afraid it will be difficult to resist. Alas, after all my planning, I never expected that Annie was actually a member of the Song family. If I had known, I should have gotten rid of Linda as soon as possible. Keeping her here would be a disaster sooner or later. Lu Xiong said regretfully. Tanchin's face was also full of worry. He had not calculated this at the beginning. He just thought that once Li Yuan died, Linda, a woman, could not cause any trouble. Killing her was just a thought. All his focus was on dealing with Qi and Jiang. Maybe the matter is not as serious as we thought. Or maybe Yunbing and Gua who were just a coincidence. Han Long thought for a while and said, "Oh, what do you mean? You may not be aware of the situation in Yinjing. Yinjing is headed by 4 super clans, including Chun, Zhang, Wen, and Yun. These 4 clans dominate the entire daxia. Among them, Chun and Zhang are the most powerful, and the throne of the king often comes from the 2 families. But the Wen and Yun families are also extremely powerful. The second is the 6 super first-class families, among which is the Song family. The 6 families are dependent on the 4 major families, and the Song family is dependent on the Wen family. The reason why Annie is in Jiangling is that 3 years ago, she was engaged to the eldest son of the Wen family, but she ran away from the engagement banquet. Since then, the relationship between the Song and Wen families has broken down, and because Annie ran away from the marriage, the Wen family also lost face. Annie suddenly left Jiangling because I informed the Wen family. She should have been taken away by the Song family. Although my Han family is not a top-notch family in Yinjing, it is also a first-class family and is also affiliated with the Wen family. As far as I know, the Song family and the Yun family have no connection at all, let alone any friendship, not to mention that the Wen and Yun families have an antagonistic relationship. The Yun family will definitely not help the Song family, and the Song family will never dare to betray the Wen family. As for Yun Bing, he is a branch of the Yun family and will definitely not obey Annie. So this matter is very strange. The most important thing now is to find out whether the Song family intervened in this matter, the real purpose of Yun Bing's coming to Jiangling, and who Johnson is. Han Long said, "Who else could Johnson be? He must be an S-man, and now he is Linda S-man." Lu Xiong said. After listening to Han Long's words, Tan Imo thought for a while. Han Long is right. Since the Song family has nothing to do with the Yun family, Yun Bing must have other purposes. Maybe he is related to Johnson, or maybe he is related to Linda. In a word, the situation is unclear now. Don't act impulsively for the time being. Don't attack Linda and Johnson before you find out the situation clearly. Let's wait and see what Yun Bing's real purpose is. Master, are you not going to avenge my son? Lu Xiong said unwillingly. Tanchin's face darkened. Lu Xiong, you should put the overall situation first. As for Lu Jie's death, let's wait until we find out. I'm not saying anything bad about you, but Lu Jie would have gotten into trouble sooner or later, even if he didn't die at Johnson's hands. I think his death is a good thing. People like him will do bad things sooner or later. Lu Xiong's mouth twitched, and he said in a low voice, yes. Although he was not convinced, he didn't dare to fart. Tanchin never cared about Lu Jie's life or death. What he was most worried about now was that his position would be lost. He had planned for so many years and had finally come to this day. How could he be willing to let go to waste? He even regretted dealing with the Li family now. If he had known Annie's true identity earlier, he would have exchanged Li Yuan with the useless Lu Xiong. Otherwise, he would not have the worries today. But it's no use to regret now. He was the mastermind behind the downfall of the Li family. If Linda wants revenge, he will be the first to bear the brunt. The appearance of Yun Bing made Tanchin and his men dare not act rashly. Jiangling also returned to peace. Johnson wandered outside until nightfall and discovered that his wanted warrant was gone and Lu Xiong's gang had stopped looking for him. Knowing that the matter had been resolved, he returned home satisfied. Linda was in a very low mood, sitting alone on the sofa in the living room in a daze. When she saw Johnson coming back, a trace of joy flashed across her eyes, and she forced out a smile. "Johnson, you're back. Well, Mr. Li, have you eaten yet?" "Not yet." Linda stood up and greeted him very politely, which would have been impossible before, especially to Johnson. After going through so many things, Linda's mentality has changed a lot, and she is no longer as cold and arrogant as before. Now Johnson is the only person she can trust and rely on in Jiangling. But now she looked much more pleasing to Johnson's eyes. Johnson smiled and said, "Mr. Li, please take a seat." As they spoke, Johnson sat down opposite her. "Brother is back. Haven't you eaten yet? I'll go and cook." Eve had been staying in the room with Angela. When she saw Johnson come back, she started to prepare dinner. "Boss Li, have you ever thought about how to make a comeback? How to take revenge?" Johnson looked at Linda, who looked depressed, and asked. Linda was stunned for a moment, looked at Johnson, smiled bitterly, and shook her head. I've actually thought about it a lot. I think I'm too conceited. I used to think I was very capable, but now I think I'm so successful only because I was born in a good family and have a good sister to help me. Now I have nothing and I am so lost. I don't know what to do, let alone deal with Tanchin and Lucian. Actually, when I think about it, I am really ridiculous. I always think things are simple and selfish. Chingue had long advised me to leave Jiangling, but I just didn't want to leave. But what's the point of me staying? If it weren't for you, I'm afraid I would have died in Lu Jie's hands a long time ago. I killed Chingue and also harmed the Li family. Johnson, I'm very grateful that you saved me when I was most helpless, but I don't want to implicate you. You killed Lu Jie for me, and they will definitely not let you go. I suddenly feel that I am a disaster, and I am still thinking about revenge. It's ridiculous to think about it. Linda has been through so much and thought about many things. She is eager to make a comeback and to take revenge. But reality is reality. She knows that her previous success was due to the protection of the Li and Qi families. Now she has nothing, no money, no friends, and even her life is not guaranteed. So how can she dare to hope for a comeback? Now she's more depressed and helpless. Chapter 128 Meeting with Yunbing. Linda thought about it for a day and began to back down. It was not because she was spineless, but the reality gave Linda, who had been pampered since childhood, a lesson in social punishment, which made her face the reality. In Johnson's opinion, this might not be a bad thing for her. He has seen too many families rise and fall. Reality is cruel. The strong prey on the weak. If a family wants to stand forever, it always depends on the operator. Only when the self is strong enough can it be invincible. Linda grew up in privilege and was the center of attention wherever she went. She had never experienced failure or encountered setbacks. She did not understand gain and loss, nor did she understand the wickedness of human nature. The demise of the Li family brought her to the bottom. Facing reality, she lost her direction, and her previous arrogance and stubbornness were gradually eroded. Even in her own eyes, her former arrogance and stubbornness were ridiculous. Johnson didn't want to see Linda give up on herself, so he comforted her, "Mr. Li, you don't need to be so pessimistic. In life, 8 out of 10 things are not as you wish. No one can have smooth sailing, and one success or failure cannot determine anything. The lower you are, the stronger you must be. The lower you are, the more you must move forward. Once you have overcome the difficulties in front of you, how do you know that the road ahead will not be smooth?" Linda wanted to hear most now was words of encouragement. She looked at Johnson infatuatedly and asked expectantly, "Johnson, do you think I can do it?" Johnson smiled slightly and said, "Of course, if you yourself think you are incapable, then no one can help you. When people are at their lowest point, what they desire most is the encouragement and trust of those around them." It was obvious that Johnson's words touched Linda's heart and gave her great courage. Her confused look turned into determination. "Well, thank you, Johnson. You're welcome. Since I promised to help you, I will definitely help you. You don't need to worry about anything, let alone your life's safety. You just need to do what you are good at and use your own abilities to do everything you want to do. I will take care of everything for you," Johnson said confidently. Linda now, making her heart warmer than ever before. Looking at the man in front of her, her heart, which had been closed for a long time, seemed to tremble slightly. She used to think that she would not rely on any man, and no man could get close to her heart. But the man in front of her ruthlessly shattered her 20-year-old perception of men. Johnson felt uncomfortable looking at Linda, who was somewhat obsessed with him, but he had no other thoughts about Linda. "Isn't the meal ready yet?" Johnson touched his nose, stood up, and said, "Boss Lee, I think you should stand up from where you fell. Jinxiu Group is your hard work, so start from Jinxiu and begin your journey to Jiangling. Within 3 days, I will hand over Jinxiu Group to you." Johnson left a message and hurried into the kitchen. He didn't want to get involved with Linda because of his damn charm. Otherwise, how would he face and in the future? If the previous words were sugar-coated bullets, what Johnson said just now was like a sharp blade that cut Linda's heart unexpectedly. Linda's pretty face was flushed with love for a man for the first time. She didn't think that the man's words were just bragging. She was even looking forward to the result in 3 days. If you want to know when is the easiest time to capture the heart of a cold woman, it is undoubtedly to bring her hope when she is most helpless and in the worst time. Linda was in this mood at the moment. Even though she had looked down on Johnson in various ways before, this man had appeared many times in just over 10 days, and each time he had given her a different feeling, causing her previous views to collapse. She may not even know it herself, but at this moment her heart is full of hope for the future. The pride and strength she once discarded are also quietly regained. All this comes from Johnson. He is all her motivation now. Dinner was ready soon. Zhao Yang had no time to come back for dinner recently, as he was busy at the company from morning till night. The only people eating there were Linda and Li Yuanhao, brother and sister. It was quite awkward to have more outsiders dining with us, and everyone was very restrained while eating. Originally, Linda wanted to chat with Johnson after dinner, but Johnson didn't seem interested. He helped Tian wash the dishes and wipe the table. After finishing his work, he slipped straight into Tian's room and went to play with his two younger sisters, one big and one small. Li Yuanhao did nothing but eat and sleep, and Linda could only sit on the sofa alone, depressed and dazed. She really wanted Johnson to accompany her, but how could she take the initiative to ask for it? Perhaps she didn't even realize that there was something wrong with her transformation. The next morning, Johnson took the initiative to contact Yun Bing and promised to hand over Jinxiu Group to Linda in 3 days. The only way was to seek Yun Bing's help. The money that Jinxiu Group originally used to compensate the government is still in the hands of the government, so naturally it needs the approval of him as the governor. Johnson arrived at the agreed coffee shop box in advance and waited for a while before Yun Bing arrived. "Hello, Mr. Lin." Yun Bing behaved very respectfully as soon as he came in. Johnson smiled slightly. "Sit down." "Okay." Although Yun Bing was not clear about Johnson's identity, he guessed from Yun Long's tone that Yun Long respected the person in front of him very much. Yun Long was of such a high status that he naturally did not dare to treat Johnson with any disrespect. Johnson saw Yun Long was very reserved and said with a smile, "We are all family, so just be casual." "Yes, Mr. Lin. What do you want me to do?" "Well, there is such a thing. Isn't the Jiangling government currently carrying out a comprehensive renovation of the old city? The original contractor of this project was the Jinxiu Group, but later Tanchin and Jiang Ha schemed against the Jinxiu Group, causing the Jinxiu Group to bear a huge amount of compensation. In desperation, Linda of the Jinxiu Group had to use the company as compensation to pay off the debt. This Linda is my friend, and I hope you can make some arrangements and auction the Jinxiu Group to me," Johnson said. After listening to this, Yun Bing smiled and said, "Mr. Lin, please don't treat me as an outsider. Since I have been sent by the young master to assist you, you can tell me what to do. To be honest, I have already investigated this matter yesterday, including Jiangling's recent events, which I am familiar with. Since Linda is your friend, she is not my friend. As far as I know, Jiang Ha used his power to suppress Linda. Although there were mistakes in the project, the responsibility was entirely caused by the Lu Group. Although Linda is the first person responsible, she should bear some responsibility, but the main responsibility should be borne by the Lu Group. Moreover, I am very satisfied with Linda's planning. The project is currently in the early stages and the preliminary plan has been formed. There is no need to temporarily change the contractor. We only need to ensure the quality of subsequent projects and complete them within a certain period of time. Mr. Lin, how about this? There is no need for an auction. I will manage it and return Jinxiu Group to Linda, including the Old Town project. Jinxiu will still be in charge of it. This project was originally initiated by Jinxiu, and everything will still be according to the original plan." Johnson's mouth twitched. "I think it's okay." Chapter 129 Meeting. Johnson was not very clear about the inside story and originally wanted to spend money to buy it back. Now it seems that someone is so useful. "Okay, I'll go back and take care of it right away," Yun Bing said. Johnson nodded. "Hurry up. I want Jinxiu Group to be handed over to Linda within 3 days. Don't worry, Mr. Lin. You can wait for my result tomorrow." "Very good. By the way, Mr. Lin, may I ask, what are your plans in Jiangling? I can help you solve any troubles in advance," Yun Bing asked. Johnson smiled slightly and said, "I don't have any plans. Since you have learned about the changes in Jiangling some time ago, you should know that the Li family was plotted against by Tanchin and Lu Xiong. The Li family was destroyed, and Li Yuan died tragically. And Linda is Li Yuan's daughter. She wants to make a comeback and want revenge. I'll help her, by the way, which is my plan." Yun Bing nodded. "That's easy. As long as you nod, Mr. Lin, I can destroy them in an instant." Yun Bing was not bragging when he said this. Although he looked gentle and refined, he actually possessed the strength of a person who had reached the highest level of spiritual attainment. Johnson shook his head. "That's not necessary. Sometimes revenge is about being quick and satisfying. Let Linda do it herself. That way she'll have a sense of accomplishment. This is the path she wants to take. We can't do it for her. She has to resolve all the problems herself. Understood, Mr. Lin. Don't worry. I will do my best to help Linda rise in Jiangling. Well, okay. Then I'll wait for your notice tomorrow. Well, Mr. Lin, take care. Johnson is fully capable of helping Linda get revenge directly, but he would never do such a thing for Linda. After all, revenge should be taken by oneself. Only by avenging a blood feud with one's own hands can she feel relieved, satisfied, and have a sense of accomplishment. It can also temper her will and give her a goal to strive for. The next morning, Johnson received a notice from Yun Bing, asking him to bring Linda to a meeting in the conference room on the second floor of the government building. Johnson did not hesitate and called Linda to rush to the government compound. Linda was still very nervous on the way. She didn't know what the situation was outside and whether Lu Xiong was still chasing her. She could only follow Johnson closely. Johnson, what are we doing here? Linda couldn't help but ask when they arrived at the government compound. Of course, I'm going to help you get back, Jinxiu Group. Johnson said calmly. What? Linda was very surprised and asked in a low voice. Johnson, can you really help me get the company back? You'll know when you get there. Johnson was quite confident. Linda was having doubts in her heart. Although she believed in him, she couldn't think of any way Johnson could help her get the company back. You have to know that in Jiangling now, whether it is in the government or outside, it is all Tanchin's world, and Tanchin will never give the company to her. If she uses money to auction it back, she doesn't think Johnson has the ability to do so. After all, she knows how poor Johnson is. Although Linda was suspicious, she followed Johnson to the second floor. When Johnson and Linda walked into the conference room, the people who'd been waiting there were all surprised. Linda? Johnson? Why are they here? Today, not only Johnson and Linda came, but also Tanchin, Wang Huan, Lu Xiong, and others were invited. When they saw Linda and Johnson appear together, they all showed an incredible look on their faces. Linda also had a look of astonishment on her face. She stared at several people with hatred in her eyes, but her body was trembling slightly, and she stopped walking. Johnson knew that Linda was afraid and smiled at her. Don't worry, I'm here. Linda felt warm in her heart. These words gave her great courage. She took a deep breath, showed her usual elegance, stepped on her high heels, walked into the meeting room expressionlessly, and found a seat to sit down. Johnson raised the corner of his mouth slightly, glanced at Tanchin and the others, and sat down next to Linda with a smile. Linda sat down. Her eyes had turned bloodshot, her hands were clenched into fists, and her lips were trembling slightly. Take your time. They will pay the price sooner or later. Johnson knew how Linda felt right now and comforted her. Linda calmed herself down and nodded to Johnson. When Lu Xiong saw Johnson and Linda, he also had a hateful look in his eyes, clenched his fists, gritted his teeth, and looked like he wanted to eat them. Tanchin was feeling uneasy because Yun Bing had specially notified several people today to discuss the old city renovation project. Ever since Linda's accident, the project has been handed over to Wang Group. Although Wang Huan has not started the work yet, this matter has nothing to do with Linda anymore, and she should not be qualified to attend a meeting. Now Linda, who shouldn't have appeared, suddenly appears. Then their previous guess might be true. Yun Bing's arrival is to help Linda deal with Tanchin. Master, why is Linda here? Wang Huan also looked puzzled. Tanchin shook his head. Not sure. Who cares what she's here for? Since she and Johnson dare to show up, we should take this opportunity to kill them. Lu Xiong said viciously. Yeah. Wang Huan nodded in agreement. Let's talk about it later. Let's first see what kind of medicine Yun Bing sells in his gourd. Tanchin said lightly. As soon as the words fell, Jiangling Governor Yun Bing, Deputy Governor Tan Mo, Governor Han Long, and related personnel walked in. Today's meeting was convened by Yun Bing, so he naturally sat on the podium, while Han Long, Tan Mo, and others sat beside him and listened. Who is Johnson? Linda asked puzzledly when she saw that Yun Bing looked unfamiliar. Johnson smiled faintly. The new governor. Oh, he is also a member of the Tan family? Haha, just wait and see the show. Linda didn't understand, but seeing Johnson's confident face, her uneasy mood improved. Yun Bing cleared his throat and said, Everyone, those who are here today are important figures in Jiangling and government officials. We invite you to attend this meeting to solve the accident that occurred in the old city renovation project some time ago, as well as the subsequent development issues. As soon as the words fell, there was an uproar in the audience. Regarding the old city renovation project, it has been in preparation for several months since last year. Jinxiu was first in charge, but because of an accident, the government transferred the project to Wong Group. Now that Yunbing has come to the stage and is discussing this topic again, everyone is very confused about this. The entire project has had 3 government leaders and 2 companies. Are they going to change people again now? Especially Tanchin and the others. They were even more worried. What they feared most was that Yunbing came to help Linda, and Linda showed up at an opportune time today. Yenda Mansion, this old city renovation project, was resolved years ago. Because a huge accident occurred during the period when Jinxiu Group took over, the former mansion owner Jang Ha adopted the second plan and handed it over to Wong Group. This problem has been resolved, and the construction is about to start. How can there still be problems? Tan Mo questioned. Chapter 130 Take Back, Jinxiu Group. Yunbing took out a pile of information without any hurry and turned to look at Tan Mo. Tan Dufu, the old city renovation project, is a key project in this city. As the head of a city, I should consider the problem carefully. I checked the information and found that the former Dufu Jang Ha made major mistakes in handling the problem. I think it is necessary to re-verify the situation and then deal with it carefully. Tan Mo's face darkened and he asked, I wonder what mistakes Jiangdu Prefecture thinks Jang Ha made. Yunbing calmly explained, I read the plan submitted by Jinxiu Group and Wang's group, and I also approved of Jinxiu Group's plan. I think it is very reasonable for the previous person in charge to hand over the project to Jinxiu. The problem lies in the accident that occurred in the project. Linda, the head of Jinxiu Group, while taking on the project, also signed a contract with Lu Group, handing over the area in the south of the city to Lu Group. The cause of the accident was that the Lu Group used materials that did not meet the engineering standards. However, Jang Ha did not verify the situation and directly held Linda, the first person responsible, accountable. He also demanded tens of billions of yuan in compensation from the Jinxiu Group, which was not in line with the rules. I think this is too serious and will seriously affect the progress of the project. The planning of the entire project has already taken shape. If it is temporarily replaced by Wong Group for development, who will be responsible for the original investment and time. Moreover, Jang Haoyu's punishment also seriously violates the principles. I think it is completely necessary to review and make a fair punishment. As soon as these words were spoken, there was another uproar. Yunbing wants to save Jinxiu Group. His intention is very obvious. Jiangdu Prefecture, how do you want to conduct the investigation? Han Long asked. Yunbing changed the subject and said, Of course, according to the facts, new punishment will be imposed on Linda, and the main person responsible for the accident will be held accountable. Although Linda is the first person responsible for this incident, she is not the main cause of the accident. According to the law, Jinxiu Group needs to submit a project quality assurance plan and promptly correct all projects with hidden dangers. In addition, a fine of 300,000 yuan will be imposed. In addition, all previous judgments against Linda were overturned, and all compensation, as well as mortgage houses and vehicles, including Jinxiu Group, were returned. At the same time, the Lu Group, which was responsible for the main accident, will be held accountable. The Lu Group will bear full responsibility for all losses of the project. Later, I will send relevant personnel to investigate the cause of the accident and hold them criminally responsible. As for the Old Town renovation project, Jinxiu Group will continue to be responsible for it, except for the contract with Wong Group. When Tan Mo heard this, he flew into a rage. Yendu Prefecture, aren't you being too authoritarian? Besides, this matter has already been turned over, and you turned it upside down as soon as you came. Where's the government's trust? Yunbing's face darkened. Am I the governor, or are you? Is this how you talk to your superiors? Tan Mo was so furious that he wished he could kill Yunbing right now. Yenda Mansion, I also oppose your decision. Although you are the governor, you cannot act on your own. Han Long said lightly. How could Yunbing give him face? He said in a cold voice, Governor Han, as the head of a city, I am in charge of the military and political power of a city. I could do whatever I want. Although you are my superior, you have no right to interfere with my decision. If you're dissatisfied, you can report to Kyoto. When the superiors remove me, you could decide the matter. Now I am not discussing with any of you, but the government's decision, and no one can oppose it. You? Han Long's face turned red. Although he was the governor of a city, he had no right to interfere in the government of the capital. He wanted to withdraw the Yun soldiers, but he did not have the strength to do so. After all, compared with the Yun family, he was even less presentable. Yun Bing ignored the others and acted arbitrarily. He turned to look at Linda and said, Ms. Lee, are you satisfied with my decision? Linda's jaw dropped, and she stared at Yun Bing in a daze. It was not until Yun Bing asked her a question that she reacted and quickly stood up and bowed to express her gratitude. Thank you, Lord Dufu. I am very satisfied. Linda was extremely excited at the moment. She never thought that she could get back everything she had lost. This was something she had never dared to think about before she came here. Thinking of this, remembering what Johnson said, I couldn't help but look at Johnson. Johnson just smiled and gave her a positive answer. Okay, since Miss Lee is satisfied, I will arrange for someone to assist you with the follow-up later. You can get everything back today. Thank you, thank you. Linda was so excited that she was incoherent, and tears of happiness flowed from her eyes. Yun Bing glanced at the people in the audience coldly and said calmly, Dismiss. Oh shit. Lu Xiong was so angry that his face turned blue and he could only curse viciously. How could this happen? Master, you have to think of a solution. Wang Huan's face was full of reluctance. In the end, Linda got the upper hand, so everything he had done before was equivalent to nothing. Tanchin was relatively calm. He had previously suspected whether Yun Bing's arrival was a coincidence, but now it seemed that there was no coincidence at all. He came just for Linda. If this is the case, the situation in Jiangling will change again. Yun Bing relied on his position as a governor and the status of his Yun family to not take Han Long seriously at all. I did not give them any chance to object. Han Long and Tan Mo could only swallow their anger. Facing the giant Yun family, Han Long was powerless. The most surprised and excited person is undoubtedly Linda. She seems to have regained her former pride. Under Yun Bing's manipulation, everything Linda lost was restored in less than an hour. Jinxiu Group, the home in Jinxiu Manor, her savings, etc., all returned to the original owner. Wow! Linda came to the government compound and couldn't help but squat on the ground, covering her mouth and crying with joy. She had been too depressed during this period. Her tense nerves were completely released at this moment. Johnson didn't bother. After a long time, Linda calmed down and slowly stood forward. She regained her usual arrogant and cold demeanor as a CEO, and her eyes became unusually tough. Dad, just wait. I will take back everything the Li family has lost. I will not let the Li family disappear in Jiangling. Thank you so much, Johnson. Linda bowed deeply to Johnson. Johnson smiled faintly. Mr. Lee, you are too polite. Linda's mood at the moment was really complicated. She looked at the man in front of her with deep affection. Even though she wanted to take everything back now, she still had some thoughts in her mind. Johnson, Linda's pretty face flushed slightly, and she looked like she wanted to say something but hesitated. Mr. Lee, what do you want to say? Linda lowered her head slightly, acting like a little woman. Johnson, will you always be by my side to protect me? Johnson's mouth twitched. Mr. Lee, it won't work forever, but I will keep my promise and protect you until November this year. Chapter 131, Living in Splendid Garden. Linda felt a sense of loss and even a little bit sad. Well, that's good. Linda quickly regained her composure and looked at the man in front of her with a smile she had never had before. Johnson touched his nose and asked, Mr. Lee, what are you going to do now? Go back to the company. Good. Soon, Linda and Johnson returned to the company. Seal on the company door. Johnson tore off the seal. Linda took out the key and opened the company door that had been closed for more than a month. Looking at the empty company, Linda took a deep breath and walked all the way to her office in her high heels. Johnson came to his section and sat down in familiarity. Johnson, you will stay with me from now on. Linda said, standing at the door of the office. That's not good, Mr. Lee. Johnson is really not used to Linda being so nice to him. It always feels weird. Linda smiled naturally. Aren't you my personal bodyguard? Johnson's mouth twitched. Okay. It was Johnson's first time coming into the office, which was about 100 square meters. Linda's desk is next to the floor-to-ceiling window, and there is also a private lounge room for her. A set of high-end sofas is next to the floor-to-ceiling window, and there is a set of high-end tea sets in front of the sofa. Linda arrived at the company. She immediately started recruiting people, and her phone never stopped ringing. Now that Jinxiu Group has been relisted, all previous staff must naturally be notified. Linda is a career-oriented woman. She is busy all day long. Executives from Jinxiu hear the news and come one after another. She is either in meetings or receiving guests all day long. Johnson lay on the sofa boredly all day and it was not until everyone left in the evening that Linda was ready to go home. Johnson, does Zhao Liang run a security company? On the road, Johnson was driving the commercial Mercedes-Benz returned by the government, and Linda asked in the car. Johnson was slightly stunned. Well, how did you know? Tanchin told me that I heard he opened a security company. Well, it opened this year. I don't know how it's going. It just so happens that my company will be officially launched in a few days. I'm afraid that Tanchin will come to cause trouble in the future. How about asking Zhao Liang to send someone to do security? What do you think? Okay, I'll talk to him later. The company has just been established, and we need some performance or something. Uh-huh. Linda asked again. Johnson, I haven't asked you before. Do you know Yinbing? Johnson nodded. Well, he was my comrade in the army when I was a soldier. He happened to be transferred to Jiangling, so I asked him for help. I didn't expect him to be so loyal and agreed to help you right away. Linda got a positive answer, and now she felt more relieved. She smiled and said, That's great. Johnson, if you have time, please help me make an appointment with him. I want to thank you very much. Yeah, no problem. By the way, Mr. Lee, now that your company is coming back, how do you plan to deal with Tanchin and the others? Linda thought for a moment and said, I haven't made up my mind yet. I will run the company well first, and then slowly suppress them. Now all my shares of the Lee family are owned by Tanchin, and it will be difficult to get the Lee family back. It's okay, take your time. Defeat them one by one first. Lu Xiong is the culprit who killed your father. I think killing him first is the priority. Yes, you're right. It's all Lu Xiong's fault. Thinking of Lu Xiong, Linda felt so angry that her teeth were itching. As they were talking, Johnson came to the familiar Jinxiu Manor compound again. Mr. Lee, are you sure you want to spend the night here? Johnson asked worriedly after getting off the car. Linda nodded slightly. Yeah. Do you want to go home? Johnson's mouth twitched. Why don't you take some clothes and stay at my house for a while? I don't feel very safe here. Linda smiled dumbly. Johnson, didn't you go home to get some clothes and move in here? Didn't you want to protect me? Johnson was speechless for a while when asked. He protected and at the beginning, but she didn't need protection at night. Now that Linda has no one to protect her, he really can't just leave. Johnson, I'll be scared if I'm alone. Linda said disappointedly, looking at Johnson, who looked hesitant. All right. Johnson had no choice but to agree temporarily. Linda's eyes flashed with joy, and she said with a smile, Johnson, come in. Oh. Johnson followed Linda into her mansion very unnaturally. He had been outside the yard for several months, and this was the first time he was allowed in. I couldn't help but sigh. Linda is really a bit snobbish. She used to look down on him, but now she has changed so quickly. Johnson was a little embarrassed by her enthusiasm. Finally home. Linda sighed and said to Johnson, Johnson, just treat this as your own home and be more casual. I'll clean it up. Linda came upstairs familiarly, changed into a pink casual outfit, and tied her hair casually behind her head with a red rope. Her homely outfit made her look like a fairy, as if every frame was a beautiful mural. Linda is very good at hands-on work. She skillfully used the vacuum cleaner, mop, and rag to clean the house, which made Johnson feel a little embarrassed sitting on the sofa. Mr. Lee, I didn't expect you to be so capable. Johnson said embarrassedly. Linda said casually, Well, I don't like outsiders. I like quietness, so I didn't hire a nanny. When I lived with Mingming before, we cleaned and cooked together. I think this is pretty good. Johnson felt even more embarrassed after hearing this. Did he seem to be no longer an outsider in her eyes? Let me help you. Johnson was too embarrassed to sit still. I could only help Linda, and soon the hall was cleaned spotlessly by Wanru. Linda cleaned up and said to Johnson, Johnson, you can sleep in the room next to mine tonight. I will help you clean up. No, Mr. Lee, I can't just sleep in the basement or on the first floor. Johnson shook his head repeatedly. Linda said indifferently, It's okay. Mingming and I used to sleep together. No one has ever lived in the room next to me. If you sleep next to me, I will feel more at ease at night. Linda spoke. She walked upstairs, came to the room, and started to clean up Johnson's room. Linda so enthusiastic and not shying away from suspicion. Johnson felt his head buzzing. He patted his face with both hands and warned himself, Be clear-headed. I'm just her bodyguard. I must not let Mingming down. If Mingming knew that Linda and I lived under the same roof, how would she look at me? Johnson feels that he needs to stay awake at all times. Linda is extremely beautiful and has a stunning figure. Any man who is alone in a room with her would be a fatal temptation. Johnson didn't want to have anything to do with her. After all, he already had an infinitely perfect and in his heart, who was no less beautiful or tall than Linda. Johnson liked Anne very much, but every time he thought about the fact that she was about to get married, he couldn't help feeling sad. Chapter 132, Assassinating Linda. Johnson sat in the living room, bewildered. I don't know how long it took, but Linda was wearing a black, smooth silk nightgown. The hem of the skirt just reached her knees, revealing half of her white and smooth calves. She had a stunningly beautiful face and wet hair casually draped behind her, like a lotus flower emerging from the water. She stood in front of the railing on the second floor and looked at Johnson. "Johnson, aren't you going to bed yet? It's late." Johnson was still in a daze. He looked up at Linda and was truly shocked by her beauty. Although he had seen this many times, this was the first time he had seen such a scene. "Good." Johnson calmed himself down and went upstairs awkwardly. Before I even got close to Linda, I could smell a faint fragrance full of an ambiguous feeling. "Good night, Johnson." Linda smiled at Johnson and then turned and went into her room. The moment the door closed, Linda leaned against it and took a deep breath. She didn't know why she was like this. She touched her hot face and shook her head in disappointment. The reason she did this was because she was now used to relying on this man, and she became more selfish in her heart, so selfish that she wanted to keep this man by her side for the rest of her life. But every time she thought of Anne, she felt guilty because Anne had told her that she loved Johnson. And as her sister, she can't do this, but she can't control herself now and wants to get close to this man. "No, I can't steal Mingming's man." Linda shook her head vigorously. "But Linda was in mixed emotions and tossed and turned in bed, unable to sleep. Johnson in the next room was lying on the bed, but he didn't think too much. His determination was still firm. Linda, who hadn't fallen asleep yet, suddenly felt a figure flash past the window. "Who?" Linda woke up suddenly. She sat up in fear, covered her body with a quilt, and looked at the window cautiously. Suddenly, the curtains moved and a figure appeared. "Kill your people." "Huh?" Linda screamed in fright. "Court death." The killer's eyes turned cold, and he stabbed Linda with the dagger in his hand. Linda was so frightened that she was numb. She looked at the approaching dagger with fear in her eyes and tried her best to shrink back. At the critical moment, the door opened in an instant, and a figure as fast as lightning appeared just when the dagger was about to stab Linda. The killer's wrist was tightly grasped by a hand, and no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't move at all. "Johnson." Linda's face was filled with surprise when she saw Johnson. Johnson raised his mouth and kicked the killer in the chest. The killer wailed and was kicked to the ground. Johnson didn't use much force because he didn't want blood to spill on the spot and dirty Linda's bedroom. This gave the killer a chance to escape. He endured the pain and jumped out of the window. Johnson let him escape? He jumped out of the window. "Johnson." Linda wanted to call Johnson, but he had already landed steadily in the yard. "Rub, rub, rub." As soon as Johnson landed, 4 more figures came out. Together with the previous one, 5 killers surrounded Johnson. Johnson glanced at the few people coldly. They were all masters in the late stage of internal strength. They all had a strong murderous aura and were obviously professional killers. "Interesting. Who sent you?" "We take money from people and help them get rid of disasters. Every industry has its own rules. We won't tell you even if you ask us." Johnson's mouth curled up slightly. "Have you ever thought that there will be no return?" As soon as he finished speaking, a powerful force emanated from Johnson. His eyes became extremely fierce, and when he raised his hand, a powerful force swept out. "Not good." The 5 assassins were all shocked. They didn't expect Johnson to be so powerful. The mere leakage of his energy was enough to make them feel the threat of death. "Withdraw." The 5 men didn't dare to attack again and turned around to run. With a bang, an aura spread out from Johnson's body. The 5 killers had no time to escape and were all blown away by this force. "Now that you're here, don't leave." Johnson waved his hand and released 4 streams of energy, shooting towards 4 of them. 4 puff sounds. 4 streams of energy directly pierced through the hearts of the 4 killers, killing them instantly. The remaining killer was so frightened after seeing this scene that he didn't know what to do. He stood there, not daring to move, his eyes full of fear. The 5 of them considered themselves to be top-notch experts in the assassin world, and they could fight even against a target in the transformation realm. However, Johnson in front of them did not show any real strength, but he could kill them in one move. "You're lucky. Go back and tell the seller that if he dares to send someone to assassinate me again, tell him that I don't mind killing him." Johnson said lightly. Thank you for your kindness. The killer bowed to Johnson. Hearing these words, he felt relieved and secretly thankful that he was alive. He turned around and wanted to leave, etc. The killer's body trembled slightly. Cold sweat broke out on his forehead, and he asked cautiously, "Do you have anything else to do?" Johnson glanced at the 4 bodies and said calmly, "Clean up this place, and you can leave." Yes. The killer now only wanted to survive, so he naturally did not dare to disobey. After dealing with the bodies of his 4 companions, he dared to leave. These 5 assassins were hired by Tanchin. The information he provided was only that Johnson's strength was between the transformation realm and the half-transformation realm. In order to solve the hidden danger of Johnson and Linda, Tanchin spent a huge amount of money and hired 5 killers to attack at the same time. Little did he know that 5 professional killers with internal strength were not enough to defeat Johnson in one move. After solving the problem, Johnson came to Linda's door and knocked on it. "Mr. Lee, are you asleep?" Linda sat on the bed worriedly, covered with a quilt, listening nervously to the noise. She was startled when she heard the knock on the door. Seeing it was Johnson, she quickly got out of bed and opened the door. "Johnson, are you okay?" Linda looked at Johnson with concern. Johnson was standing at the door, smiling slightly. "I'm fine, Mr. Lee. Are you okay?" Linda shook her head. "I'm fine." "That's good. Mr. Lee, you can sleep well. I have dealt with the killer, and I think nothing will happen tonight." Linda finally let go of her worries and smiled at Johnson. "Johnson, you saved me again. I don't know how to thank you." "You're welcome, Mr. Lee. It's my duty to protect you." "Well, by the way, who sent these people?" "I think it's either Tan or Lu Xiong. They're the only ones who want to kill you in Jiangling." Linda nodded and said angrily, "Well, sooner or later, I will make them pay with blood." "Well, Mr. Lee, if you're okay, I'll go to rest." Johnson left a word and turned back to his room without waiting for Linda to reply. Linda felt a sense of loss again. She watched Johnson enter the room and then closed the door reluctantly. Tonight, she is destined to have a sleepless night. Chapter 133, Johnson's Strength. Tan family courtyard. Tanchin and his companions were still waiting for news from the killer late at night. Yin Bing's handling of the matter this morning made Tanchin feel a sense of crisis. When he returned home, he decided to spend a large sum of money to hire a killer to deal with Johnson and Linda. Until the second half of the night, an injured killer finally came back. Tanchin was eager to know the result. He could not sit still and stood up and walked outside the hall and asked, "Has the person been killed?" "No, the target was too strong. I was the only one who came back. The rest of us are dead." The killer's face turned pale. He held his chest, thinking about what just happened. He was still in shock. If Johnson hadn't asked him to pass on the message, he would have died tonight. Tanchin was shocked and asked, "What did you say?" 5 professional killers with internal energy can't kill Johnson." "Boss Tan, the information you gave is wrong. The target is definitely not a master in the half-step transformation realm or the early stage of the transformation realm. The 5 of us working together will not be able to defeat the target with just one move." Tanchin was even more surprised when he heard him say that. "What do you mean? Could it be that Johnson is a mid-stage master of the transformation realm? Or even higher?" The killer nodded. "Probably." Tanchin fell silent for a moment. "How is it possible? I've seen Johnson several times. He doesn't have any cultivation at all. He doesn't look like an ancient martial artist at all. How could he have such strength?" Lu Xiong was reluctant to believe in Johnson's strength because before this, Johnson was just an ant. "That's the truth. There's no point in me lying to you." "Bullshit." Wang Huan couldn't help but curse at the killers. "I think you are incompetent. What a bullshit killer. You talk nonsense, bragging that you can kill people above your level, but it's useless. The so-called dark web killer list is just a bunch of rubbish in my opinion." Wang Huan was very disdainful of this. Last time, he spent 100 million to hire 2 useless killers to kill Linda and Annie, but they committed suicide by taking poison before they could kill them, wasting his 50 million deposit in vain. When the killer heard this, his expression suddenly changed, and he said coldly, "It's not that we are incompetent, but that your information is wrong. The opponent is much stronger than us, so we naturally can't kill the target person. Only masters on the world killer list can deal with masters like him." Wang Huan sneered. "Keep talking nonsense. What the hell is the world killer list? Why don't you talk about the universe killer list?" "You." The killer's face turned red. He wanted to kill Wang Huan to vent his anger, but he knew that he could not kill several people in front of him by himself, so he could only swallow his anger. What level do you think Johnson's strength is at? Tanchin asked, still sober. He killed 5 of us in one move. The weakest one was at the beginning of the transformation realm. I calculated that the target person was at the middle stage of the transformation realm. How is it possible? If Johnson is so strong, why is he willing to be a security guard? Lu Xiong said with a puzzled look on his face. By the way, the target person asked me to tell you something. If you dare to send someone to assassinate him again, he doesn't mind coming to kill you personally. The killer said calmly. Tanchin's mouth twitched. Did he really say that? Well, the reason I was able to come back alive was because he let me back with a message. Tanchin trembled slightly, and Lu Xiong and Wang Huan also fell silent. I've already said this. I want to give you a piece of advice. This kind of person always keeps his word. You'd better not provoke him again. I can see from his eyes that he is ruthless and has a strong, murderous aura. The killer left a few words before disappearing into the darkness. Tanchin and the other 2 were left standing there in a daze. I don't believe Johnson is some kind of master of the realm of enlightenment. Lu Xiong hated Johnson to the core. Even with the facts before him, he still didn't believe that there was such a big difference between him and him. Tanchin glanced at Lu Xiong and Wang Huan and said, perhaps we have really run into a problem this time. If Johnson is really a mid-level master, we are in danger. Master, do you really believe this? If Johnson is really an expert, what is he waiting for? Why not just come and kill us? Brother Lu is right. I don't believe Johnson is that capable. Even if he is a master of the transformation realm. So what? We can always hire a master to deal with him. Tanchin felt that what Wang Huan said made sense. The biggest crisis now was the appearance of Johnson. He still didn't take Linda seriously. If Johnson was really a master, then even if he didn't provoke him, he had to take precautions. No matter how strong Johnson is, we won't provoke him for now. Master, are we just going to sit there and wait for death? Linda will not let us go. Johnson can be killed. Everything will be fine. Invite a master of the transformation realm? Patriarch, where can we invite one? Besides, it is not so easy to invite a master of the transformation realm. Even if we can, the price is unaffordable. Wang Huan said, I'll find a way, don't worry. Yes. Johnson now. What Wang Huan said was right. If you want to hire a master of the transformation realm to work for you, no one will do it without a sufficient price. After all, a master with the strength of the transformation realm will definitely not be short of money. If there is no price of several billion, it is estimated that it will be difficult to hire. Although Tan Tan is the first in Jiangling, it cannot afford to hire a few masters of the transformation realm in the long run. What's more, he didn't know where to hire one. The prices of those transformation realm killers on the killer list were too high. Moreover, after 2 failures, Tanchin no longer trusted those so-called killers. He thought about asking Han Long for help. Han Long's family had a certain strength in Yanjing, and there were also masters of the realm of transformation in the family. If he could pay a few of them to deal with Johnson, it would be worth it. It was just getting light. Johnson got up early, went to the yard as usual, took off his coat, and practiced military boxing in the yard, which was a habit he developed in the army. Linda didn't sleep well that night. She heard the noise outside, went to the window, and looked at Johnson, who was boxing, slightly stunned. If you like someone, you will find her pleasing no matter how you look at him or her. This is how Linda looks at Johnson now. When she looks at his muscular body and handsome face, she can't help but smile, and she also feels a sense of security she has never felt before. After watching for a while, Linda washed up, went to the kitchen skillfully, opened the storage cabinet, took out a pack of noodles, and prepared enough for 2 people. Then, he came outside and called Johnson. Johnson, time for breakfast. Johnson was slightly stunned, put his fist down, and looked at Linda awkwardly. He had never thought that he could have breakfast here. Good. Linda was holding a towel in her hand and handed it to Johnson. Look, you are sweating. Wipe it off quickly. Johnson's mouth twitched. He took the towel unnaturally and said, Thank you, Mr. Lee. Linda smiled and said nothing. Chapter 134, Going Home. At the dinner table, Johnson and Linda were eating noodles face to face. It was as awkward as it could be. Johnson finished his bowl of noodles in no time at all, then took the bowl to the kitchen to wash it. Linda felt a sour taste in her heart as she watched Johnson deliberately keep a distance from her. Mr. Lee, I'll wait for you in the car. Johnson washed the dishes, drove the car out of the garage, and waited to go to work. After a while, Linda came out. This time she didn't sit in the back, but sat in the passenger seat. Johnson habitually glanced at Linda's slender legs wrapped in black stockings, and looked at Linda with a little embarrassment. Linda smiled casually. Why can't I sit here? No. Johnson stopped looking at Linda and drove seriously. Johnson, don't get me wrong. I just think I had a big misunderstanding of you in the past, and I even looked down on you. Now, when I think about it, I feel a little ashamed and feel very sorry for you. So I want to ease our relationship. Linda said coquettishly. Oh, Johnson smiled softly. Mr. Lee, you don't have to be like this. In fact, I don't care about those things. Everyone has their own ideas, and I have never cared about other people's opinions. Johnson's words made Linda feel even more ashamed and upset. Well, who do you think I am, Johnson? Johnson's mouth twitched, thinking, aren't you just a snob? Well, I think Ms. Lee is a very nice person. She is outstanding in both talent and beauty. She's also a very nice person with a good temper. Really? Do you really think so? Linda asked happily like a child. Johnson looked embarrassed and nodded. Yeah. Johnson, what do you think of Mingming? Johnson couldn't help but smile when he heard Annie's words. She has a bad temper and always acts like a young lady. She has a sharp tongue, but a soft heart. She is very kind, but she still holds grudges. You must not offend her, otherwise she will definitely have some ulterior motives. Linda looked at Johnson, who was beaming with joy, and felt a sour feeling in her heart. She asked, do you like Mingming? Johnson nodded without hesitation. Yeah, don't mention it. I missed her a lot after she left. Will you go find her then? Johnson's mouth twitched, and he glanced at Linda. Probably. I just don't know if she was married by then. Johnson thinks of this. He feels bad. Well, obviously she might have been married by then. Linda looked a little dazed, not knowing whether she was happy for Annie or sad for her. Johnson was also in a low mood and asked, Mr. Lee, you and Annie are best friends. Has she ever told you that she likes me? Linda's heart trembled slightly, and she looked at Johnson straight, thinking for a long time before shaking her head. No, I just said that you are a good person and asked me to take care of you. Really? Johnson smiled bitterly and shook his head, saying self-deprecatingly, if she loved me, I would definitely go and steal her away. Rob the bride? Linda was slightly stunned and asked, will you really rob the bride for her? Johnson smiled and said, I'm just kidding. If I really go, she will definitely beat me up. Besides, she may only have a slight crush on me. If I go to grab the bride and she doesn't want to go with me, won't I be embarrassed? Linda lowered her head and whispered, maybe she will be very happy. What? Nothing. Linda shook her head. She was in great pain at the moment. She wanted and to marry Johnson, but she also didn't want and to take Johnson away. In fact, she knew in her heart that the reason why and didn't say that she liked Johnson was that she didn't want to hurt him. If her fiancé knew that and loved Johnson, Johnson would definitely die. Linda also has selfish thoughts in her heart. She doesn't want to suffer the pain of losing everything again. She knows exactly what she wants in her heart. As long as Johnson is by her side, she can feel a great sense of security and have hope for revenge. Moreover, whether out of selfish motives or to protect Johnson, she did not want Johnson to go to Yinjing. There was no place Johnson could go. But how could she know Johnson's true strength? Not to mention Yinjing, there was no place in this world that he dare not go, and Johnson had to go to Yinjing. As we were talking, Johnson and Linda had already arrived at the company. Now a group of people have returned to the company. When they saw Linda sitting in the passenger seat, they started talking about Johnson again. After arriving at the top floor office, Mr. Lee, I have something to go back home for. I'll pick up some clothes and tell my family. Well, remember to come back early. Johnson nodded. Okay. Johnson was actually very reluctant to live with Linda, but after what happened last night, he had nothing to hesitate about. Since he promised and to protect Linda, he must do it. Johnson drove to a beauty salon downstairs in his community, but there was not a single customer in the store. Brother, you are here. Eve and Angela were already waiting for him. Brother, why are you here so late? Angela pouted and looked at this incompetent brother with a reproachful look. Johnson looked apologetic, squatted in front of her, and touched her head. Angela, I'm sorry my brother has to go to work, so I'm a little late. I'm not going to pay attention to you. Angela folded her hands and pouted. She had a small body and was carrying a cute school bag. Eve smiled and said, Angela, don't be angry. I'm here. Let's take you to school together. Today is Angela's school day. Originally, school was supposed to start a long time ago, but because it was unsafe to go a few days earlier, it was postponed for a few days. The primary school is near the community, only a few minutes walk away. Johnson carried Angela and Eve to the school, and Angela was very happy. Soon, Johnson helped Angela complete the admission requirements and sent Angela to the classroom for classes. Johnson stood at the classroom window for a long time and was genuinely happy to see Angela sitting at her desk well and adapting well. Mom and Dad, don't worry. I will take good care of Angela until she grows up. Johnson's eyes became moist when he thought of his parents. His memory of his parents will always stay before he was 10 years old. This is the pain of his life. Brother, don't worry. I will take good care of Angela. Zhao Qing comforted. Johnson touched her head and smiled. Sister, I don't know how to thank you. I'll have to work hard for you in the future. I'll be very busy recently and won't be able to get away. I won't be home at night. Eve nodded and pouted. Brother, are you going to live with Linda? Johnson nodded. Yeah. I can't help it, but it will be fine soon. Okay. Don't worry, brother. I will personally pick up and drop off Angela, and I will take good care of her. Just go and protect that beautiful girl. Qian, what are you talking about? Chapter 135, Bright Sword Company. Johnson and Eve returned to the store she opened. Johnson sat in the store for several hours. There was no customer. There were only Zhao Qing, her best friend Zhang Meng, and a few other girls doing nothing. Johnson chatted with them for a while, then got bored and left. This shop was not expected to make money. It was just for Eve to kill time. Johnson didn't want to go back so early, so he drove to Zhao Liang's Liangjian Security Company. The company is an independent building with 9 floors. There are 7 or 8 security guards in black suits standing at the door. Hello, Johnson. Johnson had been here several times, so naturally he knew everyone. Johnson greeted everyone along the way and came to the lobby on the first floor. The first floor was empty except for a few girls at the front desk who were chatting and laughing. This security company is just playing around. However, Zhao Yang put a lot of effort into it. The entire building is fully equipped with shooting ranges, exercise fields, entertainment venues, training grounds, and is equipped with professional staff to provide security training courses. Johnson came to the top floor, which was the office area, including business, finance, and other departments, and at the innermost was Zhao Yang's president's office. Johnson, are you looking for Mr. Zhao? Johnson had just come up, and the receptionist asked with a smile. Well, is he there? No, Mr. Zhao should be on the 3rd floor. Good. Johnson went to the 3rd floor again, and as soon as he got out of the elevator, he heard a noisy sound. The 3rd floor is the arena area, which is specially used for internal competitions and exchanges. Johnson walked out and saw that among the 5 or 6 arenas, only one was surrounded by dozens of people, and these people were cheering and cheering below. Looking at this group of people, each of them is a warrior, at least an external warrior. They all wear a vest, revealing their strong arms. Johnson squeezed over to take a look and saw that on the ring, Zhao Yang was wearing a black vest and boxing gloves and was piking with 2 masters in the middle stage of internal strength. Zhao Yang is now in the late stage of internal strength. Facing 2 mid-stage masters, he is not at all afraid. His punches hit the flesh, and the 2 men have no power to fight back. Brother Zhao, you are so mighty and domineering. Brother Zhao, you are so mighty and domineering. Brother Zhao, you are so mighty and domineering. A group of thugs cheered wildly. Brother Zhao, I won't fight you anymore. Yes, Brother Zhao. Aren't you bullying me? The 2 middle stage internal strength masters took off their gloves and leaned against the fence, breathing heavily. Ha ha ha, Yanku, Bing Fei, Adieu Confinjet. Zhao Yang grinned and laughed. I surrender to Brother Zhao. I'm convinced too. Ha ha. Zhao Yang glanced at the people below and said, Who else is dissatisfied? Come and fight. Who dares not to accept this? Zhao Yang is the big boss, and they really can't beat him, so naturally they dare not challenge him. I'll do it. Johnson raised the corner of his mouth and leaped onto the ring. Ha ha, stop joking, brother. There's no way I can beat you. Zhao Yang laughed even more brightly when he saw it was Johnson. Johnson naturally wouldn't fight him. He just smiled and said, Looks like you're having a lot of fun. Zhao Liang hugged Johnson and said with a smile, Who let them brag that they could beat me together? Yang Ku, Peng Fei, hurry up and see you, Johnson. Yang Ku and Peng Fei were only about 27 or 28 years old. When they saw Johnson, they greeted him with a smile. Hello, Johnson. Johnson nodded in satisfaction. Yeah, not bad. Zhao Yang threw his gloves away and said, You guys practice on your own. I have something to do. Even though the company has no performance, you are not allowed to be lazy. Yes, Brother Zhao. Ha! Zhao Yang laughed. Brother, let's go to my office for some tea. Um. The two brothers came to the office and sat down on the sofa. Zhao Yang skillfully made a cup of hot tea for Johnson. Brother, how come you have time to come here today? Johnson picked up the teacup and took a sip. I have a day off today, so I came to see you. Zhao Yang sighed. This security company has been established, but it hasn't received a single business yet. The daily turnover is too high, so this is not a big deal. Johnson's mouth twitched. It's okay, it's just money, just for fun. Haha, you're still open-minded. If there's no business, there's no point, right? Jinxiu Group has opened and is in need of professional security. Linda told me that she wants to cooperate with you. I came here today to ask you to arrange someone to go there. Johnson said, that's easy. How about I arrange Yang Ku and Peng Fei to go there directly, and then send a few dozen capable people over there? Zhao Yang's eyes lit up when he heard that there was business. Although I am not sure of money, I have no business and no sense of accomplishment. Yeah, sure. Johnson naturally had no objection. Zhao Yang smiled and whispered, Brother, we didn't go home last night. Tell me the truth. Did you sleep at Linda's house? Johnson's mouth twitched. Yeah. Zhao Yang patted Johnson on the shoulder and said with a smile, Brother, you are awesome. I've said before that you can hook up with Linda. It's true. Johnson rolled his eyes at Zhao Yang and said, Come on, forget it. To be honest, I don't have any feelings for Linda. I did this entirely for Annie. Don't think of me like that. Brother, Linda is so beautiful. Aren't you tempted? Nonsense. If you're interested, I can help you make the connection. Zhao Yang shook his head. Brother, don't make fun of me. I don't dare to hope for beauty like Linda. Johnson smiled faintly. Do you think so little of yourself? It's not that I look down on myself. Linda definitely doesn't like me. She is very proud, and it's hard for ordinary men to catch her eye. That's true. I deeply understand this. Johnson nodded. Brother, I think Ms. Song is the best match for you. It's a pity that she has a fiancé. Otherwise, I would have an extra sister-in-law. Zhao Yang said with a smile. Johnson was speechless for a moment, then said, Don't bring up that. Johnson picked up a teacup and drank it in one gulp, then stood up and said, Let's go. Just leaving? Don't sit for a while longer. I won't sit down anymore. I have to go back to the company. If you're free, please arrange for someone to come over and discuss cooperation with Linda. Johnson drove back to the company. When we arrived at the top floor, more and more people came here one after another. Because the company had stopped operating for a period of time, it had a great impact on the company, and many customers left during this period. In order to resume normal operation of the company as soon as possible, Linda was busy as soon as she arrived at the company. Johnson did not disturb her and just played with his mobile phone on the sofa outside to pass the time. Afternoon, Zhao Yang came with the company's contract. Brother, is Mr. Lee busy? Zhao Yang came over and sat down next to Johnson with a smile. You'll know if you go in and take a look. Haha, okay. Zhao Yang is smiling every day now, and Johnson is happy for him. Zhao Yang came to Linda's office. When Linda saw that it was Zhao Yang, she immediately put down the work in her hands and signed her consent without asking about the content and price of the cooperation. This made Zhao Yang confused. He went in for just a few minutes, and the deal was done. After the deal was done, Zhao Yang immediately fulfilled the contract and assigned Yang Ku and Peng Fei to the headquarters as security captains. He also assigned 30 professionals to carry pistols to protect the safety of the company's personnel day and night. Chapter 136, The Embarrassment of Living Together. Another boring day. Johnson waited until 8 o'clock in the evening before he saw Linda pack up and walk out of the office. Johnson, let's go home, Linda said with a smile. Johnson nodded slightly, stood up, and followed her. Linda was still sitting in the passenger seat. She said to Johnson, Johnson, do you want to eat out or at home? Johnson was slightly stunned. He hadn't had dinner tonight, and Linda hadn't eaten either because she was busy. It's all right with me. Linda nodded. Then let's eat at home. I just need to buy some household supplies and bring some food home. What do you like to eat? Johnson's mouth twitched. Okay. Soon, Johnson drove to a large supermarket. Linda had changed her corporate attitude and acted like a housewife, walking side by side with Johnson, almost holding his arm. Johnson, let's go upstairs and buy some things first. Good. As they were talking, the two came to the department store. Linda happily took Johnson to look around and bought whatever he liked, while Johnson followed behind, pushing the cart. Soon, the cart was filled with goods. Johnson, let's go over there and take a look. Linda took Johnson to the men's area. which was a men's exclusive area. Linda was like a little wife, helping Johnson pick things by herself. Johnson was so embarrassed that he didn't know what to say. "Johnson, do you like this towel?" Johnson's mouth twitched. "Mr. Lee, I can do whatever I want." Soon, Linda almost helped Johnson choose underwear according to her own preferences and also bought pajamas, clothes, and other things, both useful and unused. After feeling satisfied, Linda dragged Johnson to buy food again, and they didn't go home until they were satisfied. After returning home, Linda and Johnson packed up their things. It was already past 9 o'clock in the evening. Linda didn't feel tired either. She went back to her room, changed into casual clothes, and went to the kitchen to prepare dinner. Johnson watched Linda busying around at home, not like a company president at all, but more like a housewife, which made him look at her with new eyes. "Boss Lee, let me help you." Johnson came into the kitchen and rolled up his sleeves to help. Linda smiled softly. "Johnson, you don't have to help me. I haven't cooked for myself for a long time. Just sit and wait for me to finish. Isn't this bad? It's okay. Oh well." Johnson was too embarrassed to insist and sat down on the sofa and waited. Linda was busy running around, and an hour later, around 10:30, one delicious dish after another was served on the table. Linda, wearing a scarf and her hair tied with a rope, called out with a smile, "Johnson, it's time to eat." "Oh." Johnson looked at the table full of delicious food and praised, "Mr. Lee, I didn't expect that you can cook so well." Linda smiled and said, "Johnson, how does it taste?" Then she took out another bottle of good wine and filled Johnson's glass. "Drink a little wine with me tonight." "Good." Linda picked up the wine glass and said, "Thank you, Johnson, for helping me get back the Jinsho group. I really appreciate you helping me so much recently and saving my life many times." Johnson smiled faintly. "Mr. Lee, you were too polite." After saying that, they both drank it all. Linda helped Johnson pick up some dishes and said, "Johnson, take a look at whether it tastes good or not. I haven't cooked for a long time." "Okay." Johnson nodded repeatedly. He was still not used to Linda's enthusiasm. Linda didn't treat Johnson as an outsider at all and didn't seem to think there was anything wrong. She even stared at Johnson as he ate the food she picked for him, her face filled with happiness that she herself could not see. "Johnson, is it delicious?" Linda looked at Johnson expectantly. Johnson nodded slightly and praised generously. "Mr. Lee is really good at cooking. His cooking skills are better than those of the hotel chefs outside." Linda got a satisfactory answer and smiled happily. "Really? Then I will cook for you every night from now on." Johnson's face turned red and he smiled. "Okay. Yeah, eat more." Linda frequently picked up food for Johnson, her beautiful eyes full of tenderness towards him. The more she looked at Johnson, the more she liked him. After the meal, Linda's cheeks flushed slightly. Even though she had worked a whole day and was busy all night, she didn't ask Johnson to help her clean up. By the time we finished cleaning up, it was almost 12 o'clock. "Mr. Lee, good night." After Linda finished cleaning up, Johnson got up from the sofa, said good night, and went to rest. Linda watched Johnson enter the room and returned to her room with a warm heart. After washing up, she put on an extremely seductive black lace nightgown, stood in front of the mirror, and looked at her stunning face. "Ming, please forgive my selfishness. I think I have fallen in love with Johnson. I know it's wrong, but I'm afraid of losing him now. Will you forgive me?" Linda's pretty face turned slightly red and her eyes were moist. She had been suffering from the torment of conscience these days. In fact, she already knew in her heart that she liked Johnson. She had become dependent on Johnson. Every time she thought of Johnson loving, and she would feel sad. Every time she thought of Johnson's contract expiring and leaving her, she would feel scared. So, she decided to use her beauty and gentleness to touch Johnson's heart and make him fall deeply in love with her. Linda got up early in the morning to prepare breakfast. Johnson now feels as if he is the boss and Linda is like a nanny, which makes him feel very uncomfortable. After breakfast, Linda changed into professional attire and happily followed Johnson to the company. As soon as she arrives at the company, Linda changes her appearance, becoming a typical cool and elegant CEO. Jinsho Group, under Linda's ability, quickly resumed all operations, and the company is quickly returning to its peak state. At present, Jinsho Group's biggest blood recovering project is the Old City renovation project. As long as the project can be developed stably, Jinsho Group will become the #1 enterprise in Jiangling in terms of economic strength. As Jinsho Group recovered, Linda put all her energy into it, and the Old Town project was also actively preparing to restart. On the other hand, Tanchin and his colleagues did not cause any more trouble, which allowed Linda to develop the company with peace of mind. On the other hand, as Yinbing investigated, he used the power in his hands to suppress the Lu group, causing Lu Xiong to bleed heavily and compensate for all the losses caused by the accident, including a huge amount of compensation. Lu Xiong's current strength is far inferior to Wang Huan and Linda, and he has been forced to go from first rate to second rate. As for Lu Xiong, he actually didn't gain any benefit from the whole Jiangling incident. Instead, he suffered failures everywhere. It was not surprising at all that he ended up like this. Chapter 137 George is here again. Time flies, and half a month has passed in the blink of an eye. Jiangling has been unusually peaceful since the Chinese New Year. In half a month, Linda devoted herself to restoring Jinxiu Group, and the company also ushered in a full recovery after bankruptcy. The old city renovation project is also being restarted urgently. All aspects are ready, and a bright future is expected. Linda not only focused her energy on the company, but also acted like a housewife when she got home, taking care of all the household chores and taking meticulous care of Johnson. This made Johnson feel a little embarrassed, and his opinion of Linda changed a little. Seeing that she only slept for a few hours every day and didn't even take a break when she got home after finishing her work, I began to have a better impression of her. After all, people are made of flesh and blood. As usual, Johnson went to work with Linda early in the morning. Now they were as inseparable as and was, or even more so than when and was around, and didn't let Johnson stay in her office, but Linda would let Johnson into her office whenever she had time, which had never happened before. Moreover, in the eyes of everyone in the company, Linda always has a very serious look on her face, and she is rarely seen smiling. Now, her face is filled with a confident smile every day, and her style is more approachable than before. She is no longer as cold and indifferent as before, giving people a sense of inviolability. Johnson, too. In the office, Linda made herself a cup of coffee to wake herself up and also made one for Johnson. This was already a common occurrence. Johnson reached out to take the coffee, looked at Linda's tired face, and said, "Mr. Lee, I think you need to take a day off or hire a nanny." Linda took the coffee and sat down opposite Johnson. She smiled at him and said, "Not yet. The project is about to start. I have to do everything myself regarding building materials. The last time it happened was because of the building materials. And since Jinxiu encountered difficulties, the previous partners immediately turned their backs on us. I decided to replace them all." Johnson nodded. "Well, then you can hire a nanny. At least you can go home and rest early." "I don't feel tired. Besides, I'm not used to having strangers at home." Linda smiled seductively. Johnson's mouth twitched, and he awkwardly took a sip of his coffee. "You don't have to worry about me. I like being busy, and I enjoy my current lifestyle," Linda continued. "Oh, that's good, that's good. Are you concerned about me?" Johnson nodded subconsciously. "Well, I think you were too tired recently. I am worried that you will be exhausted." "Thank you." Linda smiled sweetly. Seeing that Johnson didn't respond, Linda stopped talking about personal matters. She always knew when to stop and didn't put any pressure on Johnson. It must be said that she knew how to seduce men. That's why when she met Johnson, or any other man she met, he would have already fallen at her feet. Johnson has his own persistence. Although he has changed his mind about Linda, he still sticks to his own ideas and will not lose his mind because of Linda's beauty and enthusiasm. After all, he now has two women in his heart, and Victoria. It is difficult for him to choose between the two of them, let alone getting involved with Linda. He would be too promiscuous. Linda knew that Johnson loved, and so she had her own limit in pursuing him. Every time she saw Johnson avoiding her enthusiasm, she learned to restrain herself just to make Johnson feel that there was no pressure to be with her. She even thought that if possible, she would like to share Johnson with Anne. Linda is just like in the past. How could she be attracted by Johnson's damn charm? Sitting in the office chair, Linda couldn't help but look at him. "By the way, Johnson, do you have an uncle who runs a building materials company?" Johnson was slightly stunned, then nodded. "Well, that was the business founded by my grandfather, and then my parents continued to run it. After my parents unfortunately passed away, the company was taken over by my uncle." Linda frowned. She still remembered George's face when he asked for money, but she still smiled and said, "In that case, what do you think about me continuing to cooperate with him?" Johnson's mouth twitched. "Mr. Lee, you should think carefully about it. Don't use the back door because of me." Linda nodded. "Well, I just don't like George's personality, but he's actually pretty good at what he does. What's wrong with him? Johnson asked curiously. Last time the company encountered difficulties, his company was not qualified to cooperate with us. We allocated a bid to him because we thought he was your uncle. As a result, when the company encountered difficulties, he took the lead in besieging me and asking for payment. It was quite fierce. Like this. Johnson said a little embarrassedly. Mr. Lee, then you must not cooperate with him again. Although he is my uncle, he has long drawn a line between us. Apart from the blood relationship, there is no family relationship between him and me. Moreover, when my parents had just passed away, he couldn't wait to seize the family property. Not only that, he also sold my sister. This kind of person is a mean person who forgets his principles when he sees profit. He only cares about money. He can even abandon family affection at will, let alone you. Linda originally wanted to help George out of Johnson's favor, but after hearing what Johnson said, she became angry and said, "How could he do this? If that's the case, then I won't cooperate with him." Yeah, that's better. Linda and Johnson were chatting about George. On the first floor of the company, George was shamelessly protecting his family and saying the same thing about Uncle Johnson. Today is the day for cooperation with Jinxiu Zhe Building Materials Company, so all the building materials suppliers in Jiangling came here early in the morning. Among these people is the previous partner. When they saw Jinxiu was in trouble, they broke up with Linda without mercy. Now that Jinxiu has been revived, they shamelessly come to ask for cooperation. Linda had already announced that she would not use any of the previous building material suppliers, although George was among them. When he said he was Johnson's uncle, the front desk didn't dare to offend him and could only let him go to the top floor to wait for an interview. Johnson now has a higher status in Jinxiu than before, so all the employees in the company have to give Johnson face. George arrived at the top floor, and the front desk staff, upon hearing that it was Johnson's uncle, did not dare to be negligent and immediately came to inform Linda. "Mr. Lee Johnson." The secretary came in and said, "Mr. Lee Johnson's uncle, George, the boss of Lin's Building Materials Company, wants to see you." Johnson heard that George was coming. He couldn't help but sneer. Linda also found it very interesting. They were just discussing him, and now she came here on her own. "Okay, I get it. Let him in." Johnson was slightly stunned and asked, "Mr. Lee, don't you plan to cooperate with him? Why do you want to meet him?" Linda smiled and said, "What do you care about me?" "Johnson, go to my restroom and take a break." Chapter 138. Linda's thoughts. Johnson was confused, but seeing Linda's smug look, he knew that she might want to help him vent his anger. "I couldn't help but smile knowingly. It was time to let George have a taste of this." I immediately stood up and went to the restroom to avoid him. After a while, the secretary invited George in. "Hello, Mr. Lee." George is really shameless. Last time, for the sake of money, he didn't care about Linda's feelings at all and upset her in public. Now he can still pretend nothing happened and greet her with a familiar look on his face. He even dreamed of getting a contract by relying on Johnson as connections. "Well, sit wherever you want." Linda just glanced at him indifferently and lowered her head to continue her work. "Okay, Mr. Lee, you're busy." Seeing Linda asking him to sit down, George felt there was still hope, so he patiently sat down on the sofa. After a long while, Linda showed no intention of paying attention to Johnson. Instead, she called her secretary in and handed her a list of several companies. Asked the heads of these companies to come up and discuss cooperation. "It's Mr. Lee." Soon, the secretary came with several building material suppliers. Linda warmly invited them to sit down and began to discuss the cooperation funds with them. George was completely treated as a transparent person. He was getting restless while listening to the content of the cooperation, but he didn't want to disturb him. Soon, Linda finalized several collaborations, sent a few people away, and returned to her office chair to continue her busy work. George couldn't sit still any longer, so he came to Linda and said carefully, Mr. Lee, are you available now?" Linda looked indifferent and raised her head to look at George. "What's the matter with you?" George's mouth twitched, and he smiled. "Mr. Lee, I am also in the building materials business. I came here to see if you can consider cooperating with me." Linda's lips curled up slightly. "Is this what you came for?" Johnson nodded and smiled. "Yes." "Mr. Lee, can you consider it?" Linda said calmly. "I remember you, and I have worked together before. I remember you came to the company to stop me last time." Johnson's face twitched, and he said apologetically, "Mr. Lee, I was wrong last time. Please forgive me for my mistakes. For the sake of being Uncle Johnson, please forgive me once. Don't worry, I will never do that again from now on. No matter what difficulties you encounter in the future, I will do my best to help you. Linda smiled faintly. I don't care about that at all. For Johnson's sake, I am willing to cooperate with you, and I will give you half of the project. George heard this. He was overjoyed and asked with a smile, Mr. Lee, are you telling the truth? Linda nodded. Of course, this time I plan to help your Lin's enterprise become the largest building materials company in Jiangling. Not only the old city renovation project, but all the building material supply of Jinxiu real estate in the future can also be handed over to Lin's enterprise. That's great, Mr. Lee. Thank you. From now on, I will follow your lead, and the Lin Group will always support you. George never expected that with an attitude of giving it a try, there would be such a big surprise. He originally thought that since Annie was gone, there would be no hope for him to inherit Johnson's face, but he did not expect Linda to be so generous. He now even imagined that in the next few years, George, would be a billionaire. The excitement in my heart can no longer be suppressed. It's all engraved on my face. Don't be too happy too soon. I have conditions for cooperating with you. Unless you agree to my conditions, there is no need to discuss. Just as George was getting excited, Linda spoke. George was slightly stunned and then said, Mr. Lee, just make your request. As long as I can do it, I will satisfy your request. That's good. Linda nodded in satisfaction and said, Since you are Johnson's uncle, you and I are family, so I won't say different things to you. A family? George looked at Linda with confusion. Linda hesitated for a moment and looked at George. Don't you know we will soon be a family? George was confused and asked in a low voice, Mr. Lee, what do you mean by this? Why am I confused? Linda heard this. She pretended to be angry and muttered, Johnson, this guy, really, I'm about to marry him. Why didn't he tell you? George heard it very clearly. At that moment, he felt like 1,000 horses were galloping in his heart, and he had no idea what was going on. Johnson was Anne's boyfriend before, and now he is Linda's fiancé? He couldn't believe it. What kind of luck did Johnson have? Linda looked at George, who was in shock, and smiled. Maybe Johnson hasn't told you yet. Actually, Johnson and I are getting married next month. We will be a family in the future. Jinxiu Group and Lin Group are also family businesses. Naturally, I have to help Lin Group. George's brain was not enough right now, but after hearing what Linda said, he naturally would not question it, and nodded quickly and said, Okay, it's a blessing for Johnson to marry Mr. Lee, and it's also a blessing for our Lin family's ancestors. Linda smiled faintly. So we are one family, and we don't have different opinions. Yes, then Mr. Lee, would you like to take a look at our contract? Contract, Linda said, you haven't agreed to my terms yet. Yes, Mr. Lee, you said so as long as I can do it. Linda nodded and said, I'm going to marry Johnson soon. Johnson will be my husband in the future. I hope my husband will be in charge of Lin's enterprise, and we will work together. So I hope you will hand over the entire Lin's group to Johnson. As long as you agree, I will sign a contract with you immediately. George heard this. His face instantly lost its original excitement, and his brows were furrowed. Linda asked, You don't want to? No, Mr. Lee, this is not a good idea. Now the Lin Group is managed by me alone. It's not that I don't want to hand it over, but his grandfather made a will not to let him take over the group. I can't go against the will of my ancestors. George said. Linda frowned. Is that so? That's right. So there's nothing I can do. Linda shook her head helplessly. In that case, I can't cooperate with you. Although you're Johnson's uncle, if Johnson is not the helmsman of the Lin Group, I can only let him set up another building materials company. I believe that in a few years, it will be ranked first in Jiangling. George thought about the cooperation that would allow him to enter the top circle in Jiangling. How could he be willing to give up this opportunity? Mr. Lee, how about this? I'll give 30% of the company's shares to Johnson. Is that okay with you? Linda shook her head without hesitation. Either the company is handed over to Johnson, or you let Johnson personally bring you to sign the contract. Otherwise, I will not cooperate with you. Mr. Lee, you are about to marry Johnson. You will be the daughter-in-law of our Lin family. We will be one family now, and I can also represent the Lin Group. Linda changed the subject and said sarcastically, Really? I heard from Johnson that you broke off relations with him. This? George was speechless for a moment. I still say the same thing. Either Johnson brings you here personally, or you hand over the company to him. Otherwise, no deal. Chapter 139, Brother and Sister Let Go. Linda did this because she wanted George to ask Johnson for forgiveness, to make him understand that Johnson was out of his reach now and that he deeply regretted what he had done in the past. George is really regretting it now. He He just can't understand why Johnson is so lucky. If he had known the result would be like this, he should have treated Johnson well. Linda was determined, and it was no use for George to beg his grandfather for help. He left in disgrace. Ahem. Johnson was in the room and heard everything clearly. He never expected that Linda would tell George that she were going to get married soon, and kept calling Johnson her husband. Johnson, what do you think of what I did? Linda asked with a beaming smile. Johnson's mouth twitched. In fact, Mr. Lee, there's no need to do that. Just say you don't want to cooperate with him. Linda disagreed and said, I think this is the best way. I just want him to understand that your current status is much more noble than his. I want him to regret breaking off relations with you. If he wants the Lin group to become stronger, then he will have to beg you. Isn't this good? Johnson smiled faintly and said nothing. He knew that Linda did this to save his face. But Johnson had no interest in this. Why did he need to use Linda to highlight his status? It sounded like he was just a gigolo. Seeing that Johnson didn't seem very happy, Linda timidly said, Johnson, are you unhappy? Don't mind me. I said you marry me just to help you piss off George. No. Johnson smiled. You, Linda, don't mind, so why should I mind? It's not like I'm losing a piece of meat. That's good. Linda smiled and continued to work. In her heart, she really thought how great it would be if she could marry Johnson. At 8 o'clock in the evening, Linda and Johnson got off work together. Johnson, elder brother. As soon as I walked out of the company gate, George was blocking the door. Johnson was also stunned. He didn't expect George to be waiting here and bring Jessica with him. What's the matter? Johnson asked calmly. George said with an apologetic look on his face, Johnson, Mr. Lee, I heard that you're getting married next month. I know you won't forgive me, and I didn't expect you to forgive me. Whether you forgive me or not, I am your uncle, and I am happy for you. As an uncle, I don't have anything to give you. This is 50% of the company's shares, which was also allocated in your grandfather's will. I was obsessed with money and violated your grandfather's instructions. I know I was wrong now. Half of the Lin family's assets originally belonged to your parents. Now I officially return half of the Lin family's assets to you. I'm not asking for your forgiveness. George finished speaking. He handed the share certificate to Johnson. As long as Johnson signed on it, he could get back everything that originally belonged to him. Johnson cared about money, especially now. He just glanced at George coldly. No, since I have nothing to do with you, I will not accept the Lin family's property. As for the Lin family, I will use another method to let the Lin family gain a foothold in Jiangling. Johnson, are you really that heartless? I'm heartless. When I had nothing, when my sister was helpless, did you remember that I was a member of the Lin family? Do you remember that my sister is a member of the Lin family? Now you say I'm heartless? If I were as heartless as you, I would have destroyed your family long ago. Johnson shouted coldly. George shuddered slightly, feeling mixed emotions, and lowered his head in shame. Brother, I'm sorry. It's all my family's fault. We hurt you and Angela. Jessica's eyes were red as she bowed deeply to Johnson to apologize. She didn't have the face to come in the first place, but was dragged here by George to play the emotional card. Seeing Johnson was so determined, she could only support George, who looked regretful, and leave sadly. This emotional card really hit Johnson's soft spot. He can be cruel and ruthless to outsiders, but he will also give all his tenderness to those around him. Johnson never hated Jessica. He never thought of revenge against George. He really couldn't be as ruthless as George. Those who are heartless and ungrateful are not human beings, but beasts. Dandin, wait. Johnson still called Jessica. Jessica's body trembled slightly, and she turned slowly, looking at Johnson with moist eyes. Brother, do you have anything else to do? Johnson nodded, walked to George and said, I will never forgive you for what you did to me and my sister. But Dandin didn't let me down. I'm the only one who let her down. Johnson, she's my only cousin, and I hope she lives a happy life. If you can promise me one thing, I can guarantee that the Lin family will become the strongest family in Jiangling in the future. George heard this, his body trembled. Johnson, you say, as long as I can do it. Very good. Johnson looked at George fiercely. I don't want anything from the Lin family. But you must hand over everything in the Lin family to Jessica. She will be in charge of the Lin family. From now on, you're not allowed to interfere in any matter of the Lin group. The Jinxiu group will also cooperate with the Lin group permanently in the future. Moreover, I will also help Dandin develop in all aspects and help the Lin group become a super family in Jiangling. George shuddered slightly. Although Jessica was his daughter, he was still reluctant to retire from the second-line pension system at such a young age. However, when he thought about the fact that he would have to withdraw from the second line sooner or later, and that he could cooperate with Jinshio permanently, his lifelong dream was to take the Lin family to a higher level, and this was his only chance. George weighed the pros and cons and gritted his teeth. Okay, I promise you. From now on, I will no longer interfere in the affairs of the group, and I will hand over the Lin family to Jessica. What do you think? Johnson nodded in satisfaction. Very good, but remember, after you agree to the first, you must withdraw from the second line. Good. This was the most accurate decision George had ever made in his life. This is also Johnson's selfish motive. He wants to take this opportunity to repair his relationship with Jessica. He has no interest in strengthening the Lin family, but this is the lifelong wish of his grandfather and parents. As a member of the Lin family, he has the obligation to fulfill this wish for his grandfather and parents. Jessica is also a member of the Lin family, and there will be Angela in the future, so this can be regarded as paving the way for Angela. There is no grudge between the younger generations. Jessica did nothing wrong. It is the best thing to support Jessica, and Johnson is also happy to have some free time. Jessica looked at Johnson blankly. Brother, I'm afraid I can't do it, so I'll leave it to you. George heard this. He quickly glared at Jessica. Johnson didn't take it seriously and smiled at Jessica. Sister Dan, you must believe that you can do it, and the Lin family will be in your hands and become the #1 family in Jiangling. I will do my best to help you do it. Jessica felt a great comfort in her heart and said with tears in her eyes, yeah. Johnson touched Jessica's head and said with a smile, Dan's sister, it's not pretty when a girl cries. Brother, Jessica couldn't hold it in any longer and burst into tears in Johnson's arms. Chapter 140, The Rise of the Lin Group. Johnson left. Jessica was just a child. At that time, there were only 2 siblings in the Lin family who stayed together every day and had a deep relationship. Since Johnson left, Jessica cried for a long time. In fact, she never stopped missing Johnson. Perhaps the more you think about someone, the more resentment you will feel. This is what happened to Jessica. Now that she has finally released her accumulated emotions, they have also collapsed at this moment. Brother, actually I miss you so much. After you left, I really missed you so much. I cry every night. I'm afraid. I'm afraid you won't play with me anymore, and I hate you. I hate you for abandoning me. Jessica hugged Johnson and cried loudly. Even the heartless and ungrateful George turned his head away and wiped his tears. This time he was really crying. Perhaps it was because he felt extremely ashamed seeing Jessica like this. Or perhaps it was because he and Johnson had the same blood. Johnson hugged Jessica, and at this moment his eyes were wet and tears could not stop falling. When the emotions were deep, he could not control them. Even a strong man like him was no exception. In this life, no matter how strong you are, the thing that people can't give up is always love. Love, family, friendship, each one is hard to give up. Okay, Dame, stop crying. Johnson let go of Jessica and wiped the tears from her eyes. Brother, hey. Jessica looked at Johnson with a smile on her face. At this moment, it seemed that she had found her old feeling and was genuinely happy. Johnson smiled and said, Dan May, you have to believe that you can do it. Just do it boldly. No matter what happens, I am here for you. Yeah. Jessica nodded. Johnson then said to George, remember what you promised. All matters concerning the handover with Jinshio will be handed over to Jessica. You'd better not show up again. I hope we will never see each other again. George moved his lips a few times, wanting to say something, but he didn't have the nerve to say it. Perhaps never seeing each other again was Johnson's greatest punishment for him. Good. George nodded and left dejectedly. Seeing this, Jessica said hello to Johnson and left too. Linda was beside him the whole time. Her eyes were red as well. She came over with a smile and said, Johnson, I'm so happy for you. Johnson's knot has been untied, so he should be happy. Thank you, Mr. Lee. Please support Dandin in the future. Yes, I will. Things progressed quickly. George may have really realized that he was wrong. After returning, he handed everything over to Jessica. He even told Jessica that no matter how the Lin group developed in the future, half of it belonged to Johnson. Jessica was also very pleased to see George's attitude. She no longer had any scruples in her heart. Linda and Jessica soon reached a permanent cooperation. In order to help Jessica, Johnson privately gave Jessica $30 billion for development, which made Jessica very surprised where Johnson got the money from. Of course, Johnson was also mentioned briefly. With strong financial resources, Jessica can expand the scale and take in the amount given by Linda. The Ling Group is also expanding rapidly, including its own building materials business, and has begun to enter various industries. It has the momentum to become a super giant in Jiangling. More than once, Johnson specifically asked Zhao Liang to personally work as a security guard at the Ling Group and recommended Zhao Liang to Jessica, asking Zhao Liang to protect Jessica closely. Zhao Liang was naturally ecstatic. Jessica was also a stunning beauty, and it was so pleasing to the eyes to protect her every day. In addition, Lin's sudden rise would also make others jealous. If something happened, it would be too late. More importantly, Johnson intended to take Zhao Liang as his brother-in-law. He even planned to introduce Eve to Yunlong as his wife in the future. This plan was perfect. According to the current situation, the rise of Jinxiu Group and Lin Group is inevitable. The Liangjian Security Company and the Hungry Wolf Gang are also maturing. The Jiangling government also has Johnson-esque people. In the entire Jiangling, Johnson already owns half of the country and has even surpassed Tanchin. And Tanchin was still in the dark about all this. Time flies. A month passed quickly, and Jiangling was unusually peaceful. The biggest news was Jessica, who became another beautiful CEO in Jiangling. In just 1 month, the Lin Group became one of the major conglomerates in Jiangling. As the time was ripe, Linda began her revenge. In the top-floor office of Jinxiu Group, everyone who should come today has arrived, and now they have power. Johnson and Linda were also planning revenge during this month. Their relationship became much closer than before, but still far from the intimacy of couple. On the sofa, Linda and Johnson sat next to each other, opposite Jessica and Zhao Yang. Zhao Yang and Jessica also have a very close relationship, and they both have feelings for each other, but they haven't pointed it out yet. There was also a middle-aged man sitting on the side of the sofa, and a young and arrogant man standing next to him. They were Yang Xiong and Zhuo Ming from the Hungry Wolf Gang, both of whom had reached the late stage of internal strength. The Hungry Wolf Gang has also been developing secretly for more than a month, and its strength has long been comparable to that of the Green Gang. Linda looked at Johnson lovingly. Johnson was now accustomed to her gazes and smiled at her, giving her great comfort and confidence. Linda smiled knowingly and said, "We are all family, so I won't beat around the bush. Tanchin colluded with Lu Xiong, killed my father, and took away my Li family's assets. I swear to take revenge with my own hands and take back my Li family. Now I feel the time is ripe. I want to start taking action. The first thing is to deal with Lu Xiong. I want to destroy the Lu family. Let Lu Xiong pay for his blood debt with blood, and I hope you can help me. I would like to thank you all in advance. Sister Wanru, I will do whatever you say. Your hatred is my hatred. No matter what the cost, I will do my best." Jessica was the first to express her opinion. "Thank you, Dandin." Linda expressed her sincere gratitude. Jessica did give Johnson a meaningful look. "Sister Wanru, you're welcome. Maybe we'll be a family in the future." Linda loved to hear these words. Her pretty face turned slightly red, and she glanced at the embarrassed Johnson. Johnson touched his nose and said, "Ahem, Dan's sister, don't go too far." Jessica swallowed her tongue and nodded repeatedly. "Yeah. Mr. Lee, I will listen to Dandin. I will go wherever she tells me to go. If she tells me to go east, I will never go west." Zhao Yang laughed. Jessica rolled her eyes and blushed. "You're such a snob." "Huh." Zhao Yang nodded at Johnson with a silly smile on his face. Johnson's mouth twitched, but he looked at the two of them with great relief in his heart. "Me too. I'll do whatever you tell me to do, Mr. Lee." Yang Xiong quickly expressed his loyalty. Chapter 141, Letter from Anne. Johnson had already told Yang Xiong that the Hungry Wolf Gang was now a subordinate force of Linda, and Linda was his master. Naturally, Yang Xiong did not dare to have any objections. After all, in his heart, Linda might be his future mistress, so he naturally had to be loyal to her. Linda nodded with relief. "Well, my plan is that from now on, I will use all the power of the company to launch a comprehensive economic suppression war against the Lu Group. In order to better suppress the Lu Group, I hope that you, Dandin, will also launch a suppression against Lu. I have joined forces with many groups to suppress them together. I believe that the Lu Group can't stand it. In addition, there are many underground businesses under the Lu Group, so I hope that Yang Xiong will use your power to suppress them in all aspects and occupy Lu Xiong's territory." "Yes, Sister Wanru, don't worry. I will arrange it as soon as I get back." Jessica nodded. That's what we have to do. Dandin will assign me a task when she goes back. I'll kill them, Zhao Liang said. Jessica frowned. Okay. How about I arrange for you to assassinate Lu Xiong? The corner of Zhao Liang's mouth twitched. Okay, let's do it. Huh? Everyone was amused. Johnson said, You'd better protect Dandin. Our targeting of Lu Xiong means declaring war on Tanchin. He will definitely not sit idly by. Wang Huan and Tanchin will definitely help. Especially at this time, personal safety must be protected. Zhao Yang laughed and said, Don't worry, brother. I will protect Dandin. That's good. Yang Xiong received the order and immediately ordered. Ming, you immediately arrange personnel to destroy all of Lu Xiong's people and businesses. Yes, boss. Ming received the order and left immediately to go back and prepare. Johnson instructed, Yang Xiong, if the Qing gang dares to interfere, don't ask for permission, just destroy them together. Yang Xiong's body trembled, and he stood up and said, Yes, Mr. Lin, don't worry, I will never let you down. Very good. Yang Xiong received the order and went back to prepare. Jessica stood up and said, Brother, Sister Wanru, I will go back to make arrangements too. Linda stood up and said with a smile, Thank you, Dandin. Jessica smiled and walked away in her high heels. When Zhao Yang saw Jessica leave, he stood up and said with a smile, Brother, goodbye, Mr. Li, we'll talk next time. After saying that, he picked up Jessica's bag and chased after her, shouting, Dandin, wait for me. Johnson looked at Zhao Liang like this and couldn't help laughing. Don't mention it, this guy is usually honest, but he has a trick up his sleeve. Linda's eyes were full of envy, and she smiled and said, Yes, Dandin and Zhao Liang are really a perfect match. Maybe we will attend their wedding at the end of the year. Johnson affectionately. Johnson smiled and said, Yeah. Linda suddenly felt that Johnson had no understanding of romance at all. Every time Linda hinted wildly, he was like a block of wood and just didn't respond. What would you like to eat tonight, Johnson? Johnson was slightly stunned. Whatever. Linda pursed her lips and said, You can't be so casual tonight. Tell me what you like to eat, and I'll make it for you after work. Johnson touched his head. He really didn't know what he liked to eat. After all, he was not a picky eater. He really didn't know what he liked for a moment, so he just said a few things at random. Yeah, let's drink a little tonight. Well, it's time to celebrate. How about inviting Zhao Liang and Dandin along? No, just the two of us tonight. All right. Lina has her own little thoughts. Because today is her birthday, and she is about to go to war with Tanchin, she also wants to release the pressure of recent times. Linda started working mode again and devoted herself to the economic suppression war. She had been preparing for this day for a long time. A team skilled in economic warfare was also hired, and they spent the entire day in meetings discussing the action. Johnson was doing nothing in the office, drinking tea and looking at his phone. Johnson, this letter was sent by President Song from Yinjing. Please accept it on behalf of President Li. The secretary girl came in with a letter. Johnson heard that it was Annie's message. He suddenly perked up. Ever since he called her last time to buy a house, Annie's phone had been turned off every time he called her. I don't know if it's because of a new phone number or some other reason. I asked Linda, and she said the same thing. Johnson was worried about, and so he opened the letter without caring whether it was a private letter or not. There wasn't much in it, just a birthday card and a message. Happy birthday, sister. I wish you happiness every day. I hope you can find your ideal husband soon. I'm so sorry that I can't celebrate your birthday with you. How are you doing recently? I have changed my phone number. Maybe this is the last time I contact you. I'm fine. You don't have to worry about me. The reason I changed my phone is not because I don't want to contact you, but because I'm afraid I can't let go. The 3 years with you in Jiangling were the happiest 3 years of my life. Thank you for always being with me. I am getting married on November 11th this year. There are many reasons for this, and I can't explain it clearly at the moment. Anyway, I'm getting married. I won't say much, because I'm afraid I'll cry if I say too much. Sister, I have one more favor to ask of you. It's about that bastard Johnson. He's actually a really good person. You'll know after you get to know him. Although he's a money grubber, he's very sincere to people and a good man. I hope you can help me look after him. I've been a bit gossipy, so I'll stop here. Bye, sisters. Happy birthday to you. After reading the letter, Johnson's eyes were already red, and Inessa's appearance was all in his mind, lingering. When I thought about her getting married this year, my heart ached. Hey, is it true that once you miss love, you'll miss it forever? Johnson regrets now that he didn't keep Anne. After reading the letter, Johnson packed it up intact and placed it on Linda's desk. My heart couldn't calm down for a long time. In the evening, Linda returned to the office and saw the letter from Annie on the desk. She subconsciously glanced at Johnson. Johnson, did you receive the letter on my desk? Johnson nodded slightly. Well, my secretary brought it in, and I left it there without reading it. Johnson couldn't say that he had seen it, as that was very rude. Linda did not doubt it. She took the letter and looked at Johnson, then went to the lounge to open it. When she finished reading the letter, she was already crying uncontrollably. She sat on the bed, holding her mouth with her hands, tears streaming down her face. Ming, I'm sorry. I promise you, I will take good care of Johnson. Wow, I don't dare tell you that I'm in love with Johnson. Will you blame me for being greedy? Linda was heartbroken. She and were like sisters, but she felt that she loved Johnson, which was a heinous crime, but she could not control her heart. When she learned that and was going to get married, she felt even more heartbroken. She felt pain because she knew and must have been forced into this, and she felt pain because she might have lost her sister and forever. She knew that and liked Johnson, but she still fell in love with Johnson. Only she knew the feeling in her heart. Chapter 142, Tell Your Heart. A long time. Linda calmed herself down, fixed her makeup, and then walked out calmly. Johnson, let's get off work. Good. In the car, Johnson didn't say anything. Johnson, the letter just now was clearly sent. Linda said proactively. Oh. Johnson nodded casually. Linda was slightly stunned and looked at Johnson. Don't you always want to know about Annie's news? Johnson smiled awkwardly. Yeah, Ming is fine. Linda nodded. Well, fortunately, she is getting married. Yeah. Seeing that Johnson was a little depressed, Linda continued. She also told me to take good care of you. Oh. Both of them were feeling a little down, so they went to the supermarket to buy food. Linda picked out what Johnson liked to eat, and then bought some more things. Recently, Johnson has been shopping with Linda regularly and is no longer as uncomfortable as before. Watching Linda carefully selecting things, Johnson remembered that today was her birthday, and he didn't know what gift to buy. After all, he had never given anything to anyone before. Passing by a place selling hairpins, Johnson randomly picked up a black hairpin and spent more than $10 on it. It could be considered a gift. After shopping, the two returned home. As usual, Linda changed into casual clothes, tied a scarf around her neck, and bustled around in the kitchen. Johnson is not idle now either. He will help out, and now they are cooperating very well. Soon, a sumptuous dinner was ready. Linda took 2 wine glasses and prepared a few bottles of red wine. It looked like she was going to drink enough tonight. Everyone filled their glasses. Linda raised her glass and said, Johnson, this glass of wine is for our success. Johnson nodded and raised his glass. I wish you revenge soon. Thanks. After saying that, the two of them drank it all in one gulp. They seemed to talk less, but they both drank quite a bit. Each of them had their own things on their mind, and they drank glass after glass of wine. Linda's face was rosy, her eyes were blurry, but she was looking at Johnson affectionately. Johnson, actually today is my birthday. Thank you for spending it with me. Linda finished speaking. She drank another glass of wine. Johnson smiled and said, Happy birthday. Then he drank a glass of wine. Thank you. I am very happy tonight. Johnson smiled, took out a black hairpin worth more than $10 from his pocket, and handed it to Linda. I haven't prepared any good gifts. This hairpin will be your birthday gift. Linda saw that Johnson had prepared a gift. She was surprised, and her smile became very sweet. Thank you, Johnson. I like it very much. After saying that, she took the hairpin and put it on her hair carefully. Does it look good? Johnson looked at Linda's charming expression and nodded. It looks good. Linda covered her face with tears in her eyes and said happily, Johnson, this is the best gift I have ever received. Johnson's mouth twitched. Really? Linda nodded heavily. Yeah. You know, I'm really happy tonight because you are here to celebrate my birthday with me. After saying that, Linda drank another glass, continued to fill her own glass, and drank it all in one gulp. Johnson was stunned. Seeing Linda was about to pour the wine again, he reached out and grabbed her hand and said, What's wrong with you? Why are you drinking so quickly? Linda was so moved that she burst into tears. She looked at Johnson with deep affection and said tremblingly, Johnson, I like you. Do you know how much I like you? After saying that, she shook off Johnson's hand, poured another glass, and drank it all. She lowered her head and sobbed. I can't help liking you. I really love you. The more I like you, the more I am afraid of losing you. The more I am afraid that you will leave me. I am afraid. I am so selfish too. I am sorry to Ming. I know in my heart that you love Ming Ming, but I secretly love you. I am not a human being. I am not a human being. Woo woo woo. Linda lay on the table, sobbing. Today she finally said what she had suppressed in her heart for a long time. Even though he was a fool, he had already felt Linda's love. Johnson naturally knew what Linda's change meant, but when he heard her say it herself, he was still surprised. Linda lying on the table crying. Johnson reached out to comfort her, but didn't know what to say. Was already feeling down because of an marriage, and seeing Linda crying, I simply picked up a bottle of wine on the table and drank it all in one gulp. After drinking, I touched my face and kept reminding myself to stay calm. Linda now, let alone go against his own thoughts and accept this love that he had not yet accepted. Victoria and Linda, how should he choose? I'm afraid he himself doesn't know. For a long time, Linda was still sobbing softly. Johnson stood up, calmed himself down, came to her, and patted her on the shoulder. Mr. Lee. Linda suddenly hugged Johnson's waist, buried her head in him, and cried, Johnson, I don't need any promises from you, and I don't need you to love me. I just want to stay by your side. I'm satisfied just by seeing you every day. I don't ask you to love me. Can you please stop talking? Just let me hold you and feel your presence. Johnson had no choice but to remain silent and let Linda hug him. Linda was afraid. She was afraid that Johnson would reject her. She was afraid that she would put pressure on Johnson and make him distance himself from her. So, she didn't want to hear any answer from Johnson. She just wanted to hold him like this. After a long time, Linda passed out drunk. Johnson had no choice but to pick her up, carry her upstairs to her room, put her on the bed, and cover her with a blanket. Just as he was about to get up and leave, Linda reached out and grabbed his wrist, saying drunkenly, Johnson, please don't leave me. Please don't leave me. Johnson sat on the bed, looked at Linda with tears in her eyes, took some tissues, and gently wiped her tears. Johnson, I love you so much. Please don't leave me. Go to sleep, Mr. Lee. I'm not leaving. Johnson's wrist was held tightly by Linda, and she kept talking nonsense. I don't know how long it took, but Linda finally fell asleep. Johnson sighed, comforted Linda, then stood up and left, closing the door gently. I went to the living room, cleaned the table, and washed the dishes. After returning to the room and washing up, it was already past 2 in the morning. I lay in bed, but I didn't feel sleepy at all. When I was in the military, I had never thought about love affairs, and I even had little contact with women. Every day, I was busy with nothing but missions. Chapter 143 Revenge begins. Since returning to Jiangling. First he met Victoria, then, and they made Johnson feel the taste of love. Although he didn't point it out, he felt a sweet warmth in his heart. Johnson was actually having a hard time choosing between them. He originally thought that he and Victoria were the most likely to get married, and even thought about getting married. That was because he didn't know Anne's feelings. But he knew Victoria's feelings. Although Victoria was usually domineering, Johnson could clearly feel her deep love. And how much was gratitude? It was not until Anne left that he realized that he loved Anne. But he also felt sorry for Victoria. He knew his heart, and he actually loved Victoria. Now here comes Linda. To be honest, he really had no feelings for Linda before, but people are made of flesh and blood. Linda's enthusiasm during this period is also melting his heart little by little. Now he didn't know what love was. How could love be promiscuous? If it wasn't love, then he couldn't hurt Linda, so he tried his best to avoid it. Oh, it's so annoying. Go to sleep. Johnson became more and more annoyed the more he thought about it. Now he was afraid to even think about these trivial things. The next morning, Linda woke up, feeling dizzy, and sat on the bed thinking about what happened last night. Although she was drunk last night, she clearly remembered what she said. She sat there in a daze, using her fingers to push her messy hair behind her. Hairpin. Linda suddenly remembered the hairpin Johnson gave her. She was extremely nervous. She searched her hair, but couldn't find it. She quickly got up and looked for it on the bed. She saw the hairpin dropped on the pillow. She quickly picked it up and looked at it for a long time without calming down. In fact, she was afraid of being rejected last night, but she also wanted Johnson to say he loved her, but in the end, Johnson really said nothing. Although she felt upset, Linda managed to keep herself calm, went to the independent bathroom in the room, took a shower, and calmed herself down. After washing up, she changed into a work dress, went to the mirror, carefully clipped a black hairpin on the side of her hair, admired it for a long time before going to make breakfast with satisfaction. Johnson got up early, and when he saw Linda, they just greeted each other as usual, and no one mentioned what happened last night. After arriving at the company, Linda focused all her energy on dealing with Lu Xiong. Jiangling City also began to become turbulent at this moment. Not only Linda and Jessica are suppressing the Lu group, but the Hungry Wolf Gang is also emerging in the Jiangling underground organization. All the Hungry Wolf Gang disciples were mobilized to launch a devastating attack on Lu Xiong's forces. For a time, shootings frequently occurred on Jiangling Street. In just one day, there were dozens of conflicts. Many of Lu Xiong's forces were destroyed by the Hungry Wolf Gang, and many of Lu's children were shot dead by the Hungry Wolf Gang. For a time, Jiangling was in turmoil. At night, Lu Xiong was in the living room of his villa, and he was already feeling restless. The whole day was filled with bad news. Boss, something bad has happened." Lu Xiong shuddered again and roared. "What the hell happened again?" "Boss, several of our clubs have been attacked by the Hungry Wolf Gang again, and our people can no longer hold on." "Fuck." Lu Xiong was furious and smashed the coffee table to pieces with one palm. "The Hungry Wolf Gang? What the hell are they and where do they come from?" Lu Xiong gritted his teeth. Today alone, several locations were targeted madly by an underground organization calling itself the Hungry Wolf Gang. Things here are not over yet. On the company side, various industries are being targeted by Jinxiu Group, Lin's Enterprise, and several Jiangling enterprises. The company felt overwhelmed at the beginning. The World Company was suppressed by Yun Bing some time ago, and the people were already panicking. Now they're being targeted by many companies, which makes people even more panicked. "Gather all the brothers immediately and give us support." Lu Xiong had reached the limit of his patience, and he didn't want to continue to be such a coward. "Yes, I'm going to fight you guys." Lu Xiong said this viciously and immediately rushed to the scene. During this period, they also requested support from Wang Qing of the Green Gang. Wang Qing also learned that a Hungry Wolf Gang had emerged and naturally did not want his status to be suppressed, so he immediately took a group of people to support. Soon, Lu Xiong and a few other people arrived at the door of a large entertainment club run by his own family. The normally bustling street was now silent, with several bodies of people shot dead lying at the doorways. Lu Xiong walked into the club with murderous intent. The scene in the hall was even more horrific, with many corpses lying horizontally and vertically. "Ah, is there anyone still breathing?" Lu Xiong stood in the middle of the hall and shouted angrily. "Boss, there are others. I noticed some noise at the front desk, so I ran over quickly, saw the girl working at the front desk, and dragged her out." Lu Xiong walked up to her angrily and asked, "Where's the person?" "Boss, the person ran away." "Fuck it. How long have you been running?" "Just left not long ago." "Ah, did you call the police?" "I called the police right away, but no one came." "Fuck you, bastard." Lu Xiong was furious and pulled out his machine gun and fired at the ceiling. "Find it for me." "Yes." Lu Xiong was unable to vent his anger, so he walked out of the club with a group of people. Just as we walked out of the clubhouse, dozens of cars stopped at the door, and Wang Qing arrived with 100 people. "Where's Brother Lu?" Wang Qing was also murderous. "Run away." "Escaped? Do you know where he ran to?" Lu Xiong shook his head. "I don't know, but they definitely didn't run far." Wang Qing nodded. "That's easy, Brother Lu. Don't worry. If anyone dares to attack you, it means they don't take me seriously. I will definitely help you deal with these people." "Thank you, Brother Wang." "No problem." Wang Qing's eyes were filled with murderous intent, and he ordered, "Brothers, spread out and look for him. Kill him immediately if you find him." "Yes." At this moment, dozens of cars drove in from the intersections on both sides, and the headlights illuminated the entire street. Wang Qing and Lu Xiong looked at each other. Both of them had doubts in their hearts. "Something's going on, brothers." Wang Qing pulled out his pistol, loaded it, and shouted. Everyone drew their guns and stood nervously at the door of the club. Soon, under the illumination of the lights, hundreds of figures came down from the cars. All of them had short haircuts and wore black suits. They all held light machine guns in their hands and carried pistols. A middle-aged man got out of the first car. He was wearing a shiny black suit and had a cigar in his mouth. He walked down with great momentum. There was a very arrogant young man beside him. The young man was holding a pistol and looking at the people at the door of the club with contempt. The two men were none other than Yang Xiong, the leader of the Hungry Wolf Gang, and Ming, the second in command. Their mission tonight was to lure Lu Xiong out and make the Hungry Wolf Gang famous. Chapter 144, Lu Xiong panicked. Yang Xiong held a cigar in his mouth and waved his hand. The brothers on both ends of the street immediately loaded their guns and pointed them at the hundreds of people standing at the door of the club. When Wang Qing and Lu Xiong saw this scene, they were trembling in their hearts, but they did not flinch. They gave an order, and the younger brothers around them raised their guns and confronted. After all, Wang Qing was a gangster. Although he was at a disadvantage, he still looked like he was the best in the world. He took a few steps forward and glared at Yang Xiong. "Are you from the Hungry Wolf Gang?" Yang Xiong took a few steps forward and took a puff of smoke. Where are you from?" Wang Qing asked. Yang Xiong smiled faintly. "Boss Wang, of course I'm a trader in Jiangling Road. By the way, I used to work for the Green Gang, but Boss Wang certainly doesn't know me. I was just a small character before." "Really?" Wang Qing said coldly. "Since you are living in Jiangling, you should know the rules. Do you think you have the strength to go against me?" Yang Xiong laughed. "That's right. Isn't the rule in Jiangling that whoever has the stronger fist gets to obey? I think my fist is strong enough, so the right to speak in the Jiangling underground organization should be decided by my Hungry Wolf Gang. As for you, Boss Wang, it's time to step down. You are looking for death." Wang Qing had never been so angry before. He glared at them and waved his hand. "Kill them." Yang Xiong raised his lips and said coldly, "Brothers, don't leave anyone alive. Kill." "Brothers, the Hungry Wolf Gang is going to become famous tonight. Kill." Zhuoming couldn't wait any longer and pointed his gun at Wang Qing and fired. As soon as the gunshots rang out, the disciples on both sides had no more worries. For a moment, bullets were flying on the streets and screams were heard. Yang Xiong came prepared. His men were all armed with light machine guns, and their firepower instantly suppressed the Qing Gang. The Qing Gang had no chance to fight back and were shot from both ends. Faced with numerous light machine guns, Wang Qing and Lu Xiong did not dare to act rashly and led their men to retreat to the club hall to resist. Oh shit. Wang Qing felt humiliated as he was being beaten by the Hungry Wolf Gang, so he immediately took out his cell phone to call for help. Yang Xiong knew the strength of the Qing Gang, so he naturally would not choose a protracted battle. Relying on his large numbers, he personally led his men into the club hall. A fierce battle broke out in the hall. There were constant gunshots at the scene, and Qing Gang disciples kept falling down. Wang Qing and Lu Xiong were suppressed and dared not show their heads. "Fuck you." Lu Xiong watched his men fall one by one, gritting his teeth, but he was powerless to do anything. "Brother Lu, you and I will hide on the top floor for the time being. My people are on the way. Then we can cooperate with each other from inside and outside to kill them in one fell swoop." Wang Qing became a little more rational. All right. Lu Xiong and Wang Qing were protected by their younger brothers, and they hid on the top floor. Yang Xiong and Zhuoming did not kill them all, and soon they dealt with the remaining Qing Gang disciples. Seeing that the time was almost right, Yang Xiong waved his hand and said, "Retreat." "Boss, why are you leaving? Just charge forward and kill Lu Xiong and Wang Qing together," Zhuoming said with lingering concern. Yang Xiong shook his head. "We'll let them go today. The Green Gang will probably arrive soon, and we'll be surrounded by them." "All right, withdraw." Yang Xiong was not interested in fighting. He came here just to make a name for himself tonight. His goal had already been achieved. As for Lu Xiong and Wang Qing, it was only a matter of time before he would deal with them. There was no need to rush. Not long after Yang Xiong and his men left, Wang Huan hurried over with several hundred people. When Wang Huan arrived at the scene, he saw Green Gang disciples lying in a pool of blood. Yang Xiong's men had already withdrawn, and not even a corpse was left. "Damn it, I'm late." Wang Huan said this through gritted teeth. As soon as he arrived, Lu Xiong and Wang Qing brought the remaining people to the hall to meet. "Are you two okay?" "Fine." Wang Qing said angrily. "Brother, I must avenge this." Wang Huan nodded. "Yes, but not tonight. This matter is too strange. The head of the family asked us to withdraw with our people and discuss it before making a decision." Wang Huan did not go after the Hungry Wolf Gang. He ordered his men to pack up and took Lu Xiong and Wang Qing to the Tan Mansion to discuss important matters. Wang Huan and his companions came to the back hall of the Tan Mansion. Tanchin was sitting in the main seat waiting for their news. In the lobby, besides the Tan father and son, Han Long was also there. There were two unfamiliar faces sitting on the right side. Both of them were in their 40s. They were the two masters in the early stage of the transformation realm who were invited from Yinjing by Tanchin at a large price through Han Long's introduction. One is called Sun Qian, and the other is Deng Yuan, the head of the family. Wang Huan and the other two bowed to Tanchin. Tanchin asked the three to sit down and talk, and asked, "What's the situation?" Lu Xiong said angrily, "Master, all my places were suppressed by the Hungry Wolf gang tonight. Not only that, that bitch Linda also attacked me and joined forces with the Lin Group and several other companies to suppress my company. She wants to force me to death." Tanchin looked suspicious and asked, "What is the situation with the Hungry Wolf gang? Why do I know nothing about it? I heard from their boss himself that he was a small character before. If I'm not mistaken, he should be a force supported by Linda. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to rise in such a short time." Wang Qing said, "Oh, I never thought that after all my planning. I miss Linda. If I had known, I should have killed her first." Lu Xiong now hated Linda to the core. Tanchin now regrets not killing Linda, but it is no use regretting now. What's the situation with the Lin Group? Jessica from the Lin Group is Johnson's cousin. The Lin Group was originally a third-rate building materials company, but in just over a month, the financial strength of the Lin Group has reached first-rate strength, and it is involved in multiple fields at the same time. It has strong financial resources and is also a key supported enterprise by Yunbing. Tan Mo said, "Johnson, it's him again. Who is he? What is his relationship with Yunbing?" Lu Xiong said with hatred, "His background has always been a mystery. I have investigated his information. He left home when he was 10 years old and returned to Jiangling last October. He has been working as the security captain in Jinxiu and was later arranged by Annie to be a bodyguard. I have also investigated Yanjing, and there is no information about him. Even in the police system, I can't find any information about him." Han Long said. Tanchin nodded. "This person is not simple, and he is definitely not as simple as we see on the surface. Although he did not intervene in these matters, he may be controlling everything. Linda does not have this ability. Now we can be sure that Yun Bing was called by him, which shows that he has a close relationship with the Yun family. Master, if that's the case, then aren't we just going to sit there and wait for death?" Wang Huan asked. Tanchin's eyes turned cold, and he said, "The current situation is very clear. Linda has already started to retaliate against us. We have nowhere to retreat. We can only go all out. Johnson has not taken action behind the scenes, which means he has reservations. This is also our opportunity. If Linda wants to fight, then we will fight her. Economic warfare is a long-term strategy. The biggest danger right now is the Hungry Wolf Gang. So Wang Qing, you must deal with the Hungry Wolf Gang as soon as possible. As for Yun Bing and Johnson, I don't think they will interfere too much. If Johnson takes action, please help resolve it." Sun Qian and Deng Yuan nodded. "Well, don't worry. When the time comes, we will definitely help you deal with Johnson." "That's good." Chapter 145, Lu Xiong goes bankrupt. In Jiangling now, Tanchin no longer has the final say. Linda's strength is now on par with his. In a war of economic suppression, Linda is completely in the upper hand. The strength of Jinxiu Group and Lin Group is far greater than that of Wang Huan and Lu Xiong. The sum of their two groups may only be comparable to that of one. The Lu Group fell into a slump. If Tanchin hadn't stepped in, it would not have lasted for a few days. The strength of the Hungry Wolf Gang is also enough to compete head-on with the Green Gang. As for the official forces, they will not directly participate. As long as Tan Mo and Han Long do not move, Yin Bing will not interfere in the game between Linda and Tanchin. Therefore, Jiangling now has completely allowed the two families to compete with each other. The economic war is all about who has more money. Linda and Jessica don't care about money at all, especially Jessica, who has Johnson's support behind her and is giving it her all. In addition, the Hungry Wolf Gang has pointed its guns at the Green Gang, and the fight between the two sides has reached a fever pitch. As long as it is the Green Gang's territory, the Hungry Wolf Gang will fight to the end regardless of any consequences. For a time, the Green Gang suffered defeat after defeat, and its territory was slowly being swallowed up by the Hungry Wolf Gang. On the contrary, the Hungry Wolf Gang became more and more famous, and had already overwhelmingly become the #1 gang in Jiangling. As time went by, the economic war became more intense. The Lu Group was completely crushed, and both Lu Xiong's underground forces and the company's various industries were completely crushed. The company's finances were also shrinking rapidly. Companies that had long cooperated with Lu also defected one after another. The company's shareholders also chose to withdraw completely. Lu Xiong's business was completely ruined. It's not just Lu Xiong. Tanchin and Wang Huan are not much better off. Faced with Linda's reckless efforts, Their company has also suffered a sharp economic decline, and their future is worrying. Soon, another month passed. In Jiangling City, because of the struggle between Tanchin and Linda, all the companies in Jiangling were affected, and all the companies chose to take sides at this time. With its strong strength, Jinxiu Group has received full support from many companies. On the other hand, Tanchin and Wang Huan's company has been in serious decline, and those former partners have all chosen Jinxiu. Tanchin was even planning to give up on the Lu Group. He simply did not have the ability to protect Lu Xiong and was already unable to take care of himself. Today, Lu Xiong is only one step away from having nothing. The top floor office of Jinxiu Group. Recently, Linda has focused all her energy on the other party, Tanchin, and no longer discusses romantic matters with Johnson. After 3 months of suppression, Linda has completely gained the upper hand, and Lu Xiong has been completely defeated, making her feel ready to finally take revenge. Linda was extremely happy in the office today because the former shareholders of the Li family, seeing Linda's rise, abandoned Tanchin and turned to Linda. This brings Linda one step closer to taking back the Li Group. Linda looked at the 30% equity certificate in her hand and couldn't contain her joy. Tanchin still held 70% of the shares of the Li Group, but she believed that Tanchin would not be able to withstand the pressure soon and would sell off his shares sooner or later, and then she could buy them all back. Congratulations, you are one step closer to taking back the Li Group. Johnson is sincerely happy for Linda when he sees her current situation. Linda smiled and said, "Thank you, Johnson. If it weren't for you and Dandon helping me, I don't think I would have been able to defeat Tantan." Polite. Linda squinted her eyes and smiled. "Johnson, what do you want to eat tonight? How about a drink tonight?" Johnson touched his buzz cut and thought for a moment. "It doesn't matter. I'm not picky about food." "Okay, then you eat whatever I cook." Linda didn't insist now. She already knew Johnson has preferences. At 8 o'clock in the evening, the two got off work as usual. "Boss, come out." Johnson drove out of the company not far away, and at an intersection, he saw several people sitting in a business car. "Linda tonight." "Yes." The person who spoke was none other than Lu Xiong, who hated Linda and Johnson to the extreme. Over the past few months, the Lu Group has completely collapsed. He has been completely desperate. Tanchin has ignored him and asked him for help many times, but was rejected. It's not that Tanchin doesn't want to help, but Tanchin is now unable to take care of himself. As for Lu Xiong, he doesn't count on him anymore, so he gave up on him completely. Although Lu Xiong hated Tanchin, he hated Johnson and Linda even more. Everything that happened to him today was caused by Linda, including the death of his only son at the hands of Johnson, and he was unable to take revenge. Now Lu Xiong is completely desperate, and only one belief supports him. That is to drag Linda and Johnson to die with him before he dies. Johnson and Linda were driving to the supermarket to buy food, and Lu Xiong was following behind. As soon as he caught up, Johnson's mouth curved up. As a top killer, he noticed someone was following him at the first moment. "Mr. Lee, looks like we'll be going home a little late tonight." Johnson smiled at Linda. Linda was slightly stunned. "What?" "Nothing." Johnson smiled faintly and drove slowly, leaving the crowded road and turning to a secluded road. Linda didn't understand what he was saying, but she didn't ask. "You're really looking for death?" Lu Xiong was worried about how to start. Seeing Johnson drive the car to a remote place, he gritted his teeth and ordered, "Pull out the gun." "Yes." Including the driver, there were 5 people in the car, and they were his last men. "Stop the car and get out. Target Linda," Lu Xiong said viciously. The business car stepped on the accelerator and rushed forward, hitting the back of the Mercedes-Benz driven by Johnson. "Ah, what's going on?" Linda was shocked. Johnson stepped on the brakes and said soothingly, "Don't worry, I'm here." Linda nodded. "Yeah." The trigger directly at Johnson and Linda in the car. Beep, beep, beep. How could Johnson give them too many chances? As soon as the car stopped, Johnson got out. "Kill him." When Lu Xiong saw Johnson, he immediately ordered to shoot him. Beep, beep, beep. Bullets from several guns were fired at Johnson. Johnson didn't move, just waved his hand in the air a few times and caught all the bullets with his bare hands. Johnson, in disbelief, and their hands holding the guns, even trembled. How can this be called a human? Catching a bullet with bare hands? What kind of operation is this? Johnson raised the corner of his mouth, waved his hand, and fired all the bullets back. Before anyone could react, except Lu Xiong, the other 5 people were all killed. "Ah, Johnson!" Lu Xiong roared and fired all the bullets in his pistol, but he couldn't hurt Johnson at all. Chapter 146 Revenge. Johnson walked towards Lu Xiong slowly. Johnson angrily. How was it possible? How can you be so strong? You. Johnson came up to him, smiled coldly, and released all the bullets in his hand in front of him. Ding, ding, dang, dang. Bullets fell to the ground. Lu Xiong stepped back in fear, looking at Johnson with fear in his eyes. This is impossible. This is impossible. Catching a bullet with bare hands, unless you are a Wu Zong. How can you be a Wu Zong? In this world, those above the transformation realm are called grandmasters. Only masters at the martial master level can catch bullets with their bare hands. Lu Xiong obviously couldn't believe that the gap between him and Johnson was so big. At one point, it was even thought that Tanchin was too worried and Johnson was just a security guard, nothing special. Until now, he still refused to believe how powerful Johnson was. Wu Zong is a master, not only in Jiangling, but also in Yinjing. He is a top-notch master. He didn't understand. If Johnson had such ability, why would he be willing to be a security guard? If he wanted to kill Tanchin, he only needed one finger. Why would he go through so much trouble and force them to death step by step? Lu Xiong, do you really want to kill me? Johnson smiled faintly. Lu Xiong gritted his teeth, his eyes wide open. Johnson, you killed my son. I wish I could tear you into pieces. Johnson smiled slightly. Really? I'll give you a chance now, kill it. Lu Xiong trembled slightly. He didn't dare, but he was unwilling to give up. After hesitating for a moment, he said viciously, I will fight you. After saying that, he raised his fist and hit Johnson. He struck with all his strength, but Johnson simply grabbed his fist without saying a word and squeezed it. Lu Xiong screamed, and all his fingers were crushed. Johnson released his hand, and a stream of energy shot out from between his fingers, piercing directly through his dantian. Phew! Ah? Johnson unwillingly. I will kill you, ah. Lu Xiong, you brought this upon yourself. At this moment, Linda came over and looked at Lu Xiong with hostility. Johnson picked up a pistol slowly and handed it to Linda. Kill him and avenge your father. Linda's mouth twitched, and she looked at Johnson timidly. Don't you want to avenge your own hand? Linda had never killed anyone before. She wanted to kill Lu Xiong with her own hands, but she didn't dare to do it. Ha! Linda, come and kill me. Your father died at the hands of Wang Huan and me, and your father Li Yuan was killed by a single blow from me. Ha ha ha! Come and kill me. Come and kill me. Linda heard this. Her eyes turned red. She took the pistol, gritted her teeth, and rushed to Lu Xiong. She held the gun with both hands and pointed it tremblingly at Lu Xiong's head. Ew, why did you kill my dad, why? Lu Xiong laughed loudly. How, why? I'll tell you, because Lu Jie killed your father's mistress and your brother whom you've never met. So in order to protect my son, I had no choice but to kill your father. All of this was planned by Tanchin, and he also planned for me. But it's too late. I did kill your father with my own hands. What? Linda didn't find out until today that Li Yuan had a mistress and an unborn brother. I'm going to kill you. Linda gritted her teeth, her hands trembling, but she never had the courage to pull the trigger. At this moment, a hint of ruthlessness flashed in Lu Xiong's eyes. Careful! Johnson sensed the danger at the first moment, immediately grabbed Linda's waist, and leaped more than 10 meters away. At the same time, Lu Xiong opened his arms and rushed towards the place where Linda had just been, but unfortunately he missed. No. Lu Xiong screamed in despair. Then there was a bang. A huge explosion sounded, and Lu Xiong was blown to pieces by the explosives he carried. He just deliberately provoked Linda to come and kill him, just to take the opportunity to detonate the explosives tied to his body, trying to drag Linda to death with him. Unfortunately, he had beautiful thoughts. Linda looked at Lu Xiong, who was blown into pieces, and she was still frightened. If it weren't for Johnson, she would have ended up like this. Linda looked at Johnson affectionately, reached out to hug him, put her head on his shoulder, and sobbed. Johnson, I finally avenged my father. Johnson gently stroked Linda's back and comforted her. Well, the spirit of patriarchy can rest in peace now. Yeah, but there's still Tanchin. I'm going to make him pay the price. Yeah, almost there. After a long while, Linda let go of Johnson and whispered, Thank you, Johnson. You're welcome, let's go. The death of Lu Xiong also means that the situation in Jiangling is about to usher in a decisive battle. The news of Lu Xiong's death soon reached Tanchin's ears. Facing Linda as offensive, he could no longer sit still. He knew that if he did not make up his mind, the result would be the same as Lu Xiong. dying without a burial place. Tan family courtyard. In the evening, Tanchin and others sat together to discuss important matters. In the past month or so, they have been suppressed by Linda and Jessica, and it can be said that they are having a hard time. If this continues, Tanchin and Wang Huan will definitely follow in Lu Xiong's footsteps and end up losing everything. Especially the news of Lu Xiong's death made Tanchin determined not to tolerate it any longer. Tanchin looked suspicious and said, "I asked everyone to come here today because I have decided to have a decisive battle with Linda. We all underestimated Linda's strength some time ago. We have been completely defeated in the economic war. We can't stand it in the long run. Since Linda won't give up, then we'll fight to the death. Master, tell me what we should do. I don't want to endure this humiliation anymore. The worst that can happen is we can fight to the death." Wang Huan said angrily. Tanchin nodded. Yes. Instead of sitting and waiting for death, it is better to take the initiative. Master, please give the order. Okay, now our biggest crisis is Linda and Johnson and Jessica. As long as they die, our problems will be solved. Leave Linda and Johnson to me, and as for Jessica and the Hungry Wolf Gang, leave it to you and Wang Qing. You must successfully deal with them. Tanchin said to Wang Huan. Wang Huan gritted his teeth and said, "Don't worry, Patriarch. I will definitely kill Jessica and destroy the Hungry Wolf Gang." Tanchin nodded slightly, and then said to Sun Qian and Deng Yuan, "You too. I'll ask you to help me deal with Linda and Johnson this time. I will reward you handsomely after the task is completed." Sun Qian and Deng Yuan looked at each other and nodded. "Okay, don't worry. We will take action. There will be no accidents." "Thank you." After giving the instructions, Tanchin immediately asked them to get to work. Taptesin 47 tantans arranjamin. After everyone left, Tanchin's face became even more suspicious. He was becoming less and less optimistic about the situation. Making this decision was just a gamble. "Dad, what should we do?" After everyone left, only Tan Mo and Han Long were left. Tanchin looked at the two of them and sighed. Wait. To be honest, I'm getting more and more scared. In recent times, everything has been unfavorable to us, and I'm afraid this time will be no exception. Tanchin expressed his concerns. "Dad, why do you think so? What's so great about Linda? We can even destroy the Qi family and the Jiang family. So what is she, Linda?" Tan Mo didn't understand Tanchin's worries. Tanchin shook his head. "It's not that simple. The reason why we were able to deal with the Qi and Jiang families was because of years of planning and the help of your brother-in-law. More importantly, the Qi and Jiang families have no external forces, and we know them inside out, so we can foresee all the risks. Linda is different. She is indeed nothing special, but Johnson beside her is too extraordinary. Until now, we are still unsure of his strength and background. Moreover, even the Yin family has intervened in this matter, which makes it even more confusing. So I don't know how to deal with it at all." Han Long nodded. Uncle Tan's analysis is correct. I also think that this matter is not easy to deal with. It is best to leave a way out. Tanchin nodded slightly. "That's exactly what I thought. The reason I didn't let you take action is that I have other plans." "Dad, what's the plan?" Tan looked at the two of them and said sternly, "Leave Jiangling." "What? Why?" Tan Mo didn't understand. "No reason. You and your sister will follow Han Long to leave Jiangling tonight. If we win, I will naturally notify you to come back. If you lose, at least you're still alive. As long as you are alive, there is hope for the Tan family. Do you understand?" "Dad, I won't leave. Let's go together." "I won't leave. No matter success or failure, I won't leave." Tanchin said firmly. "Dad, I won't leave either." "Nonsense. There's no point in you staying." Han Long advised. "Tan Mo, Uncle Tan is right. There's no point in you staying. Come with me." Tan Mo said, "No. If we leave, what will you do, Dad?" Tanchin said calmly, "Don't worry. I have my own arrangements. You don't have to worry about me." "But..." Tanchin's face darkened. "No buts. You have to leave. For the revival of our Tan family, you must leave too." Tan Mo gritted his teeth and said, "Okay." That night, Han Long took Han Mo and Han Xiaoyan away overnight. He also felt that it was dangerous to stay here, so he left very resolutely. Tanchin now had no worries, so he gathered everyone at the Han mansion to make final preparations. He knew that if Wang Huan and Sun Qian failed, Johnson and Linda would also take action, and it would be a life-and-death fight with no way out. The next day, Johnson and Linda go to work as normal. Everything is calm, and suppressing Tanchin and Wang Huan has become Jinxiu Group's most immediate task. 8 o'clock in the evening, Lin Group. Jessica and Zhao Yang get off work together, and their relationship has been getting closer and closer recently. Hello, Mr. Lin. Hello, Brother Zhao. At the company's entrance, there are dozens of security experts guarding it 24 hours a day. Haha. Thank you for your hard work, brothers. Zhao Yang laughed and greeted his men. Brother Zhao, don't worry. We have our brothers watching over you. Nothing will go wrong. Uh-huh. After saying hello, Zhao Liang took Jessica home from work, and the car had just driven a few steps out of the company. Suddenly, beep, 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 dozens of gunmen armed with light machine guns got out of several cars on the road opposite the company and fired wildly at the cars. Fortunately, the car's windshield was bulletproof. Zhao Yang reacted immediately, shifted the car into reverse gear, and stepped on the accelerator to drive the car back to the company compound. When a security guard in the yard heard the robbery, he immediately drew his gun and fired back. Suddenly, gunshots rang out and screams were heard. Dandan, are you okay? Zhao Yang hurried to check on Jessica. Jessica, who was sitting in the car, was so scared that her face turned pale and she was gasping for breath. After a long while, he finally said, I'm scared to death. What's going on? Why would someone kill us? Seeing that Jessica was fine, Zhao Yang was relieved and said, It must be that bastard Tanchin. Dandan, go back to the office immediately and don't come out. Where are you going? Seeing Zhao Yang's murderous look on his face and about to open the car door and get out, Jessica worriedly stopped him. Zhao Yang smiled slightly and patted Jessica's hand. Don't worry, Dandan. I'll deal with them. Zhao Yang, they have guns. Don't go out, I'm scared. Dandan, are you worried about me? Zhao Yang laughed. Jessica let go of Zhao Yang's hand and cursed. Who is worried about you? I'm just worried about myself. Haha, don't worry, I'm very capable. Dandan, just listen to me and go to the company office first and wait for my news. As he was talking, Zhao Yang had already gotten out of the car. Jessica was worried, and she knew she couldn't fall behind at this time, so she shouted at Zhao Yang. Zhao Yang, you better be careful, or I won't forgive you. Zhao Yang felt warm in his heart and said with a smile, Okay, I don't want to die. I still want to marry you. Okay, I'll wait for you to marry me. Jessica smiled. Zhao Yang smiled as if he had been given a shot of chicken blood and ordered, You guys send your sister-in-law to the office and don't leave for a moment. It's Brother Zhao. Jessica was protected by several people and hid in the company. Zhao Yang's eyes were full of murderous intent at this moment. He pulled out his pistol and loaded it. He walked to the door of the company and looked out. There were dozens of machine guns pointing at the door. As soon as he looked out, a volley of bullets would be fired at him. Damn it, Zhao Yang cursed, looking at the dozens of brothers huddled against the walls on both sides, and said, Brothers, kill these bastards. Kill. Zhao Yang took the lead, dodged to the side, holding a pistol in his hand, and fired the bullet in the blink of an eye. Dozens of security guards on both sides rushed out at the same time and opened fire at a group of robbers across the street. Beep, beep, beep. A flash of lightning. More than a dozen brothers on Zhao Yang's side were beaten to pieces and died on the spot. The other side suppressed the attack with firepower, and when they saw people coming out, they didn't stop shooting. Seeing this, Zhao Yang hurriedly said, Brothers, the enemy's firepower is quite strong. Let's take cover first. Zhao Yang could easily avoid it, but considering the person who attacked him, he could only hide temporarily and wait for the person to get closer before taking the initiative to attack. Sure enough, after scanning the other side for a while, they saw that Zhao Yang and others did not show up. Wang Huan, who had been sitting in the car, began to get anxious. The longer he delayed, the worse it would be for him. Wang Huan immediately got out of the car and ordered, Go in and kill them. Chapter 148, Killing Wang Huan. After receiving the order, dozens of gunmen began to press forward. Seeing the people getting closer, Zhao Yang whispered, Brothers, don't move yet. Wait until they get closer and watch me act. Yes. Zhao Yang listened to the sound attentively. He was now at the half-step state of enlightenment. As long as people approached, he could attack quickly and take care of a large group of people. Just as the footsteps were approaching, Zhao Yang jumped out, gathered all his energy in his palms, and pushed out suddenly. A powerful force of energy swept over, instantly knocking over a dozen approaching gunmen. Brothers kill. Zhao Yang took the lead, dived into the crowd, and started fighting. The brothers behind him all rushed out and fired back at the gunmen. As Zhao Liang approached, these gunmen lost their firepower advantage and were all killed in an instant. Wang Huan became more and more panicked. He had no way out tonight, so he went straight to Zhao Liang. "You're looking for death." Wang Huan raised his hand and struck Zhao Liang in the chest. Zhao Yang's killing intent suddenly rose, and he struck out with one palm, and the two palms collided. With a bang, Wang Huan was knocked back more than 10 meters away. His internal organs churned, and a mouthful of blood spurted out. In contrast, Zhao Liang did not move at all. "Ah, you are actually at the half-step transformation realm." Wang Huan never expected that Zhao Liang actually had such strength. He had investigated Zhao Liang. Zhao Liang said coldly, "You think you can kill me?" After saying that, without giving Wang Huan any chance, he rushed to him and punched him straight on the forehead. Although Wang Huan was unwilling, at the critical moment of life and death, he quickly protected his head with his arms. There was another muffled thud, and Wang Huan was knocked flying by the punch, with the bones in both his arms shattered by the punch. Wow! Blood gushed out of Wang Huan's mouth. He wanted to get up again, but he was unable to do so. Zhao Liang came up to him, stepped on his chest, and looked at him with contempt. "Wang Huan, this day next year will be your Memorial Day." After saying that, Zhao Liang stepped down with all his strength. Puff! Wang Huan spat out a mouthful of blood into the sky. His chest collapsed, and he died with endless resentment. Seeing that Wang Huan was dead, Zhao Liang immediately called Johnson and told him the situation here. "Yes, I understand." Johnson hung up the phone, his mouth curled up slightly, and looked at Linda. "It seems that Tanchin can't wait to die." Linda smiled softly. "Yeah." Johnson said this because he had already sensed that there was a car following behind him, and it was obviously heading for him and Linda. In addition, Wang Huan is bringing people to kill Jessica tonight, which means that Tanchin can't sit still and wants to have a decisive battle in advance. Johnson parked the car on a secluded road and said, "Don't get out of the car. I'll go and fix the problem." Linda nodded. Yeah, she now trusts Johnson 100%. As long as Johnson is around, she feels safe. Johnson got out of the car, closed the door, walked to the back of the car, and stared at the car behind that had also stopped. Sitting in the back car were Sun Qian and Deng Yuan. They looked at each other and got out of the car together. "You are very confident that you dare to stop and wait for us." Sun Qian looked at Johnson and said lightly. Johnson raised his lips slightly and folded his arms. "You are confident enough to come and kill me." Johnson has calm face. Sun Qian and Deng Yuan became a little uneasy. However, when they remembered that they were both masters of the state of transformation, they felt more confident. "Ha, I know you're also a master of the transformation realm, but are you sure you could defeat the two of us?" Sun Qian pretended to be calm, but he was actually very panicked inside. The main reason was that he didn't see any fear in Johnson's expression. Instead, he saw Johnson's disdain for the two of them. This was completely different from the look he imagined Johnson would have when he saw them, and he no longer had the confidence he had before. Johnson was too lazy to talk nonsense and said calmly, "Come together. I am in a hurry to do other things. All the troubles will be solved tonight." Sun Qian and Deng Yuan's hearts trembled. They looked at each other, made up their minds, and attacked Johnson from the left and right. The two men stopped a few meters away from Johnson, and each of them thrust out a palm towards Johnson through the air. Johnson's mouth curled up slightly, his eyes became fierce, his aura rose steadily, and a powerful pressure swept towards the two of them. Sun Qian and Deng Yuan attacked with all their strength, but it was as if they were hitting cotton. Not a ripple was caused. Instead, a breath far stronger than theirs came, bringing with it a warning of death. Not good. Sun Qian and Deng Yuan realized at the first moment that the man in front of them was far beyond their ability to deal with, and they wanted to escape immediately. But they thought it was too easy. A powerful aura instantly knocked the two of them over 10 meters away. The two men had no power to fight back at all, and blood spurted out of the air before they fell heavily to the ground. "Wow, please spare me. Johnson, please spare me. We were only entrusted by Tan Tan, and it was not intentional. Please consider that this was an unintentional mistake and spare our lives. We promise you that from now on, we will never appear in front of you." Sun Qian and Deng Yuan knew that they had hit a steel plate this time, so in order to save their lives, they knelt down in front of Johnson and begged for mercy. Johnson, who had never been a good person, just smiled faintly with a hint of mockery on his lips. There is no such good thing in the world. You want to kill me, but since you are no match for me, you want to survive in my hands." When Sun Qian and Deng Yuan heard this, they felt like they were falling into an abyss. Knowing that they were doomed, they gritted their teeth and decided to fight to the death. But Johnson would not give them a chance to struggle. He instantly emitted two deadly auras that pierced directly through the two men's hearts. With two puffs, Sun Qian and Deng Yuan fell to the ground and died without even moving. Johnson got into the car without looking back. "Johnson, are you okay?" Linda asked. Johnson nodded. "Well, the trouble has been solved. It's time to solve the last trouble." Linda's eyes lit up. "Is it Tan Tan?" "Well, since he already wants to die, let's do it tonight." "Good." Linda's eyes flashed with a hint of ruthlessness, and she nodded. At the same time, Wang Qing and Yang Xiong were also fighting their final battle. The current Hungry Wolf gang is no longer the same as before, and Yang Xiong's strength is far superior to Wang Qing's. The situation was basically one-sided, and the Green Gang disciples were no match for the Hungry Wolf gang. Soon, all the disciples of the Green Gang were defeated by the disciples of the Hungry Wolf gang. Wang Qing was only relying on Wang Huan and Tanchin. Without them, Wang Qing would be just a small character. His fate was the same as those of the Qing Gang disciples. He was easily killed by Yang Xiong. This situation also evolved slowly with the strength of the backers of both sides. The Hungry Wolf gang relied on Linda, and the Green Gang relied on Tanchin. As Tanchin's power gradually weakened, the once invincible Green Gang also completely disappeared. The Hungry Wolf gang finally became the largest gang in Jiangling. Yang Xiong also took the position of the leader of the largest gang in Jiangling with his unique vision. Chapter 149, Siege of the Tan Mansion. Tanchin's power disappeared almost overnight. Linda's revenge moment has also reached its final stage. Soon, Zhao Liang and his men, as well as Yang Xiong and his Hungry Wolf gang disciples, all reunited. The goal is very clear, which is to go straight to the Tan family compound and completely eliminate Tan Tan. Soon, Johnson and Linda brought people to the outside of Tan's house. The gates of the Tan residence were tightly closed, and hundreds of people had gathered in the inner and outer courtyards. When they saw the thousands of men blocking the way outside, they all knew that the Tan family was finished. Master, something bad has happened. Linda is here with her people." Gali hurried to the back hall. Tanchin was sitting in the main seat in the back hall. When he heard the news, he collapsed in his chair and said in despair, "It came so quickly. Master, what should we do now? Let him be. What is coming will come sooner or later." Tanchin waved his hand and sent Gali away. He no longer had any illusions, only endless reluctance. He tried every possible means to scheme against the Qi and Jiang families. He put all his efforts into this day and finally took the #1 position in Jiangling. But before he could even sit back and relax, he met Johnson. In the face of absolute strength, all his calculations became pale and powerless. Outside the Tan Mansion, Linda has been waiting for this moment for a long time. Now she can finally avenge Li Yuan. If nothing unexpected happens, the Li family will become one of the largest families in Jiangling. Johnson winket et Yang Xiong. Yang Xiong immediately understood and ordered, "Brothers, charge in." The disciples of the Hungry Wolf gang, upon receiving the order, led by Zhuo Ming, charged directly into the Tan Mansion. Without any surprises, it was a one-sided massacre. In less than half an hour, all the guards of the Tan Mansion were killed, and Gali was killed by Zhuo Ming himself. Johnson, Linda, and others also walked into the Tan Mansion and came to the back hall of the Tan Mansion. Johnson's calm face. Tanchin stood up from his chair, walked to the front of the hall, and looked at Johnson. "Are you Johnson?" Johnson smiled faintly. "Exactly. I've taken all kinds of measures, but I missed you. But it's not my fault. I think everyone has ignored your existence, right?" Tanchin said calmly. Johnson smiled softly. "I guess so. You are very smart, but it's useless." Ha, you're right. In front of you, everything seems useless because you're too strong." Tanchin smiled and asked, "Can you tell me your true identity?" Johnson waved his hands. No comment. Tanchin sighed and nodded. "Well, if I had known your existence earlier, I would never have come to this point today, and I would never have taken action against the Leaf family." Linda looked at Tanchin with hatred in her eyes. "Why do you have to harm my father? My father has no grudge against you. but you even did not spare the fetus in my father's belly. Are you still a human being? Tanchin looked at Linda and said calmly, Linda, you should be glad that you met Johnson. As for your father, I really don't hate him. I plotted against him just to make myself stronger. He was just a chess piece in my plan. Of course, if I had known that this would be the outcome today, I would never let your father become a chess piece. I would cooperate with him. Unfortunately, man's plans are often not as good as God's will. Tanchin suddenly burst into laughter, glanced at everyone with unwillingness, took out a pistol from his arms, and pointed it at his temple without any hesitation. With a bang, the bullet pierced his head and Tanchin fell to the ground. Dad, did you see that? The people who killed you are dead. You can rest in peace in heaven now. Linda felt extremely calm at this moment. She looked up at the endless starlight. At this moment, she finally felt spiritual release. Oh, that's boring. Johnson looked at Tanchin, who had just finished the game, with a look of unsatisfied feeling on his face, and left shaking his head. Brother. Zhao Yang followed with a smile and said, Brother, I want to tell you something. Johnson smiled and said, What's up? Zhao Yang bumped into Johnson's body and said with a smile, Dandin promised to let me marry her tonight. What do you think? Johnson smiled sincerely. Haha, this is great. So what are you waiting for? Pick a date and propose. I fully agree. Haha, brother, that's really nice of you. Nonsense. Who's the one between you and me? By the way, brother, I think you should just marry Linda. Zhao Yang winked at Johnson. Johnson shook his head. I don't think so. Johnson, Zhao Yang, what are you talking about? Linda also followed. Zhao Yang wanted to say something, but Johnson said first, he is going to marry Jessica. Linda heard this. She was overjoyed and said, Really? That's great. We must have a lively wedding then. Ha ha ha, of course. Zhao Yang smiled, glanced at Johnson, and said to Linda, Boss Lee, you have to hurry up too. Get lost. Johnson kicked him directly. Zhao Yang left with his men, smiling. Johnson and Linda were left in silence as they drove home. Thank you, Johnson, for helping me get revenge. I don't know how to thank you. In the car, Linda broke the silence. Johnson smiled faintly. I just helped a little. The most important thing is you. Linda naturally knew that all this was because of Johnson. Otherwise, she would not be able to take revenge. Not only would she not be able to take revenge, she would probably have died several times. Seeing Johnson say that, she stopped talking about it and said with a smile, I didn't expect that Dandin and Zhao Liang would develop so fast. Johnson nodded slightly. Well, it developed very quickly, but I'm very happy that they got married. Zhao Yang is a good person. It's a blessing for Dandin to marry him. I also believe that they will be happy. Yeah. Linda nodded in agreement. Yeah, I really envy Dandin for finding her ideal husband. After saying that, she did not forget to look at Johnson with affectionate eyes. Johnson looked calm and asked, By the way, Mr. Lee, now that Tanchin is dead, nothing will happen to him in the future. What are your plans for the future? Linda thought for a moment and said, Just focus on your career. I will merge the Lee family and Jinshio together. Who can predict what will happen in the future? Yeah, that's right. By the way, Johnson, what are your plans for the future? My plan is very simple. Just raise me and let me grow up slowly. Maybe I will go to Yinjing once, or maybe I will leave for other things. Linda was slightly stunned. Are you going to Yinjing to see Annie? Johnson nodded slightly. I guess so. Oh. Linda lowered her head in a depressed mood and whispered, Have you ever thought about getting married? Johnson smiled faintly and shook his head. I haven't thought about it yet. Oh. Chapter 150 Everyone is happy. With the destruction of the Tan family, the entire situation in Jiangling became clear. Among Jiangling's financial groups, the Lin Group and the Jinshio Group are tied for first place. The underground organizations belong to the Hungry Wolf Gang, and the political circles of Jiangling are all controlled by Yunbing. Looking at the entire Jiangling is all Johnson's power. It took only half a year for Jiangling to go from being on equal footing with Qi and Jiang to being dominated by the Tan family, and to being on equal footing with Lin and Li Nao. After half a year of chaos, Jiangling has finally calmed down. Johnson also had a rare few days of comfortable life. He and Linda took a few days off and stayed at home to accompany Angela. Now that he has money in his hands and things are not chaotic outside, Johnson will naturally start to spend lavishly. The first thing was to spend a lot of money to build a unique mansion in Ling Mountain, the most suitable place for living in Jiangling. In order to get close to Johnson, Linda shamelessly built a new Lee family compound not far away. Time flies, and several months have passed in the blink of an eye. The Lin family courtyard and the Lee family courtyard were also completed. Jessica and Zhao Yang's wedding was also held in the Lin family compound on the day the mansion was completed. Their wedding was naturally a grand event in Jiangling, and people from all walks of life came to congratulate them. Zhao Yang and Johnson did not separate, so Jessica naturally married into the Lin family compound and became the mistress of the Lin family. That night, after sending away all the outsiders, the family gathered together happily. "Brother, congratulations on the birth of your baby." Johnson was really happy tonight and raised his glass. "Ha ha. Thank you, brother. Dandan, I wish you a happy wedding and a long and happy marriage." Linda also raised her glass to congratulate. "Sister Wanru, thank you. Sister-in-law and brother, I wish you a happy wedding too." Eve said with a smile. "Thank you, sister." "Haha, sister. Do you think I'm awesome? Is your sister-in-law pretty? You used to worry that I couldn't get a wife, but next year I will give you a nephew." Zhao Yang smiled from ear to ear. Jessica rolled her eyes and slapped him on the back of the head. "Who's going to give birth to a child for you, really?" "Ha, your sister-in-law is shy." Eve was speechless. "You are so beautiful. Sister-in-law, you must discipline him well in the future." "Yeah, don't worry, sister." Angela was only focused on eating delicious food, with her mouth full of cream. She also said, "Sister Dandan, brother Zhaoyang, I wish you a happy wedding too." "Ah, thank you, Angela." "Angela, thank you, sister." "No need to thank me. We are family." Angela smiled innocently. Jessica felt a pang in her heart. Looking at Angela, thinking of what they had done before, she couldn't help but squat down and hugged Angela tightly. "Sister, why are you crying?" Angela asked when she heard Jessica sobbing. "Angela very much in the future," Jessica said while wiping her tears. "Yes, sister, you must keep your word." "Good." Johnson naturally understood why Jessica was crying and said, "Sister Dan, we're all family. Just be good to each other in the future." "Yeah, thanks, bro." Johnson felt very relieved to see the family together, laughing and chatting. The night is deep. The newlyweds were driven back to their room by Johnson for their bridal chamber. He was also drunk. Johnson sent his two sisters, one big and one small, to their rooms and went to the living room alone. Linda's cheeks were slightly red, but she was not drunk, so she sat and waited for Johnson. "Aren't you going to bed yet?" Johnson asked Linda, who was living here now. Linda shook her head slowly. "I can't sleep." Johnson came and sat next to her and poured her a glass of wine. "If you can't sleep, drink with me." "Yeah." Linda picked up the wine glass. The two of them clinked it and took a sip gently. "Why don't you sleep?" Johnson smiled and said, "I was so happy that I couldn't sleep." Linda rolled her eyes and said, "It's not you getting married. Why are you so happy?" "Haha, you don't know. Seeing Zhao Yang and Dandan getting married, I am happier than myself." Johnson filled his own glass again. Linda said slowly, "Really? Well, actually I don't have any dreams. In the past, I worked desperately just to complete the task, like a machine, without independent thoughts. Now thinking about it, it's sad and lamentable. For the so-called mission and responsibility, I lost the most important thing in my life. When I lost it, I suddenly realized that the achievements and reputation on the surface were actually worthless and meaningless. So I resolutely let go of everything I had and returned to Jiangling. I saw Angela. I realized that she was the most important thing in my life. Nothing else mattered anymore. So as long as she lived well, I would be satisfied. Just like Zhao Yang and Dan are getting married now, I'm extremely happy when I see them getting married because they are both my closest relatives." Linda was slightly stunned and said softly, "Then have you ever thought about whether you want to be happy too?" Johnson shook his head. "I haven't thought about it, and I feel very happy to be with them now." Linda looked at Johnson lovingly. "Johnson, have you ever liked me in your heart? Even for a moment?" Johnson did not avoid the question this time. He poured himself a glass of wine, drank it in one gulp, looked at Linda, and said seriously, "Wanru, I know what you have been thinking all along, but I also want to tell you my inner thoughts. If I keep silent, it will be too unfair to you. There is always someone in my heart, that is Annie. To be honest, I have forgotten her now, so I dare not look directly at your love. I am afraid that I will let you down, understand?" Linda nodded with tears in her eyes. "I understand, but I don't care at all. I know you like Ming Ming, but I really don't care at all. I only know that I love you, and I want to be with you forever. I admit that I'm selfish, but I just can't help it." "Johnson, I don't need any promises from you, and I don't mind that you love Annie. I just hope that you have a place for me in your heart. Even a little bit, I will be satisfied. Johnson nodded slightly. Yeah, I know. Thank you, Johnson. Johnson poured another glass of wine for Linda and said, Wanru, I may have to go to Yinjing. I want to see Mingming before we get married. This is to give her an explanation and to untie the knot in my heart. When I come back, I will also give you an explanation. Linda's heart trembled. She picked up the wine glass, but didn't drink it for a long time, and said with a worried look, Johnson, are you really going? I have to go. Johnson, but do you know who Mingming's fiancé is? If he knew you existed, he would definitely kill you. Linda was not jealous of Anne, but was genuinely worried about Johnson. Johnson smiled contemptuously. Even in a dangerous place, I can come and go freely. Looking at the man's extremely confident smile, Linda stopped persuading him. Well, Johnson, if possible, I want you to bring Mingming back. Johnson nodded subconsciously. Okay. Linda smiled knowingly, a look of relief, finished the wine in the glass, stood up, and left dejectedly. At this moment, she sincerely hoped that Johnson could bring Annie back, even if she had to bear all the pain alone. Chapter 151, Going to Yinjing. The next morning, after Johnson told his family about his trip to Yinjing, he asked Zhao Liang to take good care of his family. He said goodbye to everyone and left for Yinjing that day. A few hours later, the plane landed at Yinjing International Airport. Although Johnson is the head of one of the 4 Dragon Soul palaces, this is his first time in Yinjing. The Dragon Soul Hall is one of the most mysterious organizations in Daxia. Because of the special missions they perform, they often carry out assassination missions and interfere in international wars. Therefore, the Dragon Soul Hall has always been a secret organization, similar to mercenaries, but only in terms of legality. The direct leader of the Dragon Soul Hall is Zhang Jun, the second-in-command of the Yinjing military, who is also a member of the Zhang family of the 4 major superclans. But the Dragon Soul Hall does not belong to the Zhang family. It is only under the jurisdiction of the Daxia military. Johnson's military code name was Qinglong, so even in Yinjing, there were only 1 or 2 people who had actually seen him. In late October in Yinjing, the north wind was howling. Johnson got off the plane, dragged his suitcase, and got outside and got a taxi. Master, do you know the Song family who went to Yinjing? Song family? Is it the Song family, one of the 6 great families in Yinjing? Yes, Master. Do you know where to go? I know I can go, but the Song family belongs to the inner city area. Our taxis are not allowed to enter the Song family. I can only take you to the inner city, and you go by yourself. Good. As they were talking, the taxi arrived in the inner city. Johnson got out of the car and found out that the Song family was located near the Imperial Capital District, which was under strict control, and outside vehicles could not enter directly without a pass. Johnson had no choice but to find a hotel to stay in and planned to wait outside the Song family early the next morning. Johnson came to the richest area in Yinjing. At a glance, he saw official residences everywhere. Those who could live at the foot of the imperial capital were all wealthy families. The closer to the imperial capital, the more prominent the family status. The streets here are also strictly controlled, and all entrances and exits are staffed with traffic police to register and check. Patrol police cars can be seen everywhere on the streets. Compared with Jiangling, the public security in Yinjing is many times better. Moreover, this area is the most prosperous in the Great Xia Kingdom. Nationally renowned companies, top 100 brand stores in the world, and important national institutions are basically located here. Various kinds of luxury cars can be seen everywhere on the streets, demonstrating the prosperity of the capital. Johnson came to a shady road. The scenery here was beautiful, quiet, and comfortable. Not far away is a large mansion. The outer walls of the mansion are several meters high and are made entirely of ancient blue bricks and white lime. This mansion is the Song Mansion, and there are 4 security guards in black suits guarding the door. Johnson put his hands in his pockets and walked slowly to the door. When a security guard at the door saw someone wandering around, they immediately trotted down the door, pointed at Johnson, and shouted, "Who are you? This is a private area. You're not allowed to stay here. Leave now." Johnson smiled slightly and said, "Hello. I'm here to look for someone. This is the Song Mansion, right?" When a security guard heard that he was looking for someone, he looked Johnson up and down and asked, "Who are you looking for?" "I'm N's friend. I came here specially to see her," Johnson said with a smile, and wanted to go in. How could the security guards let him in so casually? They immediately grabbed Johnson and shouted, "Stop! If you dare to come in again, don't blame us for using force. Johnson frowned slightly. What the hell? I came to see your lady, but you won't let me in. Umph. Young lady, who can anyone meet? What's more, you want to go in and look for someone when your identity is unknown. What are you thinking? You better get out of here immediately. The security guards didn't believe that Johnson and were friends, not to mention that and was about to get married. They didn't dare let in a young man who suddenly appeared and claimed to be her friend. If you don't believe me, you can go ask Annie if she knows someone named Johnson. Johnson said with a dark face. The 4 security guards were too lazy to pay attention to Johnson. Several of them pushed Johnson and said, Boy, don't be ungrateful. Look at where we are. Don't say we don't believe you know the young lady. Even if you do, we will never let you in without the permission of the patriarch. Be smart and get out of here. What are you pushing? Johnson pushed a few people away. He knew that no matter what he said, these guard dogs would not let him in. In a large mansion, these people are the most difficult to deal with. At this moment, a top-of-the-line luxury car drove in. As soon as it arrived at the door, the 4 security guards immediately gave up on Johnson and bowed to greet the luxury car. Morning, Mr. One. The car passed by Johnson, and the rear window slowly rolled down. A bright and handsome young man sat in the back seat. He glanced at Johnson sharply and asked several security guards, What's going on? Good morning, Mr. One. We don't know who this man is. He said he is the young lady's friend and wants to see her. How can we let him in casually? The security guard explained with his head lowered. The young man's eyes flashed with a hint of doubt, and then he said calmly, What is this person's name? He said his name was Johnson and that he knew the young lady. I don't know if that's true or not. After saying that, the car window slowly rose up and drove in through the gate. This man is Annie's nominal fiancé, Wen Hao, the eldest son of the Wen family, one of the 4 great super families in Yanjing, and knew nothing about Johnson's arrival. Since returning home, she has been under house arrest. Unless she meets Wen Hao, she is basically not allowed to leave the house. She is considered to be imprisoned by the Song family. 3 years ago, she ran away from the engagement party, which broke down the relationship between the 2 families and made the Wen family lose face. In the past 3 years, the Song family has been walking on thin ice in front of the Wen family. If Wen Hao had not insisted on marrying Annie, the Song family would have been destroyed by the Wen family long ago. The reason why Wen Hao insisted on marrying Annie was not because he loved Annie so much, but because of the humiliation Annie had given him in the past. He wanted to torture Annie slowly in the future. The Song family courtyard is a combination of ancient and Western styles. There is a Western-style villa in the center of the courtyard, which matches the ancient buildings around it and has a unique flavor. Wen Hao's car stopped directly in front of the villa. As soon as the car stopped in front of him, a young man in his 20s, wearing an expensive suit, trotted to the door, opened the door for Wen Hao himself, and greeted him with a smile. Brother-in-law, you are here. The young man is An's cousin Song Fei, the only legitimate grandson of the Song family, and has a very high status. Brother Fei, Wen Hao greeted politely and got out of the car. Haha, brother-in-law, let's go in and talk. Everyone is here today. Good. As they were talking, they came to the living room. Most of the main figures of the Song family were present. The head of the family, Song Hongxia, possesses the peak strength of Huajin. He is the head of the Song family and Annie's grandfather. Song Hongxia has 2 sons and 1 daughter, Song Jianhui, Song Jianba, and Song Wanning. Annie's father is Song Jianwei. Chapter 152 Friendship. Wen Hao followed Song Fei to the living room. Song Hongxia sat on the main sofa in the living room, with Song Jianhui and Song Jianba and his wife sitting on either side. Annie's aunt Song Wanning was also there. When everyone saw Wen Hao coming, except Song Hongxia, everyone else stood up to express their courtesy and exchanged a few words. Then Wen Hao sat down. What about Mingming? Wen Hao asked as soon as he sat down. Wen Hao, wait a minute. She should still be putting on makeup. Annie's mother Chinya explained awkwardly. Today is the day to try on wedding dresses. Chinya urged Annie early in the morning, but she had no interest at all and was still wrapped in the quilt in bed, refusing to get up. Really? Wen Hao smiled faintly, his tone obviously a little dissatisfied. Ever since Annie came back, although the 2 were engaged, Annie had always acted quite indifferent and was even indifferent to him. If it wasn't for the purpose of revenge on Annie in the future, Wen Hao would have turned against her long ago. Everyone in the Song family knew that Annie's departure 3 years ago had already made the Wen family lose face. After returning, Annie acted quite cold, which made Wen Hao feel cold. The Song family had tried to persuade Annie, but she was just not enthusiastic and they had no other options. Fortunately, Wen Hao could tolerate it. They thought that Wen Hao liked Annie too much. Song Hongja patted his thigh with a stern face and looked at Song Jianhui with cold eyes. Didn't I tell her to get up early yesterday? Don't you know what's going on today? Who wouldn't feel sorry for their daughter? Song Jianhui had no choice. Family interests were above everything else. He could only lower his head and keep silent after hearing what Song Hongja said. Dad, I'll go call Mingming. Chinya quickly stood up and said, then went upstairs to call Annie. Mingming is really so stupid. He doesn't know the seriousness of the matter. A woman sitting nearby said this with disdain. She was Song Fei's mother, Zhang Shufan, Song Jianba's wife, and Annie's aunt. Second sister-in-law is right. She's already so old. She should be sensible. She knew she had something to do today, but she didn't get up early. Song Wanting complained to Annie, then smiled and said to Wen Hao, Wen Hao, she's just like that. Don't mind. She just likes to sleep in the morning. I'll go up and take a look. It's all right. Wen Hao smiled faintly. Haha, brother-in-law, have some tea. Seeing that the situation was a bit awkward, Song Fei hurriedly poured a cup of tea for Wen Hao. Wen Hao picked up the teacup with a smile and said nonchalantly, when I just came here, I met a man at the door. He said his name was Johnson. He said he was looking for Mingming. Do you know him? Seinfeld was confused and looked at the others and asked, Johnson? Who? The Song family members looked at each other. Wen Hao glanced at everyone and smiled faintly. I thought it was a relative of yours. It seems that you don't know him. Could it be Mingming's male friend? How is that possible? My sister stays at home every day after she returned home. How could she have any male friends? Brother-in-law, don't think too much about it. Song Fei said. Really? Wen Hao smiled coldly. Maybe it's a male friend I met in Jiangling, and he's found his way here. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone in the Song family looked embarrassed. Song Hongja stared at Song Jianhui. What's going on? Do you know? Song Jianhui shook his head. How would I know? Wen Hao, don't worry. I know this kid well, and he would never do anything rash. It could be some misunderstanding. I'll arrange for someone to deal with him right now, said Song Jianba. Song Hongja nodded and said, well, let the people outside keep an eye out and don't let any cats or dogs in. Yes. Grandpa, I'll go and get rid of him. Song Fei stood up and said. Wen Hao had his own plans in mind and said, no need. Maybe she's Mingming's friend, and she really has something urgent to ask her. I think we should let him in to see her, so as to avoid any misunderstanding. This, brother-in-law, this is not good, right? Song Fei said awkwardly. Wen Hao acted quite generous and said, there's nothing wrong with it. Although she is obviously my fiancée, as long as they are not related to each other, I don't mind her making some friends. Besides, they must have something to do with her. How can we drive her away without telling her? Song Fei's mouth twitched, and he looked at Song Hongja. Song Hongja nodded helplessly. Then call him in and ask him. Good. Johnson is still waiting outside. He can't contact, and now, so he can only use this method, hoping to see in. After a while, Song Fei walked over slowly. He looked at Johnson carefully, looked at him with contempt, and asked casually, do you know Annie? Johnson smiled slightly. Well, I'm her friend. I came here specially to see her. Who are you? Song Fei sneered disdainfully. Friend? Haha, since you're Annie's friend, follow me in. Good. If it weren't for Wen Hao's instructions, Song Fei would not have bothered to talk to Johnson. He was too lazy to say a few more words to Johnson and took him into the compound. Soon, Johnson followed Song Fei to the living room. As soon as he came in, he felt the unfriendly eyes of the Song family. Grandpa, he is Johnson, said Seinfeld. Wen Hao sat on the sofa with his back to Johnson and just smiled gently. Song Hongja glanced at Wen Hao and stared at Johnson, standing there with extreme disgust. Let me ask you, what is your relationship with Annie? The Song family's gazes made Johnson very uncomfortable, and Song Hongja's tone made him even more unhappy. Facing Song Hongja's sharp and disgusted look, Johnson smiled calmly. We are just friends. Song Hongja was slightly stunned, his eyes still fixed on Johnson. Seeing his calm face, Song Hongja became suspicious. You know, most people don't even dare to look at him. Johnson was quite calm and responded calmly, which was enough to prove that he had seen a lot. Johnson for a long time and couldn't see anything extraordinary about him. Now Johnson is looking for Annie in front of Wen Hao again. Although it is not clear what their relationship is, it makes Wen Hao somewhat embarrassed. Friends? Just friends? Nothing else. Song Jianba questioned Johnson in a cold tone. Johnson's eyes fell on him, and he smiled faintly. We are just friends for now. What do you mean temporarily? There was a hint of ferocity in Song Jianba's eyes, and his tone seemed to warn Johnson to be careful with his words. Johnson shrugged, glanced at the empty seat beside him, sat down as if nothing had happened, crossed his legs, patted the dust off his pants, and said calmly, You never know what will happen in the future. Maybe our friendship can be promoted to a higher level. As soon as these words came out, a hint of murderous intent flashed in Wenhao's eyes, and an evil smile appeared on his face. He glanced at the Song family. Chapter 153 Mr. Song is interrupting. After hearing this, the faces of the Song family members were extremely ugly. Especially Johnson said this in front of Wenhao, which was undoubtedly a slap at his face. Of course, Johnson didn't know that Wenhao was Anne's nominal fiancé. Johnson with a gloomy face and murderous intent. Boy, I don't care what your relationship with Annie is. You'd better get out of here immediately. Johnson smiled slightly. May I ask who you are? Song Jianhui could no longer bear it. So he stood up angrily, pointed at Johnson and yelled, I am Annie's father. Get out of here immediately. Johnson looked at Song Jianhui with embarrassment and slowly stood up. It's Uncle Song, hello. Roll. Johnson, any face at all. Johnson's mouth twitched. He slowly stood up and spread his hands. You can go, but I still want to see Mingming. Song Fei had already lost his patience, so he came over and grabbed Johnson by the collar, angrily saying, Don't you understand what I'm saying? Johnson didn't think about keeping a low profile when he came to Yinjing this time. Facing Song Fei's provocation, Johnson easily pushed Song Fei's hand away, pushed him out, and straightened his collar. I will leave when I see Mingming. Song Fei was a person of the transformation realm, but was easily pushed away by Johnson. His face was extremely ugly, and he immediately wanted to attack. You were looking for death. Just as the fight was about to begin, Wenhao, who had been silent the whole time, spoke up. What's the point? Since he wants to see Ming, then let him see him. Brother-in-law, this guy is obviously here to cause trouble. Song Fei didn't understand Wenhao at all. Wenhao smiled faintly. It's okay. Song Fei glanced at Song Hongjia, who nodded slightly, so he had to give up. The scene was awkward for a while. The reason why Wenhao let Johnson in was that he wanted to know what the relationship between him and Annie was and to see how Annie would react. They were making a fuss in the living room, and upstairs in an S room, she was still lying on the bed in her nightgown and refused to get up. Mingming, Wenhao has been here for a while. If you don't go down, how are you going to explain to your grandfather? Chinya advised earnestly. Yes, Mingming, Wenhao is such a good kid. Why don't you care about him? The Wen family is rich and powerful. It's your blessing to be able to marry him. Song Wanting followed and advised, and wrapped herself in the quilt, covered her head, and remained indifferent to their exhortations. Since she came back and has been indoctrinated with this kind of thinking by her whole family, she is sick of it, and she simply does not accept this kind of arranged marriage. But she had no right to resist and could only express her dissatisfaction in this way. Seeing that Annie was not listening, Chinya also became angry. She dragged the quilt and threw it directly on the bed, saying angrily, Annie, don't go too far. You won't listen to my advice. What do you want? Annie's eyes were red, and she looked at Chunya angrily. I just don't want to marry Wenhao. I just don't want you to control my marriage. Have you ever considered my feelings? Chunya said with a straight face, Whether you like it or not, this is your fate. Besides, what's wrong with the Wen family? What's wrong with Wenhao? Don't be ungrateful for what you have. Mingming, your mother is doing this for your own good. Song Wanting also advised. Annie laughed and said, I think it's for your own sake. No matter what you think, in 10 days or so, you and Wenhao will be getting married. Get up right now. Chinya ordered, snored, and knew that all this resistance was useless, so she didn't wash herself and didn't care about her messy hair. She just wiped her face casually, washed herself, and changed into a long dress. Chinya was so angry when she saw her like this. Every time Wenhao came, Annie didn't put on makeup or dress up. She just went to meet him casually, and was not wearing any makeup or dressing up. She was wearing a black long skirt that revealed half of her white legs and a pair of crystal high heels. With her exquisite face, she was still incredibly beautiful. Let's go, and had a cold look on her face, with her long black hair draped over her shoulders, looking fluffy, and her face was full of laziness. Although Chunya and Song Wanting couldn't stand it, they were used to it and could only let her be. and walked out of the room lazily, casually playing with her hair, and walked to the stairwell with an expressionless face. As soon as she came down the stairs, Johnson's eyes fell on her. Having not seen, and for more than half a year, Johnson couldn't help but curl up the corners of his mouth and stared at and who was going down the stairs with tenderness in his eyes, and seemed to sense something. She was arrogant to begin with, and when she went downstairs, she couldn't help but look at Johnson. Their eyes met, and there was surprise and joy. When and saw Johnson, her heart began to beat wildly, and a smile appeared on her cold face. Johnson stood up unconsciously and looked up at and who was standing in the stairwell. His action naturally attracted the attention of several people in the living room. Wenhao also realized that the two had a close relationship, and he felt an inexplicable surge of anger in his heart, without any emotional fluctuations. Several people from the Song family stared at the two of them coldly, with a hint of worry in their hearts, fearing that something might go wrong as the wedding date approached. At this moment, the people in the living room were all thinking about one thing. That is, no matter what the relationship between Johnson and was, he had to disappear forever. They were not the only ones who thought of this, and did the same. When she saw Johnson for the first time, she was surprised and delighted. After she realized what was happening, she was already filled with worry. She understood Johnson's current situation very well. For Johnson, and his face suddenly turned cold. She no longer looked at Johnson and went downstairs as if nothing had happened. "Mr. Song, long time no see." Johnson walked forward and greeted with a smile, and glanced at Johnson and nodded slightly. "Yeah." Then she came to the sofa in the living room and greeted, "Grandpa, Dad." Johnson stood there with an awkward look on his face. Song Hongja nodded slightly and looked at Johnson. "Who is he?" And glanced at Johnson and said, "His name is Johnson. He is my bodyguard in Jiangling. He and I are only clients. I don't know how he got in." Song Hongja's expression finally looked better. "So that's how it is? What are you waiting for? Get out quickly." Song Jianwei said, "Boy, did you hear that? Do you want me to do it?" Song Fei said to Johnson. Johnson smiled slightly. "Sorry for interrupting, Mr. Song." After saying that, Johnson turned and left the Song family. He knew in his heart that Annie must have her reasons for saying that. Since they had met, the purpose had been achieved. He believed that Annie would contact him. "Haha, Wenhao, this is just a misunderstanding," Song Jianhui said with a smile. "Of course, I naturally believe Mingming. I let him in because I was afraid that he really had something important to discuss with Mingming." Wenhao smiled mischievously. How could he believe that this was a misunderstanding? Chapter 154. Let's not beat around the bush. "I like you, your fiancé." Annie sat down opposite Wenhao with an expressionless face. She was only worried about Johnson's safety. "It doesn't matter in the first place. He's just my bodyguard in Jiangling. He and I are more than an employer and an employee, not even a friend. I don't know why he found this place." Annie crossed her legs and spoke to herself. She was saying this to Wenhao. "Okay, a small person should not affect everyone's mood. Mingming, your wedding day will be soon. You should cooperate with Wenhao. We will all be a family in the future. Don't be so petty," Song Hongja said to Annie. He was most afraid of unnecessary troubles now. Annie smiled slightly. "It's Grandpa." Song Hongja nodded with satisfaction. "Well, Wenhao, take Mingming to try on the wedding dress." "Good." Annie didn't resist and followed Wenhao away. The reason why she cooperated so well was that she wanted to dispel Wenhao's suspicion and prevent him from causing trouble for Johnson. The two got into the back seat of the car, and Wenhao said deliberately, "Mingming, I didn't expect you to go with me to try on wedding dresses today. I thought you would refuse again." Annie said calmly, "Will refusal be useful?" Wenhao's eyes flashed with displeasure. Then he smiled slightly and reached out to hold Annie's hand. "Mingming, we're going to get married soon. You have to believe that I will treat you well." Annie instinctively shook off Wenhao's hand and said coldly, "Let's talk about it after we get married." Wenhao's face darkened instantly. He clenched his fists, and a wicked smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. "Is the guy named Johnson today really just one of your bodyguards?" Annie was slightly stunned, and immediately looked at Wenhao, questioning with a hint of worry in her eyes. "What do you mean? Don't you believe me?" Wenhao looked at Annie's nervous expression and was certain that she had a close relationship with Johnson. She was probably willing to try on the wedding dress today to numb herself. "Of course I believe you, but I'm really curious why a little bodyguard like him would come to see you. It's really interesting." Annie was worried and confused. She said hurriedly, "Actually, he came to me. I know why." I came back from Jiangling in a hurry, and I haven't paid him his salary yet. I guess he came to ask me for money. Really? If that's the case, he still has to pay. Wen Hao said calmly, then looked at Annie. Ming, how about this? You invite him over, and I'll give him the money. Annie shuddered slightly and said, No, I will find him myself when the time comes. What are you waiting for? They're blocking the door for money. I think we should do it today. Otherwise, he'll come and block the door again tomorrow. It won't look good. None of your business is my business. Annie looked at Wen Hao and said coldly. Wen Hao felt very aggrieved, but he still looked calm and did not insist anymore. Soon the car stopped in front of a high-end bridal shop, and reluctantly got out of the car and went inside. Go find Johnson right away and tell him that Annie wants him to come here to see her. Yes. Before getting out of the car, Wen Hao asked his driver and bodyguard Huang Lei to find Johnson. He accompanied in a try-on wedding dresses. Johnson left the Song family. He had nowhere to go in Yanjing and could only return to the hotel to wait for news from Annie. Not long after returning, he received a call from the front desk saying someone was looking for him. Johnson immediately went to the hotel lobby. Hello, Mr. Lin. The person who was looking for him was Huang Lei, who was arranged by Wen Hao. He immediately found out the hotel where Johnson was staying and rushed over without stopping. Johnson looked at Huang Lei and asked in confusion, You're looking for me? Well, to be exact, it's Miss Song who's looking for you. Really? Johnson smiled slightly. So fast. Mr. Lin, please. No problem. Johnson didn't suspect anything and followed Huang Lei into the car. After a while, they arrived at the door of the bridal shop. Mr. Lin, Miss Song is trying on wedding dresses inside. Please go in by yourself. Trying on a wedding dress? Johnson walked into the bridal shop with doubts. When the clerk heard that he was looking for Annie, he took Johnson to the back. When he came to a sofa, he said to Wen Hao, who was sitting there, Master Wen, this gentleman said he is looking for Miss Song. Wen Hao nodded slightly. Well, go and get busy. Yes. Johnson carefully smiled faintly and said, Mr. Lin, please sit down. Johnson looked at Wen Hao in confusion. He had seen Wen Hao before at the Song family, but he didn't know his identity. When he saw him greet him, Johnson sat down opposite him and asked, Where's Annie? Wen Hao smiled softly. My fiancée is trying on a wedding dress. Fiancé. Johnson looked at Wen Hao and said, So you are Ming's fiancé. When Wen Hao heard Johnson calling him so intimately, his face instantly darkened, and he looked at Johnson with contempt. Ming, don't you think it's inappropriate for you to call me like that in front of me, Mr. Lin? Johnson's mouth curled up slightly. Is it inappropriate? Why don't I think so? You and Ming are just engaged, right? Now she's just your fiancé. Ming and I are friends. There doesn't seem to be anything wrong with me calling her that. Wen Hao's face turned pale. This was a blatant provocation from Johnson. He had never been provoked like this before, let alone by an unknown person. Do you know you were playing with fire? Johnson shrugged and smiled faintly. I kind of like playing with fire. You seem confident. You're not confident. Really, isn't it? I think it was you who asked me to come here. Don't you just want to know the relationship between Ming and me? I really want to know what your relationship is with my fiancé. Johnson raised his lips and said, Let's be frank. I like your fiancé, and I came here just to take her away. This was a naked challenge to a man's dignity. Wen Hao's eyes were full of murderous intent. He looked at Johnson with a sinister smile. I admire your courage. Do you know what this means? Johnson had never thought of keeping a low profile this time. There was no need to keep a low profile in a place like Yanjing. Facing Wen Hao's eyes full of murderous intent, Johnson smiled calmly. Courage comes from one's own strength. I think I have the strength to take her away, and I want to take Ming with me. No one in this world can stop me. Wen Hao shuddered slightly. He could see that Johnson exuded confidence, but he couldn't tell where Johnson's confidence came from. This made him unsure about Johnson. However, how could he really care where Johnson's confidence came from? He just thought that people from such small places were just mysteriously confident. You have to know that the strength of the Wen family is considered a behemoth in Daxia. There is really no one who can suppress the Wen family. Even the strongest Qin family can be rivaled by the Wen family. Chapter 155. You are my woman. You are still the most arrogant person I have ever met. I just don't know if your strength can match your arrogance. I hope you don't regret it. Wen Hao said calmly. Johnson crossed his legs and said with a smile, Since I dare to come, I will not let you down. Yeah, I hope so. Wen Hao didn't say anything else. In his eyes, Johnson was just an arrogant little man. Moreover, in his eyes, Johnson was already a dead man. He was just a small figure in Johnson's eyes. Johnson didn't take him seriously at all. At this moment, and walked out gracefully in a wedding dress with a white pearl-embellished skirt, with two shop assistants behind her holding up the hem of her skirt, and put on light makeup and a white pearl hair accessory on her head that matched her wedding dress. She looked absolutely stunning with this expensive wedding dress. Johnson and Wenhao looked at Annie at the same time, staring at her intently. Although Wenhao hated Annie, he was stunned at this moment and vowed to get Annie, with possessiveness in his eyes. Johnson's eyes were full of appreciation and tenderness, with a faint smile on his face. At this moment, as long as it nodded, he could become an enemy of the whole world for her. Johnson, and only had Johnson in her eyes. When she saw the man who had been haunting her dreams looking at her tenderly, she was happy, but also very shocked as to why he was here. Ming, this wedding dress is so beautiful. Wenhao couldn't help but come to Annie, stretching out his hands to hold Annie's waist, and also wanted to declare his sovereignty. What made him embarrassed was that Annie subconsciously took a few steps back and deliberately kept a distance from Wenhao. This made Wenhao very angry, but he still smiled and praised Annie. Ming, what do you think of this wedding dress? I specially asked a world-renowned wedding dress design team to tailor it for you a month ago, and couldn't figure out the current situation. She glanced at Johnson from time to time and nodded subconsciously. Thank you. Why should we be polite? This is my duty. I will make you the most beautiful bride in the world. Wenhao said, and still looked calm and nodded slightly. She just wanted to find out why Johnson was there, and she had no intention of trying on a wedding dress, and ignored Wenhao's presence and went straight to Johnson, whispering, "Why are you here?" Johnson smiled gently. Ming, you are so beautiful. Annie rolled her eyes, her pretty face blushed, and she cursed in a low voice. Asshole, who asked you to come? What are you doing? Get out of here right now. Johnson smiled faintly. I missed you, so I came to see you. Annie's heart trembled. These words made her feel warm. But when she thought of Wenhao still being there, she scolded, Isn't it just a little money that you are short of? Do you have to chase me here? Get out of here immediately. I will contact you. Annie spoke. She made crazy looks at Johnson, meaning get out of here. Johnson looked at the familiar woman, listened to her familiar curses, and smiled with such happiness. Seeing Johnson like this, Annie stamped her feet in anger. What a bastard. Wenhao, who was standing by, couldn't stand the intimacy between the two and came over to pull Annie away, saying viciously, Ming, do you still want to act? Annie looked at Wenhao in panic and explained, He really just came here to ask for money. I will take care of it. Wenhao laughed grimly. Huh? Do you really take me for a fool? He has already admitted his relationship with you, but it's not an employer-employee relationship. Shouldn't you give me an explanation? And looked at Johnson in surprise. Johnson spread his hands and said, Ming, I came here just to find you. I don't want you to marry him. Anne's face turned red as she listened to Johnson's straightforward words. She still felt warm in her heart, but she knew Wenhao's character very well and couldn't help but worry that Johnson would be retaliated against. What are you talking about? Get out of here. And looked at Johnson very nervously, and then said to Wenhao, Don't listen to his nonsense. He and I are just ordinary friends. How could Wenhao believe it? He smiled coldly. Ming, do you think I believe it? You don't have to pretend. I don't care what your relationship with him was before. Now you're my fiancé. You'd better cut off your relationship with him, otherwise you know what I mean. Annie frowned and pursed her lips and said, I understand. It's better to do so. Otherwise, not only you, but also your Song family will have to pay the price. Wenhao warned, and took a deep breath and turned to look at Johnson. Johnson, did you hear everything? Wenhao and I are getting married soon. I hope you won't bother me. In addition, you and I are just employers. I hope you don't misunderstand what kind of relationship I have with you. Johnson did not back off this time. Instead, he pulled Annie in front of him and looked at her seriously. Ming, I love you. This is what I have always wanted to say to you. So, I don't want you to marry someone else. Please believe me, I will definitely make you happy. And frowned, her heart pounding at Johnson's sudden confession. But she knew the consequences very well, so she pushed Johnson away and said, Are you crazy? Johnson not only did not back down, but continued, Ming, as long as you say you are willing to accept me, I will take you away, and no one can stop you. And looked at Johnson's confident eyes and became a little obsessed. She stammered, Johnson didn't care about that. He looked at the woman he loved and kissed her roughly. And was so frightened that she pushed Johnson away and yelled, Johnson, are you crazy? What are you doing? You are obviously my woman, Johnson said firmly. And has always loved Johnson in her heart. At this moment, she really wants to throw herself into his arms, but she is still very rational. That's enough. When Hao had already reached the limit of his patience, Johnson confessed his love to his fiancée and forcefully kissed her in front of her. This undoubtedly crushed his dignity. When Hao, please listen to my explanation. And he was also anxious. When Hao Long sneered and looked at the two with sharp eyes. Explanation? Do you still need an explanation? Annie didn't know what to say at this moment. She was absolutely unwilling to marry Wen Hao, and she really liked Johnson, so she chose to remain silent. Silence is often a sign of acquiescence. When Hao sneered, you have nothing to say, right? In that case, you don't need to explain anymore. I hope you can bear the consequences. En's body trembled slightly, and she couldn't help but take a few steps back, her expression full of worry. Chapter 156, Do You Love Me? Johnson quickly hugged Annie's shoulders and comforted her. Ming, if the sky falls, I will hold it up for you. And looked at the man in front of her. Men always had a charm that fascinated her. She nodded subconsciously. Yeah, what a big mouth. Wen Hao could no longer hide his murderous intent toward Johnson. Today, his dignity as a man was completely crushed by Johnson. Johnson with his eyes wide open. If I don't kill you, I can't get rid of the hatred in my heart. As soon as he finished speaking, Wen Hao raised his hand and punched Johnson in the face. Although it was just an ordinary punch, it was accompanied by a strong gust of wind. As soon as he made a move, Johnson knew the limit of his strength, which was the middle stage of the transformation realm. Johnson raised the corner of his mouth and casually held Wen Hao's fist. That's it? You want to kill me too? Johnson pushed gently with his hand, and a stronger force pushed Wen Hao several meters away, almost making him lose his balance. Wen Hao's face turned pale. He never expected that although Johnson looked ordinary, his strength was superior to his. This made him feel even more humiliated, but he was a smart man, and he would not give up when he knew he couldn't win. Very good. It seems that this is the source of your confidence. I hope you can always be confident. Wen Hao looked at Annie again. I also hope that your Song family can withstand my anger. After saying that, he turned and left. Annie's tense body suddenly relaxed. She sighed deeply, leaned her head on Johnson's shoulder, and whispered, It's over, it's over. Johnson took her arm and said with a smile, What's wrong, Mr. Song? And was really pissed off by Johnson. She shrugged Johnson's hand away and rolled her eyes at him. Johnson, why did you come to Yinjing? Also, shouldn't you explain what you just said to me? Johnson looked at Annie's angry expression and couldn't help but laugh. Annie was annoyed and kicked Johnson directly, saying seriously, It's already this time. Why are you still laughing? Johnson held back his laughter and looked at Annie seriously. Ming, I came to Yinjing just to find you. Also, every word I just said was from the heart. I came here just to ask you, do you love me too? And blushed and lowered her head, scolding. Asshole, how can you confess like this? And you asked so bluntly. How can I answer you? Johnson's mouth twitched. Just say it directly. If you like it, you like it. If you don't like it, you don't like it. If you love me, I will take you away. If you don't love me, I will leave. Annie was so angry that she stomped her feet at Lin's feet and said, You are such a jerk. I don't want to bother with you. And turned to change her clothes. Johnson chased after him and asked, Ming, what do you mean? Do you love me or not? Just say something. Anne's face was full of shyness, and she didn't dare to look back at Johnson. She had imagined the scene of meeting Johnson again countless times, and also imagined the romantic scene of the two of them confessing their love to each other, but she never thought it would be so straightforward. Especially when faced with Johnson's sudden frankness, she really wanted to find a hole to crawl into. I'm so annoyed, please stop asking me. How can I know your feelings if you don't ask me? And blushed and whispered, I love you, okay? What? Go to hell, you bastard. Annie rushed into the dressing room angrily and closed the door. She leaned against the door, feeling happy in her heart, and her face was filled with a smile unconsciously. But the smile was only short-lived. When she thought of what Wen Hao said before he left, she felt more afraid. Johnson was also very happy when he heard and say that she loved him. At least he made the right trip this time and got a positive answer. He had nothing to worry about anymore. After a while, Annie changed out of her wedding dress and walked out with a suspicious look on her face. Ming, are you unhappy? Johnson asked with concern. Annie shook her head. No, I'm just worried. Johnson smiled slightly. Don't worry, I'm here, and rolled her eyes. Johnson, let's leave first. Where do you live now? Hotel. Let's go to the hotel first. I have something to tell you. Good. And was not in a mood to talk about love now. She was not as broad-minded as Johnson, nor did she have his confidence. If she messed up today, both the Win family and the Song family would not let Johnson and her go. Johnson didn't care at all. He happily took Annie to the hotel where he was staying. Haha, that's great, Johnson. You're staying in the presidential suite? That must be hundreds of thousands for one night, right? Are you rich? And entered the room. She couldn't help but complain about Johnson. She knew that Johnson was a money grubber and very poor. Johnson smiled slightly. Haha, I made a small fortune recently, so I have a little more money, so I'll enjoy it. And rolled her eyes at Johnson, looked around the room, and said, It seems that since I left Jiangling, your life has become more comfortable, right? Johnson smiled bitterly and said, How could that be possible? To be honest, I've been thinking about you every day since you left. I don't think it's interesting at all. And blushed again. She used to think Johnson couldn't speak, but now he can speak so freely. Johnson, now you have learned to be smooth-talking too? How is this glib? I'm just speaking my mind. Oh, and felt as happy as if she were eating honey. The more words like this were said, the more they benefited her over sugar-coated bullets. She knew Johnson's personality and knew he would not say flattering words. If he said this, he must be thinking this. Johnson, I believe what you say. And sat down on the sofa and looked at Johnson seriously. But now is not the time for us to talk about love, you know? Johnson sat down across from her and asked, Why? Annie was also speechless and said, Johnson, do you know who and how is? What we did today is undoubtedly a provocation to the Win family. He will not let us go. I think it won't be long before he sends someone to kill you. Johnson smiled faintly. Kill me? It depends on how capable he is. And was used to Johnson like this. She said with a suspicious look, I know you are good, but this time it really won't be that easy. I'm not simple either. I know, but I'm afraid something might happen to you. So Johnson, you should leave Yinjing immediately. Leave? Johnson shook his head. I won't leave unless you leave with me. You. And said seriously, Johnson, I'm not kidding you this time. Johnson also looked serious. Mingming, I'm not kidding either. I will never leave unless you leave with me. Chapter 157 Impolite. Annie also wanted to leave here, but if she left, what would happen to the Song family? Johnson, I'm sorry, I can't leave with you. And shook her head. Why is that? Don't you love me? Johnson asked. No. I love you. But if I leave, Wenhao will not let my family go. I can't be so selfish. Annie said with her head down. Johnson reached out and held Annie's hand, saying sincerely, Mingming, I won't leave you unless you leave. Don't worry, as long as I'm here, I won't let you marry someone you don't like, nor will I let you get hurt, let alone your family. Anne's eyes were red with emotion. Looking at the man in front of her, she suddenly felt a great sense of security and chose to believe this man. Bang, bang, bang. Just as the two were looking at each other affectionately, there was a violent knock on the door outside. Johnson stood up immediately. Don't be afraid. After saying that, Johnson came to the door and opened it. As soon as the door opened, several people rushed in and tried to control Johnson without saying a word. Johnson dodged several people easily with a light flash, protecting Annie who was coming over behind him, and looked at the door vigilantly. A man and a woman came in from outside. They were Annie's parents, Song Jianhui and Chunya. The people who just came in were all guards of the Song family. Mom and Dad. And wasn't surprised to see that it was her parents who came. It's obvious that you. Do you want to piss me off to death? Chunya didn't believe it before she came, but when she saw Annie and Johnson in the hotel, she became so angry that her face turned blue. Without asking what was going on, she went over and took Annie home. Mom, what are you doing? Annie resisted for a few times and was pulled to Song Jianhui by Chunya. Song Jianhui glared at Annie angrily. Humph, take the young lady back. Yes. Johnson just took a step forward when he saw this. Annie shook her head at him. Johnson, don't worry about me. I'm Phoenix. Johnson nodded. He couldn't do anything to her parents, so he could only watch Chunya pull Annie out. Dad, you can't hurt Johnson. Annie was taken away and left a few words behind, but Song Jianhui ignored her and closed the door. Tell me what happened. Song Jianhui did not attack Johnson, but sat down on the sofa. Hello, Uncle Song. Johnson said hello calmly, sat down opposite Song Jianhui, and said, Uncle Song, Are you asking about the relationship between Mingming and me? Song Jianwei nodded. Yes. Johnson did not hide it and said, Mingming and I met in Jiangling. She helped me many times. I was indeed the bodyguard she hired. During the time I was protecting her, we fell in love with each other. Although she later left Jiangling, I know that was not her original intention. So this time I came to Yinjing to take her back to Jiangling. After hearing this, Song Jianhui said expressionlessly, I don't care what your relationship with my daughter is. I can only tell you that it is impossible for you to be with her. I also don't allow you to take her away. Besides, you don't deserve it. Johnson was slightly stunned. Uncle Song, do you want to see Mingming marry someone she doesn't like? Don't you care about her inner thoughts? Song Jianhui said calmly, Young man, there are some things you don't understand. As a parent who wants to force their daughter to do something she doesn't like. But sometimes you have no choice but to do it. This is reality. She obviously has her mission. As for you and she, you are from two different worlds. I hope you can take care of yourself and stop fantasizing about having a result with my daughter, because it is impossible. Johnson smiled calmly after hearing this. Uncle Song, you are Mingming's father. I respect you. I also want to say that since Mingming likes me, I will never allow her to marry anyone else. She can only marry me. Song Jianhui was slightly stunned. Looking at the confident Johnson, he sighed, slowly stood up, and said, Young man, I have a piece of advice for you. There are some people you cannot provoke, and there are some things you cannot change. Johnson also stood up and said, Uncle Song, let me tell you something too. There is nothing in this world that I dare not provoke, and there is no result that I cannot change. Song Jianhui's heart trembled slightly. These were the most arrogant words he had ever heard. Snort. Song Jianhui ignored the arrogant Johnson and came to the door, pausing for a moment. Young people are often blindly arrogant and will bring disaster upon themselves. I advise you to leave Yinjing immediately. It's too late, and you won't be able to leave even if you want to. Thanks for the advice. I guess we'll meet again, Johnson said calmly. Song Jianhui shook his head and left. He didn't really want to force Annie, but he had no choice. Today, when I talked to Johnson, my first impression was that I had some appreciation for him, but Johnson's arrogance made him uncomfortable. Johnson is arrogant, and that's because he has the capital to be arrogant. When Song Jianhui arrived at the hotel lobby, he saw several people coming in. The leader had murderous eyes and walked in quickly with several experts. It came so quickly. Song Jianhui muttered something, stepped forward and greeted him, Brother Wenbao. The person who came was Wenbao, one of the three great masters of the One family. He had the strength of the late stage of the transformation realm and was well known in Yinjing. In addition, he was a member of the One family, so no one dared to provoke him. Under normal circumstances, the One family would not arrange for him to come forward. Once he was arranged to come forward to solve a problem, it would be something the One family cared about. When Bao glanced at Song Jianhui and said calmly, Brother Song, what a coincidence. Song Jianhui smiled slightly. Yeah. Is he still here? Exist. That's better. Want to find Johnson in a hurry. Although the Song family is a large family, it is just a subordinate force in front of the One family. Even Song Jianhui is inferior to the One family. Song Jianhui naturally knew that when Bao's target was Johnson, he wanted to leave, but curiosity prevented him from leaving immediately. He now wanted to know whether Johnson could withstand the wrath of the One family, and whether he had the capital to be so arrogant. When Bao brought a few experts and arrived at the door of Johnson's presidential suite with murderous intent. When Bao didn't say anything and smashed the door to pieces with one palm. The loud noise scared people in other rooms of the hotel so much that they dared not come out. No one dared to question the hotel staff. Everyone knew that when Bao was a member of the One family, so who would dare to offend him? Johnson was sitting on the sofa drinking tea when the door was suddenly blown open. He just frowned slightly, picked up the teacup, and took a sip without even looking at Wen Bao, who rushed in. Johnson put the cup down gently, glanced at the few people, and said angrily, Didn't your parents teach you manners? Why don't you knock before coming in? Chapter 158, Killing a Chicken. Johnson's simple words made the murderous Wen Bao a little cautious, because he could not see that Johnson was panicked at all, and he did not even take him seriously at all. He was too confident. Johnson's confidence made Wen Bao a little unsure. Although he was unsure of Johnson's strength, Wen Bao would not be scared. Haha, the boy is quite calm even when facing death. Wen Bao did not take action immediately. He wanted to find out Johnson's true strength by looking at his expression. Johnson picked up the teacup and took a sip, looking at Wen Bao, who had just sat opposite him with a sharp gaze. "Did I ask you to sit down?" Wen Bao's eyes widened and his fists clenched. He felt very embarrassed and ashamed. In terms of momentum, he was instantly suppressed by Johnson. Johnson raised the corner of his mouth slightly and put down the teacup gently. "Don't be nervous. Now that you are here, I have a few questions to ask. Let's do it after we finish asking." Johnson's calmness really made Wen Bao nervous. He was intimidated by Johnson's aura and didn't dare to make a move. "Did Wen Hao ask you to come?" "That's right." "Kill me." "That's right." Johnson nodded slightly, picked up the teacup, and drank it all. "Okay, you can start now." Wen Bao stood up suddenly and looked at Johnson. "Boy, you are indeed the most courageous young man I have ever met, but this can't change anything." Johnson looked at the sofa, the corners of his mouth slightly raised, looking at Wen Bao with a half smile. "Because of what you said, I will spare your life. Go back and bring a message to Wen Hao. Don't provoke me again, otherwise I will make him pay a heavy price." Wen Bao's mouth twitched, his eyes turned cold. "Do it." Johnson on the sofa at the same time. Johnson's face darkened slightly, and a powerful aura emanated from his body. The coffee table in front of him shattered, and an even more powerful energy burst out from his body, easily dissolving the 4 energies. "Since you're here, just stay." Johnson has never been a good person. Once he takes action, he will never give his opponent any chance to breathe. Johnson suddenly stood up, waved his hand, and released 4 streams of energy, heading towards the 4 people who had taken action. Not good. The 4 of them suddenly felt death approaching and tried to resist. Boom, boom, boom. Without any surprise, and without giving the 4 people time to react, 4 streams of energy directly hit the 4 people. From muffled sounds were heard, and when they looked again, the 4 people had been blasted into a bloody mist, without even moving an inch. Hiss! Wen Bao couldn't help but gasp and felt his scalp tingling. Although these 4 thugs were not strong, they would not be killed instantly by Johnson. Even a chicken would struggle. Now, these 4 people didn't even struggle, and were instantly killed by Johnson's 4 breaths. What kind of strength is this? Apart from the Grandmaster level, the only level that can be achieved is the half-Grandmaster level. Wen Bao, who had been so arrogant just now, was now trembling all over. The young man in front of him was indeed arrogant and ruthless. He didn't care about the one family's reputation at all and would kill anyone he wanted. Johnson finished dealing with the 4 men. He looked at Wen Bao and said calmly, "Don't be afraid. I said I'll spare your life. I won't kill you, but if you want to get out alive, you have to cut off one of your arms." Wen Bao's body trembled slightly. How could he be willing to cut off one of his arms? "Boy, I admit that you are indeed powerful, but you should know that no matter how powerful you are, you can't afford to offend the Wen family." Wen Bao gritted his teeth. He wanted the Wen family to suppress Johnson, but he seemed to have thought too much. Johnson didn't care about the Wen family at all. The corners of his mouth curled up slightly. "It seems that I have to do it myself." Court death. Johnson was not giving up. Wen Bao decided to go all out and raised his hand to strike Johnson with a palm. With a puff. "My arm." Before Wen Bao could see clearly, his outstretched arm was suddenly cut off by a white light, and the bloody arm fell to the ground. "If I take action, it won't be like cutting off my own arm," Johnson said calmly. Before Wen Bao could react, another white light came and cut off his other hand exactly. "Ah?" Wen Bao let out a shrill scream, his eyes full of fear. At this moment, he no longer dared to provoke Johnson. Fortunately, he was very strong, and although his 2 arms were broken, he did not die. With panic and reluctance, Wen Bao quickly left the room. Johnson did not chase him and let him go. Wen Bao's face was pale, and the bloody wounds on his arms were constantly dripping onto the ground. He staggered into the lobby. Song Jianhui, who had been waiting for news, couldn't help but gasp when he saw Wen Bao's miserable appearance. I originally wanted to ask about the situation, but when I saw Wen Bao's panicked expression, I didn't ask him. With full of questions in his mind, Song Jianhui quickly went to the top floor of the hotel. As soon as he arrived at the door, he smelled a strong smell of blood. He really didn't understand what had just happened. How could someone as strong as Wen Bao, who was in the late stage of the transformation realm, plus 4 mid-stage masters, turn out like this in the blink of an eye? He couldn't believe that these people were killed by Johnson. Just as Song Jianhui was about to enter the room, he saw Johnson walking out slowly, dragging a suitcase. "Johnson, Song Jianhui was stunned when he saw that Johnson was unharmed and dragging his suitcase calmly. Johnson was also stunned. Uncle Song, you haven't left yet? Song Jianhui's mouth twitched, and he asked, Johnson, did you cripple Wenbao's arms? Did you also kill these people? Johnson nodded slightly. Well, they want to kill me. Why should I keep them? Hiss. Song Jianhui took a breath of cold air. He always thought that Johnson was just a man of few tricks. He might be considered a big shot in Jiangling, but he was nothing in Yinjing. Unexpectedly, Johnson's strength was so strong. Even as a late-stage master, he didn't dare to say that he could defeat Wenbao. Unexpectedly, Johnson easily defeated him. Now that I think about it, Johnson does have the capital to be arrogant. Johnson, who are you? Song Jianhui's opinion of Johnson has changed again. Someone as strong as Johnson is definitely not an ordinary bodyguard. Johnson smiled faintly. Uncle Song, I am who I am. As for who I am, I think you will know it later. Song Jianhui nodded slightly. Well, Johnson, if you touch the Wen family, it's like breaking the sky. You should be aware of the strength of the Wen family. You'd better be mentally prepared. The Wen family is definitely not as simple as it seems. Johnson nodded. Yeah, I know it very well. That's good. That's good. I hope you can really fight against the Wen family. As for Mingming, you don't have to worry. She is my daughter, and I will protect her. Song Jianhui said. Johnson smiled slightly. Thank you, Uncle Song. I will handle my own affairs. I hope so. Chapter 159, The Heartless Song Family. Song Jianhui has only one daughter, Annie, so he naturally hopes that Annie will live a happy life. He forces Annie to marry Wenhao only because he has no choice but to do so due to the power of the Wen family. Now that he has seen Johnson's strength, he is certain that Johnson must be no ordinary person. To have such strength at such a young age, he must have a backer, and perhaps he can really compete with the Wen family. With mixed feelings, Song Jianhui spoke a few words to Johnson before leaving. Johnson dragged his suitcase and changed hotels as soon as possible. In the living room of the Song family villa, as soon as Annie came back, Song Hongzhe ordered her to kneel in front of the sofa. Annie and Johnson in the bridal shop today, and he asked Song Jianhui to bring her back immediately. 3 years ago, Annie ran away from her marriage on her own accord, causing the Song family to walk on thin ice in front of the Wen family and spend the 3 years in a very cautious manner. The plan was that after Annie came back, she would marry Wenhao to ease the relationship between the two families. But now Annie has done something that has made the Wen family lose face. This would undoubtedly push the Song family into an abyss. Once the Wen family took their anger out on him, the entire Song family would suffer an unprovoked disaster. Annie angrily. Sooner or later, my Song family will be destroyed by you. Dad, in my opinion, she should be punished according to the family rules. We usually spoil her too much, and now she is openly having an affair with a strange man. Sooner or later, we will be killed by her. Song Jianba said angrily. Annie heard this. She stopped kneeling and stood up to retort. What do you mean by wild man? Johnson and I are truly in love. I have never thought about marrying Wenhao. You just forced me to do it. Shut up. Song Hongzhe slammed his palm on the table, his mouth trembling with anger. He pointed at Annie and said, Do you still have any shame? You and Wenhao are already engaged, but you are still having an affair with another man. How can my Song family produce a woman as immoral as you? And felt wronged. Tears welled up in her eyes. She lowered her head and said nothing. Dad, don't be angry. She obviously knows she is wrong. You should explain it to the Wen family. This is just a misunderstanding. Chinya said quickly. Sister-in-law, what misunderstanding is there? Your good daughter is being affectionate with another man in front of Wenhao. What else do you need to explain? Zhang Shufang said sarcastically. Sister-in-law, what are you talking about? You are willing to marry Wenhao for the Song family. Why are you still saying such things? Sister-in-law, please don't say that. It would be great if she didn't kill us. If we offend the Wen family now, we might die on the street at any time. Chinya was so angry that she had nothing to say. Dad, Wenhao must hate us now. If the Wen family vents their anger on us, it will be too late. I think Wenhao likes Mingming very much. Why don't we just let Wenhao take Mingming with him now? Let him handle the matter by himself. As for that Johnson, I guess the Wen family has dealt with him by now. Song Jianba suggested. After listening to this, Song Hongzhe thought it made sense. He nodded and said, Well, I think this is the only way now. Let's hand her over to the Wen family to show our sincerity. Dad, this is a good idea. Zhang Shufang agreed. Annie heard that they were going to hand her over to Wen Hao. She cried and said, Grandpa, how could you do this? I am your granddaughter. How can you hand me over to someone else? That's right, Dad. Mingming and Wen Hao haven't gotten married yet. Besides, Wen Hao is angry now. If you hand Mingming over to him, what if he hurts Mingming? Chunya said. Annie. He scolded with a cold face. Shut up. This matter has been decided. Wen Hao will take you away later. Besides, you two are going to get married anyway, and handing you over to him is just a matter of moving it forward a little bit. I don't want it. I will never agree to it, even if I die. An's eyes were red as she firmly objected. You have to go even if you don't want to. Song Hongja shouted angrily, then stood up and said, Come here, keep an eye on the young lady. No, no. Annie was frightened and panicked, looking at Song Hongja earnestly. Grandpa, I beg you, don't do this. Song Hongja ignored him and said to Song Jianba, Call Wen Hao now and ask him to take Mingming with him. It's my father. Mom, I don't want it. Annie was caught by 2 Song family guards and desperately shouted to Chunya, Mom, please save me. I would rather die than go to the Wen family. Well, Grandpa, I beg you. Dad, please let Mingming go. I beg you. Aren't you forcing her to die? Chunya felt sorry for her daughter and knelt down to beg for mercy. Shut up. It's all because of you. Otherwise, why would there be so many problems? Song Hongja said angrily. Annie's eyes were red and she looked at him with hatred. Grandpa, I hate you. Woo-woo. You are so heartless. For your own sake, you can ignore my feelings. You know that I don't like Wen Hao, but you still force me to marry him. You're forcing me to die. Song Hongja's face darkened. I'm doing this for the entire Song family. Since you're a member of the Song family, you should make sacrifices. This is your mission. You are so selfish and heartless. If I had known, I should never come back to this home, Annie yelled. Song Hongja let out a long sigh and ignored Annie as a roar. Let me go. I will never marry Wen Hao, even if I die. Even if you send me to the Wen family, I will not marry Wen Hao. Annie roared madly, and Chunya pleaded heartbreakingly. But Song Hongja was indifferent. He didn't care about Annie's life or death. He only cared about the attitude of the Wen family. Song Jianba naturally wouldn't care about Annie. Like Song Hongja, he only cared about his own safety. Immediately, he called Wen Hao and told him Song Hongja's attitude. Wen Hao suffered unprecedented humiliation in the bridal shop today, and he hated Annie even more. Although he hated Anne, he wanted to get and more to satisfy his possessiveness, and then slowly tortured and to satisfy his desire for revenge. When Wen Hao learned of Song Hongja's attitude, he rushed over impatiently. He no longer wanted to get married. Since Song Hongja proposed to give Annie to him, that couldn't be better. After a while, Wen Hao arrived at the Song family. As soon as Wen Hao arrived in the living room, he saw Annie being controlled by someone and crying there. Haha, Wen Hao, you're here. Song Hongja lowered his status and came forward with a smile on his face. Wen Hao smiled slightly and said, Hello, old man. Wen Hao, you came at the right time. I clearly gave it to you to take away. Song Jianba said, Chapter 160, There will be good luck in the future. Annie saw Wen Hao coming. She became even more flustered and yelled at him. Give up on this idea. I will never marry you. Even if you take my body away, you can't get my heart. Wen Hao felt even more humiliated when he heard these words. He clenched his fists tightly and was extremely angry. Song Hongja also looked embarrassed and said with a smile, Wen Hao, don't worry about it. This matter is not up to her. Wen Hao smiled faintly. Well, she's my woman, but she was deceived by some people. She will clearly understand my heart in the future. I'm not in a hurry. Haha, Wen Hao is right to think so. Song Jianba said with a smile. Bah, I think you're really shameless. Annie said with despair on her face. Song Hongja's behavior made her extremely disappointed. Song Hongja ignored him. He just wanted to calm the Wen family's anger as soon as possible. He said, Wen Hao, I'm obviously giving it to you. From now on, she is a member of the Wen family. Take her away now. Wen Hao no longer refused. He just wanted to get Annie as soon as possible. He nodded and said, Okay, don't worry, old man. I will never touch her before we get married. Ah, that's good. That's good. Song Hongja gave a wink, and Annie was dragged outside by 2 guards. Wen Hao saw this and said goodbye. Old man, goodbye. Go slowly. Let me go. Let me go. Mom, save me. And struggled desperately, but it was no use. Seeing this, Chunya rushed to stop him and cried, Dad, are you so heartless? She is your granddaughter. Do you really want to force her to death? Dad, yes. Since you obviously don't want to do it now, can't you wait until after you get married? Song Wanting couldn't bear it any longer. Shut up. Song Hongxia cursed and ordered, pull her away. Zhang Shufang hurried over to pull Chunyo away. Sister-in-law, you'll get married sooner or later. It's only 10 days in advance. Why are you doing this? Daughter, it's mom's fault for being incompetent. Well, I've let you suffer. Chinya's heart ached, but she was powerless and could only watch Annie being taken away. Mom, and could only cry helplessly. At this moment, Song Jianhui finally rushed back. As soon as he came in, he saw Annie being dragged out. What are you doing? Let the lady go immediately. Seeing this, Song Jianhui immediately shouted loudly. Dad, please save me. Grandpa gave me to Wen Hao to take away. Please save me, woo-woo. When Annie saw Song Jianhui, it was like she saw a life-saving straw. Song Jianhui glared at him, and the guards didn't dare to act presumptuously anymore. Annie immediately shook off the guards and grabbed Song Jianhui's arm. Dad, woo-woo. Annie distressedly and comforted her. Okay, it's okay. I'm here. I won't let him take you away. Uh-huh. Song Jianhui glanced at Wen Hao and said, Mr. Wen, this isn't a good idea, is it? After all, Mingming and you haven't officially married yet. Taking Mingming away now is a bit against the rules, don't you think? Wen Hao raised the corner of his mouth. It's not me who wants to take Mingming away. It's the old man's order. Song Jianhui nodded. Yes, she is obviously my daughter, and I'm the only one who could decide whether she stays or goes. I have no objection to her marrying you, and I also support her marrying you, but my daughter must marry into the Wen family openly. I hope you understand. Wen Hao nodded slightly. Of course. That's good. Song Jianhui calmed Wen Hao down and brought Annie to Song Hongxia. Dad, isn't this too much? Song Hongxia is the head of the Song family and has absolute authority. He has never been scolded by his own son before. His face darkened and he said, How dare you? I do this for the sake of the family. Besides, Mingming is engaged to Wen Hao, so why not let him take Mingming away? Dad, I have never opposed your decision, but this time I hope you can listen to me. She is obviously my daughter, and as a father, I am unable to support her in following the path she likes, and I feel very sorry for her. Now, before she gets married, you're forcibly sending her to the Wen family despite her objection. Have you ever considered her feelings? She is your granddaughter after all. What's the difference between what you are doing and selling your granddaughter? Song Jianhui said. Song Hongxia's face turned pale and his lips trembled. You're rebelling. You become stubborn, right? I tell you, the interests of the family are above all else. As long as she is still a member of the Song family, she must consider the family's interests. Annie hid behind Song Jianhui and cried, Grandpa, I have respected you since I was a child, but I am also a person, not a commodity. Why you have to force me? If possible, I would rather not be your granddaughter. After hearing this, Song Hongxia's eyes widened with anger. You are really my good granddaughter. The Song family raised you to this age and asked you to make some sacrifices for the family, but you refused several times. Now, you're making trouble again, making the whole family restless. You are really a filial daughter. Dad, calm down. Seeing that Song Hongxia's face turned pale with anger, Song Jianhui stepped forward to support him. Roll. Song Hongxia was furious. He raised his hand and pushed Song Jianhui several meters away. He pointed at him and said, As long as I'm alive, I have the final say in this family. My decision cannot be changed. Grandpa, if you really want to do this, I will die in front of you right now. Annie said resolutely. Dad. Song Jianhui knelt down in front of Song Hongxia and begged, Dad, are you really going to force Mingming to death? Dad, please don't force Mingming anymore. Xinya also knelt down. You guys ahem. Song Hongxia was furious and coughed violently. Dad, are you okay? Song Jianba hurried forward to support Song Hongxia and accuse Song Jianhui. Brother, I think it's your family who wants to kill Dad. That's right. I really don't know why you're being so pretentious. What's wrong with Wen Hao? It's her blessing to be able to marry into the Wen family. How many people don't have this blessing? You are really asking for trouble. Zhang Shufan said, Mingming, all of this was caused by you. Do you really want to piss me off to death? Do you really want us to be doomed? Tell me the truth in front of everyone today. Are you going to marry me or not? Song Fei asked, and looked at them in despair. At this moment, she did not feel any warmth in this home, only endless sorrow. Now, she no longer wanted to go against her heart and marry someone she didn't like. She just wanted to follow her heart and marry Johnson. But when she thought about the fact that if she didn't marry Wen Hao, she was afraid that the Wen family would not let the Song family go. Now she was in a dilemma. Looking at her relatives who were pressing her step by step and her parents who were kneeling on the ground like sinners for her heart ached. I am filled with grief and anger, and it is difficult to make a decision. Chapter 161, Father and Daughter Talk. Bang bang bang. Wen Hao, who had been watching coldly, suddenly clapped his hands and looked at the Song family with a sarcastic smile. What a show, Wen Hao said coldly. You Song family humiliated me time and time again, and I tolerated it again and again. Have I given you enough face? Annie is my fiancée, but she was in love with another man in front of me, and I tolerated it. Today, it's not me who wants to take Annie away. It's you, the Song family, who begged me to take her away. Now what are you, father, son, and brother, going to do? Since Annie doesn't want to, I won't force her. You can continue to act. But remember, if you humiliate me, you should be able to accept my anger. As for Anne, whether she's willing or not, she must marry me. I give you 3 days to hand and over to me in person. After 3 days, if you don't see her, you will be destroyed. Wen Hao said this and left without looking back. Wen Hao. Song Hongzhe wanted to catch up and explain, but Wen Hao didn't give him any chance at all. It's over. Now we have completely offended the Wen family. It's all your fault. Unfortunately, we have been implicated as well. Woo! Why am I so unlucky? Zhang Shufang immediately blamed Annie's family. Brother, you heard everything. We are not forcing you. It is the Wen family who is forcing us. We have no choice. Song Jianba said. Song Jianhui looked frustrated and slowly stood up. I will take care of this matter. You handle it? What do you use to handle it? Song Hongzhe walked over angrily and yelled at Song Jianhui. Dad me, what do you mean by I? Song Hongzhe didn't wait for Song Jianhui to speak and said directly, 3 days, just 3 days. You personally send Mingming to the Wen family. This matter is settled. After hearing this, Song Jianhui said in a low voice, Dad, Wen Hao is not a good person. If Mingming really marries him, she will inevitably be humiliated and tortured by him in the future. Now he hates us so much. Do you still want to push Mingming into the fire? Then what do you think we should do? Should we let the whole family be buried with us? That's not what I meant. I think we should wait for a while, at least until the wedding day. Maybe things will turn around. I think you want to wait until I die to feel at ease. Dad, I definitely don't mean that. If it were in the past, I might have accepted my fate like you. But now I want to wait and see. Song Jianhui felt sorry for his own daughter. So he said this because he wanted to see whether Johnson had the strength to compete with the Wen family. If Johnson could really compete with the Wen family, then there would be no need to force Annie to marry Wen Hao, and she could also recruit a capable son-in-law. Why not? As for the Wen family, he had seen through them long ago. The Wen family had never respected the Song family, and they treated the Song family as they pleased. More importantly, Wen Hao was a playboy and was well known in the capital. Song Jianhui was very reluctant to marry him, but she had to give in for the sake of her family. Now that things have come to this point, he also wants to resist. Song Hongzhe didn't understand and said coldly, Wait? What are you waiting for? Are you waiting for us to die? Dad, Johnson is not an ordinary person. The Wen family will not let him go. Just today, Wen Bao tried to kill Johnson, but was killed by Johnson instead. Wait. Song Hongzhe was slightly stunned. Are you saying that Wen Bao was killed by that Johnson? Is this true? Song Jianhui nodded and told him what happened in the hotel. Hiss. Song Hongzhe frowned. Can he kill Wen Bao? The facts are in front of us. Johnson is so young, but he can easily cripple Wen Bao's arms. It can be seen that his strength is at least at the peak of the transformation realm. More importantly, he knew the strength of the Wen family, but he still dared to provoke the Wen family. If he didn't have enough confidence, would he dare to do so? I don't think anyone would really seek death for no reason. Song Jianhui analyzed. Song Hongzhe looked at Song Jianhui with doubt. Are you thinking of relying on Johnson to fight against the Wen family? Why not? Song Hongzhe's mouth twitched. Are you fantasizing? You should be aware of the strength of the Wen family. In the whole of Daxia, the only 3 families that can compete with it are Chun, Zhang, and Yun. Which family is Johnson? If he really wants to be confident, why haven't I heard of his name? I think he is just young and energetic. You'd better not act rashly. Song Jianwei had always imagined that Johnson had such strength. When he heard what Song Hongja said, he began to wonder if he was really overthinking it. There were only 4 giants in the entire daxia: Chun, Zhang, Yun, and one. Johnson, an unknown person, really has the strength to fight against the One family? Now that I think about it, I did believe Johnson a little blindly. Brother, what Dad said is right. You won't pin your hopes on an unknown Johnson, right? If he is really powerful, we must have heard of his name. As for the force behind him, I don't think there should be a force more powerful than the 4 major clans, right? Song Jianba did not dare to agree with Song Jianwei's words, thinking that trusting Johnson would undoubtedly be playing with fire and getting burned. Okay, seeing that Song Jianwei himself was wavering, Song Hongja said, "Trust others? It's better to trust yourself. I still have the same decision. In 3 days, you will personally send Mingming to ease the relationship." Dad, Grandpa, you. Song Hongja glared at her. No need to say more. From now on, you are not allowed to step out of the room or contact the outside world. Annie was numb. She glared at Song Hongja with hatred and went upstairs angrily, followed by 2 guards. Song Jianhui shook his head, wondering in his heart. He had originally thought that if he relied on Johnson, perhaps things could turn around, but now it seemed that he had been overthinking. But he still didn't give up. He came to an boudoir and saw and lying on the bed with her head covered by a quilt. He came to the bedside and asked, "Daughter, do you know who Johnson is?" And threw back the quilt, sat up, and thought carefully about the details of her contact with Johnson. But she couldn't come up with anything after thinking for a long time. "Daddy? He left home for 15 years and only came back last year. I don't know who he is, but being with him always makes me feel very safe. Besides, he is very strong, so strong that he can handle anything." "Really? It seems that he is indeed not a simple person. Maybe he can really stop you from marrying Wen Hao, and maybe he can really help us fight against the Wen family. Dad, you don't object to me and Johnson being together?" Annie asked with narrowed eyes. Song Jianhui smiled and said, "What father doesn't love his daughter? I can't help it, Uh-huh." Song Jianhui said seriously, "Mingming, your grandfather also did this for this family. I hope you can understand him." "I know, Dad. I don't blame Grandpa." "That's good. In addition, in 3 days, I will follow your grandfather's decision and personally send you to the One family. Are you willing?" Annie looked at Song Jianhui in surprise. "Dad, didn't you just say you loved me?" Song Jianhui said helplessly, "Mingming, Dad has no other choice. If we can't calm down the One family's anger, I'm afraid something will really happen. In addition, I have another plan for doing this, which is to test Johnson's ability. If he really loves you, I think he should go to the One family to take you away. Do you understand?" "Dad, you mean to send me to the One family, and then let Johnson go to the One family to rescue me?" But Dad, what if Johnson is in danger? If that's the case, it's your fate. Then I don't want it. Daughter, don't you believe in Johnson?" And hesitated. She believed that Johnson would save him, but she didn't want anything to happen to Johnson. "Daughter, if he doesn't have the ability, he won't be able to escape the One family's pursuit even if he doesn't go. Think about it yourself." Song Jianwei left after leaving a word, and thought about it, the harder it became to make a decision. So she simply stopped thinking about it. After all, there were still 3 days left. Chapter 162, Wen Tianqi. The daxia system is based on ancient martial arts families. The Chun, Zhang, Yin, and Wen families are also the foundation of daxia. These 4 families maintain the operation of daxia, are involved in the military and political affairs of the entire country, and maintain the order of the entire country. They are extremely powerful. However, today, one Bao from the One family had both arms crippled by Johnson, which was equivalent to Johnson poking the sky in Yinjing. The Wen family compound at this moment. The head of the family, Wen Tianqi, sat in the main seat. He was shocked to learn that when Bao had been deposed. For many years, no one dared to touch the Wen family in daxia. What happened? Who did it? Wen Tianqi's face turned pale as he looked at Wen Hao and the other 2 masters of the Wen family, Wen Long and Wen Hu below. Wen Long and Wen Hu are both descendants of the Wen family, and Wen Hao is the only son of Wen Tianqi. Wen Long and Wen Hu were unaware of this matter. Wen Hao had instructed Wen Bao to do it, and he did not expect this result. "I thought that killing Johnson was just a matter of words, but I didn't expect the result to be like this. The most important thing is that this was done without telling Wen Tianqi, because Wen Tianqi has always opposed Wen Hao marrying Annie. Annie ran away from her marriage 3 years ago, causing him to lose all face. He has had no good feelings towards her. If Wen Hao had not insisted on doing so, he would have targeted the Song family long ago. Things have come to this. Wen Hao also said with a stiff upper lip, "Dad, Wen Bao, it was me who asked him to kill a man named Johnson. I didn't expect the result to be like this." When Tianchi heard this, his face was filled with anger. "Who did you ask him to kill? What happened? Explain clearly." Wen Hao did not hide anything and told everything about his encounter with Johnson at the Song family today, how he had made the appointment with Johnson at the bridal shop, and the humiliation he had suffered at the Song family. "Dad, you must avenge me, especially Johnson. You must kill him, and two. Just shut up." One Tianchi flew into a rage, slammed his palm on the table, and stood up angrily. "For a woman, you have completely disgraced the Wen family. Now you're still thinking about that woman? Are all the women in this world dead?" Wen Hao's face was gloomy, and he knelt down. "Dad, 3 years ago, Annie ran away from the engagement party, which made me lose face. I have endured this for 3 years. I don't love her at all. Instead, I want to torture her 1,000 times. I married her home just to make her live a life worse than death." After hearing what he said, Wen Tianchi calmed down and asked, "Who is that Johnson? Have you found out?" "Dad, I only know that Johnson is from Jiangling. He and Annie met in Jiangling. He said that he was Annie's personal bodyguard in Jiangling. As for other things, I don't know." "Huh? Can a bodyguard from a small place destroy Wen Bao?" Wen Tianchi was also very confused about this. "Dad, Johnson is very arrogant and doesn't take the Wen family seriously at all. He dared to hurt Wen Bao and kill our people. Isn't it obvious that he doesn't take the Wen family seriously?" "Humph." Wen Tianchi's face darkened. "Whoever dares to touch the Wen family will only have one result, no matter who he is, and that is death. Master, Wen Bao and I are like brothers. Please hand Johnson over to me so that I can avenge Wen Bao." Wen Hu on the side bowed. Wen Tianchi glanced at Wen Hu and nodded. "Yeah, don't worry, sir. I will definitely bring back Johnson's head." Wen Hu responded and turned away. "Wait." Wen Tianchi stopped Wen Hu again and warned him. Since he was able to hurt Wen Bao, it proves that he is not a simple person. Before you do anything, find out his background and don't let anything go wrong again. "Yes." Wen Tianchi waved his hand to send Wen Hu away. It was not because he regarded Johnson as an opponent, but because he did not want Wen Hu to get into trouble again blindly. After all, the Wen family is well known in Daxia, not to mention in Yinjing. If they were to be defeated one after another by an unknown person, the Wen family would have no place to save their reputation. Dad and the Song family, we must not let them get away with it. Wen Hao was still thinking about Annie, so he naturally wouldn't let her go easily. Wen Tianchi looked at Wen Hao and asked in a tone of disappointment, "What do you want to do?" "Dad, all these things were caused by that bitch Annie. She and I were already engaged, but she still dared to think about other men. I can't tolerate this." Wen Hao said viciously, "It's really shameful that I can't even conquer my own woman." Wen Hao hated the Song family even more after hearing what was said. "Wen Long, go to the Song family and tell me a message. If the Song family still wants to live well, let them know some rules." Wen Tianchi ordered, "It's the head of the family." Wen Hao heard Wen Tianchi speak and said happily, "Thank you, Dad." "Humph." Wen Tianchi coldly warned, "Listen to me carefully. Face is always important. You have to get it back yourself. Don't embarrass me again." Wen Hao nodded. "Dad, don't worry. I will never embarrass you this time. I want the Song family to personally send Annie to me. I want her to kneel down and lick my ass. I want her to be my bitch. I want to humiliate her 10,000 times. I want the Song family to be trampled under my feet. Well, that's all you can do." Wen Tianchi was too lazy to pay attention. He glared at Wen Hao and turned away. "Wen Long, go to the Song family now. Tell Song Hongxia to personally send Annie to see me within 3 days. Otherwise, let the entire Song family prepare the coffin and wait for death." Wen Long's mouth twitched. "It's the young master. Annie, you bitch, you have no shame. I will make you live a life worse than death. Ha ha." Wen Hao was alone, smiling distortedly. As for Johnson, he was just like his father, not taking him seriously at all. Chapter 163, Seeking Help. Johnson crippled Wen Bao and killed several members of the Wen family. Naturally, this incident also attracted the attention of the Yinjing police station. Fortunately, he changed hotels immediately and was not caught by the Yinjing police. Killing someone for no reason in Yinjing is a serious crime. especially when the person killed is a member of the Wen family. It is an even greater crime. Not only will the Wen family not let Johnson go, but the police are also eager to find Johnson immediately and send him to the Wen family to claim the reward. Johnson is naturally not afraid of these things. At this moment, he is staying in a hotel not far from the previous hotel. He also understood the rules of Yenjing and knew that if he killed someone, both the literati and the police would come to him soon. Although he was not afraid at all, he did not want to kill indiscriminately or implicate innocent people. He only wanted to target the Wen family. If he relied on the identity of Qing Long, he could avoid a lot of unnecessary trouble. But after all, he was the one who chose to destroy his identity, and he didn't want to use this identity anymore. Johnson wanted to confront the Wen family head-on in Yenjing. It was not impossible for him to do it alone, but it would be very inconvenient, and he would not be able to take care of all aspects. Johnson is not a brainless person. If he wants to be convenient in Yenjing, he has to find a family as powerful as the Wen family to compete with. In Yenjing, there are only 3 families with such strength: Chun, Zhang, and Yun. The core figures of the Zhang and Yun families are familiar with Johnson. However, the core figure of the Zhang family is Johnson's leader Zhang Jun. He chose to direct and act in a suicide incident in order to conceal it from Zhang Jun naturally. He would not seek help from the Zhang family. Yun Long of the Yun family and Johnson are friends who have known each other for a lifetime. Yun Long is also Johnson's direct subordinate in the Dark Palace. In addition, Yun Long is the only person who knows Johnson's current situation, so he can only ask the Yun family for help to solve unnecessary troubles. Johnson also contacted Yun Long as soon as possible. Ha, boss. We haven't contacted each other for almost half a year. I thought you forgot about me again. The call was connected, and Yun Long's cheerful laughter came from the other end. Johnson's mouth twitched. Ahem. How are you doing lately? It's okay. Boss, are you asking this to understand what I'm doing? Not interested. Ha. Although it's a secret, you're not an outsider, so I won't hide it from you. I am currently on a mission in the Middle East. This mission is very important and concerns the safety of the world. Johnson's mouth twitched when he heard this. Is it that weird? Yun Long changed his frivolous smile and said seriously, Boss, 3 months ago, an unidentified flying object accidentally crashed in the Middle East. This flying object, which is suspected to be a combat type, is said to have advanced technology that is not from this world. Its origin is unknown. Some say it came from an alien planet, and some say it came from a parallel world. It is still uncertain until now. Since the place where the flying object crashed is under the control of the United States, the U.S. military controlled it as soon as it crashed. They blocked the news and sent heavy troops to defend it. 3 months ago, the Dragon Soul Hall learned the intelligence and sent me to lead a team here as soon as possible. The purpose was to find out the situation and seize this advanced fighter. It is rumored that there are very advanced technological data on the fighter. Once it is intercepted by the United States, I am afraid that the United States will take the opportunity to start a war and the world will be in danger. Johnson raised the corner of his mouth. He had been in the military for 10 years and was no longer surprised by aliens, alien technology, and so on. The strongest forces in the world are the 2 powers, Dacia and the United States, competing for supremacy. Although the 2 countries have not engaged in direct warfare, they have basically spread the flames of war to all parts of the world, with the most intense battlefield in the Middle East. Is it true? Is it dangerous? Haha, boss, are you still not confident in me? Really? Have you made any progress in 3 months? Well, we have found a location, but the Americans are very smart and we are not sure where they have deployed heavy defenses. If we attack by force, we are afraid that it will cause a large-scale war. Now, the government is also actively negotiating with the United States, hoping to use peaceful means to jointly study. What is the U.S.'s attitude? The attitude is pretty good, but the negotiation is not over yet. I think the U.S. is just paralyzing us in order to delay time and break through the data as soon as possible. Who says it's not true? Now that the things are in someone else's hands, we can only take one step at a time. If you were here, it would definitely work. Don't talk about useless things. Ha, okay. Yun Long smiled and said, Boss, you called me just to ask me, right? Johnson didn't beat around the bush and said, I must have something to ask you. Haha, boss, just give me your orders as long as I can do it. Well, I'm in Yenjing now. Because of something, I killed someone from the Wen family. I think the Wen family will definitely not let me go. There's also the Yenjing police. I guess the police will also cause trouble for me. Do you understand? Yunlong naturally understood what Johnson meant, but he still asked curiously, Boss, are you fighting with the Wen family? I guess so. Haha, is Wen Tianchi crazy? Why would he mess with you, the boss, when there are so many people he can mess with? Don't talk nonsense. Boss, you don't want me to help you deal with the Wen family, do you? Why? You don't want to? Haha, why wouldn't I be unwilling? What's so great about the Wen family? Although we are both one of the four major families, our Yin family has always been at odds with the Wen family and has long wanted to find an opportunity to punish the Wen family. To be honest with you, although the four major families maintain the order of Daxia and seem to be peaceful, they are actually fighting for it. Especially in the past 10 years, the Chun family has been occupying the position of the head of the country. The top military and political leaders are all from the Chun family. Their strength has surpassed the other three families. To be honest, this has lost the balance. In the past, the four of us took turns to rule the country, but later it became a competition between Chun and Zhang. Now, it is completely the Chun family that stands out. Over the years, our Yin family and Zhang family have had a close relationship, and the Zhang family has long wanted to suppress the Chun family. However, due to the Chun family's great power, the spineless Wen family is inevitably involved and is willing to follow the Chun family's lead. He also suppressed the Zhang family and the Yin family everywhere and did not stop my family. To be honest, my family has long wanted to deal with this traitor. Boss, if you want to deal with the Wen family, that's great. I will call my dad later and ask him to cooperate with you. Johnson listened carefully to Yunlong's explanation and realized that although Daxia seemed stable on the surface, there were actually open and covert struggles among these superclans. It seems that the saying is true. Wherever there are people, there will be conflicts, especially in a center of power. To be honest, I am not interested in the fights between your families. But if the Wen family doesn't know what's good for them this time, I will intervene. I called you just to hope that your family can help me solve the unnecessary troubles. I can handle the Wen family's affairs myself. I get it, boss. Yunlong immediately understood what Johnson meant. Unnecessary trouble was just an official matter. Although the officials are not strong, they're the image personnel of the country after all. They're all innocent people. Johnson will naturally not take action against them. The best way is to let them be between the two and keep silent now. Chapter 164 Trouble is coming. Johnson gave the instructions and hung up the phone. Yunlong immediately called his father, Yun Hongyin, the head of the Yun family. He told him what Johnson had instructed him to do, and specifically asked Yun Hongyin to cooperate with Johnson on all matters in Yinjing and help Johnson resolve official matters. Yun Hongyin was also confused. With his status, he was required to cooperate with an unknown Johnson. If it wasn't his son calling, he wouldn't even bother to listen to the end. Are you the father? Or am I the father? Are you teaching me how to do things? Yun Hongyin couldn't help but ask after hearing Yunlong's instructions. Yunlong's mouth twitched. Dad, of course you are my father. Haha, you still know that I'm your father? If you know that, are you talking to me? From what you said, you're almost telling me to let your father carry the shoes for that Johnson. Dad, why do you think so? I just asked you to cooperate unconditionally. At most, you're just a little brother. Roll. No, Dad. Please listen to me. Don't you want to deal with the Wen family? This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. As long as the Wen family falls, you can also join forces with the Zhang family to overthrow the Qin family. By then, Daxia will be in power, and Qin will be the only one in power. Dad, you will also be honored, right? Ha. You really think I'm an idiot? Our four major families can be said to have been passed down for 1,000 years. No one has ever killed anyone, but you make it sound so easy, and you even brought down the Wen family. You don't want to tell me that you relied on the Johnson you mentioned, right? It's true. Is there anything else? If not, hang up now. Yin Hongyin felt that if she continued talking to Yun Long, her IQ would be worrying. Johnson et al. Yin Lao became anxious and said, Dad, wait a minute. Don't underestimate Johnson. Do you know who he really is? Oh, who? Dad, I'm telling you it's not impossible, but you have to swear not to reveal his information to anyone. Goodbye. Wait. I'll tell you. If you have to fart, do it now. I'm busy. Seeing this, Yun Long thought it would be difficult to convince Yun Hongyin to care about Johnson if he didn't reveal Johnson's identity. Let me tell you the truth. Johnson's true identity is the leader of the four Dragon Soul Halls, the Dark Hall, Master Qinglong. Yin Hongyin was also shocked. He knew the existence of the Dragon Soul Palace and what the Azure Dragon represented. You're not kidding? Dad, it's already this time. Am I kidding? Besides, who else can I care about besides Qinglong? Yin Hongyan really believed this, but was full of doubts. Isn't Qinglong dead? What's going on? Dad, you're the only ones who believe this bullshit. Qinglong is so powerful. There's probably no one in this world who can kill him. You mean? Dad, believe me, Johnson is Qinglong. Qinglong is Johnson. If when Tianchi provokes Qinglong, he will undoubtedly seek his own death. Just wait and see. At this point, Yin Hongyan had no choice but to believe it. Well, if it's Qinglong, then I will fully cooperate with him. Haha, Dad, just wait and see. Good. Yin Hongyan confirmed that Johnson's identity was Qinglong. She hung up the phone and immediately called out little sister. Soon, a woman with a perfect appearance and figure walked in. She was dressed in a smart black suit and was in her 30s. She was Yin Lan, the chief steward of the Yin family and Yin Long's sister-in-law. Elder brother. Yin Lan came in and shouted. Yin Hongyan nodded seriously and said, Little sister, there is something you need to do immediately. What's up? Yin Hongyan told her about the matter between Johnson and the Wen family, and also about the trouble Johnson was about to encounter, and asked her to deal with it immediately. Good. Yin Lan was confused, but she didn't ask who Johnson was, etc. Brother, anything else? Well, remember, you must be respectful to Johnson. Try to interact with him more and get closer to him. Yin Lan became even more confused. He just glanced at Yin Hongyan and nodded. You don't have to think too much. I must have my reasons for doing this. No. Yin Lan nodded and left. This is really too unbelievable. Qinglong? Could it be that Yun Long is lying to me? Yin Hongyan muttered to himself. He still felt it was not real. Johnson is staying. More than a dozen police cars arrived at once, and dozens of fully armed special police officers got out of the police cars. They surrounded the hotel in an instant with live ammunition. Their target was Johnson. They had found out about Johnson's strength, so they made such a big move to arrest him. The police had just surrounded the area and were preparing to take action. Wenhu also arrived with his men as soon as possible. He learned of Johnson's whereabouts and rushed over without stopping. The police team was led by Deputy Director Li Tsongxi. He led the team personally just to curry favor with the Wen family. When he saw Wenhu coming, he immediately went up to him and asked with his head lowered, Brother Hu, you're here. Wenhu nodded expressionlessly. Although Li Tsongxi was the deputy director of the police, he was a member of the Li family in Yanjing. Like the Han family, he depended on the Wen family in Yanjing. Brother Tiger, it would be better if you came in person. Just give the orders. I have surrounded this place. Johnson can't escape even if he has wings. Very good. Go and bring Johnson down. Wenhu nodded with satisfaction. The hotel lobby had been cleared and was surrounded by special police. Li Tsongxi immediately brought his men to the top floor of the hotel, to the door of Johnson's room. You guys, knock on the door. The 7 or 8 special police officers behind him immediately surrounded him and prepared to break down the door. Before he could knock on the door, it was opened. Li Tsongxi was so scared that he hurriedly pulled out his gun. The special police behind him also raised their guns in panic and pointed them at the intruder. Don't move. We are from the Yanjing Police Department, and you are under arrest. You'd better not resist. The person who opened the door was none other than Johnson. Johnson smiled calmly. You're here pretty fast. Lead the way. Li Tsongxi's mouth twitched. Put on handcuffs. Johnson was then handcuffed, abducted by 2 SWAT officers, and taken to the hotel lobby. In the hotel lobby, Wenhu and 4 experts were sitting cross-legged, leaning on the sofa, waiting. Brother Hu, the person has been brought here. Li Tsongxi came to stand beside Wenhu and said with his head down. Wenhu nodded with satisfaction. Very good. Are you Johnson? Johnson was still held hostage by 2 special police officers, but he was not panicked at all. He had a faint smile on his face. That's right. You don't seem to be a police officer, right? Wenhu confirmed that it was Johnson. His eyes were filled with murderous intent. Did you cripple Wen Bao's arms? Did you kill the 4 masters of the Wen family? Oh, you are from the Wen family? Johnson raised his lips and said, I did all these things. Chapter 165, I have a bad temper. Wenhu saw Johnson admit it, and his expression was still so arrogant. He stood up angrily and looked at Johnson fiercely. Just admit it. No one in Daxia dares to attack the Wen family. You are the first, but you will also be the last. Johnson smiled slightly. Well, it is indeed the last one. Wenhu didn't know what this meant. Johnson meant that if nothing unexpected happened, the Wen family would be destroyed in his hands. so naturally he would be the last one to attack the Wen family. Boy, I won't waste my words. Do you want to end your life yourself? Or do you want me to send you off personally? Johnson was amused and said, Didn't Wen Bao tell you when he got home? Say what? I told him to tell you not to mess with me. I have a bad temper. Haha, you are really arrogant. One who had the strength of a grandmaster, so he was naturally not afraid of Johnson. As he laughed wildly, a strong wind burst out from his body. He gritted his teeth and said, Boy, prepare to die. As soon as he finished speaking, One who clenched his fist and punched Johnson in the heart. Before the fist arrived, a powerful energy came with it. The force of the punch directly knocked the two special police officers beside Johnson several meters away. Johnson did not move at all and even had a hint of ridicule. Seeing this punch coming, it was going to destroy the world. In everyone's eyes, Johnson would be smashed into pieces by this punch. The ending shocked everyone. Johnson exerted force with both hands lightly, and the handcuffs fell off. One whose heavy punch was just about to be thrown, but was caught by Johnson casually without causing any ripples. How is this possible? One who was completely shocked. He had the strength of a master, and he didn't dare say that he used all his strength in this punch, but at least he used 80% of his strength. As a result, Johnson grabbed his fist, and it felt like he was hitting cotton without any sense of strength. I told you, I have a bad temper. Before Wenhu woke up from his shock, Johnson raised the corner of his mouth and raised his hand slightly. One whose entire body was lifted up and suspended in the air. He had lost his previous arrogance and was already panicking. He quickly used his chi to try to break free from Johnson's restraints. But no matter how lucky he was, it was useless. Johnson still held his fist and lifted his body in the air. Johnson's eyes turned cold, and he flicked his wrist downward forcefully. With a bang, one who was thrown heavily to the ground, and a big hole was smashed on the tiles on the ground, accompanied by a strong gust of wind sweeping in all directions. The surrounding special police were blown all over the place and couldn't even open their eyes. Brother Tiger, kill him. The four experts brought by One Who finally reacted and immediately attacked Johnson. Out. One Who's hand was still held by Johnson. He swung his hand so hard that he vomited blood and his head was buzzing. He still didn't understand what was going on. Johnson saw four masters coming towards him, and the corner of his mouth curled up. He raised his leg and stepped lightly on the ground. With a humming sound, a wave of energy spread out from his feet. With a loud bang, the four people were blown away before they could get close, and their lives or deaths were unknown. Wow, poor One Who was also affected. He felt a blow to the chest, his throat became hot, and he spat out blood. The special police officers led by Li Tsongshi had already been thrown to the ground. He lay on the ground in panic and shouted, Johnson, if you move again, we will shoot. The special police who got up raised their guns one by one and pointed them cautiously at Johnson. Johnson faced dozens of guns pointed at him without panicking. Instead, he smiled creepily and glanced at everyone. Li Tsongshi and the special police were all trembling with fear, and beads of sweat appeared on their foreheads. Johnson, let one go quickly, or I will really shoot. Li Tsongshi said tremblingly. Good. Johnson raised the corner of his mouth and kicked One Who in the chest. Boom. One Who was kicked dozens of meters away and hit directly against a big pillar of the hotel. Even the pillar and the wall were dented, which shows how much force was involved. Wow. When Huji felt a pain in his chest, then his whole body was in pain. He spurted out a mouthful of blood, and then his eyes went black and he fainted on the spot. Li Tsongshi wanted to say something, but he didn't dare to say anything more. He hurriedly came to One Who and called out, Brother Who? Brother Who? I shouted a few times, but there was no response. Li Tsongshi didn't know what to do. Even One Who was no match for Johnson, let alone them. He was too embarrassed to leave, and he couldn't fight back, so he had to bite the bullet and say to Johnson, Johnson, you have committed multiple murders in Yanjing. You are defying the law. I advise you to surrender, otherwise you know the result. Johnson raised his hand slightly. Please. Li Tsongshi was slightly surprised and asked, What do you mean? Johnson smiled and said, Aren't you going to catch me? Go ahead. Li Tsongshi's mouth twitched, and after hesitating for a long time, he ordered, Go. After the word got out, no one dared to go up for a long time. Go ahead, trash. At Li Tsongshi's urging, two people finally plucked up the courage to handcuff Johnson and tie his hand behind his back. Seeing that Johnson stopped resisting, Li Tsongshi quickly ordered One Who to be sent to the hospital for treatment. After sending One Who away, Lee Songshi wanted to take Johnson back to the police station. Right at this moment, another group of people rushed here, led by a woman who was wearing a smart suit, looked absolutely beautiful, and came to the hotel lobby with a cold expression. "Who is Johnson?" she asked as soon as she arrived. When Lee Songshi saw this woman, his face instantly turned ugly. He trotted over and said with a smile, "Miss Yin, why are you here?" It was Yin Lan who came. She glanced at Lee Songshi, and then her eyes fell on Johnson. "Are you Johnson?" Johnson Weiwei nodded. "Yeah, that's right." Yin Lan frowned and glanced around. It was not difficult to see that a fight had taken place here, but she did not see one whose miserable condition. She only saw Johnson being controlled by 2 special police officers. Therefore, she didn't understand why Yun Hongyan asked her to cooperate with such a person. "I want to take Johnson away," Yin Lan said to Lee Songshi indifferently. Lee Songshi naturally didn't want to do that. "Why? Do you have any objection?" No. Lee Songshi shook his head repeatedly. He didn't dare to offend anyone. He could only whisper, "Miss Yin, this Johnson killed several masters of the Wen family, crippled Wen Bao's hands, and just injured Wen Hu. If I hand Johnson over to you, I will have a hard time explaining it. Please forgive me, Miss Yin." Yin Lan heard this and asked in confusion, "You said he injured Wen Hu? And also crippled Wen Bao's hands?" "Exactly." Yin Lan looked at Johnson again. After a long while, she couldn't believe that this was true. One who was a master-level expert, and Johnson in front of her was clearly just an ordinary person. Chapter 166, Yun, Family Yin Lan. Although doubtful, but Yin Hongyan had entertained him, and her mission was to help Johnson solve these problems. "I must take the person away. As long as you tell me, it's your business." Yin Lan didn't waste any more words. Miss Yin, you want to stop it?" Lee Songshi wanted to struggle, but Yin Lan glared at him, and he dared not say a word. "Let him go." Lee Songshi had no choice but to let them go. In Yinjing, these families were nobody to be trifled with. Yin Lan came to Johnson with her hands behind her back and said calmly, "Follow me." Johnson's mouth twitched, feeling unhappy with Yin Lan's arrogant tone, and smiled faintly. "Beauty, you want me to go with you?" Yin Lan frowned and looked at Johnson expressionlessly. "Just follow me if I tell you to. Why are you talking so much nonsense?"